The man was playing a game when he was unexpectedly transported to another world and became the sixth prince of the Dawn Kingdom. Because the original owner was lazy and gluttonous, he was assigned to Wintertown, located on the frontier. Meanwhile, outside the city, the starving and freezing refugees were gathering together, seemingly ready to launch a rebellion at any moment. The middle-aged butler, Drizzt, stood aside, urging Levi to run away quickly, but Levi remained calm and composed. "Bring me enough bones, potatoes, and coal, and I'll find a way to deal with the refugees outside the city." Drizzt sighed softly. The sixth prince was as willful as ever. Levi looked at the status bar and inventory in the lower right corner of his field of vision. On the left are 10 deep red hearts, and on the right are 10 large chicken legs. As he silently opened his backpack, the familiar 4 equipment slots and 4 crafting slots appeared. A total of 27 inventory slots appeared before Levi. Liwei's cheat code comes from his favorite game, Minecraft. That's why Levi had his steward collect large quantities of bones, potatoes, and coal. These 3 items represent an inexhaustible supply of roasted potatoes. Bones can be made into bone meal, which can help potatoes ripen. Potatoes, when roasted, become delicious roasted potatoes. This food was enough to appease the starving and freezing refugees outside the city, who were at risk of rioting at any moment. However, to roast potatoes with coal, a large number of furnaces need to be used simultaneously. Building a furnace requires a large number of cobblestone blocks, while mining stone requires a wooden pickaxe. Liwei's thinking was very clear. Everything had to start with getting wood. However, the nearest forest is a good 10 kilometers away, and it would take at least several hours to get there and back. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Levi looked out the window at the back garden of the Lord's Manor. There are dozens of precious pine trees planted there, which remain green even in the harsh winter, and are specifically for ornamental purposes. Looking at these precious pine trees, Levi revealed a wasteful smile. If you want to get rich, start by chopping down trees. Levi arrived at the back garden, stood in front of a pine tree, and looked down at his fist. A flicker of doubt and hesitation crossed his eyes before he slammed his fist into the tree trunk. Levi had even prepared himself to cry out in pain, but it turned out he didn't feel any pain at all. Just as he expected, Steve's physique gave his body an extremely terrifying enhancement. After confirming that chopping down the tree wouldn't injure his hands, Levi decisively used both hands simultaneously. A section of the pine tree trunk abruptly disappeared, and at the same time, a pine log block appeared in Liwei's right hand and in his inventory. Even more outrageous, the pine tree, which should have fallen, was now strangely suspended in the air. Actually has MC features? Looking at the scene before him, Levi couldn't help but swallow. If Newton saw this pine tree suspended in midair, he would probably flip open his coffin and shout, "Physics no longer exists." In less than a minute, Levi had completely stripped the entire pine tree, providing him with 7 pine logs. Looking at the number of logs, Levi nodded in satisfaction. It was worth it for them to grow so tall and be so valuable. Instead of rushing to cut down the remaining pine trees, he opened his backpack and turned all the logs into planks. Levi obtained 28 pine planks, and then used 4 pine planks to craft a workbench. The moment the workbench was successfully synthesized, a pleasant voice rang in Liwei's ears. Achievement acquired. Crafting workbench. The familiar achievement notification sound brought a smile to Liwei's face. He placed the crafting block in his right hand in front of him, and the crafting block looked almost exactly like the one in the game. However, it looks more high definition and realistic, as if it has been given a 4K ultra high definition realistic texture pack. Levi stopped dwelling on these matters and immediately went to the workbench. He then took the wooden plank blocks out of his backpack and began arranging them in the 3x3 grid above the workbench. He first made wooden sticks from planks, then combined the planks and sticks to make a wooden shovel and a wooden pickaxe. He then went to a corner and began digging on the spot. Although Levi already understood that he possessed the MC property that allowed him to levitate blocks. Out of caution, he only dug 3 blocks vertically downwards before starting to dig horizontally into the stone. After obtaining the stone, Levi decisively used the stick and the stone to make a stone pickaxe. He immediately replaced his wooden pickaxe, which had only consumed 3 points of durability, with a brand new stone pickaxe. This is a classic move that every Minecraft player would make. This isn't about being fickle or chasing after new things. It's about making the best use of resources. As for that wooden pickaxe, it will naturally become the first fuel in the furnace. At this time, the steward Drizzt had already ordered a large quantity of animal bones and potatoes to be transported to the Lord's Manor warehouse. However, due to the large quantity of supplies, it will take some time to transport them all. So Drizzt left the manor and, as was his custom, went to the back garden to look for Levi. Trist narrowed his eyes and asked in confusion, "Wasn't there a pine tree here before? Where did it go?" He was still muttering to himself when he heard the sound of something being struck against the rocks. Drizzt followed the sound and took a few steps forward, when suddenly he lost his footing and fell vertically downwards. Ouch! Drizzt fell to the ground with a thud, making intimate contact with the rock, and winced in pain. When did such a large pit appear in this back garden? The commotion created by Trist also caught Levi's attention. "Oh, you're here? How did you do with what I asked you to do?" Levi turned around and glanced at Trist. After saying that, he continued to swing his pickaxe and quarry stone. Seeing this, Drizzt straightened up abruptly. "Your Highness, we expect to have gathered everything you need by this afternoon." "Your Highness, how did you end up underground?" Drizzt was stunned by the way Levi was wielding the pickaxe. Is this still the same sixth prince who never lifts a finger and only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun all day long? "What are you doing now?" Levi was amused when he heard Tristana's question. "Of course I'm digging for rocks." "Drizzt, can't you even recognize a pickaxe?" Levi waved the stone pickaxe in his hand. "But why are you digging for stones? Didn't you say you wanted to solve the food problem for the refugees outside the city? And why isn't there a landslide here?" Drizzt discovered that the soil above his head was magically suspended in the air. Even though the rocks below had been dug out, the soil still hadn't fallen down. Levi calmly replied, "Magic. After all, this was a different world where swords and magic coexisted." A strange look appeared on Drizzt's face at first, then turned into ecstasy. Could it be that His Highness the Sixth Prince has been playing dumb all along? Sure enough, how could the descendants of the Queen of Windsor be useless? The Windsor family is a family that made great contributions on the battlefield at the very beginning of the Kingdom of Dawn. "Miss, your son is not a good-for-nothing. We have been misunderstanding him all along." Seeing the strange smile that suddenly appeared on Trist's face, Levi said, "If there's nothing else, you can go up first." But then, Levi suddenly wondered what would happen if he gave the stone pickaxe to Trist. Levi said, "By the way, don't rush off. Here's a stone pickaxe for you. Come and help me dig." As he spoke, Levi took a stone pickaxe directly from his backpack and stuffed it into Twisted Fate's arms. Seeing that Drizzt wasn't unable to get up from being crushed by the stone pickaxe, Levi concluded that objects in Minecraft have their weight reduced many times over when they come into the real world. Otherwise, according to the crafting method of the stone pickaxe, 3 raw stone blocks would be equivalent to 3 cubic meters of stone, and you can imagine the weight of that. Drizzt trotted to the other side and then began digging at the stones. He gripped the stone pickaxe with both hands, but after only a few swings, he felt a pain in his back and waist. Tristana looked troubled and turned her head strangely to look at Levi beside her. Levi gripped the stone pickaxe in one hand and swung it incredibly fast, even faster than the knights wielding their swords. Trist rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. "No, is your Highness's physical strength really that outrageous? This stone pickaxe is obviously incredibly heavy, so why can the Sixth Prince wield it with such power and grace?" "Trist, what are you doing? Standing there slacking off instead of working?" "Yes, your Highness." Drizzt snapped his face back and then began digging at the stone with a clang. Levi gradually realized just how terrifying the power of Steve had truly been. He was able to dig continuously without feeling any muscle soreness. Apart from the hunger level in the lower right corner of his vision decreasing, his body showed no signs of damage. When people from another world use the MC tools created by Levi, they can also produce the same effects. However, there seem to be some limitations when using them. For example, Twisted Fate's digging speed is frighteningly slow. Levi had already dug up almost half a set of stones when Twisted Fate finally unearthed his first cobblestone block. Moreover, unlike Levi, Twisted Fate cannot simply pick up the cobblestone block and add it to his inventory. He used all his strength to barely lift the cobblestone block off the ground. However, once Drizzt picks up the block, he is able to place it back on the ground. When Drizzt saw the cobblestone block he had placed, the shock in his eyes surpassed even that of everything before. After all, this was magic that he, an ordinary person with no magical talent, had personally unleashed. Your Highness, I can use magic too. Drizzt pointed at himself excitedly. This experience was simply too wonderful. He simply placed that strange cube on the ground, and a stone the size of 1 cubic meter appeared. After confirming that these blocks could be used by others, Levi finally felt relieved. After all, when building up the territory in the future, he, as the Lord, can't do everything himself. Levi dug through 4 groups, totaling 256 round stone blocks, before stopping. Great, now that we have enough cobblestone, we can build a sufficient number of furnaces. Levi already had an idea. He was going to build one of the classic wonders for Minecraft players. A furnace wall that is a full 20 meters long, specifically used for roasting potatoes. After returning to the ground, Levi immediately began crafting a furnace using cobblestone blocks at a workbench. Watching his prince concoct a huge pile of furnace blocks on the workbench, Drizzt was utterly impressed. Then Levi, along with Drizzt, built a wall in the back garden from left to right, a furnace wall made entirely of stone furnaces. Looking at the furnace wall before him, Drizzt felt nothing but holy shit. Even if professional craftsmen were to come and build such a long wall, it would take at least a week to complete. But now, His Highness actually built it in a minute? Levi looked at the furnace wall in front of him, nodded in satisfaction, and then turned to look at Twisted Fate. Old Shui, tell those people to stop transporting potatoes, animal bones, and coal to the warehouse, and move them directly to the back garden. Yes, Your Highness. The servants led the carriage into the Lord's manor, which was loaded with supplies that Livy needed, including animal bones, potatoes, and coal. As the servants drove the carriage, they whispered among themselves. What's wrong with His Highness the Sixth Prince now? He's making a search everywhere for animal bones. The Sixth Prince's idleness and despicable behavior were already common knowledge throughout Winterfell. Although the servants complained incessantly, they did not dare to disobey Livy's orders. In the end, they obediently led the wagon and transported the animal bones and potatoes into the Lord's manor. The servants responsible for transporting potatoes and coal were utterly astonished by the furnace wall before them as they approached. This is a furnace wall that is 20 meters long, with 3 furnaces in each row for a total of 60 furnaces. It's quite a small spectacle. How did so many stone furnaces suddenly appear in the backyard? After being stunned by this small wonder, the servants noticed that there were more than 20 stone hoes on the ground next to them. Meanwhile, the idle Sixth Prince, Levi, stood to the side, arms crossed, watching them with a smile. The servants felt a sudden chill, because that smile was all too familiar to them. This was clearly a sign that the Sixth Prince was about to torture them. Sure enough, the servants' guesses soon came true. Levi pointed to the hoes beside him, then to the frozen ground beneath his feet. Come on, everyone take a hoe and plow this empty land. Then plant the potato tubers. Hearing Levi's words, the servants immediately understood. For some reason, the prince decided to plant potatoes in the back garden. But it's the dead of winter. Can potatoes really be planted? Absolutely not. Among the servants, a middle-aged man named Pete, skilled in farming, stepped forward. He shrank back a little in fear, but eventually spoke his mind. Your Highness, please forgive my intrusion, but it is the dead of winter, and the land is already cracked from the cold, making it unsuitable for cultivation. More importantly, if you plant potato tubers directly, they will quickly freeze and die. Although potatoes are resilient, this does not mean they can grow in open-air frozen soil at sub-zero temperatures. Levi naturally understood this, but for him, who possessed Steve's power, growing food in the frozen ground was not impossible. Using bone meal to accelerate ripening, potatoes can grow from tubers to mature plants in just 3 seconds. This is an operation more absurd than magic. Levi ignored Pete and simply stood there silently. Tristana immediately understood and stepped forward, her expression icy. Although Drizzt didn't know what Levi was planning, the magic Levi had previously displayed had made it perfectly clear to him. Since His Highness the Sixth Prince is doing this, he must have his reasons. Just do what His Highness tells you to do. Why all the nonsense? Upon hearing Drizzt's rebuke, the servants immediately bowed their heads in apology and quickly picked up hoes to begin cultivating the land. Anyway, this frozen ground is mostly impossible to dig, so just swinging the hoe a few times is enough to make a token effort. Pete's hoe landed on the frozen ground, but the expected hardness did not return. A look of doubt crossed Pete's face, a man well-versed in farming. Shouldn't frozen soil be so hard that it's impossible to hoe into it? Why does this stone hoe make tilling feel like turning over moist, soft soil that has been soaked by snow melt in spring? Pete crouched down and pinched the frozen ground with his hand, puzzled. The soil remained hard, like black bread mixed with sawdust. The other servants also looked on with surprise and suspicion, exchanging glances in unison. There was something wrong with this stone hoe. With just a few swings, the frozen soil, as hard as stone, was transformed into arable land suitable for growing crops. However, although the soil quality met the standards, the surrounding temperature remained unchanged. The servants looked at the potato tubers in their hands with a conflicted expression. Food was so scarce in town. It was such a waste to waste food like this. What are you all standing there for? Plant the potatoes. Drizzt's cold command immediately put the servants to work again. The servants quickly followed Livy's instructions and planted the potato tubers in the plowed soil. When they straightened up again, they discovered something strange. All 5 cartloads of animal bones had vanished. Drizzt, standing to the side, stared wide-eyed, even though he had just witnessed Levi demonstrate magic. But those were 5 cartloads of animal bones, piled on the ground almost as high as a rockery, and they all disappeared in an instant. Levi did not get distracted. Instead, he began processing the animal bones into bone meal. Levi also found it hard to imagine how such hard bones could be turned into bone meal by hand. Steve's power is terrifying. In just a few breaths, 5 cartloads of animal bones were processed into 20 batches of bone powder. A total of 1,280 portions of bone meal were collected. A rough calculation shows that if all of this bone meal were used for ripening, at least 1,500 potatoes could be harvested. Watch carefully how I do it, and then follow my instructions. Levi produced a handful of white powder out of thin air. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he sprinkled a handful of bone meal onto the potato sprouts closest to him. The next second, the potato seedlings, which were originally in the tuber stage, suddenly sprouted. Levi didn't stop. He sprinkled a second handful of bone meal, and the potato seedlings instantly grew taller. Even more miraculously, a flower actually bloomed on the plant. In this cold winter, a pale purple flower actually blossomed. Drizzt and his servants all stared wide-eyed. The third sprinkle of bone meal caused the flower to wither instantly, and the leaves turned slightly yellow. Levi grabbed the stem and gently lifted it upwards. More than a dozen potatoes of varying sizes were hanging from the plant's roots. Such a yield is only possible during a bumper harvest. The potato yield caught Levi's eye. In the game, 1 potato crop yields approximately 1 to 4 potatoes. Surprisingly, in the real world, potatoes ripened with bone meal can yield more than 10 potatoes. The original production target was 1,500 units, but the actual output can be increased by at least 4 to 5 times, reaching more than 5,000 units. There were fewer than 1,000 refugees outside the city, and the first batch of potatoes alone was enough to feed them for about 3 days. This miraculous scene made everyone present forget to wipe the dirt off their hands and instead rub their eyes. Could this be a gift from the god of harvest? Magic! Only Pete pointed at the potato in Levi's hand and shouted loudly. Pete knelt down with a thud, quickly explaining his lapse in composure. I'm sorry, it was your highness's miraculous magic that made me lose my composure. I used magic to turn the animal bones you brought into growth powder. Each time it is sprinkled, it shortens the growth cycle of the crops until they are fully mature. Levi answered calmly, then took a pile of bone meal from his backpack and threw it on the ground. He turned to look at Pete. What's your name again? Pete, your highness. I hereby appoint you as the person in charge of this operation. All attendants present must obey your orders. I need you to ripen enough potatoes, roast them, load them onto trucks, and deliver them to the refugees one by one. Can you do it? Levi gently patted Pete's shoulder, his eyes full of expectation. Pete's pupils constricted sharply, his legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. How did he suddenly become the person in charge? Your highness, can I really do this? Aren't you going to obey? Trist frowned at Pete. Pete immediately raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. The Lord himself assigned him the task, yet he's still hesitating. What is he thinking? Your subordinate obeys. Pete then began organizing everyone present to ripen the potatoes. Levi could tell that Pete was a highly knowledgeable agricultural expert. After accepting the task, Pete immediately transformed, directing the servants on site. Everyone come and collect the growth powder. Pay close attention to the condition of the potato tubers. Any diseased tubers must be removed immediately, otherwise the disease can spread. Following his instructions, the attendants quickly got to work. Looking at the scene before him, Levi nodded in satisfaction. The role that a subordinate who is both good at management and knowledgeable in agriculture can play is unimaginable. Bone meal will eventually run out, so conventional grain cultivation remains essential. Trist, relay my order. Open the city gates in 3 hours and provide relief to the victims. Yes, your highness. Drizzt suppressed his excitement and solemnly accepted Li Wei's order. Chapter 4. Knight Commander, Isabella Windsor. Drizzt arrived at the city gate, and after his identity was confirmed by the guarding knights, he went straight into the stone house where the commander was located. Inside the room, several knights were discussing the refugee issue around a round table. When he suddenly appeared, all their conversation stopped and their eyes fell on him. The red-haired female knight, seated in the main seat, spoke first, her voice cool and haughty. She asked Drizzt what he was doing there. She was an extremely imposing woman, with red hair like lava solidified by war, sharp red eyes, and a heroic air about her that made people dare not take her lightly. Even clad in heavy armor, her tall and graceful figure could not be concealed. The Windsor family's thorn and rose emblem was engraved on the chest of the armor. She is Isabella Windsor, the acting Grand Master of the Knights of Winterhold, and also Li Wei's Chief of Guard, responsible for protecting the safety of the sixth prince of the Kingdom of Dawn. However, her relationship with Levi was not simply that of master and servant. The Knights of Windsor were loyal to the entire kingdom, so strictly speaking, Isabella was more like a supervisor of this royal selection. Originally, she was supposed to protect Li Wei closely, but as more and more refugees gathered outside the city and riots could break out at any time, she, as a second-tier knight, had no choice but to personally take charge on the front line. Drizzt looked at her and calmly announced, "Lady Isabella, I've come to inform you that the city gates will be opened in 3 hours to prepare for disaster relief." The words had barely left her lips when Isabella's brow furrowed instantly, and she abruptly stood up from her seat. She almost thought she had misheard. Open the city gates now? This was utterly absurd. Suppressing her anger, she questioned Drizzt as to whether he had gone mad. Winterhold's food reserves were extremely low. A month of blizzards had disrupted transportation, and even the town's commoners were running out of food. Letting those starving refugees in at this point would only cause the situation to spiral completely out of control. Isabella knew better than anyone what people would do to survive, to get a bite to eat. Once refugees discover there's no food left in the town, they turn from disaster victims into mobs. Since they're going to die anyway, eating their fill before dying is better than starving to death. Drizzt, of course, understood the danger. Having spent many years in the Lord's Manor, he knew better than anyone that the real crisis in Winterhold was the food shortage. But now, the problem has been solved. His Highness Li Wei used magic to ripen a batch of potatoes, and he plans to continue ripening a second and third batch. So he simply looked at Isabella and said in a deep voice, "Sir Knight, this is His Highness's order. His Highness has found a solution and will ensure that every refugee has enough to eat." Upon hearing that this was Li Wei's order, Isabella fell silent for a moment. Li Wei was the Lord of Winterfell and the sixth prince of the Kingdom of Dawn. She could not disobey him lightly. But her impression of Levi was extremely bad. Despite sharing the same Windsor blood, Levi had never displayed the slightest bit of aristocratic demeanor. Even after being sent to such a remote place, he still wantonly tortured his servants. During the last hunt, he even ordered his servants to hunt monsters with arrows without arrowheads. If Isabella hadn't intervened, some of the servants would likely have already perished under the claws of the first-tier magical beast, the Frost Bear. What she couldn't forget was the look of boredom in Levi's eyes after she rescued them. In her eyes, that was the most heinous desecration of life. As a lord, Li Wei couldn't possibly be unaware of the consequences of opening the door at that moment. Yet he still gave the order. Isabella couldn't understand what he was thinking. Was he once again treating other people's lives as toys for his amusement? She gritted her teeth and said coldly, "Take me to see Prince Li Wei." After saying that, she walked straight towards Drizzt. Drizzt was familiar with her temperament and knew that she would never carry out an order without understanding the situation. He didn't explain further, figuring that once Isabella witnessed Prince Levi's miracle firsthand, she would naturally cooperate obediently. Neither of them spoke a word the entire way. They passed through the gates of the Lord's Manor and entered the back garden. But as soon as they stepped inside, Isabella paused for a moment, her face filled with confusion at the lively scene before her. She saw that the familiar servants were all busy at work. Some were constantly transporting coal, potatoes, and animal bones. Some were tilling the soil. Some were planting potato tubers, and others were sprinkling strange white powder. On the other side, freshly ripened potatoes were being quickly harvested, and next to them was a huge stone furnace wall roasting potatoes. That furnace wall was a full 30 meters long. It was as if they had suddenly moved from a dwarven blacksmith shop into the back garden of a lord's mansion. Individually, each event seemed unremarkable, but put together, they resembled an absurd yet highly effective theatrical performance. The director of the stage play was leisurely reclining in a decked chair. That man was none other than Li Wei, the Lord of Winterfell and the sixth prince of the Kingdom of Dawn. Seeing Drizzt and the red-haired female knight behind him, Levi rose from the deck chair. His gaze was quickly drawn to Isabella. Against the backdrop of snow and ice, her vibrant red was simply too striking. Memories of her flooded his mind. Isabella is Levi's distant cousin. Originally from the Windsor branch, she became a second-tier knight at a young age due to her amazing knightly talent and was promoted to the main branch. She left a simple impression on Levi, upright, proud, a female knight embodying principles. Levi keenly sensed that something was wrong with her. She had clearly come with anger. But her anger was completely disrupted by the potato roasting production line in front of her. The anger in her eyes turned into confusion, and her whole face seemed to be asking, "What is this?" Trist smiled smugly and explained to her, "Knight Commander Isabella, as you can see, Her Highness has created a potato roasting production line using magic. From planting the potato to baking it in one oven, the whole process takes less than 30 seconds. In 3 hours, we can produce enough to produce thousands of baked potatoes to feed the refugees outside the city for several weeks." Isabella's eyes widened, and she almost instinctively retorted, "Impossible, that's impossible." Upon hearing this, Levi slowly walked towards her. He walked until they were only a fist's distance apart, staring directly into her crimson eyes. His tone was calm, yet carried the oppressive aura of a superior. "Are you implying that I'm lying?" Chapter 5. Isabella's submission. As Isabella watched Levi approach step by step, a strange feeling suddenly arose in her heart. She felt that the sixth prince's demeanor was somewhat different from before, but she quickly suppressed that feeling. After all, in her mind, beneath Liwei's handsome appearance lay a repulsive and wicked character. Disgusted as she may have been, Liwei was still the prince of the Kingdom of Dawn, a symbol of royal power. To question him was tantamount to questioning the monarchy. Isabella knelt abruptly on one knee, raised her delicate face, looked up at him, and pleaded in a low voice for him to rescind the order. She told Levi that Winterhold simply did not have enough food to take in the refugees from outside the town. If those driven mad by hunger were allowed to flood into the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. The safest course of action right now is to wait for the royal transport teams to deliver relief supplies. Isabella was only in her early 20s, yet she had become a professional at the age of 10 and had witnessed too many tragedies caused by war on the battlefield. The refugees outside the town were indeed pitiful, but if they were let in out of momentary pity, the innocent civilians inside the town would also suffer undeserved calamities. Despite her attempts to dissuade him, Levi's expression remained unchanged. He offered no explanation, for true leaders never need to say much to their subordinates. Levi simply turned slightly, directing Isabella's gaze towards the potato field. She watched as the servants sprinkled white powder onto the potato tubers. The next second, as if propelled by a time-traveling magic, the tubers sprouted and grew rapidly, transforming into bountiful plants in the blink of an eye. Isabella, unusually, lost her composure. She rushed forward, snatched the bone meal from the servant's hand, and stared wide-eyed as she rubbed the white powder between her fingertips. This stuff could turn a potato from sprouting to ripe in just a few seconds. It was practically cheating. As a second-tier knight, she had never heard of such a magical item. While time-based mages might be able to use magic circles to accelerate crop growth, the cost would never be proportional to the harvest. The value of the magic crystals consumed would likely be thousands or even tens of thousands of times higher than the food itself. Isabella immediately questioned the servant about where the item came from. The servant was startled but dared not offend the acting commander of the Winterhold Knights. He could only shrink back and weakly point to Levi in the distance, saying that His Highness had given it to them. Isabella whirled around and saw Levi looking at her with a smile. Levi asked her calmly if she would still disobey his orders. She fell silent, her hands still rubbing the bone powder. If her previous skepticism towards Liwei stemmed from disbelief that he could truly resolve the food crisis, now he had laid out his solution before her. With enough of these magical items, not only could the refugees outside the town survive, but the town's food crisis would also be easily resolved. She couldn't help but ask about the quantity of magical items. Liwei waved his hand and told her directly that as long as she provided animal bones, he could alchemize them into such items, provided that his magical power allowed it. Liwei didn't intend to completely hide his abilities. The Steve system was too expandable. It would inevitably become impossible to conceal in the future. Rather than hiding it, he preferred to actively display it, using this method to shock those with ulterior motives. As for the magic limitation, it was merely a disguise he had put on himself. Isabella's expression grew even more shocked after hearing this. She could barely accept seeing props used to ripen crops, But Levi's claim that he had made all of these things himself shattered her entire understanding of this sixth prince. The useless prince in the eyes of the nobles of the capital, the one who only knew how to eat, drink, and be merry, and was utterly useless, actually knew alchemical magic, and the items he created even seemed to subtly touch upon the laws of time. Levi didn't say much, only glancing at Trist. The old butler immediately understood and presented a piece of animal bone. Levi gently grasped it, and the hard bone vanished instantly. When he released his hand, white powder slid from his palm. The powder sprinkled underfoot suddenly sprouted a touch of emerald green from the once bare soil, followed by the blooming of 2 or 3 delicate flowers. Levi bent down and picked the most vibrant red flower, saying with a hint of mockery that it was truly rare to see such a flower in the dead of winter. He looked at Isabella and asked if she still had any questions. Isabella was completely stunned by what she saw, all her doubts shattered. She didn't understand why Levi had been hiding his strength all this time, but that no longer mattered. As long as Li Wei can resolve the predicament of Winterhold, she will temporarily set aside her discontent and wholeheartedly assist this lord. This is her chivalrous code, clear distinction between public and private matters, and acting solely for justice. Isabella knelt down again without hesitation, lowering her proud head and placing her right fist on her left chest. She indicated that she understood and would open the city gates in 3 hours to allow the refugees to enter the city in an orderly manner. Looking at her almost submissive posture, Li Wei secretly thought to himself that he actually preferred the defiant, unruly red-haired female knight from before to this humble and obedient appearance. He coughed lightly, then reminded Isabella that there might be a mole among her. Isabella looked confused, clearly not understanding at first. Levi began to look up at the sky, as if he had seen through everything. He said that someone finally couldn't resist making a move in this crown prince election. Although he didn't have solid evidence, given the original owner's foolish and useless image, he would definitely be the first target in such a selection. These words made Isabella and Drist's pupils shrink simultaneously. Even if they were slow to react, they realized that the food crisis in Winterfell, the thousands of refugees outside the town, and the delayed relief supplies might not be coincidences. Li Wei continued. As a prince with the blood of Windsor flowing through his veins, do they really think he's just a good-for-nothing who only knows how to indulge in pleasure? Have they never considered why he's been pretending like this after the Queen of Windsor's death? The truth behind Queen Windsor's death remains shrouded in mystery, and the murderer is nowhere to be found. Now, with Levi bringing it up again, Isabella and Drizzt feel a heavy weight on their hearts. Were all those absurd events of the past just a facade? Isabella remained skeptical. After all, the outrageous things Levi had done in the past didn't seem like an act at all. If what he said was true, then the sixth prince's cunning and acting skills were truly terrifying. In contrast, Drizzt was already in tears. Witnessing Livy's magic firsthand, he felt that his decades of protection had not been in vain. If Queen Windsor could see this, she would know that her child was not the useless person the world saw, but a truly outstanding heir. Li Wei naturally noticed the lingering doubt in Isabella's eyes, but he didn't point it out. It would seem foolish of him to completely believe her based on just a few words. Impressions could be changed little by little. He had plenty of time to win over this female knight. He casually tucked the red flower into Isabella's hair. The bright red flower unexpectedly complemented her red hair. Levi nodded in satisfaction, patted her shoulder, and instructed her to handle the matter of accepting refugees. Isabella lowered her eyes and agreed. Meanwhile, on the northern border, in the Winter Territory, it seemed like another world compared to the dilapidated and old Winterhold. It was the most prosperous city on the northern border, a transportation hub, trade center, and cultural center. Almost all goods destined for the North passed through here. The current ruler of the Winterlands is none other than Richard Charles, the 7th prince of the Kingdom of Dawn and Li Wei's younger brother. This dark-haired youth is so handsome that he seems to have stepped out of an oil painting. At this moment, he is leaning on the railing, overlooking the prosperous scene of the city. Behind him, a fully armored knight knelt on one knee. Richard didn't turn around, only asking calmly how things were progressing. The knight reported in a low voice that the assassins in Winterhold had begun to incite the refugees and were expected to lead them to a riot by evening. Meanwhile, the internal relationships within the knights have been established, and they will accidentally open the town gates during a refugee riot. Richard listened, a sunny smile spreading across his face, but beneath that smile lay a deep, chilling undercurrent. He toyed with the bone wine cup in his hand and muttered that sixth brother was indeed a good-for-nothing. But no matter how good-for-nothing he was, he still participated in this crown prince selection. He wouldn't allow any unstable factors to affect him. Richard believed that if Levi had anyone to blame, it was himself for having Charles' family blood and for being utterly useless. His older siblings would have made the same choice. If Levi loses the selection, all the resources of the northern border will be his alone, and his chances of becoming the ultimate victor will increase. Suddenly, a small flaw in the bone cup made Richard frown. He casually tossed the wine glass to the ground and ordered it to be remade. When he mentioned the materials, a pleased smile returned to his lips as if he remembered something. This time, let's use those orcs that just arrived. Orc bones should be very strong and durable. The knight bowed his head and acknowledged the order in a deep voice. Chapter 6, Departure, Disaster Relief. Winterhold, Knight's Fortress. The heavy wooden door creaked open, and almost all the knights inside stopped what they were doing and looked toward the doorway. When that fiery red figure appeared, everyone's hearts finally settled. Before Isabella could even speak, the knights had already surrounded her, eagerly asking if she had been mistreated by His Highness. Isabella didn't answer, but simply tapped her sword lightly on the ground twice. A dull thud echoed, and the noise within the fortress vanished instantly. The knights immediately straightened up, their expressions turning solemn as they looked at her. They all knew this was the signal before their commander gave the order. Isabella snorted and issued the order. Gentlemen, listen to my command. Open the city gates in 3 hours and provide relief to the refugees outside the city. Yes, the knights instinctively responded, but as soon as the words left their mouths, everyone's expression froze. They finally realized that the order wasn't to close the city gates, but to let in the starving and freezing refugees. Chaos erupted inside the fortress. People questioned why the gates had been opened so suddenly. Some warned that relief supplies hadn't yet arrived from Swinter, while others worried that the refugees would starve and become unruly, leaving them no choice but to use force to suppress them. Such an outcome would be completely contrary to chivalry. Isabella's face darkened, and she slammed her long sword heavily into the ground. The oppressive aura of a second-tier knight instantly swept across the entire area, silencing all other sounds. She slowly stepped forward, her back to the crowd, and spoke in a low voice. Knightly honor. At this point, what knightly honor do we still have to speak of? She said coldly. People are freezing and starving to death outside the city every day, and the food supply for Winter City is nowhere in sight. The so-called disaster relief is nothing but wishful thinking on our part. We're not letting them into the city. We're just holding the line. But if the refugees turn into a mob, none of these 1,000+ people will survive. Hearing this, the previously agitated knights lowered their heads one by one. They spoke of chivalry at length, but when it came to actually rescuing all the refugees outside the city, none dared to step forward. They knew, too, that the city's food supplies were dwindling. Someone hesitated and asked, "In that case, shouldn't we at least not open the city gates?" Isabella shook her head. "I have personally witnessed the solution Your Highness proposed. The food problem has been solved." These words shocked the knights once again. The city was clearly on the verge of starvation, and even their rations were being reduced. The common people were so impoverished that some had to sell their young children for food. Now, to say that the food problem had been solved sounded like food had appeared out of thin air. Isabella didn't explain further, but simply drew her sword, pointing the blade upwards. "I swear in the name of Windsor, not a single word I have uttered is false." The knights immediately dropped their doubts. Swearing an oath in the name of one's family was an extremely high vow in knightly etiquette. To break it was tantamount to betraying one's own bloodline. Since Isabella dared to say this, it meant she was not lying. Then, her tone suddenly turned icy. "I can understand questioning my orders because of the refugees. But from now on, if anyone disobeys military orders, don't blame my sword for being merciless. The knights were a border guard, and soldiers must obey orders." Since the acting Grand Master had given the order, all they could do was carry it out. The knights bowed, placed their right fists on their hearts, and responded with a knightly salute. "Yes, sir." Among the crowd, several knights exchanged strange glances. They quickly fell silent again, but Isabella had already observed all of this. Levi had warned her beforehand that there might be a traitor within the knights. Now it seemed that His Highness had indeed been right. She gripped her sword tightly, forcibly suppressing the urge to draw it and kill them on the spot. She couldn't alert them yet. Isabella outwardly proceeded with her business as usual, but secretly kept a close eye on their movements. After the meeting was dismissed, the knights quietly gathered together, speaking in hushed tones. Things suddenly spiraled out of control, and they all realized that the mission entrusted to them by the 7th Prince could not fail. However, with less than 2 hours left before the city gates opened, even using magical carrier pigeons wouldn't be enough time to send a message. Ultimately, they decided to notify those outside the city and move the operation forward. Meanwhile, inside the Lord's manor, Pete excitedly reported to Levi. Over 3,000 roasted potatoes had been prepared, enough to sustain the refugees outside the city for 2 days if eaten sparingly. The remaining 5,000 potatoes, weighing approximately 3,000 kilograms, had also been stored in the warehouse. Production will continue until Levi's growth powder runs out. Pete was almost too excited to stand. As a farmer for generations, he had never imagined seeing a bountiful harvest in the dead of winter. The potatoes ripened by Levi's growth hormone not only had an astonishing yield, but the potatoes themselves were also ridiculously large, far surpassing even the magical seed potatoes improved by high-level plant magicians in the capital. Tristana, standing nearby, was also moved to tears. He knew that His Highness the Sixth Prince had already firmly resolved the famine crisis. If the capital's higher-ups were to learn of this alchemical tool that disregarded the environment and seasons and directly accelerated crop ripening, the entire capital would likely be shaken. Unfortunately, Levi publicly claimed that he could only produce enough growth powder for 5,000 kilograms of potatoes per day. In reality, as long as he had enough animal bones, he could synthesize the so-called growth powder, which is actually bone meal, indefinitely. But this near-cheating ability must not be exposed. Otherwise, before the Crown Prince election is even over, he will likely become everyone's target. Levi is well aware that his competitors may feel he has an advantage, but they cannot feel that he has already crushed the entire competition. The former would create a balance of power between them, while the latter would only force them to join forces against him. He couldn't afford such a siege right now. He simply nodded, got up from the recliner, and let Drizzt straighten the wrinkles in his clothes. Then, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Those filthy creatures lurking in the shadows would surely try to sabotage his plans. Now, it was up to Isabella to seize the opportunity. Before leaving, Levi pretended to inspect the potato production line, taking a stroll in the back garden. But in reality, he came to absorb the experience orbs generated by roasted potatoes. In the game, roasting food also generates experience, which the natives of this world cannot see or absorb. They can only let the experience scatter on the ground, waiting for its true master to arrive. The jingling of bells echoed in his ears. The experience gained from over 3,000 roasted potatoes propelled Levi's level up to 31. After absorbing the experience, he arrived at the queue of carriages that were already fully prepared for departure. Dozens of wagons were loaded with roasted potatoes, enough to distribute to the refugees outside the city. The chief coordinator, Pete, stood at the front, bowing to him. Everything was ready. Levi waved his hand, his voice echoing throughout the ranks. "My entourage, depart immediately for disaster relief." The servants' blood seemed to boil at the sound of the order. They were about to head out of the city to rescue the refugees who were dying in the dead of winter. "Yes, sir." Chapter 7. I did a great deed, didn't I? Outside the Lord's manor, a dozen or so carriages loaded with food drove in a grand procession toward the town gate. People on the street stopped and looked over in confusion. Some smelled the aroma in the air and immediately exclaimed that it smelled like freshly baked potatoes. Driving the car, Drizzt cleared his throat and deliberately shouted loudly, "Make way! His Highness the Sixth Prince is showing great mercy and is going to provide relief to the disaster victims." As a seasoned butler, he knew exactly when to put on a good show for his master. The townspeople who had gathered to listen didn't react with gratitude, but with disbelief. What a joke! That Sixth Prince used to collect land tax, fertilizer tax, water tax, housing tax, and grain tax. He practically taxed even breathing. Would such a person suddenly have a sudden act of kindness? No one believed it, but that didn't stop them from following to see what the commotion was about. The crowd chased the carriage procession towards the town gate, eager to see what tricks their usually troublesome prince would pull this time. Meanwhile, on the city wall, furtive knights were crouching low as they moved towards their designated spot. But suddenly a cold and authoritative female voice rang out behind them. "What do you want to do?" The four men froze and turned around to see Isabella, a female knight with long crimson hair, standing in the shadows, holding a longsword. In her left hand, she was dragging an unconscious knight, the very same companion they had arranged to keep watch. The knight's expressions changed instantly. They couldn't understand why Isabella had appeared here ahead of time, nor could they understand why the plan had been exposed. Isabella coldly told them that His Highness had long suspected there was an accomplice on the city wall. This statement shocked them even more. How could that useless Sixth Prince possibly have such a brain? They refused to believe it, and had no time to think further. One of them immediately pulled out a red flag, intending to throw it outside the city to notify their accomplices. Isabella was prepared. With a swift movement of her longsword, she unleashed a nearly solidified red aura of battle energy from afar. Screams echoed across the city walls, and the remaining three were also terrified, their faces turning pale. This was no ordinary second-tier knight strength. Isabella's battle aura was already close to third tier. Even in the capital, she would be qualified to join the Royal Knights. The intelligence was completely false. If they had known she possessed such combat power, they would never have risked becoming an inside agent. The one-armed knight knelt and wailed. The three men who had been tasked with holding off Isabella were now barely able to grip their swords. Isabella approached, sword in hand, like a cold-blooded Valkyrie, asking only whether they wanted to continue. The four first-tier knights had no chance against her. The remaining three glanced at their companions, immediately dropped their weapons, and knelt in surrender, hands clasped. Disappointment flashed in Isabella's eyes. If Levi hadn't specifically requested that they be kept alive for interrogation, their heads would already be rolling on the ground. She then ordered all these traitors to be taken to the dungeon. Outside the town gate, starving and freezing refugees huddled in makeshift, dilapidated shelters, shivering in the cold wind. However, among the crowd, a few stood out as distinctly different from the true victims. Though equally ragged and filthy, their eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. They were assassins from the Winter territory. The assassin captain confirmed the plan in a low voice. When the atmosphere reached its most tragic point, they would incite the refugees, and with the help of an inside agent, open the city gates and rush into Wintertown amidst the chaos, disguising themselves as a mob to assassinate the sixth prince. The captain reminded them again to retreat immediately after killing the sixth prince. Everyone knew what to do if they were captured. The group nodded silently. Their wives and children were in the hands of Tiandong territory, and they had no way out. But just then, a huge noise came from the direction of the town gate. All the refugees looked up, and someone shouted excitedly, "The gates are open!" Hope lit up countless hungry faces, thinking their lord was finally coming to rescue them. The assassins, however, were shocked. They had agreed to act that night, so why were the city gates open now? Why hadn't their accomplice on the city wall thrown down a flag? However, they quickly recalled the rumors surrounding the sixth prince. That good-for-nothing who only knew how to eat, drink, and be merry, and who exploited the people to collect taxes, might, in a moment of ambition, decide to do disaster relief. Since the plan had changed, they could only improvise, blending into the refugees to enter the city and then looking for an opportunity to assassinate him. Beneath the city walls, dozens of wagons laden with roasted potatoes were parked outside, while a row of fully armed knights, spears in hand, separated the refugees from the food. The rich aroma filled everyone's nostrils, almost driving the starving refugees mad. On the city wall, Levi stood at the forefront, flanked by Drizzt and Isabella, who was in charge of guarding him. Drizzt loudly introduced him to the crowd. Standing before them was the esteemed sixth prince of the Kingdom of Dawn, Lord of Winterhold, Levi Charles. His merciful prince would then bestow food upon them. Following his memory, Levi imitated the demeanor of a lord from a movie. He took a few steps forward, raised his right hand and waved to the refugees, then nodded steadily. The entire sequence of movements appeared flawless. Hearing that food was truly being distributed, the refugees erupted in cheers, shouting "Long live the Lord" in waves of voices. The assassins exchanged glances. Although they didn't know where the food came from, creating chaos would still give them a chance to kill Levi. They began to deliberately shove and stir up trouble in the crowd, and the scene quickly descended into chaos. Levi, who had anticipated this, looked at Isabella and nodded slightly. Isabella immediately understood, amplifying her voice with her battle aura, and ordered the knights to maintain order, threatening to kill any rioters who dared to charge. The knights below the city walls shouted in unison, instructing everyone to line up, one for each person, and to deal with any troublemakers on the spot. The refugees, who had been blinded by hunger, instantly regained their senses, and the lines quickly returned to order. Each refugee received their own roasted potato from beside the carriage. Seeing the riot subside, the assassins had no choice but to temporarily abandon their attack. Without the refugees' cover, the success rate of a rash assassination was too low, especially with Isabella, a second-tier knight from the Windsor family, by Levi's side. Although the assassin captain was also a Tier 2, in a direct confrontation, the knight's combat strength was more than enough to overwhelm the assassin, not to mention the other Tier 1 knights around. Therefore, he signaled to his team to disperse and continue to infiltrate among the refugees, waiting for an opportunity after entering the city. Sobbing gradually rose from the refugee crowd. Many people wept as they ate large mouthfuls of roasted potatoes. To them, Being able to eat a hot meal was a miracle. They had survived on grass and even soil, and countless others had already starved to death around them. The scalding potatoes burned their tongues, but no one was willing to slow down. They were afraid that if they ate too slowly, someone would snatch their food away. At that moment, everyone had only one thought in their minds. It's good to be alive. On the city wall, Trist had originally intended to take the opportunity to flatter Levi, saying that the refugees were saved and that the crown prince selection was already a sure thing. But halfway through his sentence, he suddenly stopped, because he saw a smile on Levi's face. Tristana had served the royal family for 50 years and had seen far too many smiles from the powerful and wealthy. Most of those smiles were for money, status, and power, but Livy's smile at this moment was different. It wasn't for fame or the position of crown prince, but for the genuine joy of having truly helped and saved others. Drizzt had seen that smile on Queen Windsor's face before. Back then, he was just a young man of unfulfilled potential, born the son of serf, his patriotic aspirations thwarted by a lack of opportunity. It was also that red-haired girl who had vowed to change the fate of the common people. Sadly, her ideals failed, and she died. Trist's vision refocused, and a blurry image of the red-haired girl in his memory gradually faded, replaced by Li Wei's handsome face. The boy was grinning at him, raising an eyebrow smugly and asking, "Old Trist, I did something incredibly good, didn't I?" Trist's nose tingled, and he laughed twice, forcing back his tears. He then placed his right hand on his heart, giving a most sincere answer, without flattery or fawning. "Of course, Your Highness." Isabella, standing beside him, remained silent, only gazing at the family crest on her breastplate. It was the thorn and rose symbolizing the House of Windsor. A flicker of emotion crossed her eyes, but ultimately returned to calm. Chapter 8. Has the sixth prince been possessed by a demon? Then I hope the demon doesn't come down. The news of Li Wei opening the gates to provide relief to the disaster victims spread throughout Winterfell town in less than an hour. At this moment, the large square in front of the town gates was packed with onlookers. Almost half the town had come, numbering nearly 2,000. With no farm work to do in winter, many people were already forced to stay indoors and endure the cold. Now, hearing that the useless sixth prince had actually opened the granary to save people, everyone wanted to see it for themselves, whether they believed it or not. When they saw the starving and freezing refugees outside the town, their initial curiosity gradually turned into silence. The northern border was breached by a horde of monsters, and a town was destroyed. These people, who had fled all the way here, were already ravaged by cold and hunger. But Wintertown itself was also short of food, and even those who had a soft heart could not afford to give. Everyone originally thought that these refugees would either freeze and starve to death or riot and be suppressed by the knights. No one expected that the sixth prince, Li Wei, whom everyone thought only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun, would actually send people to distribute food and save thousands of lives. Discussions arose among the crowd. Some said it was unbelievable that that carefree guy would actually do a good deed. Others whispered doubts, wondering if the sixth prince was possessed by a demon. Those nearby immediately sighed, hoping that if the demon truly possessed him, it would never leave the sixth prince's body. But the discussion quickly shifted to reality. With so many refugees, did Winterfell really have enough food? Some worried that Li Wei might forcibly requisition food from the villagers' homes while rescuing them. They can certainly support helping refugees, but their attitude is completely different if it involves using their own food supplies. Ultimately, everyone's life is difficult. The refugees are pitiful, but they weren't harmed by the people of Winterfell. If anyone's to blame, it's the monster tide. With the refugees' food problem temporarily solved, Levi immediately turned his attention to something more important, his own safety. Isabella had discovered a traitor within the knights and arrested them all. Levi looked at the red-haired female knight standing beside him and called out to her. Isabella immediately stepped forward and bowed in response. Li Wei looked her up and down, feeling that her gaze wasn't as sharp as before. Perhaps it was just his imagination. He didn't delve into it, simply ordering, "Lead the way. I want to interrogate those traitors myself." Isabella responded and led Li Wei to the Winterhold dungeon. It was cleaner than Li Wei had imagined. Although dark, it wasn't damp. Perhaps because Winterhold town is perpetually cold, with snow constantly falling on the ground naturally remains dry. Deep within the dungeon, in a room, 4 burly men were bound hand and foot and strapped to a rack. They were the 4 knightly traitors Isabella had identified. The interrogator had been struggling with them for a long time, his hand aching from whipping them, but he still couldn't pry them open. These first-tier knights were thick-skinned and tough, enduring the torture with gritted teeth. As Li Wei entered, He heard one of them hoarsely shouting that he wouldn't say anything and that they should just kill him. Levi stopped in front of them, narrowing his eyes like a patient fox. He asked with a cold smile, "Now, you've suddenly developed a knightly spirit?" When they betrayed him, did they not think of the chivalry code? The four knights all turned their faces away, unwilling to meet his gaze. Upon seeing Levi, the interrogator immediately knelt down to beg for forgiveness, fearfully saying he was incompetent and hadn't gotten anything out of him. The entire town of Winterfell knew that Levi had a history of unpredictable tempers. The interrogator was prepared to be punished, but Levi simply waved his hand, saying it wasn't his fault. This time, the interrogator was stunned. A hint of surprise flashed in Isabella's eyes as well. Based on her past understanding of Levi, in this situation, the interrogator would be lucky to avoid being slapped a few times. But today, Levi had let him go so easily. Isabella had initially refused to believe that the absurd sixth prince of the past was merely an act. But then the image of Levi's genuine smile, as he helped refugees not long ago, flashed through her mind. That smile couldn't lie. She took a deep breath, realizing she might really need to reevaluate Levi. The Levi of the past was the Levi of the past. The Levi of today was different. Levi was unaware of what the female knight behind him was thinking. He looked at the four knights before him, a plan forming in his mind. Since physical punishment hadn't worked, he'd try a more effective method. He didn't like threatening others with his family, but this matter concerned his life. Since they wouldn't talk, he had no choice but to be ruthless. Levi said slowly, "Since they don't want to talk, we'll have to follow the rules. According to the laws of the Kingdom of Dawn, a knight's squire who betrays the prince is considered to have committed treason." Upon hearing the word treason, the four knights' faces visibly changed, and they shrank back. However, they gritted their teeth and refused to speak. In any case, they had already prepared themselves for death the moment they were captured. Levi paced slowly around the rack, continuing, "The traitors could be dealt with at the discretion of their local lords. However, I'm a kind-hearted man and dislike killing, so I will spare their lives." Before the knights could even breathe a sigh of relief, Levi added that he would strip them of their knighthood and reduce them, along with their wives and children, to the lowest rank of serf. Upon hearing this, the previously defiant men's eyes widened instantly, fear practically etched on their faces. Being reduced to serfdom was crueler than death. Some broke down on the spot, begging Levi to kill them and spare their wives and children. Because in this world, serfs weren't considered truly human. Their only apparent right was the right not to be killed or maimed without trial. The Lord possessed absolute judicial power within his territory, a power that was practically a joke. Everything a serf owned belonged to the Lord. His life, death, property, marriage, even the future of his children were firmly in the hands of others. These knights could bite off their tongues and commit suicide. They could pay the price for betrayal. But what about their wives and children? Once enslaved, they could no longer live like ordinary people. Even Isabella felt a chill. She finally believed that it wasn't impossible for Levi to say that his past foolishness was just an act. If she hadn't witnessed his genuine smile after saving the refugees, she might have even suspected that the prince was truly possessed by a demon. This psychological warfare tactic was simply too ruthless. Anyone who still cared about their family couldn't withstand it. They might endure humiliation and even death themselves, but their wives and children might not share the same fate. The four knights panicked completely, clamoring for mercy. They were willing to reveal everything, just to beg Levi to spare their wives and children. Levi didn't respond immediately, but simply looked at them calmly. The silence only intensified the pressure. The knights knew that if they delayed any longer, they would truly have no chance. Soon, they spilled everything they knew. It turned out that the Knights of the Winter Territory had promised that if they kept in touch with those outside, they could join the Winter Territory Knights and have a better future. They admitted they had been blinded by greed, leading to their betrayal. In the end, they repeatedly begged Levi for forgiveness for their vile sins, pleading only for their families to live as ordinary free men. With their families at the negotiating table, the knights could no longer keep their secret. Although they didn't reveal the true mastermind, the most crucial information had emerged. In fact, Levi never intended to reduce their wives and children to serfdom from the beginning. He viewed serfdom as too pathetic and was determined to abolish it in the future. It wasn't because he wanted to be a saint, but because with the MC system, he no longer needed to worry about resource shortages. Since resources were plentiful, what was wrong with improving the lives of the lower classes? However, he hadn't yet firmly established himself, and everything had to be done slowly. He couldn't take too big a step. Levi turned to the interrogator and ordered that all four traitors be executed and their property confiscated. As for their wives and children, they should be demoted to commoners, and their families were forbidden from engaging in politics or business for 3 generations. The interrogator immediately obeyed the order. Upon hearing the verdict, the 4 knights burst into tears, repeatedly thanking Levi for his mercy in forgiving their filthy souls. Levi felt only irony. He had killed them, and they were thanking him in return. After the executioner had executed the 4 knights, Levi and Isabella left the dungeon. After confirming that no one was around, Isabella whispered a reminder that Winter Territory was the 7th prince's territory and the most prosperous commercial capital in North. She continued, saying that the relief supplies had originally set off from Winter Territory, but there had been no news of them since, which was likely due to the 7th prince's interference. After listening, Levi nodded thoughtfully, just as he suspected. He had long suspected that someone else, also a crown prince, was targeting him. And on the northern border, besides himself, the most likely person to make a move was the 7th prince, Richard Charles. The truly dark side of the crown prince election process had finally begun to surface. Chapter 9. A person should live like a human being. In Liwei's memory, the 7th prince, Richard Charles, had a face so handsome it was almost feminine, his appearance as perfect as a meticulously sculpted work of art. But compared to that physical appearance, his character was utterly despicable. Richard had a lifelong passion for animal cruelty, which only intensified as he grew older, extending this cruelty to humans. In the capital, several serfs died every month on his estate. While serfs being executed by their owners was not uncommon in this world, the causes of their deaths were chillingly absurd. Some were dragged out and executed simply for not doing their job well. Others did nothing wrong, but happened to be in Richard's bad mood and were used as playthings to cheer him up. Isabella, of course, had heard of Richard's cruelty. Having shown promise at a young age, she had the opportunity to become Richard's knight. But the other party's actions completely contradicted her code of chivalry. Seeing the 4 knights utterly break down upon hearing they would become serfs, Liwei could only sneer. No one, no matter how human, would willingly become a serf, because in such a world, serfs were truly less than dogs. The very existence of serfdom was a trampling of life. This kind of dregs should not remain in any world. Levi, from Earth, knew all too well the horror of this system, which is why he used his serf status to trick the 4 traitorous knights. For the plantation owners, serfdom solidified their position, allowing them to forever stand above others. But for Levi, his ambition was far more sophisticated. He didn't consider himself a saint. He also desired wealth and status, and had the desires of a normal person. But a person, at the very least, should live like a human being. This simple truth was neither understood by the old nobility of Earth, nor by the nobility of this world, because, deep down, they were all the same kind of people. Isabella discovered that her initial dislike for Levi had completely vanished. Ever since he used his magic to save the refugees, she began to think that this prince might actually be a good ruler. She was willing to try to understand him and assist him. Of course, the premise was that Livy wouldn't revert to the Livy he once was. Now, this man who laughed heartily at helping others and wanted to change the lives of the poor was qualified to be the ruler to whom she, Isabella Windsor, pledged her allegiance. Isabella's sudden silence puzzled Levi. He turned to the female knight, who remained motionless, and asked her why she was silent. Isabella shook her head, simply saying it was nothing. Levi, however, clearly sensed that her tone was much gentler than before. Isabella took a deep breath and then brought up the matter at hand. She believed there must be assassins hiding among the refugees. The 4 knights, though unaware of the full plan, needed to send signals outwards, indicating there was definitely something fishy going on among the refugees. Hearing this, Levi showed no surprise. Isabella couldn't help but ask if he had already anticipated this. Levi simply smiled and said there was nothing strange about it. It would be unlike Richard if he didn't send assassins. After all, in Richard's eyes, only his dead brother was a good brother. Isabella's eyes flickered slightly. So this was the darkness within royalty. Despite sharing the same blood, they could still turn on each other without hesitation. Levi was also pondering. He lived in a world of swords and magic. He couldn't remain a weak lord forever. With the MC system, he too has the opportunity to become a fearless warrior. He may not be on the battlefield, but his combat skills must be highly specialized. Otherwise, like now, assassins lurk in the shadows, and he can only be constantly on guard. Only by being strong enough can he be free from the fear of these rats hiding in the gutter. Therefore, Liwei decided to improve his martial prowess. He turned to Isabella and solemnly instructed her on something. Isabella immediately knelt on one knee, promising to do her utmost. Levi said he needed Isabella as a sparring partner and demanded that she train him using the most rigorous methods. Isabella looked up, her eyes filled with surprise. She was a second-tier knight, while Levi appeared more like a mage to her, likely unable to withstand her attacks. This wasn't arrogance, but a judgment based on the difference in strength. Levi sensed her concern, but didn't change his mind. He wasn't conceited, but rather well aware of his cube man physique. At least in terms of strength, he wasn't lacking. Sparring directly with a second-tier knight would be a perfect opportunity to test his limits. Isabella ultimately accepted the order, but silently resolved to control her strength during the sparring. If she used too much force and sent His Highness flying, it would be troublesome. Levi, walking ahead, suddenly stopped and added that training would begin tomorrow, and that they also needed to address the refugees' housing issues that afternoon. Isabella paused, thinking that letting the refugees set up tents in the town's open space would suffice. She scratched her head, her expression unusually endearing for her age. It was the first time Levi had seen such a natural expression on a female knight's face. But he quickly shook his head. Since he had rescued these people, he had no intention of letting them die on his territory. Making refugees camp in the dead of winter is practically forcing them to their deaths. They'd probably wake up every day to find a pile of frozen corpses. Isabella then asked if they should be scattered among the homes of free men. She immediately warned Levi that this was dangerous. A lord had once done this to refugees, and the result was that, due to unequal food distribution, the refugees turned on them and killed the family that had taken them in. These people, driven to the brink of starvation, even if they were once pure and kind, have now been driven to ruthless beasts by the struggle for survival. Levi denied it again. He had no intention of letting the refugees camp, nor of cramming them into the homes of free citizens. Isabella was puzzled. What other options were there? Levi smiled mysteriously and said he would build houses for these refugees. Isabella was stunned. Build houses? Back at the Lord's manor, Levi sat on the sofa, Isabella standing beside him. She would protect him closely until the assassin was found. Levi looked up at the waiting butler, Drizzt, and ordered him to summon all the skilled builders in the territory. He wanted them to plan a refugee camp large enough to accommodate thousands of refugees. Whether in ancient or modern times, population is a vital resource. Since the seventh prince went to such lengths to deliver this gift, Levi had no reason not to accept it. Other lords feared the influx of refugees because they lacked the resources to support so many people. But Levi was different. He had an advantage. Given the right conditions and ample time, he was confident he could handle any number of refugees who came. He even had a vague premonition that, if things continued this way, Winterfell would soon grow beyond a mere town into a true city. Drizzt, upon hearing this, couldn't help but wipe away imaginary cold sweat from his forehead. He reminded Levi that there were over 1,000 refugees, and building houses for them was simply impossible in time. Even if he wasn't a professional craftsman, he understood management, and a normal project would take at least half a month. Levi responded calmly. Ordinary methods certainly won't work, but what if I use my magic? With that, he opened his palm, and a round stone block appeared in his hand. Isabella's eyes flashed with surprise. She had never seen anything like it before. It turned out that besides growth powder, Levi had other methods up his sleeve. The moment Drizzt saw the cobblestone blocks, he immediately understood Levi's plan. He slapped his forehead and excitedly asked His Highness if they intended to use the cobblestone blocks to quickly build a stone house. Isabella muttered to herself, "Cobblestone blocks, what a strange name." Judging from their words, this stuff can be used to build houses. But it was just a small stone, no bigger than the palm of her hand. How many would she need to pile up to house one person? Levi seemed to read her mind. He suddenly turned and tossed the cobblestone block in his hand, asking if she wanted to try. Before Isabella could answer, he had already shoved the block into her hand. The moment Isabella held the cobblestone block, her expression changed instantly. She hadn't expected something so small to be so heavy. It was only the size of her palm, yet it felt like it weighed dozens of pounds. Levi watched her reaction and chuckled inwardly. If the cube shape hadn't reduced the weight of the cobblestone, she probably wouldn't have been able to lift it, let alone pick it up. Isabella suddenly realized another problem. When Levi handed over the cube, it was as effortless as casually handing over a glass of water. Didn't that mean his physical strength was terrifyingly powerful? She looked at Levi in disbelief. Levi reminded her not to just look at him, but to use it on the ground. Isabella snapped out of her daze and, following Levi's instructions, tapped the cobblestone cube against the floor. The next second, a perfectly regular-shaped stone, 1 cubic meter in size, suddenly appeared before her. Isabella was so startled she stumbled back several steps, her right hand instinctively gripping the hilt of her sword, almost drawing it to strike. Drizzt, seeing her frightened by the stone, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After all, he had been quite frightened himself when he first saw it not long ago. Levi smiled as well. Teasing this young female knight occasionally was a pleasure. However, he quickly dismissed his thoughts and returned to the main topic. He looked at Drizzt, his tone becoming serious, and ordered him to carry it out immediately. The faster the refugee resettlement was resolved, the better. Drizzt knelt on one knee and immediately accepted the order. Then, he turned to gather the skilled builders from the territory. Chapter 10, Cube-like Physique, Limb Enhancement, Breathing for Health, Regeneration. After Drizzt left, Isabella recovered from her shock and regained her usual calm and proud, knightly demeanor. She bowed slightly to Levi, apologizing for her earlier outburst. Levi simply waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to take it to heart. Isabella's gaze quickly fell on the round stone block in the center of the office. The presence of an unpolished cube in the opulent lord's office seemed utterly out of place. She asked what to do with it, but Levi suddenly smiled and brought up her earlier concern that their sparring session had been too aggressive. To allay Isabella's concerns, Levi decided to demonstrate his strength directly. He stood before the round stone and, under Isabella's astonished gaze, threw a punch. Isabella instinctively warned him to be careful not to get hurt, but Levi didn't stop. The second and third punches landed in quick succession, without even a trace of pain on his face. The reason is simple. The Minecraft system gave him the ability to break blocks. Smashing stones with his bare hands was as natural to him as breaking blocks in a game. In less than 10 seconds, the round stone, a full cubic meter in size and reaching Isabella's waist, shattered into pieces. Unlike in the game, the round stone didn't disappear into thin air. Instead, it scattered across the ground. With a casual wave of his hand, Levi collected the pebbles into his backpack, only to have them vanish the instant they entered. Levi looked at Isabella with satisfaction and asked how she felt. Isabella could hardly believe her eyes. She could certainly shatter rocks, but that was because she was a second-tier knight, and after practicing breathing techniques, she possessed battle aura that strengthened her body. Yet, Levi showed no signs of aura, which was completely beyond her comprehension. She took a deep breath, suppressing her shock, and carefully confirmed whether Levi was a magician, or a warrior or fighter. Levi countered by asking her which warrior could cast those strange magic spells like him. Isabella thought for a moment, and could only nod in agreement, since warriors and fighters usually just enhance their strength before charging in to kill. Then, Isabella gave Levi a knightly salute and requested to use her aura to assess his physical strength. Levi, who also wanted to know his approximate level, readily agreed. As for whether she was an assassin, Levi wasn't worried. If she really wanted to fight, he would have been dead countless times already. Isabella wasn't wearing full heavy armor today, but rather a training uniform. Though simple, the clothes looked surprisingly neat and attractive on a red-haired girl. She stepped forward and respectfully took Levi's hand. Levi was somewhat surprised to feel the touch of her palm. Isabella's hands were very soft, completely unlike what one would expect from a knight who had trained in swordsmanship since childhood. Logically, someone who wields a sword year-round shouldn't have calluses on their hands. Levi casually inquired about this. Isabella explained that after a knight breaks through to the second rank, their physical functions and recovery speed far surpass those of ordinary people. Not only calluses, but even old scars gradually disappear. Levi suddenly realiza. This information was completely absent from his predecessor's memories. Clearly, the original Levi only knew how to eat, drink, and be merry, and was utterly ignorant of cultivation basics. Isabella reminded him that it might hurt a little, but she would try to control the intensity. Levi nodded in understanding. The next moment, Isabella activated her breathing technique, and a faint layer of red battle aura emerged from her body. It was this fighting spirit that had allowed her to sever the traitor's arm along with the armor. However, she deliberately lowered her fighting spirit output, now to avoid injuring Levi. The fighting spirit coiled around Levi's body along her palm. Levi had expected to feel pressure or pain, but the sensation he felt was warm and slightly itchy, like someone gently stroking his skin with their fingertips. He even smiled, seemingly enjoying it. Isabella's expression turned strange upon seeing his reaction. She asked Levi if it hurt. Levi looked at her questioningly, frankly stating that it didn't hurt, and even felt somewhat comfortable. Isabella froze. Even when her battle aura struck a first-tier knight, it would feel like carrying hundreds of pounds of weight. No one the Wintertown knights could easily withstand it. But Levi's reaction was merely a slight itch. Isabella, unconvinced, gradually increased the intensity of her battle aura. Levi finally felt a change, but it was only a shift from a gentle touch to a massage-like pressure, which actually felt more comfortable. Soon, the outward release of her battle aura was approaching the limit of Isabella's precise control. Any further increase might cause it to slip out of her control. To avoid accidentally injuring anyone, she had no choice but to withdraw her battle aura. And when the aura completely dissipated, a hint of regret appeared on Li Wei's face, as if a massage in another world had ended too quickly. Isabella, having gathered her thoughts, concluded that Li Wei's current physical strength had likely reached the level of a second-tier knight, perhaps even surpassing that of an ordinary second-tier knight. She still couldn't understand how Li Wei had managed to do it. Li Wei shrugged, offering only a perfunctory reply that perhaps he was simply born different from ordinary people. Isabella didn't press the matter. Her lord had his own secrets, and his subordinates had no right to pry. Having received her assessment, Li Wei had formed a new judgment. The cube-shaped physique wasn't just about enhancing physical abilities. It might also bring about an extremely terrifying characteristic. His body might not actually be severed by the weapon. In the game, blocky characters only die when their health reaches 0, not from limb damage. Thinking of this, Levi narrowed his eyes and waved for Isabella to leave the room temporarily. Although Isabella was puzzled, she immediately obeyed, bowed, and took her leave, then stood guard outside the door, watching for any movement around her. Levi was alone in the room. He walked to the desk and pulled out the small knife he used to open letters. He had to verify his hypothesis himself. Did his cube-shaped body truly make his limbs impossible to cut or damage? Levi gripped the knife and lightly sliced it across his left index finger. A slight pain shot through his mind. The 10 hearts representing health in the lower left corner of his vision instantly dropped from full to 9.5. A system notification popped up showing that his health had decreased by 1 point, currently at 19. Li Wei stared at his finger, his eyes filled with astonishment. The slash had clearly caused damage, yet there was no wound, no bleeding. His finger appeared completely unharmed. To his surprise, after a few seconds of breathing, his health points automatically recovered, while the hunger bar in the lower right corner fluctuated slightly. The system notified him that his health points had increased by 1, returning to the maximum of 20. At the same time, his satiety level decreased by 0.5, now standing at 19.5. Li Wei immediately understood that this was another feature of Minecraft, restoring health by consuming hunger points. The only price he paid was a slight feeling of hunger. Li Wei casually picked up a pastry from the table and ate it, instantly restoring his satiety level. Seeing the system value return to 20 points, a smile he couldn't hide finally appeared on his face. His limbs weren't truly damaged, and he could recover health by consuming hunger points. This was practically an extra, powerful survival mechanism. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, he had room to react and turn the tide. Even with low health, he could recover in a few breaths. Of course, Levi didn't become arrogant because of this. He sheathed the letter opener and put it back in its place, then called Isabella back to his side. Being able to withstand damage is one thing, but combat skills are another. He's still a novice in actual combat. If an assassin were to rush in, a few consecutive strikes could be fatal. Continuing to cling to Isabella, the second-tier knight, is the safest option. Next, he just needs to wait for Trist to bring the builder craftsman from his territory to discuss the construction plan for the refugee camp. Ultimately, the truly important thing is infrastructure development. Chapter 11. 3 months to build? I'll give you a number. 3 days. In Wintertown, at the Architects Guild, Craftsman Carey almost blurted out, "Has His Highness gone mad?" But as soon as he looked up, he met Tristana's icy gaze, forcing him to swallow the rest of his words, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back. He could only lower his tone and say cautiously, "Lord Tristana should also know that it's simply impossible to build a shelter that can accommodate thousands of people within a few days. Even if all the craftsmen worked day and night, it would be absolutely impossible." Drizzt merely snorted coldly, interrupting them directly. His Highness had his own plans. Their task was not to question, but to quickly provide a plan for building the shelter. The craftsman dared not say another word and could only hurriedly agree. Meanwhile, in the refugee camp, thousands of refugees were housed together, with the Knights of the Order maintaining a perimeter, prohibiting anyone from leaving without permission. Although the refugees were uneasy, no one dared to complain. After all, at least they had food, which was far better than waiting to die outside the town. But the assassins mixed in with the refugees thought differently. Some cursed under their breath, saying that the Knights had sealed off the area, and the refugees had no chance to get close to the Sixth Prince. Clearly, those Knights had betrayed them. The assassin captain raised his hand, signaling everyone to calm down. He wasn't in a hurry, because the enemy was in the open while they were in the shadows, they would find an opportunity eventually. Moreover, in his view, although the food problem had been solved, having thousands of people camping in this harsh winter meant that many would freeze to death within a few nights. Once the refugees begin to panic and complain, and the authorities incite them further, a riot will be almost inevitable. At that point, even with knights protecting him, Levi will inevitably reveal his weakness. The assassins understood that many lords, when providing disaster relief, would rather dump grain outside the city than let refugees into their territories, simply because they had nowhere to house them. The deaths of people from the cold required proper disposal of their bodies, which could potentially lead to disease outbreaks and ultimately harm the entire territory. From a lord's perspective, treating refugees as less than human is the coldest and most rational choice. Yet Levi not only provided food to the refugees, but also brought them into the town for centralized resettlement. In the eyes of the assassins, this was the most common mistake young lords made. They didn't know where Levi had conjured so many potatoes from, but they were certain that Levi could no longer conjure houses out of thin air. If the situation spiraled out of control, they could assassinate Levi and return to Winterhold, where they would receive a hefty reward from the seventh prince, perhaps even a promotion. Thinking this, the assassins exchanged glances, a cold smile creeping onto their lips. Of course, they wouldn't recklessly throw their lives away. Only by completing the mission alive could they enjoy everything that lay ahead. Inside the Lord's manor, in Levi's office, the construction workers summoned by Drizzt stood trembling with fear. Carrie, representing them, handed over the blueprints, saying they had completed the design of the refugee housing according to His Highness's requirements. The blueprints detailed the style, quantity, and zoning of the temporary housing. Carrie explained that this was theoretically the optimal solution. It was winter, making farming impossible, and while there were many free men available to conscript, it would still take at least 3 months to build the temporary housing. Upon hearing the words, 3 months, Levi shook his head immediately. It was the dead of winter. If they waited 3 months, most of the refugees would probably have frozen to death, and it would be a miracle if 100 survived. He calmly said that they would only have 3 days. Carrie was so frightened that he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, saying that even if they worked day and night, they could never complete such a project. Levi wasn't angry. He simply explained that he wasn't deliberately making things difficult for them, but rather that he had developed a new type of building material that could significantly shorten the construction period. After speaking, he took out a round stone block, and the craftsmen all stared at it with suspicion. Levi didn't explain much and led everyone directly to the back garden. At this time, the servants were still working hard to ripen the potatoes, and Pete was also diligently guiding the planting. The number of potatoes in the warehouse had already reached tens of thousands. The craftsmen were already speechless with shock as they witnessed the potatoes being rapidly ripened. But what Levi did next truly drove them to near madness. He quickly placed and stacked the round and square stones, and in just over 10 seconds, a simple yet complete little stone house appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a standard square stone house, simple in style, but enough to shelter from the wind and snow and accommodate a few people for temporary living. Even though Drizzt and Isabella were somewhat prepared, they were still stunned by what they saw. Isabella even timed it precisely, 13 seconds. In just 13 seconds, His Highness had built a stone house that could accommodate 3 people. What shocked her wasn't the stone house itself, but the significance of this ability. If this technology were used in war, wouldn't it be possible to build a stone fortress overnight? Even the speed at which fortifications could be repaired would be terrifyingly fast. Isabella suddenly felt numb. She even began to believe that Levi's past foolishness and incompetence in the capital might have been a facade. Possessing such terrifying power, if exposed too early, would only invite jealousy and murderous intent from within the royal family. Carrie's voice trembled as he couldn't help but ask what His Highness was holding. He had been a construction craftsman for decades and had never seen anything like it. Even an earth mage couldn't just casually make a building rise from the ground. Levi feigned mystery, lowering his voice like a true alchemist, and said that this was an alchemical tool he had created called round stone block. He used the resonance of earth and wind elements to give the rock the properties of being easy to carry and use quickly. The craftsmen were stunned, yet they felt the name was exceptionally fitting. It was essentially stone, but its shape was that of a small cube, almost like a miracle born for architecture. Levi handed a round stone block to the craftsmen for them to examine. Their first reaction was that it was heavy, but it wasn't a weight they couldn't bear. The profession of construction craftsmen inherently strengthened their bodies, making it easier for them to perform high-intensity labor, just as farmers receive bonuses when tilling the land. The craftsmen held the blocks, their eyes almost mesmerized. They had a vague sense that what they held in their hands might completely transform the entire construction industry. When the block was returned to Carrie, Levi pointed to the ground and told him to try it. Carrie, who had been itching to do so, immediately slammed the block onto the ground after receiving permission. The next second, the palm-sized round stone block instantly transformed into a cubic meter square stone. The other craftsmen joined in, imitating Livy's method. A few minutes later, they had actually built an identical small stone house. Looking at the stone house they had built, Carrie was so excited his face turned red, repeatedly exclaiming that it was a miracle. All the craftsmen understood that this was a creation that would absolutely rewrite the history of architecture. In the future, projects that would have taken years to complete, such as castles or city walls, might be finished in just a few days. But soon, another problem occurred to them. Such a miraculous item must be produced in extremely limited quantities. If the quantity was insufficient, it still wouldn't be enough to solve the current refugee resettlement problem. Levi noticed their concerns and asked calmly, "Will it take 3 months to build?" Then he slowly held up 3 fingers and directly stated a number, 3 days. Carrie immediately said it was impossible. His Highness's cobblestone blocks were certainly limited, but they were not building a few houses, but a full 60, and even more to accommodate thousands of refugees. Levi countered by asking if he could provide enough cobblestone blocks, hundreds of resettlement houses could be built within 3 days. Upon hearing the word enough, the craftsman's pupils constricted sharply, almost unable to believe their ears. If there were a real supply of this material, building not only refugee housing, but also another large castle wouldn't be a problem. Carrie finally straightened his back, guaranteeing with the honor of the Builders Guild that as long as there were enough cobblestone blocks, it wouldn't even take 3 days. He quickly estimated that it would take 10 workers a maximum of 10 minutes to build a stone house using cobblestone blocks. 6 houses could be built in an hour, and if 200 workers were recruited, 120 houses could be built in 10 hours. Even including the transportation of materials and miscellaneous tasks, it would be more than enough for a day. Hearing this assurance, Levi nodded in satisfaction. He checked his backpack. There were still a dozen or so sets of cobblestone blocks left, but he certainly wouldn't hand them all over at once. He'd take out half first, and then have the quarry workers continue collecting the rest. So he immediately decided to give the Construction Association 300 cobblestone blocks. The remaining materials could be collected from the quarry later, and he immediately organized a workforce to begin work. Carrie solemnly agreed. Soon, the construction workers left the Lord's Manor in a large group. They would next recruit free citizens and allocate workers because this project, which was originally scheduled to take 3 months, would be completely rewritten in a single day from this moment on. Chapter 12. Refugees shout, "Long live the Lord." Undercurrents surge. Assassins make a daring struggle. After finalizing the plan, Levi took Isabella to the quarry. He originally intended for the workers to use stone picks to mine cobblestone blocks, but upon touching the already piled up stones, an idea suddenly occurred to him: to try putting those stones into his backpack. The next second, the ordinary stones were transformed into perfectly round cubes. Levi was stunned, with only one thought in his mind: this ability is too outrageous. The quarry manager watched as more than a dozen mountains of stones vanished from the warehouse, only to see a pile of square stones resembling small hills appear. His legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground, shouting, "Gods above!" The irregular stones had not only become square, but their volume had also been compressed. This scene was beyond his comprehension. Not to mention the person in charge. Even Isabella, who had always been by Liwei's side, was shaken to her core by this ability. She had never seen such a powerful mage before, and even began to suspect that Liwei's true strength might have exceeded the 4th rank. In this world, 4th-tier professionals are called extraordinary individuals, having begun to transcend the realm of ordinary humans and capable of things that mortals cannot. The various abilities Liwei displayed, by all accounts, did not resemble magic that ordinary humans could master. Isabella suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. Did His Highness really need her protection? Liwei had no idea what she was thinking. After confirming that he could convert materials, he also converted 5 more sets of iron ore, preparing to go back and upgrade his equipment to defend against assassin attacks. This trip to the quarry was a complete surprise. Originally, he only wanted to get building materials, but he unexpectedly discovered a new ability in Steve's physique. Now, all he has to do is return to the manor, smelt the iron ore into ingots, and prepare the iron sword, iron armor, and shield. Combined with his immense strength, Levi felt that he might not be unable to hold his own against Isabella in a head-on confrontation. At the same time, a group of construction workers suddenly poured into the temporary refugee settlement. immediately attracting everyone's attention. The onlookers, mostly free citizens, discussed among themselves, and some, upon hearing that the sixth prince was going to build temporary shelters for the refugees, were filled with disbelief. Others shook their heads with sneers, convinced that Levi was just putting on an act and that these refugees would be driven out in a few days. After all, in their eyes, how could the sixth prince suddenly change his mind and genuinely do good deeds? As more and more workers arrived, and the scene grew increasingly chaotic, the free people began to hesitate. Was the Lord really going to get serious? Just then, the craftsman Carrie walked to the center of the settlement and announced to everyone that, according to the orders of Lord Winterfell, Prince Charles Levi of the Kingdom of Dawn, they would build 100 large stone houses within a day, each capable of accommodating at least 10 people. These words caused an immediate uproar. 100 stone houses built in a day, each housing 10 people, whether free men or refugees. Disbelief was written in their eyes. Some mocked it as treating people like monkeys, saying it might not be finished even in 3 months. Others declared that if it were truly completed, they would lick the mud off the Lord's boots. The free people laughed heartily, but the refugees dared not utter a sound. Of course, they hoped it was true. Who wouldn't want to live in a warm house? But their remaining rationality told them that building 100 stone houses in a day was simply impossible. Carrie had anticipated everyone's reaction. To be honest, if he hadn't seen the round stone block that Levi had taken out with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such magic existed. The fact that a stone could be compressed into a block and used by someone without magic to build a simple stone house in just a few seconds was absurd to anyone. He didn't explain much, simply waving to the construction workers. The workers had received prior training from the Construction Association. In reality, the training mainly involved understanding how to use cobblestone blocks. Compared to traditional construction, this was ridiculously simple. Just make sure they weren't placed in the wrong spots, and stack them according to the blueprints. Even if they placed the wrong blocks, it wouldn't matter, as Li Wei had provided a batch of stone pickaxes to retrieve and correct them. So the workers immediately went to the designated area and began placing the blocks according to the blueprints. One block here, one layer there, and the outline of the stone house quickly appeared before them. The previously noisy crowd gradually quieted down. Everyone stared blankly as the square stones were continuously piled up, as if their common sense was being crushed bit by bit. 10 workers completed a complete stone house in about 10 minutes. This speed was much slower than if Li Wei had done himself. After all, ordinary people would be affected by the weight when moving blocks, especially when building ceilings, where simple levers had to be used to send the stones up, and most of the time was spent on moving them. Even so, 10 minutes for one stone house was enough to leave everyone speechless. When the first stone house stood up, the crowd fell completely silent. Some finally couldn't help but exclaim in surprise that this temporary shelter was even sturdier than their own houses. Others joked that the man who had said he wanted to lick the mud off the Lord's boots was now in luck. Cobblestone blocks are far superior in quality to ordinary stone, and most free people can only build houses with wood. Very few can afford to use stone. Seeing that such sturdy stone houses are to be used by refugees, many free people even began to feel envious, wishing they could apply to move into the refugee camp themselves. The refugees could hardly believe it. Trembling, they asked, "Are these really houses for us?" Before fleeing to Winterhold, many of them had never lived in such a nice place. Even if 10 people were crammed into one room, it wasn't bad for the poor. It was far better than sleeping in the cold wind. Carrie nodded and told them that all of this was ordered by the benevolent Lord Levi himself. The Lord had provided them with food and shelter, hoping they would stay away from death. If they wished, they could stay and become part of Winterhold. A brief silence fell. Tears welled in the eyes of many refugees. They couldn't believe that a Lord was actually willing to take in them, these displaced people. The next moment, a deafening roar of cheers erupted. "Long live Lord Levi! Praise be to Lord Levi! Most merciful Lord, may the God of Dawn bless you." Accompanied by the refugees' shouts, the construction of the shelter officially began. At Carrie's command, hundreds of workers poured into the construction site, and the construction of the stone houses proceeded in full swing. Meanwhile, the assassins from Tiandong territory, lurking in the shadows, finally panicked as they watched the stone houses being built one after another. The refugees now had food, water, and shelter. Their lives were even more stable than before their exile. How could they possibly incite a riot? The assassin captain's face was extremely grim. He couldn't understand why the sixth prince had repeatedly averted these crises. Now, they were trapped near the refugee camp, unable to find an opportunity to act. Once the refugee survival issues were completely resolved, a riot would be impossible. Now, they have only one option left. Tonight, they must assassinate Li Wei. This is their last chance to infiltrate the Lord's mansion while they still have the opportunity. The assassins were on edge, as a nighttime assassination was practically a gamble with their lives. Aside from their captain, who was a second-tier assassin, the rest were only first-tier. If they ran into Isabella, the commander of the knights responsible for protecting the sixth prince, they feared they wouldn't last more than a few moves before being killed. The captain noticed their wavering and reassured them in a deep voice. He still possessed a third-tier spell scroll bestowed upon him by the Lord, capable of summoning third-tier water elementals. Isabella was merely a second-tier knight. Even with her considerable strength, she would be easily held back. Hearing this, the assassin's fighting spirit reignited. The captain hadn't originally wanted to use the scroll. After all, a third-tier scroll was worth hundreds of gold coins on the market, but he couldn't care less now. Money, no matter how expensive, was only worth spending if you were alive. He knew very well that Isabella was not easy to deal with. She was a rising star knight of the Windsor family, who had awakened the family's bloodline fighting spirit at a young age and had an amazing talent for night breathing techniques. It was said that her raw strength could even rival that of a third-tier knight. The assassin captain swept his men aside and announced in a cold tone that this operation had to succeed. Failure was not an option. The assassins nodded in agreement. With a third-tier water elemental holding Isabella back, all they needed to do was rush into the Lord's mansion and take the sixth prince's head. They were already thinking about how to run fast and get the credit first. The captain looked at his men, who were tacitly agreeing, and sneered inwardly. A bunch of greedy fools, trying to steal his reward. Once the operation started, he would show them who truly deserved the credit. Chapter 13. Get the achievement through brute force. Akib Diirun set. While the stone house was still being built bit by bit in the back garden, Levi had already set up a furnace in the corner and begun smelting iron ore. As the progress bar reached its end, a piece of iron ore was smelted into an iron ingot. Get achievements through hard work. Levi picked up the iron ingot, a smile playing on his lips. With his step, the development of his territory could finally be considered truly on the right track. In the game, iron ingots would automatically stack into the inventory, but in reality, the furnace would spit out the finished product from the furnace opening, neatly stacked in front of him. Roasted potatoes followed the same process. Levi even suspected that some diligent little elves might be hiding in the furnace, specifically responsible for arranging the products neatly. Isabella stood beside them, staring at the identical, perfectly shaped iron ingots, her eyes filled with amazement, as she couldn't help but whisper in wonder that it was simply a miracle. Drizzt picked up one of the iron ingots, and after only a moment's consideration, his decades of experience immediately made him realize its value. He squinted, examining the ingot with both hands, growing more and more awestruck with each look. The iron ingot was too pure, almost without any impurities, so perfect that it seemed impossible for human hands to forge it. He couldn't help but marvel, saying that if weapons were forged from this iron, they could probably cut through iron like mud, and if it were made into armor, its defensive capabilities would be unimaginable. Isabella nodded in agreement. As a knight, her armor was already quite good, but the materials used were still far inferior to the fine iron before her. She stated frankly that she had never seen iron of this quality, even in the capital. If the master craftsman knew that the Lord's manor possessed such exquisite materials, they would likely throng this place. Drizzt looked at Levi and couldn't help but sigh, wondering how many secrets His Highness still harbored that they didn't know. Before he finished speaking, Levi had already placed the iron ingot on the workbench and begun arranging it according to the crafting recipe. Isabella, seeing him use the workbench for the first time, instinctively wanted to ask a question, but Drizzt immediately stopped her. The old butler lowered his voice to remind her that His Highness was casting a spell and should not be disturbed. Isabella's confusion deepened, for she hadn't sensed any magical fluctuations at all, but since Drizzt had said so, she could only watch quietly. Soon, the iron ingots were arranged in strange shapes on the workbench, and the next second, a complete iron helmet, iron breastplate, iron gaiters, and iron boots appeared out of thin air. Isabella was completely stunned. Just a moment ago, it was an iron ingot. How could it have turned into a complete set of iron protective gear in the blink of an eye? She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, then pinched her face, almost wondering if she was dreaming. Although Drizzt had witnessed Levi crafting a stone pickaxe at workbench and was somewhat prepared, assuming it was His Highness's alchemical magic, he still couldn't help but crane his neck and widen his eyes when a complete suit of iron armor actually appeared before his eyes in a few seconds. A normal blacksmith would take at least 10 days to forge a set of knight's armor, but His Highness did it in just a few seconds. Levi didn't stop. The iron ingots continued to be consumed rapidly, and he collected the crafted equipment piece by piece into his backpack. Then, He took out the remaining planks, combined them into a stick, and made an iron sword and shield. Seeing him stop, Twisted Fate offered to help him put on his armor, and Isabella nodded in agreement. By their very nature, this task should have been performed by a maid. However, Levi had already dismissed the maids, not wanting too many people to know about his core abilities. Drizzt and Isabella were his confidants, and letting them witness his power beforehand would only strengthen their loyalty. However, Levi shook his head, indicating that he wouldn't wear it for the time being. His gaze turned to Isabella, his eyes filled with anticipation, asking her to test whether her battle aura could effectively damage the armor. Isabella hesitated somewhat. After all, the breastplate was too precious, and it would be a pity if she destroyed it with all her might. Levi simply waved his hand calmly, telling her not to worry. If it's broken, just make another one. Isabella was speechless for a moment, realizing her worries were somewhat unnecessary. If His Highness could make one instantly, he could certainly make a second. She bowed respectfully to acknowledge the offense, then, without drawing her sword, enveloped her fist in battle aura. Crimson battle aura condensed, and with a low shout, she slammed her fist in the iron breastplate. The powerful impact sent the breastplate flying, landing 10 meters away. Isabella withdrew her fist, feeling the hard impact of the recoil, and a look of surprise crossed her face. She knew that protective gear, made of this refined iron, was extremely defensive, but she hadn't expected it to be this hard. Drizzt quickly retrieved the iron breastplate, and after examining it, he was even more astonished. It had withstood a punch from a second-tier knight head-on, without even a dent. Isabella couldn't believe it. She took the breastplate and examined it closely, only to find that Drizzt was right. Her attack, just now, was definitely at the level of a second-tier knight, even enhanced by battle aura. A single punch could shatter even a stubborn rock, yet the surface of this breastplate was completely unharmed. Only Levi knew the reason. He looked at the durability displayed on the panel. The iron breastplate had dropped from 240 points to 239. Just like in the game, as long as the durability wasn't completely depleted, the armor wouldn't break. Even if only a little durability remained, it would still maintain its complete appearance. This Minecraft feature was ridiculously strong. Then, Levi tested the iron sword's sharpness. With a single stroke, the stone was easily sliced in two. Tristana immediately praised it as a true treasure, and Isabella agreed that it was incredibly sharp. If her own sword hadn't been protected by magic, it might not have been as sharp as this iron sword. Levi nodded in satisfaction, finally fixing his gaze on the seemingly ordinary shield. In my world, this shield was crafted from planks and iron ingots, yet it possessed near-conceptual defensive capabilities. Simply raising the shield could block melee attacks from the front and grant immunity to projectile damage. Its only drawbacks were low durability and a cooldown period before it could be raised. He handed the shield to Isabella, instructing her to use it for defense while he attacked with all his might using his iron sword. Isabella nodded in agreement, but a strange feeling lingered in her heart. This wooden shield didn't look like anything good. Facing an iron sword capable of cutting through stone, it would probably be cleaved in two in an instant. Levi swung his sword down, and Isabella met it with her shield, even preparing to retreat and absorb the force. But the expected scene of the wooden shield being cleaved did not occur. She didn't even feel a noticeable impact. The iron sword's attack seemed to be completely swallowed up by the shield, leaving not even a mark on the wooden surface. Isabella stared in shock at the shield in her hand, completely bewildered. The iron sword could easily slice through stone, so why did it seem as if nothing had happened when it struck this wooden shield? Drizzt also frowned deeply. This scene was utterly illogical. Seeing the two's astonished expressions, Levi couldn't help but smile. He found it quite amusing to tease these natives of another world occasionally. He then put his iron sword, shield, and armor back in his backpack, stretched, and announced that that was it for today. Drizzt and Isabella wanted to ask more questions, but since Levi had already spoken, they could only suppress their doubts and respectfully agree. Night fell, and darkness enveloped the Lord's manor. An uninvited guest also arrived at this moment. Chapter 14. Monsters are roaming around. The town of Winterfell was shrouded in chill at night, yet the Lord's manor was unusually quiet. In Liwei's room, the maids had just finished washing him, and he lay down on the bed, ready to end this long day. From arranging potato production lines to providing disaster relief, and then to handling housing and testing equipment performance, almost everything fell on his shoulders. Only after rising to a high position did he truly understand that being a lord wasn't just about sitting in a chair and issuing orders. What was even more troublesome was that those assassins, whose whereabouts were unknown, were always like a thorn stuck in the shadows. Li Wei yawned and was about to turn off the light and go to sleep when he saw the red-haired female, Knight Isabella, still standing in the corner of the room. She was fully armed, her hand on the hilt of her sword, ready to draw it at any moment. Li Wei looked at her, his tone helpless. "All right, Isabella, I need to rest now. You may leave." Isabella shook her head, her attitude unusually firm. She told Levi that she could not rest easy until the assassin was eliminated, especially now that it was late at night, the time when the enemy was most likely to make their move. Li Wei stared into her rose-colored eyes and asked if she was really not going out. Isabella did not hesitate at all. She had to stay by her lord's side to ensure his safety. In her heart, Li Wei was no longer just a fallen prince. His mysterious magic was enough to change the world, and his willingness to use that power to save the poor was what truly mattered. Perhaps one day, no one would die from hunger, cold, or homelessness. For that day, she was willing to support Li Wei to the very end. Having already chosen her lord, Isabella naturally wouldn't let her guard down. Not only would she keep watch in his room, but if necessary, she would even hide under Levi's blankets waiting for the assassin to appear. For her lord's safety was the top priority. Seeing the female knight's almost obstinate dedication, Li Wei finally had no choice but to give in. Besides, she was right. Since the assassins had infiltrated Winterfell, they would definitely find an opportunity to strike. He had resolved the refugee problem during the day, and the chaos was no longer possible. The most likely time for an assassination was at night. After all, no one could stay vigilant forever. Besides, with a beautiful night by his side, Li Wei felt he might be able to sleep more soundly. He muttered, "Okay," and casually switched off the magical energy lamp beside the bed. The room instantly plunged into darkness, with only the lingering warmth of the fireplace and the faint night light outside the window remaining. In the silence, Li Wei could even hear Isabella's soft breathing. The feeling of being watched over so closely was somewhat strange, and it gradually relaxed his tense nerves. Exhaustion quickly washed over him. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and he was almost asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Levi opened his eyes again. Darkness still enveloped the room. Isabella's breathing remained steady, but he still couldn't fall asleep. That's strange. He was clearly exhausted and had been lying in bed for a long time, his sleepiness as heavy as a stone pressing on his eyelids, but he just couldn't fall asleep. Just then, Li Wei suddenly remembered a crucial setting in Minecraft. Players cannot sleep when monsters are roaming around them. If this rule were to apply to reality, it would mean that there are hostile units nearby. In other words, the assassin may already be close. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Li Wei's sleepiness vanished instantly. He didn't get up rashly or turn on the light. Instead, he opened his inventory and quickly put on the 4 pieces of iron armor. Iron helmet, iron breastplate, iron gaiters, and iron boots. He was fully equipped. Then, an iron sword appeared in his right hand, while he gripped the shield in his left. The moment he was fully armed, the unease lessened considerably. Li Wei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The fear indeed stemmed from insufficient firepower and inadequate defense. This suit of armor is more than enough to withstand a frontal attack from a second-tier knight, and the iron sword is incredibly sharp. Add to that the concept-level shield and frontal physical attacks and projectiles are virtually ineffective. As long as the enemy's level doesn't exceed his expectations, he has the confidence to turn the tables. He chose not to turn on the lights. Now the enemy was in the shadows, while he was in the light, but the enemy didn't know that he had already donned a full set of armor and taken up an iron sword and shield. This information gap was enough to make the assassin pay the price the moment he made his move. Furthermore, Isabella had once commented that Levi's physical strength had already reached the level of a second-tier knight. As for Lanlot, the only third-tier powerhouse by the side of the 7th Prince Richard, it was almost impossible for him to be sent to assassinate him. If Richard dared to attack Levi, the other princes and princesses might also dare to attack Richard. He wouldn't transfer his most important personal guard away. Therefore, the professionals who came this time were at most tier 2. On the surface, it seemed like an assassin was hiding in the shadows, preparing to hunt him down. But in reality, Li Wei was the one waiting in the wings. His eyes darted around, and he quickly came up with an idea. Since the enemy was still waiting for an opportunity, he would give them one. In the darkness, Li Wei whispered, "Isabella." Isabella responded immediately, her tone tinged with surprise. She had thought Levi was already asleep. Levi simply hummed in response, but his mind was racing, calculating how to make the assassin think the time was right and take the initiative. The method is simple. Create a flaw in Isabella's defenses. Of course, not to actually lower her guard, but to draw her attention away from the outside world and onto the assassin, making her mistakenly believe that this is the perfect opportunity to strike. Levi lowered his voice and said that he felt uneasy and his heart was beating very fast. Upon hearing her lord's words, Isabella's voice immediately softened, even carrying a slightly unnatural gentleness. She reassured Levi that with her there, nothing unexpected would happen, and told him to rest assured. After saying it, Isabella herself felt that her words were too deliberate. Fortunately, the room was pitch black, otherwise the embarrassment on her face would probably have been clearly visible. She was skilled at drawing her sword and killing enemies, but she was really not good at comforting others. Li Wei continued, "I'm a little thirsty. Could you give me a glass of water?" Isabella didn't think much of it, agreed, and turned to walk towards the magic lamp. She subconsciously released her right hand from the scabbard, intending to turn on the lamp first before pouring water for Levi. At that very moment, a sudden change occurred. With a loud bang, the window shattered. Several dark figures burst into the bedroom under the cover of darkness, their movements swift and ruthless. At the same time, a series of crashing sounds echoed from inside the room as all the magical lamps were destroyed by some unknown remote means. The room was plunged into complete darkness, and only the faint moonlight filtering in from the window revealed the blurry outlines of the 7 intruders. The lead assassin rushed to the bed, his voice cold yet excited. "Sixth Prince, please die." They clearly saw Li Wei as a walking bounty, hoping to take advantage of any openings in the guards and strike him down. But Isabella reacted faster than they expected. Fiery red battle aura instantly enveloped her entire body, and her longsword was drawn almost simultaneously, its intense light exploding in the darkness. She shouted sharply, "Enemy attack! Your Highness, be careful!" Chapter 15, still a PvP master. The assassin, cleaved in two by the sword energy, instantly transformed into a paper doll with a bang. That was a first-tier assassin's life-saving skill, a paper doll substitute. The assassins, having narrowly escaped the fatal blow, broke out in a cold sweat, secretly cursing how ridiculously strong this young girl was. They were thankful that their captain's first wave was just a feint. Otherwise, several of them would probably have been lost. Taking advantage of the opening, Isabella rushed towards Levi, urgently calling him to her side. The assassins, of course, wouldn't give her a chance. Several daggers were thrown simultaneously, blocking her path. At the same time, someone else lunged at the bedside with a knife, grinning maliciously as he prepared to take the 6th prince's life. Isabella completely ignored the flying dagger. She knew very well that if she hesitated even for a second, Levi could die right before her eyes. But just when everyone thought the 6th prince could only flee for his life, the blankets on the bed were suddenly pulled back. Emerging from under the covers was a knight clad in full armor, wielding a sword and shield. The assassin's dagger struck the iron breastplate with a crisp metallic clang. The assassin was instantly stunned. Who would sleep in a full suit of armor? But this was also his last thought in this world. The next second, Li Wei's iron sword had already struck him without hesitation. The iron sword, sharp enough to cut through iron like mud, instantly killed the first-tier assassin. Isabella finally arrived at Levi's side, her first reaction being to check if he was injured. Levi simply smiled and pointed to the corpse on the ground, saying he was fine, but the assassin brother seemed to be dead. Isabella stared in shock at Levi, who was clad in armor and wielding a sword and shield. She had been watching the room the whole time, her attention fully focused, and Levi had only been wearing his pajamas before going to sleep, yet she hadn't noticed at all when he had changed into his gear. But now was not the time for questioning. Isabella immediately stepped in front of Levi, assuming a fighting stance and firmly protecting him behind her. The remaining 6 assassins took 2 steps back, clearly realizing that something was amiss. Li Wei found their reaction amusing. So many people attacking the 2 of them, and they were still afraid? The assassins exchanged glances and quickly reached a consensus. Facing a knight head-on alone was indeed dangerous, but together they might have a chance. They still believed that the 6th prince had only gotten lucky, a stroke of pure luck that allowed him to turn the tables. So, they acted simultaneously. 5 assassins surrounded Isabella from different directions, while the other went straight for Levi. They quickly paid the price for this judgment. The assassin who had just thrust his dagger at Li Wei was easily blocked by the shield. Li Wei then followed up with a sword strike, a simple and direct movement, yet carrying terrifying power. The assassin hastily withdrew his dagger to parry, but the next moment, he felt his hand bone shatter instantly. The iron sword pierced his body without any suspense, and another companion fell in front of Li Wei. At this moment, the assassin's eyes cleared completely. They finally realized that the seemingly useless 6th prince, who was rumored to be weak and powerless, was not a weakling at all, but at least a second-tier professional. Otherwise, he could not have consecutively killed first-tier assassins. Isabella was equally surprised. These assassins wouldn't have been difficult for her to deal with initially, but she had held back because she needed to protect Levi. But now it seemed His Highness wasn't so fragile after all. She held back no longer, unleashing her fighting spirit. Her first-tier sword skill, Heroic Strike, slashed cleanly and decisively, instantly killing 2 assassins. The remaining 3, seeing the situation was dire, turned to flee, still wondering why their captain, hiding in the shadows, hadn't made a move yet. They would never get an answer. Isabella caught up in one stride, unleashing a triple slash with her second-tier sword skill, instantly killing the 3 assassins and spilling their blood throughout the room. Watching her combat efficiency, Levi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If he were facing 5 assassins at the same time, it probably wouldn't be over so quickly. It seems he must learn swordsmanship and close combat from Isabella properly in the future. Otherwise, he'll be in real trouble if she's not around. After dealing with the assassin, Levi was about to praise Isabella when suddenly, a figure dressed in black night clothes appeared between him and Isabella. Levi's heart tightened. There was another assassin, and he hadn't even noticed their presence. Isabella immediately warned Levi to retreat, as the man before them was a second-tier assassin. The assassin captain, however, let out a gleeful laugh, as if the deaths of his comrades were merely a way to save him the trouble of stealing credit. He slowly raised the dagger in his hand. The dagger was clearly no ordinary weapon. Levi felt a chill run from his neck to the top of his head. The assassin captain spoke in a low voice, indicating that he would now take the 6th prince's head. Isabella was determined not to let him get close to Levi and immediately launched her first attack with a triple slash. However, the lightning-fast triple slash did not land on the assassin captain. A transparent blue figure suddenly appeared and blocked the attack for him. The sword, powerful enough to cleave rock, struck the figure, but only stirred up a splash. Isabella recognized at a glance. A 3rd-tier monster, a water elemental. The assassin captain had actually used a 3rd-tier spell scroll to summon a water elemental creature that obeyed his commands. Water elements aren't the most aggressive among 3rd-tier monsters, but they are incredibly resilient, versatile, and extremely difficult to deal with. They are especially troublesome for those skilled in physical attacks. The assassin captain ordered the water elemental to hold Isabella back. The next moment, the water elemental roared and pounced. Isabella swung her sword to defend herself, but she could hardly wound it. Elemental creatures are naturally immune to most physical damage, and she was unable to escape for the time being. The servants of the Lord's manor, hearing the commotion, rushed to help. The steward, Drizzt, followed breathlessly, shouting for them to save the prince. It wasn't a threat, but a fact. If the 6th prince were assassinated here, none of them would survive. Seeing this, the assassin captain immediately ordered the water elemental to keep everyone outside. The water elemental transformed into a giant wave, instantly pushing Isabella and the charging servants into the corridor, and those behind were even swept up and tumbled down the stairs. Tristram screamed as he was pushed to the ground, still managing to shout that there was a tier 2 assassin in the room. Isabella tried to kill the water elemental with her aura, but it kept coalescing and reforming, blocking the way like a monster in the corridor. Anyone who tried to break through was swept back by a giant wave. Although the assassin captain was heartbroken over the priceless scroll, he knew that returning to Tiandong territory with the 6th prince's head would bring him immeasurable wealth and even elevate him to the status of a nobleman. Such an investment was entirely worthwhile. He moved with lightning speed, closing in on Levi in the next instant. Levi immediately raised a shield to block, and a series of dull thuds echoed. He barely managed to keep up with his opponent's pace, but the assassin captain was simply too fast. There was always an opening in his blade. The dagger successfully struck Levi, but his armor absorbed most of the damage. More importantly, Levi's full hunt health regeneration mechanism immediately activated, and his health, which had just dropped, was fully restored within 2 breaths at the cost of only a half-bar decrease in hunger. Levi swung his sword to counterattack, but the assassin captain was as elusive as a ghost, and all his attacks missed. While dodging, the opponent mocked Levi's crude swordsmanship, saying he was not worthy of fighting him. The assassin captain reveled in this feeling. His opponent, the 6th prince of the Dawn Kingdom, was now being tortured piece by piece until death. Trampling this high-ranking noble underfoot drove him almost mad with excitement. Levi sighed softly. Since his normal attacks wouldn't hit, he'd show his opponent what a true PvP master was like. He switched to the cobblestone block and waited quietly for the assassin captain to charge again. The assassin captain pressed forward, ready to strike. Li Wei seized the opportunity and placed a cobblestone block directly in the captain's path. The next second, the assassin captain crashed into it solidly, the sharp pain in his calf instantly turning his face red. He couldn't understand where such a large rock came from in the room. Taking advantage of his pain, Li Wei decisively drew his sword. But the assassin captain was no ordinary person. He forcibly twisted his body, using an uncanny posture to avoid a fatal blow. Seeing his sword strike neutralized, Li Wei immediately decided to switch to his second plan. He suddenly jumped, placing the round stone block under his feet the instant he took off, instantly increasing his height. The assassin captain then recognized that it was the building material used to construct refugee shelters. But Li Wei did not stop. Instead, he continued to repeat the same operation, piling himself up layer by layer until the ceiling was only half a meter away from him. Finally, Li Wei stood atop the tall stone pillar, looking down at the assassin captain, and even beckoned with his finger in a provocative manner. "Come on, now try and kill me if you dare." Chapter 16 Water Element is also water, right? Scooping out a metal bucket. What kind of operation is this? The assassin captain could hardly believe his eyes. Just moments ago, Li Wei was standing on the ground, but now he seemed to have been lifted up by the earth, instantly rising to the top of a 3 or 4 meter high stone pillar. Could he be an earth mage? But where was his incantation? Without hesitation, the assassin captain leaped forward, using the side of the stone pillar like a parkour expert to dash upwards. This was exactly what Li Wei wanted. Since he couldn't catch him on the ground, he'd restrict his movement and see how he could dodge. Li Wei swung his sword in a sweeping motion, and the assassin captain immediately parried with his dagger. The next second, his expression changed drastically. The force was as heavy as a mountain, slamming him down from midair and leaving his arm numb. Li Wei stood atop the stone pillar, beckoning to him from his elevated position, his tone disdainful. "With this level of skill, you dare to attempt to assassinate me?" Enraged, the assassin captain cursed and pulled out his few remaining ranged throwing knives, hurling them wildly at Li Wei. His technique was extremely skillful. Each strike aimed at a vital point, enough to pierce through an ordinary shield. But, to his surprise, all the throwing knives were easily blocked by the wooden shield in Li Wei's hand. While raising the shield to defend, Li Wei also took out a roasted potato to replenish his satiety. This action was not meant to be sarcastic, but in the eyes of the assassin captain, it was a blatant trampling of his dignity. As an assassin, the target calmly ate a roasted potato right in front of him while deflecting a flying knife. Li Wei swallowed the last bite and exclaimed with satisfaction, delicious. Satiety plus 0.5. Current satiety level, 20/20ths. The assassin captain completely lost his composure, roaring that he wanted to cut off Li Wei's head and kick it into the river. But the problem was, he simply couldn't do anything to Li Wei. He wasn't close enough in close combat, and all his throwing knives were blocked, so he could only stomp his feet in frustration under the stone pillar. Li Wei toyed with him for a while, but gradually lost interest. He, too, had no effective way to kill the assassin. The assassin could kill him, but couldn't touch him. He could kill the assassin with a single sword strike, but couldn't hit him. The two men, one above the other, remained in an eerily frozen position. Li Wei knew very well that now they could only wait for Isabella to come to their rescue. Assassins relied on a single, fatal blow, and in a direct confrontation, they were no match for a knight. The problem was, there was also a third-tier water elemental monster outside, practically a god of war blocking everyone's path. Li Wei's strongest fighter is Isabella, a peak second-tier warrior, but she's unfortunately countered by the game's mechanics, as her physical attacks have almost no effect on water elements. The other first-tier servants are even worse off. They're lucky if they don't get killed. Just then, a thought suddenly flashed through Li Wei's mind. Water is a liquid, right? According to the properties of MC, any liquid can be contained in an iron drum. Li Wei thought about it more and more and felt it was worth a try. He immediately opened his backpack, placed a workbench beside him, took out the 3 iron ingots he had previously burned, laid out the iron bucket crafting formula, and directly made a brand new iron bucket. The next moment, he seized the opportunity and hurled the iron bucket at the water elemental, which had just transformed into a giant wave. The water elemental, of course, wouldn't be hit by an empty bucket, but the direction of the water flow carried the bucket to Isabella's feet. Isabella was about to kick away the inexplicably floating iron bucket to prevent her servant from tripping when she heard Levi shout from the room, "Isabella, use the empty bucket I threw out to collect the water elemental." Isabella abruptly stopped, her toes barely a few centimeters from the metal bucket, nearly sending it flying. She didn't understand the meaning of the sentence at all, but still immediately did as she was told. because Levi had already demonstrated too many inexplicable magic to her. His Highness's order must have its reasons. Isabella bent down to pick up the iron bucket and, steeling herself, charged towards the water elemental. Her attendants were all dumbfounded. No one knew what their acting captain was up to. Even Isabella herself was confused. How could she possibly put a water elemental into a bucket? But she had no time to think. She could only scoop the iron bucket at the water elemental. Just as the water elemental was about to attack, it suddenly contracted the moment it touched the bucket. The servants were shocked to see that the water that had been flowing through the corridor began to recede, eventually all of it disappearing into the bucket in Isabella's hand. Everyone was stunned. The water elemental that they couldn't break through with all their might was actually captured by an iron bucket. Isabella looked down at the water elemental still churning in the bucket. The other's eyes were different sizes, as if it didn't understand what was happening either. On the other side, the assassin captain suddenly realized that the water elemental contract had disappeared, and his expression changed instantly. He turned around and saw Isabella rushing into the room, carrying an iron bucket in her left hand and holding a sword in her right. Isabella was stunned by the sight before her as soon as she entered. A towering stone pillar stood in the center of the room, and Levi was atop it. Her pupils contracted slightly. What kind of novel fighting style was this? The servants who followed were equally astonished. Why was there a large stone pillar in the Lord's bedroom? Was this a peculiar hobby of the nobility? Knowing the situation was hopeless, the assassin captain gritted his teeth, turned, and rushed towards the window. The wind was strong. He had to get out of there. Butler Trist immediately ordered his servants to intercept them, but they were too late. Fortunately, Isabella was prepared and caught up in a flash, instantly unleashing her second-tier sword skill, Triple Slash. The bad news is that only one segment was hit. The good news is that the assassin's leg was struck. The assassin captain cried out in pain, but still forced his way forward, smashing through the glass and escaping into the back garden. Isabella chased him to the window, intending to jump down and continue the pursuit, but quickly suppressed the thought. She couldn't be sure if there were other assassins lying in ambush outside. If another second-tier assassin appeared after she left, no one in the entire Lord's Manor would be able to stop them. Drizzt immediately ordered his servants to arrest the man in the back garden. After everyone left, Livy didn't intend to stay on the stone pillar any longer. He lightly leaped down from a height of 3 or 4 meters and used his stone pickaxe to retrieve the round and square stones that made up the pillar. It wasn't that he was thrifty, it was just that the stone pillar in his bedroom was really unsightly. Drizzt and Isabella immediately rushed to check on him, but Levi waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. Isabella then handed him the iron bucket. "Your Highness, this is your iron bucket." Levi took the bucket and saw that it only contained ordinary water, which disappointed him. Having lost the power of the magic scroll, the water elemental had ultimately reverted to water. He had originally thought he could get a water elemental for free. The assassin leader was not captured, and the water elemental was not left behind. Levi was sighing inwardly when a scream suddenly came from the back garden, followed by a loud thud as something heavy fell to the ground. The next second, the assassin captain's furious roar echoed throughout the Lord's mansion. Holy crap! Who dug such a deep hole in the backyard? Chapter 17, Why Don't You Play by the Rules? Following the screams, the group rushed to the back garden and soon arrived at the spot where Levi had dug the pit to quarry stones during the day. During the day, the pit was too conspicuous for anyone to slip and fall, but at night, when it was pitch black all around, the entrance to the pit seemed to disappear into thin air, and one could easily fall in if one was not careful. Moreover, the assassin was in such a hurry to escape that he didn't care about where he was stepping. By the light of the moon, the group could vaguely see a dark figure at the bottom of the pit, clutching his injured leg and wincing in pain. Drizzt couldn't help but laugh, his old face crinkling with smiles. "Your Highness, I never expected that the hole you dug during the day would actually catch prey." Levi almost burst out laughing. He had only been digging down to make it easier to retrieve stones, but unexpectedly, he had ended up trapping the fleeing assassin in the pit. The assassin captain at the bottom of the pit was nearly driven mad with shame and rage. If Isabella hadn't first slashed his leg, restricting his movement, he could have easily used the trap to flip back to the surface. But now his leg injury was severe, forcing him to fall headfirst into this 5-meter-deep pit. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it! Who dug this up?" Levi, standing above, replied casually, I dug this for you myself." "How is it? Is the size just right?" The assassin captain instantly exploded. It was that sixth prince again. He was almost driven mad with rage, roaring hoarsely, "You damned bastard! I will kill you." Li shook his head with a smile. You've said this so many times, but I'm still alive and well, aren't I? Why do you love to lie to people like this? These words are like a knife, piercing his heart. The assassin captain, consumed by rage, spat out a mouthful of blood. This operation had not only wasted a magic scroll worth of fortune, but they had also failed to kill their target and, while fleeing, had fallen into a pit, a disgrace upon a disgrace. Tristana looked at Levi and asked in a low voice, Your Highness, should we pull him up for interrogation? Li was about to nod. He figured he wouldn't get anything out of him anyway, and the interrogator could at least give him a good talking to, since this guy had just stabbed him. But the assassin at the bottom of the pit overheard their conversation and immediately shouted, Don't even think about it. I won't say a word. If the assassination fails, I'm already prepared to die. He actually had other plans in mind. The normal procedure was to first adopt an unyielding stance, then gradually soften his stance, using intelligence to buy time for maneuvering. After listening, Li even clapped a few times, not bad, very much in the spirit of an assassin. The assassin captain's lips curled slightly upward from beneath the black cloth. Just as he had predicted, everything unfolded exactly as he had envisioned. However, the next second, Li said calmly, Then it seems there's no need for further interrogation. Silence fell instantly at the bottom of the pit. The assassin captain wondered if he had misheard, and Isabella and Drizzt were also taken aback. Drizzt couldn't help but confirm, Your Highness, are you really not going to interrogate us? Li shook his head. He already knew these assassins came from Tiandong territory. The remaining clues were unimportant. Given his ruthless brother's methods, he would have surely disposed of all traces long ago. Even if the assassins' bodies were sent to the capital, the matter would likely remain unresolved, so there was no need to waste his energy. Upon hearing this, Drizzt felt a sense of relief. It turned out that His Highness wasn't oblivious, but rather had already seen further ahead. Isabella tilted her head, asking in confusion, Your Highness, what should we do with this assassin? Li looked at the bottom of the pit and deliberately raised his voice. Don't deal with it for now. Let him stay down there for a few days. After he's thirsty and hungry, and his wounds get infected and he gets a fever, we'll see if he's still so stubborn. Since he wants to show his loyalty, I'll see how much his loyalty is worth. After saying that, he cut out a cobblestone block and sealed the pit entrance without hesitation. The moonlight was completely blocked, and the pit was plunged into darkness. The assassin captain was completely stunned. This wasn't right. Shouldn't the normal procedure be that he remained defiant to the death, endured severe torture, revealed a little information, and finally exchanged the most crucial information for his life? Why did the sixth prince stop asking questions altogether? He forced himself to calm down. It must be a bluff. The other side couldn't possibly have given up the intelligence. As long as he stayed calm, he still had a chance to survive. But the footsteps overhead gradually faded away and finally disappeared completely. They had actually left the back garden. The assassin captain was momentarily at a loss for words. This sixth prince not only fought strangely, but his thought process was also completely unconventional. Did he not understand the value of intelligence? Did he not understand how important information warfare was? He could only continue to comfort himself. No one would ignore information about the mastermind. They would return sooner or later. But the wound on his leg was pulled open, and the excruciating pain made him gasp. Blood had already seeped to the ground, and he could only tear off a piece of his clothing to make do with the bandage. Then he clenched his fist, thinking with a cold smile, Playing mind games, huh? He was playing this game before that kid was even born. One day passed, and Levi practiced swordsmanship under Isabella's guidance. 2 days passed, and the two were still sweating it out on the training field. 3 days passed, and only the busy footsteps of the workers and the voices directing the planting of potatoes remained in the back garden. The pit remained pitch black. The assassin captain's leg wound was infected, and a fever made him dizzy. The most terrifying thing wasn't the interrogation or the torture, but that the other party completely ignored him. His psychological defenses finally crumbled. "Let me out. I need to see the sixth prince. I have crucial information," he screamed with all his might. "I have information that the northern border has fallen. Let me out." The shout startled the workers on the potato production line in the backyard, who nearly dropped the potatoes they had just ripened. Some even thought a male ghost had emerged from the ground. The head of the group, Pete, immediately stepped forward to reassure everyone. "Calm down. It's not a ghost or a demon. It's just an assassin locked up in the basement." The workers listened for a while and realized that the assassin was only shouting the same few phrases over and over, so they quickly lost interest. Instead of being afraid, they figured they'd better work harder. They could get more potatoes today, and if they couldn't finish them, they could sell them. Pete had already learned from Driz that the assassin was being held underground and had been instructed to report immediately if anything happened. Now that the assassin was finally about to give up, he immediately ran to Driz's room to report the matter. Chapter 18: Mastering the Knight's Breathing Technique. Strength comparable to a second-tier professional. In Winterhold at the Knight's Fortress training grounds, Levi and Isabella were practicing swordsmanship together, sweating profusely. Ever since the night they encountered the assassin, Isabella had stayed by his side without leaving for a moment, eating and training together and even resting in the same room. After all, no one can guarantee there aren't a second group of assassins lurking in the shadows. Isabella's reasoning was perfectly legitimate: to protect His Highness and prevent a recurrence of the incident. As for whether she secretly desired to take things further, only she herself knew the answer. In 3 days, under Isabella's close guidance, Levi's swordsmanship improved rapidly. Now he can fight Isabella head-on, even when she is at the first level of strength, and hold his own. During training, Isabella wore a high ponytail, leather armor, and rough cloth training clothes. She lacked her usual cold and dignified aura, but possessed a brighter, more youthful energy. She put down her wooden sword, her eyes filled with undisguised surprise as she looked at Li Wei. "Your Highness, your learning ability is simply too amazing." She never expected that the Roland basic sword technique, which she herself had spent a month to fully master, could be learned quite well by Li Wei in just 3 days. This sword technique is said to have originated from the sword Saint Roland 1,000 years ago. Legend has it that it contains the sword saint's life experience, and may even allow one to comprehend his profound secrets. Unfortunately, no one has truly grasped its essence over the past 1,000 years. However, due to rampant piracy, a copy can be found at almost every bookstall, from the capital to the countryside. However, it remains a fundamental skill that most swordsmen must master. This is because all advanced sword techniques are essentially inseparable from the combination and variation of basic movements. Li Wei practiced quickly and flawlessly, and even Isabella couldn't help but praise him repeatedly these past few days. Li Wei was a little embarrassed by the praise, and could only say frankly, "I just feel that my body quickly memorized these movements." He had a rough idea of what was going on. Steve's physique not only had ridiculously high stats, but also seemed to have the ability to quickly record movements. After all, it was reasonable for him to be able to adapt to various animation modules and have maximum versatility. However, this also suggests that the true essence of the so-called Sword Saint Roland's art probably doesn't lie in this basic swordsmanship manual. Otherwise, given his physique, he might have already grasped it on the spot. If he could find a book that records Roland's profound secrets in the future, he would very much like to read it. Isabella looked at him, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. She had become a peak second-tier professional at the age of 20, only lacking the opportunity to step into the third tier, and was already considered a genius by others. But standing in front of Li Wei, she suddenly felt that she still had to continue training. Li Wei felt completely innocent at that slightly resentful look in his eyes. He hadn't done anything wrong. He had just learned a little faster. Isabella quickly composed herself and began the next stage of instruction. "Your Highness, I will now teach you something more advanced." After mastering the movements and combat techniques, what truly determines the outcome of the battle is breathing techniques. Li Wei looked into her rose-colored eyes, his expression curious. "What do you mean?" Isabella's lips curled into a slight smile, as if she had finally regained some of her advantage as a teacher. Instead of immediately explaining, she plunged her wooden sword 3 inches into the ground, and the morning mist slowly rose along its blade. "Does your Highness know why the dragon's breath can melt city walls?" Li Wei thought for a moment. "Because the temperature is very high?" "Yes, but more importantly," Isabella said, her fingertips brushing below her collarbone, her tones softening, "they have etched the rhythm of a boiling volcano into their very bones." As soon as she finished speaking, Li Wei suddenly noticed that her breathing rhythm had changed. The weeds by the training field swayed gently with a rise and fall of her chest. Her breathing seemed to be synchronized with the surrounding environment. Isabella's voice became ethereal. By aligning your body's frequency with the environment, you can enter the optimal rhythm for combat. Speed, energy, and reaction time will all be enhanced. However, it's difficult for beginners to directly capture the environmental frequency, so you can take a shortcut first. "Take a shortcut?" Li Wei looked at her in confusion. Isabella beckoned to him with her finger. "Your Highness, please come closer." Li Wei took a few steps forward, closing the distance between them to just 1 step, where he could even hear her soft breathing. Isabella continued. "Next, please feel my breathing with your hands, and then imitate my rhythm." Li Wei raised his right hand, his gaze subconsciously sweeping over the curves of her body outlined by her training clothes. He quickly realized that now was not the time to be distracted, so he moved his gaze and hand upwards. He gentlemanly placed only 2 fingers on Isabella's snow-white neck. The soft, delicate touch was as smooth as milk. Isabella slowly closed her eyes, letting him touch her. Feel my breath. Let the environment become an extension of your chest. Li Wei closed his eyes as well. The howling of the cold northern wind, the swaying of the weeds by the training ground, and the damp chill of the moss on the brick wall gradually merged into a whole in his senses. He seemed to blend into his surroundings, the world before him unfolding into a broader perspective. Speed, strength, energy, and endurance all showed slight improvements. For ordinary people, such an increase might just be icing on the cake. But for Levi, who possesses Steve's physique, any percentage improvement means a terrifying qualitative change. At this moment, he is even confident that he can keep up with the speed of a second-tier assassin head-on. He suddenly understood. So-called sword techniques and breathing methods, in the face of Steve's physique, were likely like modules from another world loaded into his body. As long as the rules held true, he could quickly adapt. Isabella kept her eyes closed, outwardly calm, but inwardly she was in turmoil. She could clearly sense that Levi had entered a state of breathing technique. How is this possible? She had originally planned to guide him step by step, but Li Wei grasped the essence directly through touch and imitation alone. Such talent is more than just outrageous. Just then, hurried footsteps came from the stairs. Drizzt rushed up to the training ground, shouting as he ran, "Your Highness! Your Highness! That assassin can't hold on." As soon as he climbed up, he saw that the boy and girl were so close that they were almost hugging each other. He immediately covered his mouth with his smack and swallowed the rest of his sentence. Oh no, it seems he stumbled upon His Highness's good deed. Levi and Isabella opened their eyes simultaneously and looked at him in unison. Startled by their synchronized reaction, Tris took a half step back and chuckled dryly. "It's nothing, you two continue. I came to the wrong place." Anyway, the assassin won't die anytime soon, and even if he does, Li Wei said it doesn't matter. In contrast, Tris is more concerned about His Highness's marriage. His Highness is already an adult. It's indeed time to consider having an heir. Isabella, seeing his expression, knew he had misunderstood something and immediately took 2 steps back to create distance. Levi also slowly withdrew his right hand, his fingertips seemingly still warm from the girl's touch. He glanced sideways at Drizzt. "Old Drizzt, what happened to that assassin you mentioned earlier?" Drizzt coughed twice, then quickly became serious. "Your Highness, the assassin has confessed." "He confessed?" Li Wei looked puzzled. "I didn't ask him anything. What did he confess to?" He had been so engrossed in training and Isabella's close protection for the past 2 or 3 days that he had almost forgotten that there was someone locked up in the basement of the back garden. Drizzt shrugged. "I asked him, but he wouldn't tell me. He only said he'd only tell you if he saw you. If your Highness doesn't want to go, leave it to me. I guarantee I'll make him throw up sooner or later." As he said this, Drizzt glanced at Isabella furtively. The Windsor family's prodigy was indeed a perfect match for the 6th prince. Li Wei pondered for a moment and then made a decision. "No need. Let's go together. It just so happens that I also have something I want to talk to him about." Tris was taken aback, not understanding what else Levi could want with an assassin. Li Wei turned to Isabella, whose cheeks were still slightly flushed, and asked, "Isabella, what do you think my chances of winning against a second-tier assassin right now?" Upon hearing the question, Isabella's embarrassment vanished instantly. She became terrifyingly serious whenever combat was involved. "If it's a head-on battle with your current strength," she said after a brief assessment, 80%, no, 90% is conservative. During their battle that night, she had already roughly figured out Li Wei's strengths. Now, with the addition of basic swordsmanship and breathing techniques, unless he was ambushed or attacked, defeating a second-tier assassin head-on was almost a certainty. Drizzt was completely stunned. Wait, what were these two saying? How could His Highness suddenly be able to deal with a second-tier assassin? What had they been practicing behind his back for just 3 days? After receiving Isabella's affirmation, Levi smiled confidently. "I was just worried about not having a place to integrate what I've learned. Since there's a punching bag delivered to my door, I won't be polite." In the underground cave in the back garden of the Lord's mansion, the assassin captain suddenly shivered without warning. His face darkened as he muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it. Has he become this weak? Chapter 19, The True Culprit Behind the Fall of the Northern Border. The Ender Dragon. 4K, Word Chapter. In the Lord's Manor's back garden, the servants threw a sturdy rope into a hole in the ground. The assassin captain, Velos, immediately grabbed the rope and started climbing up, but as soon as he poked his head out, he was bound hand and foot by several servants, without even a chance to resist. He knew perfectly well that making any sudden movement now would be tantamount to suicide. The red-haired female knight beside him could sever his head in an instant. The winter sun shone on his face, but Viros forced a smile that was more like a grimace. For 3 whole days, he was trapped in that dark, unlit cave without food or water. His wounds became infected and festered, and he was almost swallowed by despair. For a dignified second-tier assassin, an elite member of the Assassin's Guild of Tiandon territory, to have fallen to such a state was a disgrace. Seeing his expression, Li Wei, lacking patience, asked him directly what he wanted to say. Velos took a deep breath and immediately offered his trump card. The person who wanted to kill Li Wei and the person who led thousands of refugees to Winterhold were the same person. That man was none other than Richard Charles, the 7th Prince and Lord of Winterhold, Livy's younger brother. He wanted to use the refugees as a weapon to portray Livy as an incompetent and foolish prince who would ultimately be killed by a mob. Tristana and Isabella's expressions darkened upon hearing this. The truth was indeed as Levi had predicted. The 7th Prince was behind it all. But Levi merely frowned and asked Velos if that was all he wanted to say. Velos was stunned. He felt the news was important enough. But Levi had already guessed it, and even thought that calling him all this way just to tell him something already known was a waste of time. He waved his hand, signaling the servants to throw Velos back into the cave. The servants immediately did so, and Velos panicked instantly, struggling desperately and shouting that he had even more exciting news. Li Wei raised his hand, and the servants stopped. At this moment, Viros was less than half a meter from the cave entrance. Any later, and he would be back in that nightmarish place. He struggled to calm his breathing and finally revealed the truth. This monster tide is different from any before. The northern border was breached because the leader of the tide was not an ordinary monster, but a gigantic black dragon. A black dragon? Isabella narrowed her eyes. Everyone looked shocked. In this world, the power of the dragon race was beyond doubt. Each adult dragon was enough to rival an army, and young dragons were born with the strength of a 3rd-tier professional. And after reaching adulthood, they would even step into the 4th-tier transcendent realm. Li Wei also became interested in these powerful creatures that frequently appear in Western fantasy worlds. Seeing that everyone's attention was piqued, Velos immediately realized his bargaining chip was effective. He stated that the upcoming information was something even the 7th Prince didn't know he possessed, and he wanted to use this information to save his own life. He assured Li Wei that he would never return to Winterhold. An assassin who had failed in his mission would only be tortured beyond measure by the 7th Prince if he went back. If Li Wei refused, he would rather take the intelligence to his grave. Velos' expression was unusually resolute. This was his last trump card. Li Wei actually wanted to kill him with a single strike, but this 2nd-tier assassin had another value, serving as a free 2nd-tier punching bag. So Li Wei feigned deep thought and finally agreed, provided the intelligence was useful enough. Velos remained uneasy and demanded that Levi swear an oath of royal honor. Levi then swore in the name of Charles Levi, the 6th Prince of the Kingdom of Dawn, that if the intelligence proved useful, he would release him and would not pursue the assassination attempt further. As the oath was uttered, a strange power descended upon Levi, the power of the oath. Velos finally breathed a sigh of relief. In this world, swearing an oath by bloodline and identity is subject to the supervision of the god of contracts. Once broken, one will not only be punished, but may even have their future growth restricted, never to break through again. Then, he slowly recounted what he had witnessed. The black dragon had purple pupils and could spew out extremely terrifying purple breath. Upon hearing this, a familiar figure immediately flashed into Li Wei's mind. A black dragon, purple eyes, purple breath. This description sounds exactly like the Ender Dragon. And as Velos continued his narration, Levi was almost certain of its identity. Those struck by that breath may be transformed into a terrifying monster. This monster stands like a human, with long limbs, a jet black body, and purple pupils. Most terrifyingly, it can teleport. Velos still felt a lingering fear when he spoke of the creature. He had been nearly killed by it while fleeing the northern border. One moment it was far away, the next it was behind him, its terrifying mouth gaping open, roaring as it tried to rip off his head. Luckily, he jumped into the icy stream, and the monster stopped its pursuit. Li Wei was shocked. These were the Ender Dragon and Enderman. But unlike in the game, the Endermen in this world were transformed from the Ender Dragon's breath. Velos continued, saying that the northern border had now been completely sealed off by the royal knights to prevent these monsters from entering the Kingdom of Dawn. He reminded Levi that it would be best to check the refugees fleeing from the northern border. If refugees exhibit symptoms of purple pupils, they may have been transformed by the black dragon. People in the north call this symptom dragon's breath syndrome. Once an infected person is discovered, they must be killed as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. After saying this, Velos looked at Li Wei with a fawning expression, asking if the information was sensational enough. Just a short while ago, he was shouting that he wanted to kill Li Wei, but now the tables had turned, and to save his own life, he had no choice but to lower himself. Admittedly, this news truly shocked Li Wei. The Ender Dragon, originally the ultimate goal of the game, had actually appeared in this world, and it seemed to be an enhanced version, capable of transforming humans into Endermen with its breath. Li Wei nodded, acknowledging the intelligence was very useful. Velos was immediately overjoyed and asked if he could be released as promised. Li Wei smiled gently and said he would not only release him, but also treat his injuries. Velos could hardly believe his ears. Isabella stepped forward, holding a bottle of low-level healing potion, her eyes filled with undisguised coldness. If it weren't for Li Wei's growth, she would have killed this assassin with a single sword strike long ago. She told Velos that the medicine could alleviate his injuries and temporarily suppress the pain. Velos took the medicine, cautiously opened it, and smelled it. As an assassin, he knew how to distinguish poisons, and only after confirming that there was no poison he could detect did he slightly lower his guard. He actually understood that if Li Wei truly wanted to break the contract and kill him, there was no need to poison him. Therefore, the unsuspecting Velos even felt a pang of shame. In these past few days, he had also witnessed what Levi had done for the refugees. He charged no fees, sought no reward, and even used miraculous alchemical tools to build shelters for them. If Levi weren't his mission target, this lord would definitely be considered an anomaly among the nobles. The thought that he had assassinated such a person for money, status, and personal desire filled Velos with trembling remorse, admitting that he deserved to die. He then drank the medicine, and the pain in his wounds quickly subsided, as did his fever. Aside from hunger and dehydration, he was almost fully recovered and able to fight. The servants untied him and then withdrew. Drizzt, who had already been signaled, also silently left. The back garden had been cleared out at some point, leaving only Levi, Isabella, and Velos. Just then, Li Wei stepped forward and said with a smile, Velos was right. He was now wearing dazzling white iron armor, a sword in his right hand and a shield in his left. Velos stared in bewilderment at Levi's approaching figure, not understanding his meaning. Levi activated his breathing technique, and everything around him seemed to resonate with him. The way he looked at Velos was like looking at a dead man. He said that Velos truly deserved to die. Velos instantly realized that Levi was trying to silence him. He angrily questioned Levi. Aren't you afraid of breaking the contract, afraid of the punishment from the god of contracts? Velos drew his dagger, but instead of focusing on Levi, he stared intently at Isabella. After their encounter 3 days prior, he knew perfectly well that Levi's strength was nothing to fear. The only real threat to him was this second-tier knight. Li Wei calmly told him that he had not broken the contract. He had indeed released Velos and would no longer pursue the assassination attempt. But now, as the Lord of Winterhold, he had issued a warrant for the arrest of an unidentified intruder, ordering that anyone encountering the intruder be killed on the spot. Velos finally understood. Levi had indeed kept his oath, but he had circumvented the restrictions in another way. Release was release, and not pursuing the assassination was not pursuing the assassination, but he could still, as a lord, issue warrant for the arrest of intruders who trespassed into his territory. Velos angrily cursed Levi, calling him a devil. But Isabella had already blocked his escape route, red battle aura coiled around her knight's sword, ensuring he would be cleaved in two if he approached. She raised her rose-colored eyes, coldly telling him that this path was blocked. This meant that Velos could only break through from Levi's side. He smiled confidently. If it were Isabella blocking his way, he would indeed be helpless. But if it were Levi, he didn't believe the other could stop him at all. He even thought that as long as he escaped, he would one day take revenge and make Li Wei live in fear forever. The next second, Velos charged towards Li Wei at full speed, and Li Wei raised his iron sword to meet him. In Velos's eyes, the sword strike was too slow. Just like 3 days ago, he calculated the distance to the sword tip and easily dodged to the side. What should have been merely a tear in his clothes suddenly struck his neck at an odd angle. With a soft plop, blood splattered out. That simple, unadorned strike contained the culmination of 3 days of arduous training by Li Wei. Velos was utterly astonished, completely unable to comprehend how Li Wei could keep up with his speed in just 3 days. Seeing his shocked expression, Li Wei smiled with pity. Unfortunately, this other world didn't have that saying. A scholar should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days' absence. Velos collapsed to the ground, clutching his bleeding neck, finally overwhelmed by fear. He began to beg for mercy, offering to sign a master-servant contract with Levi, promising never to betray him, only asking Levi to spare his life. Li Wei slowly raised his iron sword, the warm winter sun outlining his silhouette. He said softly, "Velos doesn't think he's wrong. He just feels he's about to die. Compared to this fickle weather vane, he prefers the thorny rose beside him." Upon hearing the word rose, Isabella's lips almost involuntarily curled into a smile. Li Wei whispered his farewell, and the iron sword fell. Before Velos could finish his final no, the cold light flashed cleanly across the surface. The second-tier assassin, Viros, was killed instantly, his blood spilled on the spot. Chapter 20 Enderman Transformation is a negative status effect? Milk is the antidote, of course. Within the territory of Tiandong, the seventh prince, Richard Charles, was lounging lazily on a luxurious leather sofa, a maid carefully bringing fruit to his lips. As if suddenly remembering something, he softly called out, "Lanlot." A knight in full armor immediately stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Richard asked if any news had come back from the assassins, but the answer was that there was no word. He was silent for a moment, then disappointment flashed in his eyes. Looks like those good-for-nothings failed. He had given the opponent a Tier 3 scroll, yet he still couldn't kill Li Wei. The Tier 3 water elemental was so troublesome that even his Tier 3 knight, Lanlot, had to put in some effort to deal with it, since knights mostly relied on physical attacks, while water elementals were immune to most physical damage. Richard narrowed his eyes with some curiosity and whispered, "Sixth brother, I didn't expect you to have a third-tier expert by your side." But he quickly shook his head, as if he had thought of another possibility. Or perhaps, Isabella has broken through to the third tier? Never mind, it's not important. A sinister smile returned to his lips. Many of the refugees had already been infected by the black dragon's breath. In just a few more days, once the monster completed its transformation, the entire town of Winterfell would be slaughtered. A strange emotion flashed in Lanlet's eyes beneath the armor, but he quickly regained his composure. Richard took the grapes offered by the maid and examined Levi's head repeatedly, as if scrutinizing it, saying softly that he was looking forward to Levi's expression when the black monster ripped off his head. The maidservant suppressed her trembling, daring not to utter a sound. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Richard's smile vanished, and he coldly looked towards the door. A guard entered, knelt, and reported that the group of demi-human slaves in the arena had escaped. Richard jumped to his feet, sweeping the glass off the table. Shards flew onto the maid, but she bit her lower lip tightly, afraid to cry out. She knew very well that speaking up in the seventh prince's rage would only mean becoming part of his tableware. Those useless bastards. Richard's face twisted in disgust. I went to great lengths to acquire those demi-humans, including a princess from a northern demi-human tribe. Do you know how beautiful it would be to have bone ornaments made from her? The servant kowtowed, trembling as he reported that the demi-humans were fleeing southeast, and the military police had already dispatched men in pursuit. Southeast was where Wintertown was located. Richard took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He knew that if word got out that he had secretly taken the demi-human princess, not only would his position as crown prince be at risk, but it could even trigger a war between the northern demi-human tribes and the Dawn Kingdom. Reason told him he shouldn't do it, but the demi-human princess's bone structure was too perfect as Isabella by Li Wei's side. It would be a waste not to keep her as a collectible. Richard coldly ordered that those demi-humans be brought back no matter what. The attendant immediately reported that the military police had dispatched their most elite frost squad, all of them of the second tier, with a full complement of warriors, mages, priests, assassins, and archers, working in perfect harmony, and even capable of directly confronting a third-tier powerhouse. Richard added as a final sentence, "Before that, kill that incompetent arena manager. Tomorrow, I want to see him as a teacup on my table." Meanwhile, inside the Lord's Manor in Winterhold, Li Wei, Isabella, and Twisted Fate, having just dealt with the assassin Captain Viros, immediately convened an emergency meeting. The only topic was the possibility of Endermen among the refugees who were about to be transformed. Isabella noticed that Levi seemed quite knowledgeable about the Black Dragon and the monsters transformed from humans that the assassin had mentioned. Levi nodded and casually made up a story he had read in an ancient book. The purple-eyed Black Dragon was called the Ender Dragon, and the monsters it transformed were called Endermen. He went on to explain that Endermen possessed the ability to teleport, but they won't attack unless you make eye contact with them. Furthermore, these monsters are extremely afraid of water. The reason Velos escaped the pursuit after jumping into the icy stream wasn't luck, but because Enderman simply dared not approach water. Isabella and Drizzt both looked surprised. If what Levi said was true, then these seemingly terrifying monsters weren't entirely insurmountable. Levi was also quickly thinking of a solution. Since the transformation wasn't instantaneous, it meant that those who hadn't completely become Endermen might still be saved. He considered a possibility. The so-called transformation might be similar to some kind of negative abnormal state. And in his understanding, the most direct way to eliminate negative abnormalities was milk. Whether it was poisoning, weakness, or decay, a glass of milk could often solve the problem. Leeway looked at the two men and solemnly said that he had a way that might save those who hadn't fully transformed, and he wanted to try. If it failed, for everyone's safety, they would have no choice but to be disposed of. These words were cruel, but it was the most merciful option at the moment. Isabella gazed at him, a longing unconsciously rising in her eyes. Decisive, powerful, yet retaining gentleness. This was precisely the quality a knight most admired. It was hard to imagine that not long ago, he was known throughout the Kingdom of Dawn as the useless prince. Isabella was startled from her reverie when Levi called her name. Levi, who had appeared before her at some point, asked with a puzzled look if she had heard him. Isabella lowered her head slightly, hurriedly apologizing, saying she had only been lost in thought at the very end. Leeway didn't press further, but simply stood up and said, "Then let's set off for the ranch." Every second wasted could increase the danger. This was a matter of life and death. Drizzt and Isabella exchanged a glance, both seeing the familiar doubt in each other's eyes. What magical magic would His Highness use this time? In the refugee camp, hundreds of stone huts have been built as temporary shelters, each accommodating at least 3 refugees. Every noon and evening, servants bring cartloads of roasted potatoes to distribute to everyone. The death toll, which used to be hundreds of people dying every day, has now dropped to single digits. Those who died did not succumb to hunger or cold, but were simply exhausted from the long journey. The first thing the surviving refugees did each morning was to chant the name of Levi Charles. It was this Lord of Winterhold, the 6th Prince of the Kingdom of Dawn, who gave them hope to continue living. Inside a stone hut, a boy is caring for his mother, who has caught a cold. The woman leans weakly against the stone wall. Without this hut and enough food, she would likely have died on the road, leaving her young son to struggle alone. The boy brought over a cup of hot water, a regular supply ordered by Li Wei to help the refugees ward off the cold. But when the woman opened her eyes and saw the hot water in the cup, a sudden, profound fear welled up inside her, and she refused in a trembling voice. The boy tried to persuade his mother several times, but seeing her fear, he had no choice but to give up. But the next moment, he noticed something was wrong and asked in confusion, "Mom, why have your eyes turned purple?" Upon hearing these words, the woman realized that her vision had inexplicably turned purple. Looking at the child before her, she felt an overwhelming urge to kill him. "No, he is my son." A sliver of reason struggled frantically, but the urge to kill surged within her. The next second, the woman suddenly stood up, raised her arms straight up, and viciously gripped the boy's neck. The boy stared wide-eyed at his mother in disbelief. He couldn't understand why his beloved mother would suddenly want to kill him. The force was astonishing. He couldn't break free, and a feeling of suffocation quickly overwhelmed him. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, a clear female voice rang out from outside. "Your Highness, I have found the patient who is about to be transformed." The next moment, the boy felt his neck loosen. A female knight with fiery red hair stormed into the stone house, shoving his mother aside. The woman tried to fight back, but the knight overpowered her and pinned her to the ground. The boy lay on the ground, coughing violently, tears streaming down his face. He didn't understand why his mother wanted to kill him. Soon, footsteps came from outside, and someone gently helped him up. The boy looked up, feeling wronged and terrified, and saw a young man with black hair, black eyes, and fair skin. The other person's gentle smile eased his fear slightly. Li Wei whispered reassuringly, "Don't be afraid. We will do our best to heal your mother." Chapter 21. Milk works to cure dragon's breath syndrome. "Your Highness, please slow down. I can't keep up." Drizzt finally caught up to the stone house door, leaning against the wall and panting heavily. He could understand Isabella's speed as a second-tier knight, but Levi clearly claimed to be a mage, yet he had been running like the wind and had even killed a second-tier assassin face-to-face. This didn't seem like something a mage should do. Before he could even complain, Li Wei had already handed the boy over. "Old Shui, here you go." Drizzt quickly hugged the child, looked down and saw the boy coughing incessantly while clutching his throat, and then saw the woman pinned to the ground by Isabella with purple pupils. He immediately understood what had just happened in the room, and cold sweat broke out on his back. If Levi had been a moment slower, the child would probably be dead. Even more terrifying is the thought that if the woman were to completely transform into an Enderman capable of teleportation, roaming the refugee camp and killing people, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, Levi and Isabella's senses were sharp enough that they were able to use their breathing techniques to locate the refugees infected by dragon breath in the dense stone houses. Just then, Isabella suddenly whispered, "Your Highness, her limbs are changing." Levi immediately stepped forward to examine her and saw that dark purple markings were beginning to appear on the woman's forearm and were spreading outwards. He recognized the color all too well. It was the skin color of an Enderman. The assassin captain, Viros, hadn't lied to him. Dragon's breath really could turn people into monsters. Levi immediately ordered, "Help her up and hold her down. I'll force feed her the antidote." Isabella did as she was told without hesitation. Levi took a bucket of milk from his backpack and placed it beside him. They had just made a special trip to the ranch, and now his backpack was full of milk buckets. He had originally planned to pour the whole bucket down like in the game, but after looking at the woman's mouth and the size of the metal bucket, he immediately abandoned the wasteful idea. Levi picked up the wooden bowl the boy had dropped, wiped off the dirt with his clothes, and scooped out a bowl of milk. Isabella watched his actions, her eyes flickering slightly. It was the first time she had ever seen a nobleman so unashamedly pick up a wooden bowl used by a refugee. As the milk approached the woman's lips, she suddenly began to struggle violently. The instinctive fear brought on by the liquid made her want to flee as if she had encountered a deadly threat. However, she hadn't fully transformed into an Enderman and couldn't teleport, so she was held firmly down by Isabella. Without hesitation, Levi poured the pure white milk directly into her mouth. The woman reluctantly swallowed the milk, and the next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. The dark purple spots on her skin rapidly faded. The purple light in her eyes dimmed, and her previously grotesque and distorted expression slowly returned to calm. In just a few seconds, she returned to normal. Her body went limp, and she collapsed into Isabella's arms. "What's wrong with me?" The woman looked weakly at the crowd, and when her gaze fell on her still coughing son, she panicked. My child, my child." Seeing that she had regained consciousness, Levi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The milk's detoxifying effect had really worked. If it hadn't, the only thing he could do was send these refugees, who were about to become monsters, to heaven. But he didn't want to see so many people die meaninglessly. Seeing that his mother was awake, the little boy immediately rushed into her arms. "Mommy!" The woman hugged her son tightly, tears streaming down her face. She had almost strangled her child with her own hands just now, and the mere thought of that scene made her tremble with fear. The boy pointed to Levi beside him and hurriedly said, "This big brother saved you. After he fed you the milk, the black skin on your mother's body disappeared." The woman followed his finger and looked in the direction he was pointing, then trembled violently. Lord Levi. Is it Lord Levi?" She had seen Levi once from afar on the city wall, so she recognized him at a glance. Levi nodded. "It's me." The woman immediately pulled the child to her feet with difficulty, then knelt down again with a thud. "Thank you so much for saving my life. If I had really strangled the child, I don't know how I would have survived." The boy also kowtowed repeatedly, the force of which made Levi's forehead ache just listening to it. "Get up." The woman then stood up with her child. Levi asked her name, and she replied softly, "My name is Marina, and this is my child, Joe." Levi then asked her where her husband was. Marina's expression immediately darkened, and she said that her husband had died on the northern border, killed by a pitch-black humanoid monster while protecting them. Remembering the changes she had just witnessed, her voice trembled. "My lord, if it weren't for you, would I have become that monster too?" Levi didn't hide anything. "You have dragon's breath syndrome, and what you just experienced was a symptom. But don't worry, I cured you with magical milk, and it won't happen again." Upon hearing that she would no longer turn into a monster to harm children, Marina's tears welled up again. Levi then assigned her a task. She was familiar with the refugee camp and needed to assist the steward, Drizzt, in treating all the patients with dragon breath. Marina knelt down again without hesitation to accept the order, and Joe followed suit. Levi nodded and turned to Drizzt. "Old Drizzt, you and Marina worked together to arrange for all the refugees to drink the magical milk. Remember, you must see them drink it with your own eyes. Otherwise, once the dragon's breath syndrome takes hold, Winterfell will be in turmoil." Drizzt, looking serious, immediately agreed. Levi also considered unforeseen circumstances. If Marina had a seizure like she did earlier, the knight would need to forcefully suppress it and calm the patient down. Worse still, there might already be fully transformed Endermen in the camp. So he ordered Isabella, have all the knights of the order come and assist old Trevor in distributing the milk. Each of us will lead a squad of first-rank knights to conduct a thorough search of the camp during the distribution. There will definitely be refugees suffering from dragon's breath who will deliberately avoid the milk because they are afraid of the liquid. Isabella, realizing the seriousness of the situation, immediately nodded. Understood. At this point, Twisted Fate and Isabella no longer cared why the milk Levi produced could cure the dragon breath disease from the Ender Dragon, because they've been used to it for a long time. From growth powder to cobblestone blocks, and now to magical milk, Levi always manages to pull out some strange, yet outrageously effective magical items. Anyway, even if you ask, you'll most likely not understand the underlying principles, so it's better not to ask at all. Li Wei has demonstrated far too many things beyond the ordinary. They have learned to empty their minds and treat Li Wei as an external brain. As long as they follow His Highness's instructions, they can't go wrong. Drizzt recalled his past experiences in the capital, and a complex feeling suddenly arose in his heart. So, back then, His Highness caused a whole host of trouble, leaving him to clean up the mess. Was it all just a facade? But he could never have imagined that the real answer wasn't just pretending to be weak. At that time, Li Wei might really have been a completely different person. Chapter 22. Slay the Enderman. Achievement obtained. Monster Hunter. The refugee camp, usually quiet, was suddenly bustling with people. Almost everyone was heading towards the center of the camp, where food was usually distributed. But it wasn't even night yet, and logically no one would want to brave the cold wind to go out. The uninformed refugees, looking bewildered, had barely asked what was going on when someone excitedly shouted that His Highness Li Wei was going to distribute hot milk to all the refugees for free, one for each person. The news spread like wildfire, and within 10 minutes, the entire camp was in an uproar. Most of the refugees immediately gathered in the center, praising Livy's mercy. Of those who remained, some were disabled or bedridden, while others clearly did not refuse milk. For a group of chronically malnourished people, refusing hot milk had only one reason. Their dragon's breath had taken hold, and they had begun to fear liquids. Drizzt was in charge of distributing hot milk in the center of the camp to attract refugees. Meanwhile, Levi and Isabella each led a squad of Tier 1 knights to conduct a thorough search of the refugee camp, specifically looking for those who had fallen ill but were hiding. One stone house after another was pushed open as the knights quickly assessed the situation. Soon, Isabella's squad was the first to spot their target. The man, huddled in a corner, saw the knights rush in and immediately retreated in terror, repeatedly shouting not to come any closer. His pupils were glowing with an eerie purple light, and his skin had turned dark. The symptoms couldn't be clearer. Isabella didn't hesitate and immediately ordered him to be restrained. Several first-tier knights stepped forward and firmly held the struggling man in place. Isabella unscrewed the water pouch at her waist, which contained the magic milk Levi had given her. She poured the milk into the man's mouth. His fear of the liquid caused him to cough violently, but soon the milk began to take effect. The man gradually calmed down, the purple light in his pupils slowly faded, and the black spots on his skin disappeared. He looked at his arm, now back to normal, in disbelief, and asked himself in a trembling voice if he was all right. Before this, he had always believed he had contracted a contagious disease and, fearing discovery, had to hide in his house. For a refugee, once diagnosed with a contagious disease, the only fate awaiting him was often burning at the stake, being tied to a wooden frame and burned alive. The man knelt down and kowtowed to Isabella, calling her an angel sent by heaven to save him. But Isabella, after confirming that her symptoms had completely disappeared, immediately got up and ran to the next stone house, calmly ordering the knights to follow. When a man looked up again, the angel had already disappeared outside the door. He could only draw the sun rune of the Church of Dawn on his chest and pray fervently in a low voice, wishing that the God of Dawn would protect her. Meanwhile, Levi was doing the same thing. He and Isabella split up and quickly rescued one dragon's breath disease patient after another. In less than half an hour, the two had searched half of the refugee stone houses and rescued more than 70 patients. If Li Wei didn't know the truth about dragon breath, the consequences would be unimaginable if all these people successfully transformed. An outbreak of over 70 Endermen in Winterfell would be enough to turn into a one-sided massacre. Even more terrifying is that this is only half of those already found. The remaining 300 stone houses likely harbor the same number of patients. The situation seemed to be improving until Li Wei pushed open the door of a stone house and finally saw what he least wanted to see. Inside stood a black humanoid monster, as tall as two people, with a slender body and extremely long limbs, surrounded by purple particle-like energy. Sensing an intruder, the monster slowly turned its head. A pair of purple eyes on its black head scrutinized the newcomer. Levi immediately lowered his head, avoiding its gaze. The knights who had followed also saw the monster and froze instantly. Levi immediately reminded everyone to look down and avoid eye contact. As long as they didn't trigger an attack, it wouldn't attack them. The knights had already heard about the Enderman's habits, so they immediately lowered their gaze and only dared to stare at the ground. Then a bizarre scene unfolded inside the stone house. A black monster over 2 meters tall stood at one end of the room, while at the other end stood a group of fully armed knights, all looking down at the floor. Compared to the knights' shock, a hint of excitement appeared in Liwei's eyes. Finally, it appeared, Little Black. This was the name players Liwei used to know for Endermen. In the game, Endermen are neutral mobs. They won't attack unless you make eye contact with them. Defeating one can yield the extremely valuable Ender Pearl. Ender Pearls can instantly teleport the user to the location of an object they hit. Whether for combat, escape, or surprise attack, they are ridiculously powerful. This is why, when Liwei encountered the Enderman, he felt not fear, but rather anticipation. Based on the previous experience with the assassin Viros, the Enderman's aggro mechanism will most likely remain the same as in the game, only targeting the last person it makes eye contact with or attacks. This way, Levi won't have to worry about it suddenly affecting others. He gripped his iron sword and shield tightly, ordering the knights to step back and face the enemy alone. The first-rank knights, who had never seen Levi fight before, were stunned and tried to dissuade him, arguing that their lord should not put himself in danger and that they should be his blades. However, Levi had no time to explain. He took a step forward, so fast that the knights barely saw his movement before his iron sword struck the Enderman. Everyone was shocked. They had only ever seen such speed from the second-tier knight, Isabella. The Enderman let out a piercing scream, its gaping mouth looking particularly terrifying. Its purple pupils suddenly contracted, locking onto Liwei, who was attacking it. The next second, the purple particles dispersed, and it vanished instantly, reappearing behind Liwei, its long arm raised high, as if to rip off his head. The knights were terrified and rushed to protect their lord. But before they could reach him, Levi had already turned and raised a shield as if he had eyes in the back of his head. With a bang, the shield firmly blocked the Enderman's attack. Having mastered the breathing technique, Liwei's strength had reached the level of a second-tier professional. The moment the Enderman teleported behind him, he sensed the danger and reacted without hesitation. After blocking the attack, he immediately retaliated with his sword, striking the Enderman once more. The Enderman screamed in pain and teleported and attacked again. Liwei blocked and countered, his movements clean and crisp, his rhythm terrifyingly steady. The whole process seemed as if he had rehearsed it thousands of times, without a trace of panic. The knights were dumbfounded. Isabella, who rushed over after hearing the roar, was also stunned by the composure Levi displayed in battle. It was not a reaction honed in training with wooden stakes, but an instinct possessed by a battle-hardened warrior. She suddenly realized that Liwei might be hiding far more secrets than she had imagined. This young prince was mysterious, powerful, and always managed to deliver new and awe-inspiring moments at crucial times. With a final thrust, the iron sword pierced through the Enderman's body. The black monster let out its last mournful cry. Purple particles scattered, and its massive body collapsed. At the same time, a familiar notification sound rang in Liwei's ears. Achievement, Monster Hunter. The Enderman died, leaving behind a green experience orb visible only to Liwei and a dark green sphere. That was the Ender Pearl. Liwei picked it up, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He was lucky. He absorbed the experience orb, gained 5 EP points, and reached level 35. Chapter 23. A Moral Superiority Complex. The Knight's Oath of Loyalty. Liwei promptly put the Ender Pearl into his backpack, then turned around to see Isabella and a group of knights looking at him with surprise. He asked, somewhat puzzled, what was wrong. Isabella immediately smiled and, in a slightly exaggerated tone, teased him, saying that His Highness's valiant figure just now had truly left everyone in awe. While the words were spoken in a joking tone, they weren't exactly flattery. Everyone in the audience knew perfectly well that if they were dealing with the Enderman, they couldn't possibly have handled them as cleanly and efficiently as Levi. The admiration was genuine. Levi's lips curled into a slight smile. After all, no one dislikes being praised, especially when it was Isabella praising him. However, he quickly suppressed his smile and reminded everyone not to waste any more time and to continue searching for patients with Dragon Breath syndrome. Isabella responded, and the group resumed their search. During their next search, they encountered 3 more Endermen. This time, Levi didn't handle them himself, but instead let Isabella practice on him. The northern border has fallen, and the Ender Dragon and Enderman armies could surge into the north at any moment. As one of Li Wei's most important combat forces, Isabella must familiarize herself with the Enderman's teleportation rhythm. The first Enderman took her a little getting used to, but with the second and third, her learning ability was fully demonstrated, and she quickly slayed them all. After all, Isabella was also a genius. It's just that her luck was clearly worse. The 3 Endermen didn't drop a single Ender Pearl. Li Wei watched with considerable regret. Naturally, the more of these powerful items that could change the course of a battle at crucial moments, the better. Soon, they found their last patient. It was an 8-year-old girl whose skin had turned an ominous black after contracting dragon's breath, and whose pupils shimmered with a purple light. Li Wei fed her milk, and the black lines gradually faded, along with the purple light in her eyes. Seeing this, the mother's legs gave way, and she knelt on the ground, weeping as she thanked Li Wei. She said that Li Wei had saved her child, and if she lost her daughter, she didn't know how she could go on living. Her husband had already died protecting her and their daughter at the hands of the black monster, and if her daughter were to become a monster as well, she couldn't face her dead husband. Li Wei returned the unconscious girl to her, calmly telling her that the child was all right. The woman hugged her daughter tightly, repeatedly expressing her gratitude, and finally choked out a prayer for the god of dawn to bless Li Wei. As they left the stone house, the warm winter sun shone upon them. Each face wore an irrepressible smile, for they had saved a total of 157 patients suffering for dragon's breath syndrome. The knights hadn't felt this way in a long time. When they were apprentice knights, they were taught chivalrous virtues: humility, honor, sacrifice, courage, compassion, spirit, honesty, and justice were the principles that every knight aspired to. But when they truly crossed class lines and became knights, many lost their way in the pursuit of power and status. Those who, like Isabella, maintain unwavering loyalty and uphold the code of chivalry are ultimately few and far between. They have forgotten their oaths and forgotten that they too came from humble beginnings. But Levi's actions today, like a ray of light, have reawakened the buried conscience within them. What is the purpose of knights, if not to save those tormented by suffering? They looked at each other without exchanging a word, yet it was as if they had made their decision simultaneously. The next moment, all 12 knights knelt down on one knee behind Li Wei, using their swords as a support, their right knees striking the frozen earth with a dull thud. The sound of armor hitting the ground made Levi and Isabella turn around. A look of surprise flashed in Levi's eyes. He didn't understand why these people had suddenly knelt. Isabella, however, smiled knowingly. The knights unfastened the collars of their chainmail, revealing throats that had been smeared with holy oil, a submission ritual passed down for 300 years by the Northern Knights. At this moment, Li Wei stood with his back to the light, the sunlight casting a halo around him, making his figure appear exceptionally holy. The eldest knight, Carrie, was the first to draw his sword, reverse the hilt, and solemnly declared that in the name of the holy sword and the wheat ears, he, Carrie Anvil, was willing to offer his loyalty to the Lord of Winterhold. Then, Wade Greyrock, Carl Frost, and the other knights announced their names in turn. They expressed their submission in their own ways, willing to become the pebbles beneath Levi's feet, the buttons on his cloak, and the blades in his hands. Levi was initially confused until Isabella approached him and whispered that the knights were swearing allegiance to him. Li Wei then realized that these people were nominally his subordinates, but in reality, they belonged to the Wintertown branch of the Northern Knights. And now, they were pledging their allegiance to him as individuals. If he accepted, these knights would leave their original system and become his direct knights. Only when a knight encounters a truly respected and worthy lord would he make such a choice. The 12 knights bowed their heads and swore an oath, willing to become his blade, their hearts following wherever their swords pointed. Their burning gazes seemed capable of melting even the deepest winter snow. Li Wei hadn't expected that simply doing what the knights considered self-evident would win them over. He didn't consider himself particularly noble. It was just that his moral compass from 21st century Earth was practically non-existent in this medieval Western fantasy world. But since these knights had already made their choice, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Livy then accepted their allegiance. He imitated aristocratic etiquette, placing his iron sword on the right shoulder of the eldest knight, Clementine, and then told all the knights that he had no special requests, only that they do their best to save as many suffering people as possible. The knights bowed their heads and responded in unison. "As you wish, your highness, the most merciful." After dealing with the dragon breath patients, Levi led his personal knights to the center of the refugee camp. Drizzt was in charge there, and as planned, he would offer each refugee a bowl of hot, magical milk to cure those still in the incubation period of the dragon breath infection. When Levi arrived, all the refugees turned to look at him. The gratitude in their eyes was beyond words. Without any order, the crowd spontaneously made way for Levi and the knights behind him, allowing them to walk to the front of the procession. Levi inquired about the situation, and Twisted Fate replied with a smile that everything was as His Highness wished. All the refugees had drunk the enchanted milk, and a latent dragon breath disease had been completely eradicated. At the same time, the refugees also learned from Twisted Fate about the existence of Enderman, and understood that Levi's provision of milk was not charity, but rather an act of saving their lives. Drizzt leaned closer to Levi and whispered a reminder that now was the perfect time to completely win these people over. With just a few kind words from Levi, these fanatical refugees would even be willing to give their lives for him. After all, according to the laws of the Kingdom of Dawn, refugees rescued by a lord were essentially the lord's property. Looking at the hundreds of refugees below, Levi remained silent for a moment before speaking. He did not make any grand vows, nor did he proclaim his benevolence. He simply said that as long as he remained the Lord of Winterhold, he would not allow anyone to die from hunger and cold. Then he gave everyone the simplest command: live on, live like human beings. This was their most important mission after becoming residents of Winterhold. A brief silence fell over the scene. The refugees were bewildered, and Drizzt's eyes were filled with astonishment, for this was completely different from the platitudes he had imagined. Isabella and the knights, on the other hand, smiled. They had indeed followed a true and enlightened ruler. To live like a human being. The principle is so simple, yet in this world, it is so difficult for commoners to achieve it. Between nobles and commoners, there is often only oppression, never true equality and understanding. That such words would come from the mouth of a lord is truly astonishing. If it were any other lord, it might have drawn ridicule. But at this moment, not a single refugee questioned Levi, because in just a few days, it was Levi who had pulled them step by step from the brink of death back to a normal life. It's likely that you couldn't find another lord on the entire continent who would treat refugees this way. As the refugees' tears streamed down their faces uncontrollably, a deafening roar of applause and shouts erupted, engulfing the entire town of Winterfell. All the voices ultimately converged on the same name, Levi Charles. Chapter 24: Richard's Fury. Monster tracks appear around Winterfell. After resolving the refugee resettlement, assassination attacks, and the Dragon's Breath crisis, Winterfell finally caught its breath from the chaos. This remote and cold town seemed to have its hearts rekindled, with more people on the streets and busy figures on the construction sites. The indigenous people talked about Livy's actions almost every day. Some were surprised that he classified the refugees as free people instead of taking the opportunity to enslave them. Some admired his kindness and enlightenment, while others were curious about what the newly arrived free people could do in the harsh winter. Soon, rumors about the mysterious alchemist spread throughout the town. Growth powder could make crops ripen quickly, cobblestone blocks could build sturdy houses, and magical milk could even cure those suffering for dragon's breath disease. Thus, the source of the relief supplies in Lewi's possession was naturally attributed to these magical items. Now, some of the free men have been assigned to manage potato fields coated with growth hormone, while others are quarrying stone. What shocks the residents even more is that the Lord seems to intend to renovate the entire town of Winterfell. No one expected that this long-forgotten land would welcome such a lord. Of course, while praising the taxes, the residents couldn't help but complain about how heavy they were. If those miscellaneous taxes could be abolished, they would probably be genuinely grateful to the Levi family. But what they didn't know was that it wasn't that Levi didn't want to change these taxes, but rather that the secondary estate owners of Winterfell were firmly opposed. Those landowners were all beneficiaries of the old tax system. How could they easily give in? Levi could only suppress his thoughts for the time being and wait for an opportunity to gradually reclaim the power that they held in their hands. In the shadows of the street corner, a traveling merchant, after hearing these rumors, showed shock in his eyes. He avoided the crowd, quietly slipped into a dark alley, and wrote down all the information he had gathered on a piece of paper. He then took out a magic scroll from his backpack, tore it open, and a deep blue carrier pigeon formed from magic landed in his palm. This was a second-tier spell, Magic Carrier Pigeon, capable of carrying an item weighing no more than 10 grams and flying to a designated location within 50 kilometers. The traveling merchant would tie the letter to the leg of a carrier pigeon and release it. In less than a day, the information about Winterhold would reach the rightful recipient. In the Lord's Manor of Tiandong territory, The third-tier knight, Lanlot, strode through the long corridor. Maids and servants along the way stopped to pay their respects, but he ignored them until he entered the inner courtyard, at which point he slowed down. At that moment, 7th Prince Richard was intently carving a human skull with a chisel. It was a trophy left behind by the arena administrator, and what he now considered an artwork. Lanlot waited quietly for a moment, and seeing that Richard did not look up, he could only speak in a low voice. "Your Highness." Richard slightly raised his eyes, a flash of displeasure crossing them. He hated being disturbed while carving, but upon recognizing the newcomer as Lanlot, his expression softened somewhat. After all, this third-tier knight was one of the strongest fighters in the north, and also his personal guard. He set down the skull and asked calmly, "Did the spy from Winterfell send back a message?" Lanlot nodded. A smile immediately appeared on Richard's face, as if he could already see a pleasing ending. He said slowly, not expecting his poor brother to die so quickly. He had originally thought Levi would hold on for a few more days. In Richard's view, even the royal knights of the capital might not be able to easily wipe out hundreds of northern monsters capable of teleportation. How could that good-for-nothing Levi possibly survive? However, Lanlot's voice remained calm. "Your Highness, your brother is not dead." Richard's smile froze instantly. He slowly rose, walked to the kneeling Lanlot, and a dangerous killing intent rose in his eyes. "What did you say? Levi isn't dead." Lanlot showed no emotion, simply taking out a letter from inside his breastplate and handing it over with both hands. "This is intelligence sent back by our spies. Please take a look." Richard snatched the letter, tearing it open almost violently, his eyes quickly scanning its contents. The spy had written a detailed account of what had happened in Winterhold in the past few days. The refugees from the northern border had all been taken in by Levi, who then used magical artifacts of unknown origin to resolve a series of crises. Growth powder, cobblestone blocks, and magic milk are all far beyond the scope of ordinary alchemy tools. A flicker of surprise crossed Richard's eyes as he murmured, "An alchemist of the transcendent class?" But he quickly dismissed the idea. The capital was not without fourth-tier transcendence. The president of the Magic Alchemy Guild was a fourth-tier being, but even he had never invented something so bizarre. Then the only remaining answer is an even more absurd possibility. Fifth-tier professional. Fourth-tier powerhouses still roam the mortal realm, while fifth-tier powerhouses are practically legendary figures, appearing only in storybooks and bard songs. Richard gripped the letter tightly, his knuckles turning white, before finally crumpling the entire letter into a ball. If Levi truly has a fifth-tier professional behind him, then everything makes sense. Otherwise, how could he have resettled refugees, built stone houses, and cured dragon breath disease in just a few days? Even if Richard possessed the resources of the entire Winter Territory, he simply couldn't have accomplished these things. He built hundreds of stone houses in a single day and cured patients suffering from dragon's breath, a disease considered incurable. Richard couldn't find a solution even after searching the entire north. Yet Levi managed to do it. Impossible. Richard's voice grew increasingly somber. How could that good-for-nothing Levi possibly do that? What makes him think he can command the service of a fifth-tier professional? "I am the future king of the Dawn Kingdom." Anger finally overwhelmed his reason. Richard abruptly overturned the table full of carving tools, and the unfinished human skull rolled to the ground, only to be kicked away by him. That kick contained almost all of his jealousy and hatred for Levi. His eyes were sinister as he viciously ordered, "Send a message to our spies and find out exactly who that fifth-tier professional is. No matter how many gold coins, how much territory, or how many women it takes, we must bring him over. Whatever Levi can offer, I'll give tenfold." He would never allow his brother, whom he considered a good-for-nothing, to surpass him. Lanlot bowed his head to accept the order, but did not immediately leave. Instead, he continued, "Your Highness, there is another piece of news. The demi-human squad that protected the demi-human princess during her escape has been caught up by the military police. The demi-human princess has fled into a forest about 10 kilometers from Wintertown." Richard's anger intensified, and he practically spat out his voice through clenched teeth. "Bring her back. I'll show her what the price of angering me is." Lanlot remained silent for a moment, but finally gave the order. Meanwhile, at the training grounds of the Wintertown Knights Fortress, Levi was still practicing his breathing techniques and swordsmanship. According to Isabella, once he had fully mastered both breathing techniques and swordsmanship, he would be able to advance to the first-tier profession. Although Levi, possessing the power of Steve, was already ridiculously strong, he remained fascinated by the world's native forces. After all, no one ever thinks they have too much power. After practice, Levi walked out of the training ground and into the Knights' Hall, only to find Isabella and a group of knights fully armed. clearly preparing for a mission. He wiped his sweat with a towel and asked her what had happened. Isabella looked at him. Levi, dressed in simple training clothes, revealed his well-defined muscles, and with his handsome, sunny face, he would likely have caused the noble ladies in the capital to scream in disbelief. She was briefly stunned, but quickly regained her composure. She reported that the villagers responsible for logging had discovered traces of what appeared to be a second-tier magical beast in a forest about 10 kilometers from Wintertown. The night squad was preparing to investigate. Upon hearing second-tier magical beast, Li Wei's eyes lit up immediately. He had been worried about not having a suitable opponent these past few days. Although sparring with Isabella could improve his skills, she would never really go all out. The feeling was more like a friendly exchange, even a bit like flirting, completely lacking the pressure of a life-or-death battle. Li Wei had a vague feeling that if he experienced a few more real battles, he might be able to step into the threshold of a first-tier warrior. Before becoming a professional, he could fight against second-tier powerhouses with just his Steve physique. If he were to combine that with the power of a first-tier warrior, he himself wondered what level he would reach. So he didn't hesitate to suggest going with them, taking this opportunity to practice in real combat. Isabella blinked, deciding it wasn't a bad idea. If Li Wei stayed in the territory without her close protection, no one could guarantee that another assassin wouldn't appear. Besides, His Highness's true combat strength already surpassed that of the first-tier knights in the squad, and practical experience was indeed essential for him to become a professional. She was about to remind Li Wei to put on his armor first, but before she could finish speaking, Li Wei was already fully equipped in an instant. Iron armor, iron sword, shield. Not a single piece was missing, as if in the blink of an eye he had transformed from a trainee into a knight going into battle. Looking at Isabella and the knights who were standing there in a daze, Li Wei calmly urged, "Let's go." Chapter 25 Encounter with the Frost Squad. Nina, the northern demi-human princess. 10 kilometers from Winterfell lies the White Wolf Forest. Legend has it that packs of pure white wolves roam here year-round, hence its name. But today, the usual tranquility has been shattered by a mournful scream. "Princess Nina, run. We swear to protect you with our lives." Two dog-like youths, covered in wounds, still gripped their weapons tightly, blocking the way in the snow, their blood standing out starkly against the white snow. Nina cried out their names, but the screams stopped abruptly the next second. Faced with the Frost Squad of Winter Territory, the two Tier 1 professionals had no chance of resistance. The second-tier warrior, Balk Shattering Rock, casually pulled the battle axe from the corpse, then kicked the body away, sneering, truly pathetic. The difference between the first and second tiers is enough to drive many to despair for life. He gazed at the fleeing master and servant in the distance, his tone tinged with mockery. They really can run. No wonder they're demi-humans. The bloodline of beasts is truly different. The assassin beside him simply uttered a single word. "Chase them." Nina, being pulled along by her maid, Xiao Ku, fled desperately through the snow-covered forest. Along the way, her guards fell one after another, but she could do nothing but listen to the footsteps behind her growing ever closer. 5 pursuers drew closer, one of them coldly urging her to surrender to avoid the deaths of more of her compatriots. Nina's eyes were filled with hatred, her fox ears standing erect, but her magic was already exhausted, rendering her powerless to fight back. "Princess, I will protect you." Xiao Ku's petite body trembled incessantly, yet she still stood in front of Nina. Her brothers had already died protecting the princess, and, as the last member of her family, she would never back down. Xiao Ku gripped the dagger tightly, determined to buy Nina a chance to escape, even knowing he would die. The loyalty of the dog-like beings needed no proof. Sacrificing their lives for their lord was something they never hesitated to do. Balk strode in, carrying a massive double-bladed battle axe. His bronze skin and overwhelming aura were suffocating. He looked at Xiao Ku and laughed. "Kid, don't put up a futile resistance. It's smart to surrender with your princess." Xiao Ku bared his sharp fangs and angrily cursed them as filthy, vowing never to surrender. Balk, far from being angry, smiled even more broadly and turned to his teammates, saying the little guy was quite cute and he wanted to take him home to raise. The other team members were already used to his quirks and could only sigh helplessly. Xiao Ku turned to look at Nina, his eyes filled with farewell. "Princess, after I rush up and hold them off, you must run forward with all your might." Balk scoffed and strode closer. Without hesitation, Xiao Ku gripped her dagger and charged. She knew she was no match for him, but even a few seconds would be enough. "Princess, run." Nina bit her lower lip and turned to flee into the distance. She couldn't hesitate, for any hesitation would be disrespectful to those who had sacrificed themselves. Only by escaping could she avoid betraying their lives. However, arrows rained down like a whirlwind, precisely blocking Nina's path. Archer Vera, while firing her arrows, sighed softly, saying that if the Lord hadn't forbidden her from being harmed, this little fox wouldn't have been able to dodge a single arrow. Forced by the arrows, Nina was led step by step to the designated location. Suddenly, she heard a snapping sound beneath her feet. She immediately realized something was wrong, but it was too late. A huge net sprang up instantly, hoisting her to the treetop. Up in the tree, an assassin leaned against the trunk, hoarsely saying that this kind of thing should be done by hunters, and that this was a one-time exception. His teammate casually replied that no one but him knew about these mechanisms. On the other side, after only a few exchanges with Balk, Xiaoke's hand was throbbing with blood, and the dagger slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. She no longer had the strength to hold her weapon and could only watch helplessly as Nina was caught in the net and hoisted up. Despair instantly engulfed her. The sacrifice of more than 30 of her compatriots ultimately failed to save the princess's life. Balk approached step by step, smiling as he said that as long as she acknowledged him as her master, she could advance to the second tier in the future. He had just reached out to lift Xiaoke up when a sudden sense of danger made him instinctively raise his battle axe to block. The next instant, a crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, and the immense force forced him back half a step. Balk stared in disbelief at his aching hand. In terms of strength, he was renowned throughout the Winter Territory, even daring to claim he was no less powerful than Lanlot, a third-tier bodyguard of the 7th Prince Richard. Yet this black-haired youth before him was able to overpower him head-on. The two exchanged several blows, but instead of gaining the upper hand, Balk became increasingly excited by his opponent's onslaught. With a loud bang, they separated, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. "Good lad, I, Balk the Rockbreaker, acknowledge you." Levi deflected the battle axe with a flick of his sword, casually flicking away the ice shards from his iron blade. The sword sliced through the air, leaving a faint trail of frost. His voice was clear yet icy. "What are you unidentified intruders doing in the territory of Wintertown?" Only then did the Frost Squad notice that a fully armed knight order had appeared behind Levi at some point. Leading them were a black-haired, black-eyed boy and a red-haired, piercing-eyed girl named Isabella. They had originally come to search for traces of second-tier magical beasts, but were drawn here by the sounds of fighting in the forest. Xiaoke stared in disbelief at the reinforcements blocking her way. She knew Balk's strength best, but she never expected anyone could suppress him head-on. Isabella helped up Caro, who was kneeling in the snow. Looking at the dog-like girl, who only reached her shoulder and covered in wounds, she gently asked if she was all right. Caro's hands were still trembling, but she forced herself to shake her head. Then she looked at Liwei's back and cried out urgently, "Benefactor, please save Princess Nina. Our northern demi-human tribe will never forget your kindness." She could tell at a glance that the person in charge was Liwei. The term demi-human tribe made Liwei raise an eyebrow slightly. In his memory, there were no demi-human tribes settled within the Kingdom of Dawn, and the nearest demi-human forces were beyond the northern border. He hadn't expected to encounter them near Wintertown. Liwei pointed to the white-haired foxwoman hanging from a tree in the distance, and asked if that was the princess she had mentioned. Xiaoke nodded weakly and said that more than 30 of their compatriots had died before they fled from Tiandong territory to this place. She begged Levi to save Nina, saying that the cruel 7th Prince, Richard, wanted to torture them to death. Upon hearing the name Richard, Levi instantly understood that there was no question about whether or not to save these two. Liwei was determined to do anything that would make Richard unhappy. So he turned to look at the 5 members of the Frost Squad, slowly raised his iron sword, and pointed the tip at them. "If you still don't answer why you're on Winterhold's territory," Liwei said coldly, "then we will consider you invaders." Chapter 26. Dare to touch my slaves? On the other side, the archer with the best eyesight in the Frost Squad immediately spotted the insignia on the knights' uniforms. She frowned and whispered a reminder to her companion that they were knights from Winterfell, and the red-haired female knight leading them was very likely the knight commander, Isabella. What intrigued her even more was the young man with black hair and black eyes beside Isabella. In the Kingdom of Dawn, black hair and black eyes often symbolized royal blood. After a brief hesitation, the archer Vera quickly dismissed her guess. How could the 6th Prince Levi have personally led the team here? Perhaps he was just a member of a collateral branch of a noble family. She quickly relayed her assessment to her teammates, emphasizing Isabella's strength. That female knight was at the peak of the 2nd tier, yet she was capable of holding her own against 3rd-tier professionals. She had once fought Lord Lanlot in the capital, only narrowly losing by a few moves. The Frost Squad felt slightly relieved after hearing this. If the opponent only had Isabella, it wouldn't be something to fear. At the same time, Isabella recognized the markings on the other party. She leaned close to Levi's ear and whispered that those people were from the Winter Territory, and all 5 of them were second-tier professionals. Judging from their configuration and aura, they were very likely the most famous Frost Squad in the Winter Territory. The Frost Squad is the strongest professional squad in the Winter Territory. All members are at the 2nd tier, and they have worked together for many years. When they join forces, they're even comparable to 3rd-tier powerhouses. They once stormed into the Beast Horde during the Northern Beast Tide and killed the 3rd-tier magical beast, the Earth Rock Giant Lizard, which triggered the tide. As a result, they're extremely famous on the border. As both sides probed each other, Nina, the white-furred fox princess trapped in the net, finally saw a glimmer of hope in her eyes. She saw a glimmer of hope, but also feared that it would be crushed immediately. During their escape, they had lost 32 first-tier professionals, but the 5 members of the Frost Squad were almost unharmed. After a brief standoff, the mage Silas, dressed in magnificent robes, spoke first. With a polite smile, he introduced himself as the Frost Squad of the Winter Territory, belonging to the 7th Prince Richard. They were ordered to capture escaped demi-human criminals and had mistakenly entered the territory of Wintertown while pursuing them, asking for their forgiveness. A cold glint flashed in Liwei's eyes as he asked, "The 7th Prince's orders?" Silas nodded immediately, his tone becoming even more composed. He believed that as long as Richard's name was mentioned, the other party would surely back down. After all, in the northern border region, no one was unaware of the 7th Prince's formidable reputation. Anyone who dared to disobey him would have long since gone to meet the God of Dawn. But Li Wei didn't back down. He pointed to Xiao Ku, the dog-like demi-human being supported by Isabella, and calmly asked, "They say they are criminals, but Xiao Ku says that she and the captured white-haired fox person are not criminals, and that the white fox is even a princess of the northern demi-human tribe. Aren't you afraid of triggering a border war by hunting down demi-human royalty?" Silas's expression remained unchanged, but his smile turned colder. He countered by asking if they believed they would falsely convey the 7th Prince's orders. He then explained that those demi-humans were slaves who had escaped from the arena, and that the slave mark on their right arms would prove their claims true. Isabella immediately examined Xiao Ku's right arm and, sure enough, saw a bright red slave mark. She whispered to Levi to confirm that the mark was indeed there. Levi nodded, already having made up his mind. Since they insisted they were slaves, things were even simpler. On his territory, who could prove these slaves didn't belong to him? Xiao Ku bit her lip tightly, afraid that the person who had just saved her would also abandon them. She hurriedly explained that she wasn't lying. She and the princess had been captured by that group and taken to the arena, where they were forcibly branded as slaves. Li Wei turned to look at her, his expression softening. He simply said she didn't need to explain further, that he would listen. This wasn't Winterhold, nor the arena, but Winterhold Town. Here he was in charge. Xiao Ku stared at him blankly, her heart finally settling down. The young man before her was clearly about the same age as her, yet he inexplicably gave her a sense of peace. Silas's patience was wearing thin. They needed to get back to Winterhold and didn't want to waste any more time here. So he raised his voice, reminding them that they should know the 7th Prince's temperament, that they were just following orders, and that it was best not to make things unpleasant for either side. Li Wei narrowed his eyes slightly, making no attempt to hide the murderous intent in them, and retorted, "Are you threatening me?" In truth, he had already harbored murderous thoughts the moment he confirmed that these people were Richard's elite troops. Now that they were using the 7th Prince to pressure him, it was as if they had handed him a reason to kill. Silas maintained a facade of politeness, stating that it wasn't a threat, but merely a statement that their entry into Winterfell territory was entirely legal and compliant. However, as he spoke, the rest of the Frost Squad had already quietly formed a battle formation. Clearly, if negotiations failed, they were prepared to take action. Li Wei found their posture, clearly wanting to attack, but using the 7th Prince's name to exert pressure, utterly laughable. Unfortunately for them, the person least afraid of Richard on the entire northern border stood right before them. He slightly raised his head, his imposing aura no longer concealed. Silas suddenly felt that the young man before him was a completely different person. The next second, Li Wei spoke coldly. "Do I, this king, need you to teach me what legality and compliance mean?" The moment those words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. The Frost Squad was stunned, Xiao Ku was stunned, and even Nina in the distance, caught in the net, showed shock in her eyes. The title, "I, Your Majesty," was absolutely forbidden in the Kingdom of Dawn. Only princes and princesses in theft to various regions were entitled to use it. On the northern border, only 2 people can call themselves king. One is Richard, the 7th Prince of Winterhold, and the other is Levi, the sixth prince and lord of Winterhold. The Frost Squad finally realized something was wrong. Black hair and black eyes were symbols of royal blood, and with Isabella personally protecting him, this man was very likely the rumored good-for-nothing prince. If anyone dared to impersonate a member of the royal family in front of the Knights of Windsor, Isabella would have already killed him with a single sword stroke. They were unaware of what Li Wei had done in the past 2 weeks, still clinging to their past impressions, which explained their shock. Li Wei's public revelation of his identity was not reckless. Richard's assassination plan must have been top secret, impossible for a non-confidant team like the Frost Squad to know. In the eerie silence, Li Wei slowly drew his iron sword, his gaze sharp as an eagle, locking onto the 5 men before him. He coldly declared that they had invaded his territory without cause and dared to seize his demi-human slaves without permission. The sword flashed through the air, the sound of it cutting through the wind ringing out. Li Wei's voice followed. Those who know what's good for them will retreat immediately. Otherwise, they will die. Chapter 27. The bloodline power of demi-humans. The possibility of developing Steve's physique? We are his demi-human slaves? What a joke. Xiaoke's fur stood on end instantly, and panic flashed in her eyes. She almost thought that she and the princess had just escaped one wolf's den, only to fall into another, even deeper tiger's jaws. Nina's fox ears twitched slightly, and her expression turned serious. But she quickly realized that Levi was openly declaring his sovereignty over them, using this method to legitimize his intervention. But surely he didn't really intend to enslave them? Nina still felt uneasy. After all, the 7th Prince Richard had already done such a thing. Who could guarantee that the 6th Prince, Levi, wouldn't do the same? As Li Wei exerted pressure, Isabella, having received a signal, immediately stepped forward, her battle aura enveloping her sword, and with a single strike, severed the specially made net. Nina gracefully somersaulted through the air and landed elegantly. Xiaoke immediately rushed over and hugged Nina's arm, tears streaming down her face. She had almost died at Bok's hands, but what terrified her most was not death itself, but the thought that after she died, Nina would be taken back to Tiandong territory to continue suffering Richard's torture. The fox-like princess they had painstakingly captured was abducted. The 5 members of the Frost Squad exchanged bewildered glances, none daring to make a decision. They knew all too well that attacking Li Wei would be tantamount to assaulting the royal bloodline, a fate sealed according to the Dawn Royal Code. After a brief silence, the warrior Balk braced himself and respectfully asked if he could hand over the dog-like creature, Xiaoke, to them so they could report back to the 7th Prince. Xiaoke trembled violently upon hearing this. She had clearly heard Bok's words about trying to take her back. Nina narrowed her fox-like eyes slightly and immediately shielded Xiaoke behind her. She would never allow her last remaining servant to be put in danger again. Levi gripped his iron sword and slowly approached the Frost Squad, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. He coldly retorted, Balk wants to explain himself to Richard, but who will give him an explanation? With each step he took, Balk instinctively took a step back. Even though Li Wei's aura wasn't even that of a first-tier professional, Balk felt an unbearable pressure. The Frost Squad's original formation was completely thrown into disarray by his approach. Li Wei reiterated that these 2 demi-humans were his slaves, and he was now taking them back to Winterhold. Anyone with objections could speak to him directly. A half-smile played on his lips, but the cold glint of his iron sword fell on everyone's faces. The Frost Squad cursed inwardly. This was hardly the kind of person who would negotiate. They had no doubt that if they said another word, that sword would be at their throats. No one dared to speak, or even meet Li Wei's gaze. Seeing this, Li Wei nodded in satisfaction. He had to admit, the identity of the 6th Prince was indeed useful. He had originally prepared for the worst. If the other side went all out, he would use Ender Pearls to wipe out the backline. Now that the other side had voluntarily backed down, it saved him the trouble. Li Wei ordered the Frost Squad to leave Winterhold territory immediately, or his sword would still fall on their heads. The 5 members of the Frost Squad had never suffered such humiliation. Before the princes arrived at the northern border, every lord treated them with utmost deference. But faced with Li Wei's royal status, they could only swallow their anger and turn away. But they hadn't gone far when Li Wei called them back. The 5 men's lips twitched, but they didn't dare to say anything. They could only turn back and ask if there was anything else they needed. Li Wei asked them to pass on a message to his foolish younger brother, saying that he knew perfectly well what Richard had done. He eagerly awaited Richard's next move, hoping to make the other understand why he was the older brother, while Richard would always be the younger. The entire Frost Squad shuddered at the thought. The 6th Prince's younger brother. Wasn't it the 7th Prince, Richard? They could hardly imagine the fury Richard would unleash upon hearing such taunts. Seeing the group standing there dumbfounded, Levi deliberately feigned displeasure and asked if they had heard him clearly. Bulk, who had just been swaggering in front of Xiaoku, was now stammering, only able to promise to deliver the message. Levi simply told them to get lost. The Frost Squad, however, seemed to have received a pardon and immediately ran in the opposite direction, not daring to stop for a moment, and soon disappeared into the vast snow forest. Levi sheathed his sword and returned under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The Knights of Winterhold looked at him with even greater awe. To single-handedly repel the renowned Frost Squad of the North, such a feat was something almost no one had dared to imagine in the past. A glint of surprise flashed in Isabella's eyes. She had initially worried that Levi wouldn't handle the situation well. After all, in the power struggle between crown princes, whoever showed weakness first would lose a move on the chessboard. But now it seemed she had worried unnecessarily. A smile involuntarily crept onto her face. Back then, when she refused Richard's invitation to be his personal guard, everyone said she was ungrateful. Even her adoptive father wanted to crack open her head to see if she'd gone mad from practicing swordsmanship. Richard, so young yet so shrewd, certainly seemed like a potential future heir. Isabella, however, preferred to come to the northern border and serve as the acting grandmaster of the Wintertown Knights. Now she finally confirmed that her choice was right. Only those she truly trusted were worthy of being her lord, and only they were worth her utmost devotion. As Li Wei returned to the center of the group, the fox-like princess Nina's ears perked up, a sign of her overwhelming emotion. Despite the pain in her ankle, she stepped forward and gracefully bowed to Li Wei, thanking this righteous man for his rescue. Li Wei looked at Nina, a look of amazement flashing in his eyes. She had a pair of captivating crimson gold eyes that made her snow-white skin even more dazzling. Her waist-length silver hair was like fresh snow covering branches. The downy hair at the tips of her ears trembled gently in the cold wind, and her fluffy snow tail added to her otherworldly beauty. Her appearance was almost flawless, but her court dress was torn, the gold and silver thread-embroidered hem ripped up to her knees and simply secured with branches, clearly for ease of escape. Her bare ankles bore wounds and bruises, mostly from the nets. Even though Li Wei had seen countless beauties enhanced by filters on Earth, he had to admit that Nina was like a work of art sculpted by the beast god himself. She was alluring without being seductive, and possessed a certain purity that made her unforgettable at first glance. No wonder Richard, knowing that exposure could trigger a war with the northern demi-human tribes, still took advantage of the chaos to capture her and bring her to Tiandong territory. The dog-like creature, Caro, immediately knelt down on one knee. He wanted to take Li Wei's hand and kiss the back of his hand, but seeing that he was covered in dirt, he could only bow his head and solemnly declare that the northern demi-human tribe would never forget his kindness. Li Wei suddenly felt a bit playful and wanted to test their attitude. He turned cold and looked at the two of them with a condescending air, asking them if they weren't afraid that he would really capture them as demi-human slaves. Xiaoku trembled with fear. She was genuinely terrified. Nina immediately placed her hand on Xiaoku's shoulder to comfort her. Even if what Li Wei said was true, they had no chance of resisting now. The more they struggled, the more it might arouse the other party's interest. Nina slightly raised her face, met Li Wei's gaze with her crimson gold eyes for a few seconds, and then firmly shook her head, saying that he would not. She explained that the Fox people's bloodline power allows them to see emotions hidden deep within others' hearts through their eyes. But in Li Wei's eyes, she saw not a trace of desire. Li Wei chuckled softly upon hearing this, ceasing his act of playing the villain. He stared intently into Nina's eyes, asking, "Is this the power of the demi-human bloodline?" Nina didn't look away, though her tightly gripped skirt betrayed her nervousness. It would be a lie to say she wasn't afraid. After all, Richard was acting like that. It was hard not to suspect that her brother, Levi, would be similar. Bloodline power, similar to the innate abilities of various races? Li Wei found it very interesting. This was a completely new concept he had encountered since arriving in this other world. Furthermore, could the Steve power granted to him by the MC system be considered a special bloodline to some extent? If he could understand the principles of bloodline power, he might be able to better develop the Steve power within him and even discover deeper uses for it. Thinking of this, Li Wei couldn't help but feel hopeful. He didn't continue to scare them. After all, he would need Nina's help to study his own power later, and scaring them would only cause trouble. So he waved his hand, signaling Nina and Xiaoku, who was still kneeling on the ground, to get up and explain what had happened to them. Nina breathed a sigh of relief, a sweet smile spreading across her face. She knew she had made the right bet. Levi wasn't like Richard. Her tone was gentle, naturally carrying a hint of fox-like allure, as she softly replied, Yes, righteous one. Chapter 28. The situation on the northern frontier, traces of monsters. After Levi instructed Isabella to treat Nina's wounds, Nina finally spoke slowly under his gaze. She told Levi that the northern demi-human tribes and the northern border had maintained a cooperative relationship for many years, jointly resisting the beast tides from the Monster Mountain range. This mutually beneficial relationship had lasted for decades. This time, however, the beast tide was exceptionally fierce. The defensive fortifications of the northern border were almost easily destroyed. Those black, humanoid monsters pried opened the city walls piece by piece, then rushed into the city like ghosts to unleash their carnage. Levi immediately understood that Nina was referring to the Endermen. He hadn't expected that these little black guys, even after arriving in this other world, would still be diligently working, practically model workers. Nina continued, saying that most of the border region had fallen, with only the area near the military camp still putting up a fierce resistance. They had become separated from a main force, and could only flee south, encountering a small night squad from the Winter Territory along the way. At first, Nina thought the other party was there to protect them, the refugees, but she soon discovered that Prince Richard, the seventh prince, hadn't come to rescue them at all. He imprisoned them all in the slave arena, torturing Nina's companions while deliberately sparing Nina. Nina, relying on her bloodline power, read Richard's thoughts. That pervert wanted to drive her insane through mental torture and then turn her into his own specimen. Hearing this, Isabella's eyes flashed with anger. She had long heard of Richard's fetish. The seventh prince liked to turn people into bone artifacts, a blatant disgrace to the royal bloodline. Upon learning the truth, Nina's subordinates orchestrated a riot, escaping from the arena and hiding in the White Wolf Forest. They attempted to seek help from the outside world, but were overtaken by the Frost Squad. More than 30 of their demi-human brethren ultimately perished at the hands of those people. At this point, Nina took a deep breath, her usually erect fox ears drooping limply. If it weren't for her subordinates' desperate cover, she would have been captured by the Frost Squad and taken back to Winterfell long ago. And if she had fallen into Richard's hands, her fate would have been obvious. Li Wei frowned and asked in return. After the northern border was hit by a beast tide and fell in a crisis, Tiandong territory not only did not provide assistance, but also took the opportunity to capture the refugees who escaped. Nina nodded and said that many ordinary people had escaped with them, but those people were also imprisoned in the arena and became playthings for others to enjoy. Li Wei forcibly suppressed the urge to touch the fox's ears and continued to think. The northern border was not far from Tiandong territory. If the border were truly overrun by the beast tide, Tiandong territory would be the first to suffer. Richard's actions made absolutely no sense. The fall of the border fortress would be detrimental to Tiandong territory in every way, yet not only did the enemy not offer assistance, they also turned around and arrested refugees. The only explanation Li Wei could think of was that the more people died in this beast tide, the more advantageous it would be for the seventh prince. But currently, there was insufficient evidence, so he could only suppress this speculation for the time being. After rescuing the demi-human princess Nina and her maid, Xiao Ku, Li Wei did not immediately return to Winterfell, because capturing them was not his true purpose in entering the White Wolf Forest. He remembered that he had brought his knights to drive away the second-tier magical beasts that were lurking in the forest and hindering the logging mission, as reported by the locals. This snow forest will be a vital source of timber for Winterfell in the future. If the second-tier magical beast isn't dealt with, the lumberjacks will inevitably run into trouble sooner or later. Li Wei had played many farming games on Earth and knew very well how precious human resources were. Every surviving person was a hard-won treasure for the territory. This was also why he accepted the refugees without hesitation. Thinking of this, Li Wei called out to Isabella. Almost instantly after he finished speaking, Isabella knelt on one knee with astonishing speed, respectfully responding, "Yes, sir." Li Wei ordered her to have the knights' squads disperse and search for traces of second-tier magical beasts. Once found, he instructed her not to alert them, but to handle the situation personally. As he spoke, he gently gripped his sword sheath with his left hand, a vague premonition rising within him to become a first-tier swordsman. Although it was the knight Isabella who taught Levi various skills, Levi did not adhere to the knightly code, so his final career path would not be knight, but swordsman. Isabella accepted the order and rose, preparing to arrange for the knights to begin the search, when Nina, who had been listening quietly, suddenly spoke up. She asked softly if Li Wei was looking for traces of second-tier magical beasts. Li Wei didn't hide anything and told her about the reports from the public about magical beasts appearing in the White Wolf Forest. Nina's eyes showed a hint of surprise after hearing this. This was the first time she had ever seen a lord personally lead his knightly order to resolve a crisis for ordinary people. It was not uncommon for knightly orders to act on orders, but for a lord to personally lead the charge, especially the esteemed sixth prince of the Dawn Kingdom, was something rarely even heard of in the songs of bards. In Nina's mind, nobles never disregarded their own lives. They always cared about power and money. But Li Wei defied this common sense. Her gaze towards Li Wei softened slightly, and it was precisely because this eccentric Li Wei personally led the team that she had a chance to survive the Frost Squad. Nina quickly spoke up, saying that perhaps they could help. Li Wei's eyes lit up, and he asked if her bloodline power could sense magical beasts. Nina smiled and shook her head, then turned to look at the dog-like creature beside her, Xiao Ku, and simply called her name softly. Little Ku nodded obediently and responded to the princess in a low voice. Then she bent down, placed her hands on the ground, and gently twitched her nose, beginning to distinguish scents in the snow. As she sniffed, her ears twitched up and down. Before long, Little Ku straightened up and pointed in a direction deep in the snow forest. She told everyone that the scent was coming from there. After saying that, Xiao Ku walked towards the source of the scent. Li Wei then understood what Nina meant by help. It turned out she meant using the dog-like beings as hunting dogs. It has to be said, this actually makes quite a bit of sense. Li Wei glanced at the knights who were also standing there in a daze, and directly told them to stop daydreaming and follow immediately. The knights, snapping out of their daze, quickly obeyed and followed Xiao Ku deeper into the snow forest. Chapter 29. A second-tier magical beast, the Snow Wolf. Li Wei's wolf taming plan. Xiao Ku, who was leading the way, suddenly crouched down, her steps becoming much lighter. She turned around, pressed her hands down, signaling everyone to slow down and not to disturb the monsters ahead. Levi immediately raised his right hand, signaling the knights to stop, and then led Isabella and Nina to Xiao Ku's side. Both Levi and Isabella were enhanced by breathing techniques. By slightly concealing their aura, they could blend their breathing rhythm into the surrounding environment and not easily reveal their location. Nina, on the other hand, felt even more at ease. As a demi-human princess, she possessed the bloodline of the legendary nine-tailed snow fox, making her feel almost at home in this snowy landscape. Watching her graceful figure, Li Wei even felt that the snow elves of fairy tales must have been just like her. After the three approached, Xiao Ku pointed into the distance and whispered a reminder for them to look. Li Wei looked in that direction and saw a silver-white wolf warily surveying its surroundings amidst the vast expanse of white snow, its icy blue eyes constantly scanning the area. The wolf's fur blended almost seamlessly with the snowfield, making it easy to miss without careful observation. However, the paw prints on the snow, not yet covered by fresh snow, indicated that there was more than one wolf present. Nina whispered in Levi's ear, "My benefactor, that's a second-tier magical beast, a snow wolf. They're ferocious by nature, can breathe freezing air, and are naturally resistant to ice magic. They're usually one of the main forces in a magical beast tide." She deduced that the appearance of this pack of snow wolves in the White Wolf Forest was likely related to the newly emerged black monsters during the monster tide. The two might not coexist. The snow wolves probably provoked the monsters and were driven here. According to the game's mechanics, the black wolf is a neutral creature and won't attack unless provoked, but according to Nina, the snow wolves seem to enjoy provoking other monsters. In that case, it makes sense that this pack of snow wolves was driven here. Nina continued examining the footprints on the ground, explaining that normally 5 to 6 adult snow wolves would form a pack to hunt together in order to survive in harsh environments. Judging from the footprints here, the pack consisted of 5 wolves. Li Wei was somewhat surprised. The monster's habits were one thing, but Nina was actually able to discern the number of footprints from the chaotic mess. To him, these plum blossom-shaped footprints were almost identical. He asked in a low voice, "If there are 5, why is there only 1 here?" Nina smiled, clearly pleased that she could be of use so soon. She explained that there was only one possibility. It was a mother wolf who had just given birth to her cubs. The other snow wolves had gone out hunting, leaving the mother, who was unable to move easily, to stay behind and care for her young. Li Wei's expression immediately turned strange. So, he was now going to attack a mother wolf that had just given birth? Nina thought he was hesitant, so she gently advised him, "My benefactor, there's no need to feel burdened. Snow wolves are inherently ferocious, and if we don't eliminate them soon, this forest will quickly become their den. Wolf cubs grow extremely fast, and second-tier magical beasts have almost no natural enemies here." Li Wei quickly waved his hand, indicating that she had misunderstood. He was under pressure, but rather felt that a mother wolf that had just given birth might not be a match for him. Nina was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected Prince Levi to be so warlike. One second-tier snow wolf wasn't enough? Even though it had just given birth, the snow wolf's physical attributes and first-tier ice magic were still formidable. In the northern demi-human tribes, only the most elite warriors could kill a snow wolf single-handedly. Levi did crave a thrilling battle to advance his career, but 5 snow wolves were too many. Isabella might be able to handle 2, he could manage 1, and the remaining 2 would be enough to toy with 10 first-tier knights. The gap between Tier 2 and Tier 1 is too great, not to mention they have Nina and Xiaoku, 2 wounded members with no combat ability, by their side. A head-on confrontation isn't brave. It's just asking for trouble for the team. Just then, Levi suddenly thought of something else. He asked Nina if, since the mother wolf had already given birth, it meant they could take the wolf cubs with them. Nina nodded. Although snow wolves are ferocious by nature, if raised and trained from cubs, they can grow into reliable helpers in less than 6 months. She also mentioned that the wolf riders of the demi-human tribe rode snow wolves. When that commander teamed up with a second-tier snow wolf, his combat power could even approach that of a third-tier professional. However, his snow wolf had been abandoned by its mother due to its weak constitution and was later tamed by chance. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's eyes lit up. A snow wolf that becomes a second-tier magical beast upon adulthood was too tempting for Wintertown at the moment. The territory lacked immediate combat power, and apart from Isabella, who was at the peak of the second tier, the strongest person was actually him, an unprofessional who was pretending to be his second tier. He had originally planned to mass-produce iron golems to defend the city using iron blocks and pumpkins, but embarrassingly, there were no pumpkins at all in the entire Winterhold. Northern farmers, struggling to even feed themselves, would naturally prioritize planting crops like barley, rye, oats, and potatoes, crops that are easy to store and grow. As for pumpkins, they're more commonly used as livestock feed or oil crops here. Furthermore, heavy snow has blocked the roads, preventing caravans from entering the central region and making it impossible to purchase them, forcing the Iron Golem project to be temporarily shelved. Therefore, when Li Wei saw the possibility of snow wolf cubs, he immediately thought of the game features in his system. Wolves can be tamed into dogs by feeding them bones, and young wolf can grow faster by feeding them meat. Unfortunately, he didn't bring any bones with him this time. Otherwise, he really wanted to test whether the first rule would work. Even so, as long as the second rule worked, continuously feeding the wolf cubs meat after bringing them back might allow the snow wolf cubs to quickly grow into adult snow wolves. That means Wintertown can quickly produce a second-tier magical beast. More importantly, if they can breed in the future, snow wolf cubs can even be mass-produced. For Li Wei, this temptation was almost irresistible. He turned his head slightly to look at Isabella and asked in a low voice, "Isabella, how about I get you a snow wolf?" The meaning of this statement is quite clear. Li Wei intends to steal the wolf cubs. No, to be precise, this is his territory, and the snow wolves gave birth to their cubs on his territory. The cubs are, in essence, the Lord's property. Since they're his property, how can it be called stealing? They should even pay taxes. Of course, snatching the cub's head on was impractical. Li Wei quickly came up with an idea. He could use a pickaxe to dig a tunnel underground, go around to the bottom of the den, and take the wolf cubs away without harming them. Then he would find a way to lure the mother wolf into the dug tunnel, so he could have a one-on-one fight with her. This would prevent the mother wolf from howling and summoning the other 4 snow wolves, while also allowing him to complete his career advancement plan, a win-win situation. As for the remaining 4 snow wolves, they can be dealt with after they return to Winterfell to rest. Li Wei can also bring some bones then to test whether adult wild snow wolves can be tamed. If the bones work, then we'll hold off on killing them for now. If they don't, then I'm sorry, but Li Wei will absolutely not allow such dangerous second-tier magical beasts to roam around Winterfell. He will take their cubs and eliminate the threat completely. Hesitation flickered in Isabella's eyes. She certainly longed for a powerful magical beast mount. As a knight, no one could resist such a temptation. But more than the mount, she was worried about Levi's safety. "Your Highness is far too bold." Isabella admired his passionate and decisive nature, but he was, after all, a prince, and she could not risk his life. This plan was too dangerous, and she instinctively wanted to refuse. Sensing her attitude, Li Wei immediately leaned close to her ear and quickly explained his plan in a very low voice. Isabella's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed within a few seconds. Once Levi straightened up and the warm breath by his ear disappeared, Isabella's eyes revealed obvious excitement. She looked up at Levi, her gaze fervent and unwavering. As expected of her highness. As a knight, how could she not yearn for a snow wolf mount that would be a second-tier beast upon reaching adulthood? Since the plan is feasible, What are we waiting for? Do it, Your Highness. Chapter 30 Tunnel Warfare confirmed. Seeing the undisguised excitement on Isabella's face, Levi knew she had approved of his plan. Since his teammate didn't object, there was no need to hesitate. He opened his backpack, switched the pickaxe to his right hand, and gripped the torch in his left. The classic mine exploration combination was officially in action. Isabella was already used to Levi's ability to conjure things out of thin air, but Nina, Xiaoku, and the knights had never seen such a thing before. In their eyes, Levi had only stood still for a few seconds, and suddenly a half-person-high iron pickaxe and a burning torch appeared in his hand. Nina stared at the tool in his hand and couldn't help but whisper, "What kind of magic is this?" Levi explained without batting an eye that it was a magical storage bag. The knights immediately looked on with envy. After all, such a thing required at least a third-tier alchemist to make, and even the cheapest one was worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins, an amount they might not earn in a lifetime. As the sixth prince of the Dawn Kingdom, it seemed reasonable for Li Wei to possess such a treasure. Kanina was almost convinced, but quickly rejected the answer. As a fox person, she was naturally extremely sensitive to magical fluctuations and had become a first-tier mage at the age of 12. She naturally knew that alchemical tools could not be completely free of magical traces. When Levi took out his tools, Nina didn't sense any magical fluctuations. This indicated that things were definitely not simple. However, Nina didn't press the matter, keeping her doubts to herself. More than that, she was curious about what Levi was going to do with the pickaxe. Was he really going to dig all the way from here to the wolf's den? That would probably take 10 days to half a month. As she pondered, Levi had already begun. He estimated the distance and started digging. Everyone saw him magically disappear into the snow-covered frozen ground, as if he were sliding horizontally. Nina lay down at the edge of the hole, her face filled with astonishment, completely unable to understand how he had done it. 1 square, 2 squares, 3 squares, 4 squares, 5 squares. Li Wei calculated the depth. 3 or 4 meters should be enough. Any deeper, and it would be inconvenient to retreat. Xiaoku stared wide-eyed at the large hole in the ground, realizing that he was digging faster than she could. As a dog-like being, she felt a strange sense of loss. Isabella looked at Nina and Ku's shocked expressions, and a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. She finally understood why Levi had always given her and Tristana that meaningful smile. It turned out that watching someone's worldview crumble was indeed a very enjoyable thing. After Li Wei carved out a small space underground large enough for a person to stand in, he looked up and shouted, telling Isabella and Xiaoku to come down, while the others would stay at the entrance and wait for news. Isabella was the strongest fighter and had to stay by his side. Xiaoku, on the other hand, could locate the wolf cubs by smell and was equally indispensable. Seeing that she was about to be left there, Nina immediately indicated that her magic had recovered somewhat, and that she could add the first-tier spell Flame Blade to Levi's weapon. This spell would temporarily imbue the weapon with fire elemental damage, and fire damage posed a greater threat to the snow wolves. Li Wei's eyes lit up. This effect was almost equivalent to enchanting a weapon with fire. Although it was only temporary, it would obviously be very useful in the upcoming battle. He asked Nina if she needed to rest, but Nina firmly stated that she was in good condition and clearly wanted to be of use in this operation. Li understood had feelings. Having just survived a life-or-death crisis and been saved by him, it was only natural for her to want to repay his kindness. He nodded in agreement and let them come down together. Isabella jumped into the cave first, landing heavily and causing the ground to tremble slightly. Then, Xiaoku nimbly leaped down and landed steadily. As soon as Xiaoku landed, she raised her hands to catch Nina. Nina nodded and jumped down, but the moment she was caught, Xiaoku's body swayed violently, and she fell forward. She hadn't fully recovered from her battle with the second-tier warrior bulk and couldn't muster any strength. Fortunately, Li Wei was close enough to catch Nina with his bare hands and use his body to block Xiaoku's forward momentum. Nina looked up and met Li Wei's helpless expression, realizing that he had saved her again. Feeling the warmth from the hand on her waist, her face inexplicably flushed, and she could only whisper her thanks. Li Wei put her down and reminded them not to be reckless. They had finally managed to save her. They couldn't afford to get hurt themselves. After all, in his mind, Nina and Xiaoku were crucial bargaining chips to use against his foolish younger brother, and they absolutely couldn't afford any accidents to happen to them here. Xiaoku's ears drooped because she almost messed things up, and she quietly apologized to Nina. Nina didn't blame her, but looked at Xiaoku's limp arms with heartache, understanding that Xiaoku had been injured while protecting her. She gently comforted Xiaoku, saying that she knew and didn't blame her. While the master and servant were still deeply in love, Li Wei, like an underground pile driver, had already carved out a straight passage in the predicted direction. By the time Nina and Xiaoku came to their senses, a stone path tens of meters long had appeared before them, with torches planted on both sides, making it look nothing like an underground passage. Nina and Xiaoku were stunned again. How could those soil and rocks be dug away like that? Why didn't the top collapse? Their expressions didn't need to change anymore, because shock was already at its peak. Isabella, on the other hand, was unsurprised, only feeling that His Highness's actions this time were still ridiculously fast. After digging to the approximate location, Levi called Xiaoku to his side and asked her if she could confirm the exact location of the wolf cub. Xiaoku immediately sniffed hard and quickly caught the scent of the snow wolf cub in the earthy smell. She pointed to a spot above her head and said with certainty that it was right there. Levi nodded, called Isabella and Nina over, and briefly explained the plan. He would dig a hole up, steal the wolf cubs, and hand them over to them. Nina would be responsible for attaching a flame blade to his weapon. The three of them would take the cubs and retreat far away first. Then he would create a disturbance to lure the mother wolf down, and then they would close the door and beat her. All three nodded in understanding. Seeing this, Levi didn't delay any longer and raised his pickaxe to dig upwards. After the soil was pried away, the ceiling of a stone cave was revealed. It seemed that the snow wolf had given birth to its cubs in a natural cave, and their location was just below the wolf's den. Without a second thought, Levi ducked and jumped, quickly creating a round stone block beneath his feet. His head emerged from the ground like a bamboo shoot. Nina and Xiaoku were completely dumbfounded. Digging a hole was already absurd enough, but now a stone block appeared out of thin air. What kind of trick was this? Levi turned his head and quickly found that the wolf cubs were right to his right. Xiaoku's sense of smell was indeed accurate. If he said they were up there, they were up there. The newborn snow wolf cubs were huddled together in 5 little snowballs, snuggling for warmth, and the scene was surprisingly heartwarming. He admired it inwardly, but his hands didn't stop for a moment. He reached out gently, picked up a sleeping snow wolf cub, and then slowly crouched down. Unlike the movements in the original game, Levi could actually crouch down instead of stiffly bending over to sneak around. He handed over the cubs, who were unaware that they had fallen into the hands of bad guys. Xiaoku immediately opened the cloth bag he had prepared beforehand, and Isabella took it and carefully placed them inside. The three of them worked together repeatedly until all 5 little snowballs were inside the cloth bag. Nina's eyes lit up as she looked at the 5 snow wolf cubs in the cloth bag. The mission to steal the cubs was a success. Now it was time to move on to the core of the plan. Levi narrowed his eyes. He was going to fight the mother wolf and use that battle to become a professional. As planned, Xiaoku had already led the cubs to the end of the stone path, back to their initial safe position. Levi switched his pickaxe to an iron sword, planted the torch in his left hand in the ground for illumination, and then switched it to a shield, preparing for battle. Nina began chanting an obscure incantation in a low voice, casting the first tier spell, Flame Blade. She raised her hand and gently ran it over Levi's iron sword, and a fiery red energy immediately covered the blade. A burning sensation emanated from the hilt, and the flame enchantment was officially complete. After the 3 women retreated to safety, Levi struck the rocks with the hilt of his sword, creating a series of loud noises. Having made the commotion, he immediately removed the rocks from his feet, retreated back into the passage below, and waited quietly for the she-wolf to take the bait. The loud noise inside the cave quickly alerted the mother wolf outside. She rushed back into the cave, only to find, incredulously, that all her cubs were gone. Beside the den, only a large, star crater remained. The mother wolf tilted her head, clearly not understanding why there was a hole there. But her wolfish brain didn't need to figure it out. She only knew that the scent of her cubs was below the hole. The next second, the snow wolf narrowed its eyes and jumped down without hesitation. Chapter 31 Advancement to First Tier Swordsman. Let the enemy return to the mountains. Lure the enemy deeper. As the snow wolf leaped down the pit, its first sight was of Levi, blocking the passage. The young man held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, already poised for battle. The mother wolf, smelling the lingering scent of her cubs on him, immediately concluded that this human had stolen her child. A furious roar echoed through the cave, and the mother wolf pounced on Levi like an arrow released from a bow. The speed of a second-tier magical beast was almost on par with a second-tier assassin. Had Levi not been prepared, he might not have been able to withstand the attack. The next moment, its claws slammed heavily against the shield, producing a dull thud. But that seemingly ordinary wooden shield easily blocked the snow wolf's claw attack. Nina and Xiaoku, watching from a distance, were both shocked. Having hunted in the wild for many years, they knew best how terrifying the strength of a second-tier snow wolf could be. A normal wooden shield should have been shattered by a single claw, but the shield in Li Wei's hand remained completely unmoved. The battle quickly escalated to a fever pitch. Li Wei discovered that this she-wolf was far more troublesome than the second-tier assassin he had killed earlier. While slightly slower, its strength far surpassed that of the assassin, each charge feeling like a boulder crashing down. Without the conceptual level defense of a shield, he would have been utterly unable to engage it head-on. After more than a dozen rounds of fighting, the snow wolf was already panting heavily, while Li Wei's breathing remained steady. An almost human-like look of astonishment appeared in the mother wolf's eyes. She couldn't understand why she couldn't break the wooden shield no matter how hard she tried. With her usual strength, she could snap a half-meter-thick tree in half with a single swipe of her claw. As Li Wei fought fiercely, he gradually entered a wondrous state. His breathing became increasingly even, and everything around him seemed to blend naturally into his rhythm without requiring conscious awareness. Isabella, who had been observing from afar, ready to intervene at any moment, immediately showed delight in her eyes. "Your Highness is about to break through." The next second, Li Wei felt a surge of new power welling up in his abdomen, rapidly flowing to his limbs and bones. His grip on the sword had changed. It felt as if the sword had become an extension of his body, moving at his will, as easily as an extension of his arm. Without a doubt, he had officially advanced, becoming a first-tier swordsman. His understanding of swordsmanship had increased dramatically at this moment. Sword techniques that could only unleash 50% of their power before now doubled instantly. The first-tier sword technique, heavy slash, could unleash 3 times the muscle power in an instant, lacking any fancy variations but providing the most direct and brutal power boost. Li Wei swung his sword down, and the snow wolf immediately misjudged the situation. Previously, his attacks on the snow wolf had their physical and fire damage reduced by the magical fur, but this time was different. The heavy slash slammed into the snow wolf's left shoulder, and with a crack, the shoulder bone split open. The mother wolf staggered backward, nearly collapsing to the ground, her eyes finally filled with horror. She couldn't understand how this human, whose aura was clearly weaker than hers, could suppress her head-on. With her shoulder bone injured, her attacks instantly weakened by 30%, and Li Wei seized the opportunity to press forward, striking the second-tier snow wolf with sword after sword, forcing it to retreat steadily. Seeing the situation was dire, the snow wolf finally unleashed its trump card, Ice Magic. A first-tier spell, Ice Arrows, fired in quick succession. This was its most lethal attack. Ordinary professionals simply couldn't withstand 4 consecutive ice arrows. If hit by even one, the biting cold would slow their movements, leaving them completely at its mercy. It hadn't used magic earlier because it underestimated Levi and wanted to conserve its strength to deal with Isabella behind it. In the snow wolf's eyes, the second-tier Isabella was the real threat. But it hadn't expected that this black-haired boy was completely illogical. Despite only recently becoming a professional, he was already overwhelming it. 4 icy blue eye spikes quickly condensed and shot towards Li Wei. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Wei raised his shield to meet them. Thump, 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 thump. 4 muffled sounds rang out in succession, and all the ice arrows were blocked. The snow wolf's pupils dilated sharply, as if it couldn't believe its deadly attack had been blocked head-on. The wooden shield hadn't shattered, nor even shown any signs of being frozen. Nina and Xiao Ku also completely lost their composure. Even the tribe's most elite hunters would avoid the frost arrows, yet Li Wei had blocked them all with just a wooden shield. Nina could only think of one possibility. The shield might be a magical artifact blessed by the forest elves. Otherwise, everything before her was inexplicable. Seeing the snow wolf's stunned expression, Li Wei's lips curled into a slight smile. Power from another world, used to subjugate these otherworldly monsters. It was indeed satisfying enough. After deflecting the frost arrow, Li Wei immediately counterattacked. Fire elemental energy enveloped his sword, and the first-tier sword skill, Heavy Slash, descended once more, its blade instantly slicing through the flesh of the snow wolf's back. The wound didn't even have time to bleed before it was completely vaporized by the flames. The mother wolf howled in agony. The gruesome wound on her back was enough to demonstrate just how devastating the attack had been. Li Wei was secretly impressed. The vitality of second-tier magical beast was indeed formidable, surviving even after taking that sword strike. Just then, the sounds of fierce fighting awakened the wolf cubs in Xiao Ku's arms. The cubs whimpered, as if sensing their mother's presence, desperately calling out for her. The mother wolf, who had initially retreated in fear, instantly lost her terror upon hearing her cubs' cries. She howled and charged at Li Wei once more, recklessly. The outcome was predictable. She charged again and again, only to be repelled time and again by Li Wei's sword, until she was covered in wounds, her legs trembling, yet she still stared intently at him. Seeing the determination in the mother wolf's eyes and hearing the cries of her pups, Li Wei abandoned his plan to kill her immediately. This wasn't out of pity, but because he had a new plan. His advancement was complete. He could now use the mother wolf's hatred to lure the remaining snow wolves together. In this way, he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of searching for the wolf pack. Li Wei cut off a corner of his cloak with his iron sword, threw it beside the mother wolf, and coldly told her that he had taken the wolf cubs away, and if she wanted them back, she could come find him as soon as she recovered, and he would be there any time. Second-tier magical beasts possess intelligence. Although they cannot fully understand human language, they can grasp the general meaning from his actions and expressions. The mother wolf wanted to growl again, but upon seeing the shield and sword in Li Wei's hands, she finally lowered her head and bit the fragment of the cloak. It glanced at the wolf cub in Xiao Ke's arms one last time from afar, then leaped up without hesitation and disappeared back into the depths of the cave. Chapter 32. Secrets Revealed, the Abyss Order, and the Ender Dragon. Isabella was visibly taken aback when she saw that Li Wei had chosen to let the mother wolf go. She couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, aren't you going to kill it?" In her memory, Li Wei was never an indecisive person. Even though he was kind enough to the refugees, he could still make the most level-headed judgment if someone contracted dragon's breath. Isabella knew very well what releasing a tiger back into the mountains meant. The she-wolf was one of the leaders of the snow wolf pack, and if she returned to the pack, she would likely cause even greater trouble. Li Wei, however, simply sheathed his long sword and calmly replied, "I have my own ways of taming them. Releasing her back is letting her and her companions come to me on their own." He had already prepared two plans. If the taming was successful, Winterfell would suddenly gain a powerful magical beast force. If it failed, Winterfell would have enough strength to deal with them when they returned. Li Wei never put all his eggs in one basket. His gaze fell on the snow wolf cubs in Xiao Ke's arms. The cubs were still whimpering softly, looking innocent and harmless, but once they returned to Wintertown, with ample meat to accelerate their growth, they would soon become true second-tier magical beasts. Isabella's worries immediately dissipated after hearing this. Since Levi said he had a solution, he couldn't have been just saying it casually. If they could truly tame the wolf pack, Winterfell Town would directly gain 5 second-tier combatants, and once these cubs grew up, that would be a full 10 second-tier magical beasts. Looking across the entire north, no ordinary town could possibly possess such a scale of combat power. At that point, aside from the northern border and Winterhold territory, Winterhold would be able to dominate virtually any other territory. Li Wei then blocked the entrance to the wolf's den and led everyone back to the surface. Deep within the cave, the mother wolf had already begun to howl, summoning her scattered companions back to their den. The snow wolves, hunting far from here, would not be able to return quickly, but Li Wei gave no one a chance to escape. He immediately ordered the group to set off, the entire team heading back to Wintertown without stopping. Meanwhile, in the Lord's mansion in Tiandong territory, Richard, seeing the Frost squad standing before him, heads bowed and silent, could no longer contain his rage. He abruptly overturned the table, plates and food clattering to the floor, the sound echoing loudly in the hall. The next second, he roared, a bunch of useless trash. You can't even bring back a single person. What use are you to me?" The Frost squad members were sweating profusely, and no one dared to refute them. They all knew in their hearts that these second-tier professionals weren't trained by Richard, but rather were elites nurtured by the previous lord with abundant resources. Now, subjected to such humiliation, they could only endure it. The mage Silas forced a smile and explained, "Your Highness, it's not that we don't want to bring back the demi-human princess. Who could have imagined that the 6th prince, Levi, would appear in the White Wolf Forest with the Knights of Winterfell? We even mentioned your name, but he said..." Richard's face darkened, and he coldly demanded, "What did he say?" Silas hesitated for a moment before relaying the words. He said that if you want to continue, he doesn't mind playing along. He'll show you why he's your older brother, and you'll always be just a younger brother. The room fell silent instantly after he finished speaking. Silas braced himself for a furious outburst, but to his surprise, Richard didn't go berserk. Instead, he laughed. The laughter grew colder, and the expression on his face became increasingly ferocious. He clapped his hands and gritted his teeth, saying, Fine, fine, always just a little brother." I never thought he'd dare say something like that. The next second, his expression turned icy, and he shouted sharply, "All of you get out." The Frost squad, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, immediately withdrew. This second-tier professional squad, which commanded the respect of countless people outside, was actually driven away by 2 princes in one day, yet they didn't dare to utter a single complaint openly. After the room quieted down again, Richard slowly sat back in his chair and looked out the window. His anger hadn't disappeared. It was just forcibly suppressed. "It seems I really underestimated him," he muttered. "But even if the demi-human princess is in his hands, what can she change? The northern border will ultimately belong to me." He raised his right hand, his 5 fingers curled up as if he held the entire northern territory in his palm. Then, he looked at his personal guard beside him, Lanlot. Lanlot immediately bowed his head. "Yes." Richard asked, "The royal knights of the capital have arrived in winter territory, haven't they?" "Yes." Richard's lips curled into a playful smile. "If Levi colludes with the northern demi-human tribes, ultimately leading to the fall of the northern border, and I are forced to betray my own family and report him to the royal knights. What do you think of this plan?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Lanlot's eyes. As a member of the royal guard, he did not approve of this approach. Internal strife within the royal family was one thing, but falsely accusing a brother of treason and colluding with the enemy, if exposed, would be a light punishment of being stripped of his inheritance rights. He might even be stripped of his princely status and exiled to the frontier for life. Richard noticed his hesitation, but his tone remained calm. "Rest assured, do as I say. You should know who stands behind me." As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes, made a holy sign in front of his chest, clasped his hands together, and adopted a devout posture like that of a believer. But that gesture didn't belong to the Dawn cult. Richard, a member of the royal family of the Dawn Kingdom, had actually worshipped another god. If this got out, even if he was a prince, he would be executed immediately. Seeing Lanlot remain silent, Richard snorted coldly and threw out his most lethal bargaining chip. "Don't you want to resurrect your wife and daughter?" Lanlot shuddered, then knelt heavily on one knee, his armor striking the ground with a crisp sound. He lowered his head, his voice suppressed. "Your subordinate obeys." Richard smiled with satisfaction. He walked to Lanlot's side and patted his shoulder armor. "That's right. Only when I become the Lord of the North will I have enough resources. Then, I can become one of the bishops of the Abyss Order and ask the Lord of the Abyss to bestow his blessing and resurrect your wife and daughters. Otherwise," he didn't finish his sentence, but the threat was clear enough. Lanlot took a deep breath and finally made his choice. Shortly after, Lanlot left the room. A bright blue magical dove landed on Richard's shoulder. He took the letter and slowly read its contents. It was a message from the Abyss Order, recording the latest battle situation on the northern border. This unusual monster tide was secretly orchestrated by the Abyss Order and personally instructed by Richard. He chuckled softly. The northern border hasn't fallen yet. No wonder it's the northern wall with several third-tier professionals and one fourth-tier professional. But his smile quickly turned distorted. "But can you really stop the black dragon that the Order has summoned from the Abyss?" Richard opened his arms, as if embracing an unseen dark power. He had already planned his future. When the dragon descended, he would sign a pact with it, become its master, and then offer hundreds of thousands of souls from the north to the Abyss in exchange for enough soul power to advance to the 4th rank. Levi, you're just a mortal. What makes you think you can fight me?" Richard's laughter echoed in the room, manic and shrill. "By then, not only the Kingdom of Dawn, but the entire continent of Arisia will be conquered by me. This unprecedented feat of unifying the continent will be accomplished by me." Darkness crept silently through his maniacal laughter, like an invisible giant hand reaching from his winter territory toward the entire northern border. Chapter 33 Xiao Ku. So I'm the refugee after all? Without delay, Li Wei and his group, along with Nina and Xiao Ku, hurried back to Wintertown. The town remained as quiet as ever, but since the refugees who had fled from the north were settled in, the once deserted streets had slowly regained their commercial vibrancy. However, with the northern border recently devastated by the monster horde, many merchants chose to wait and see, hesitant to travel again. Only a few daring caravans continued to move in and out, taking advantage of the worst of the storms to sell their goods and try to make a high profit. Nina frowned as soon as she reached the city gate. She had clearly heard from the nobles in the arena that after the fall of the northern border, thousands of refugees had fled to Wintertown, but now, apart from messy footprints, she couldn't see a single refugee near the city gate. An ominous premonition immediately rose in her heart. It was the dead of winter, and the amount of food consumed daily by thousands of refugees was no small matter. The free people of Winterfell themselves might not even have enough food to get through the winter, so how could they possibly provide for these outsiders? If they weren't all accepted, then only one possibility remains. The refugees were violently suppressed by the knights, forcibly driven away, or perhaps even wiped out. Thinking of this, Nina's face stiffened. Over 1,000 lives, just gone like that? Xiaoko also realized the princess's thoughts. The two exchanged a glance, their hearts sinking simultaneously. They had originally thought that the sixth prince beside them was sunny, gentle, and even somewhat compassionate, but now it seemed that he might not be any different from the ruthless seventh prince. Levi quickly noticed that something was wrong with their expressions. He was good at observing details and immediately saw that Nina and Xiaoko's faces were frozen. He couldn't help but ask them what was wrong. Nina immediately shook her head in denial, feigning composure, as she said she had twisted her ankle and it was still a little sore. Xiaoko hurriedly added that her hand hurt. Levi glanced at the bruises on Nina's fair calves, but didn't suspect anything, simply saying they should go into town immediately and have a doctor examine them. Nina forced a smile and nodded, then followed Levi and the knights into the town with Xiaoko. What was only a few hundred meters felt like an eternity to them. The two constantly used subtle movements of their ears and tails to signal their intentions, trying to find a chance to escape. Little Ku's tail swayed gently, as if asking the princess what to do now. Nina's ears twitched from side to side, signaling her to see if they could find a chance to escape. But Little Ku blinked nervously, its meaning clear. They couldn't possibly outrun these knights. Nina felt a wave of despair and could only decide to take it one step at a time. Leeway watched as the two creatures' ears and tails twitched back and forth, and couldn't help but feel curious. He was about to ask if these demi-humans got tired doing this when Xiaoko suddenly knelt down with a thud. This completely stunned Leeway. Xiaoko knelt before him, her voice trembling as she begged him to spare them, saying that Princess Nina was a rare talent among the northern tribes, and that if they were to exchange her for something, they could obtain many things. She only begged him not to kill them. Nina also bent down, her posture so humble it was heartbreaking, begging Levi to spare their lives. Levi was completely bewildered by the two suddenly reacting demi-humans. He had only wanted to ask about the ears and tail, so how come one had knelt down and the other was begging for mercy before he could even finish his sentence? He even began to wonder if, in the eyes of the demi-humans, he was some kind of extremely vicious prince? Was he not handsome enough? Or did he have the air of a villain? Otherwise, the reactions of these two people were just too outrageous. Isabella looked over curiously as well. She had been carefully holding the few snow wolf cubs that she had finally managed to lull to sleep, afraid of bumping into them while walking, so she hadn't noticed what was happening here at all. Seeing that Li Wei remained silent with a sullen face, Xiao became even more frightened and hurriedly continued to beg for mercy. She said that Li Wei was a kind and benevolent prince, and begged him to spare Nina. If he really wanted to play with demi-human slaves, then he should come after her. Upon hearing this, Nina bit her lower lip, her eyes filled with shock and heartache. Li Wei, however, almost laughed in anger. This little brat, saying such things in the street, was practically ruining his reputation. Suppressing his helplessness, he coldly told Xiao Ku to get up immediately, or he would pack them both up and send them back to Tiandong territory. Upon hearing the words Tiandong territory, Xiao Ku almost reflexively stood up straight, instantly becoming obedient. Li Wei looked at the two women and asked them what they were thinking. Nina and Xiao Ku exchanged a glance, and finally Nina sighed, deciding to tell the truth. She told them their suspicions about the refugees being dealt with, but she phrased it as tactfully as possible, even expressing understanding of Li Wei's decision. After all, without food, those refugees would eventually turn into a mob. From the Lord's perspective, dealing with them in advance didn't seem incomprehensible. But after she finished speaking, not only did Levi have a strange expression, but Isabella and the knights behind her also looked at them as if they were fools. Li Wei then realized that the master and servant truly thought he was a bad person. He looked at them with amusement and asked who had told them that he had physically eliminated all the refugees. Nina and Xiao didn't dare to look up, only staring at the ground, completely unable to answer. Li Wei was too lazy to explain further, and simply said he would take them to see how the refugees were doing, so they wouldn't continue to misunderstand him. He had originally planned to return directly to the Lord's manor, but now he had to take a detour through the refugee settlement. Upon hearing this, Kanina and Xiao Ku's expressions changed again. Their first thought was that Li Wei was going to send them to see the dead refugees. The two tried to run almost simultaneously, but Li Wei reacted faster, lifting them up easily with one in each hand. He had already advanced to a first-tier professional. If he could let these two exhausted demi-humans escape, then his advancement would have been in vain. Xiao Ku immediately screamed, demanding that Li Wei release her and the princess. Nina was equally terrified. The piercing screams made Li Wei sigh helplessly. He felt that he hadn't rescued two demi-humans this time, but rather two walking megaphones. In the end, Li Wei had no choice but to make do with them for the time being, leading the two of them all the way to the refugee resettlement area. When Nina and Xiao Ke finally saw the scene before them, their fear instantly turned into shock. In the camp, hundreds of stone houses stood neatly arranged, clean and sturdy. Nina and Xiao Ke could hardly believe that this was the place Levi had described for the refugees. Those houses, built entirely of stone, were far better than the dwellings of many civilians in their tribe. Along the way, people kept bowing and greeting Li Wei. Some called him Lord Li Wei, some addressed him as Lord, and others said that seeing him today was the luckiest thing that could happen to them, even offering him the blessing of the God of Dawn. Li Wei simply nodded in response calmly. Nina, however, stared blankly. Were these people really refugees who had fled from the north? They looked well, and although their clothes were simple, they didn't show the numbness and despair she had imagined. To be honest, Nina and Xiao Ke look more like refugees now. They've traveled a long way, covered in dust. Their clothes are tattered and bruised, making them look particularly disheveled standing here. Xiao Ke couldn't help but gasp softly in surprise. The refugees really hadn't died. Just then, an elderly refugee man passing by overheard her. He immediately turned to look at her with displeasure and asked the young girl if she knew how to speak properly, why she was cursing people to die. Xiao Ke shrank back in fright and quickly apologized. The old man was initially a little angry, but after seeing her face covered in dust and her body covered in wounds, his anger quickly dissipated. He sighed, pulled half a roasted potato from his pocket, and forced it into Xiao Ke's hand, telling her to take it and eat it. It was food he had saved for emergencies, but after giving it to her, he left without looking back. Xiao Ke looked down at the half-eaten roasted potato in her hand, feeling utterly devastated. She suddenly realized that she had been given charity by refugees. Compared to the people here, she was more like the real refugee. Chapter 34. The Demi-Human's Strange Way of Apologizing. You have misunderstood His Highness. Isabella stepped forward and briefly recounted the events of the past 10 days in a calm tone. Xiao Ke's mouth gaped wider and wider as she listened. Nina tried her best to maintain her princess composure, but in the end, she couldn't hide her shock either. They never imagined that these stone houses could be built in just one day. When did human construction capabilities become so exaggerated? Coupled with the current living conditions of the refugees, the two demi-humans finally realized that they had indeed misunderstood Livy. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, Xiao Ke and Nina lowered their heads and solemnly apologized to Li Wei. They admitted that they shouldn't have thought of him as so bad. It turned out that Li Wei wasn't a monster in human skin like Richard, but a lord who was truly saving people. Seemingly feeling that a regular apology wasn't sincere enough, Xiao Ke leaned closer and whispered, "Please touch my ear." This is the most sincere way for a demi-human to express their apology to someone. Li Wei was taken aback and subconsciously looked at Isabella. He had only seen similar strange settings in Japanese anime on Earth, such as having to expose one's belly to apologize. He never expected that this other world would have them too. Isabella pouted, then nodded in confirmation. There is indeed such a saying. Levi seemed thoughtful, his gaze quickly falling on Nina, the little white fox beside him. He always thought fox ears looked nicer to touch than Xiao Ke's puppy ears. So he casually asked, "Can I touch yours?" Nina's face flushed instantly. Xiao Ke immediately stepped between the two, crossing her arms and urgently stopping them. "Your Highness Li Wei, the princess's ears cannot be touched casually." Li Wei looked at her with a puzzled expression. If touching the ear is the most sincere way to apologize, why couldn't Nina do it? Was her apology not sincere enough? Xiao Ke quickly explained that Nina was the most respected princess of the northern demi-human tribe, with a noble status. According to royal custom, only her future husband was qualified to touch her ears. This statement surprised Li Wei, and Isabella and the surrounding knights also showed curiosity. Demi-humans were not uncommon in human kingdoms, and there were even examples of intermarriage between humans and demi-humans, but demi-human nobles were extremely rare. Especially royalty and nobility, who placed great importance on the purity of bloodlines, believed that intermarriage with humans would taint the bloodline of the beast god and weaken its blessings. Therefore, this was the first time anyone had heard of the private customs of the demi-human royal family. Nina nodded shyly, then lowered her head, not daring to meet Li Wei's gaze again. Seeing this, Li Wei temporarily gave up the idea of touching the fox's ears. He reached out and gently rubbed Xiao Ke's two animal ears. They felt really nice, almost like the little mongrel he raised on Earth before he transmigrated. As he massaged, Li Wei discovered something that had always intrigued him. It turned out that demi-humans really did have two pairs of ears, one pair of animal ears on the top of their heads, and the other pair in the position of normal human ears. After a moment, Li Wei withdrew his hand and said calmly, "All right, I will not pursue the matter of your malicious speculation about me just now." Xiaoko opened her slightly narrowed eyes and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Your Highness." After disbanding the knights, Li Wei and Isabella returned to the Lord's manor with the two demi-humans. As soon as they entered, Drizzt was already waiting at the door, his hands on his chest, giving a standard butler salute. Drizzt was quite shocked that His Highness had returned with 2 demi-human girls and 5 wolf cubs after a trip. However, as a professional butler, his composure was impeccable, and his face showed no sign of distress. Li Wei introduced them to each other. "This is my steward, Drizzt." He then pointed to the 2 demi-humans. "This is Nina, the princess of the northern demi-human tribe, and this is her servant, Xiao Ku." Drizzt smiled and greeted them. "Your Highness, Princess, Lady Ku, welcome to the Lord's manor." But in his heart, a turmoil was brewing. Why did His Highness bring back a princess on this trip? Afterwards, Li Wei asked Isabella to take Xiao Ku and Nina to bathe and change, while he and Drizzt went to the back garden to check on the grain production and to collect some bones in preparation for taming the snow wolf cubs. Upon entering the back garden, Li Wei looked at the bustling scene and nodded in satisfaction. The garden, which had originally been filled with precious flowers and was only for viewing, had been completely transformed into a grain production line. For Li Wei, no matter how precious those flowers were, he could only glance at them and say they were beautiful, or at most, marvel at their beauty. Since that was the case, he might as well up with them all and replace them with crops that could actually fill his stomach. Pete, the head of the food production line, immediately greeted Li Wei with respect. Li Wei inquired directly about the production situation, and Pete promptly reported that everything was running smoothly. The refugees had more than enough food, and the produced grain was even being sold to others. The grain from the Lord's manor was large and inexpensive, much to the satisfaction of the common people. However, Pete also mentioned that the Agricultural Association members didn't understand this and demanded that they raise the price. Demanding a price increase? Li Wei silently noted this down. It seemed some people in the town were starting to get restless and wanted to be hung on streetlights. But since streetlights didn't exist in the real sense at this time, they might as well hang crosses instead. Pete then took Levi to see the wheat growing area. Ever since Levi mentioned wanting to increase the variety of grains, Pete had found the highest quality wheat, and with the help of growth powder, the harvest was quite astonishing. Li Wei watched as vast fields of wheat were planted, ripened, and harvested. The whole process was astonishingly fast. He hadn't expected Pete to complete his casual suggestion so brilliantly. It seemed his eye for talent was indeed excellent. Besides potatoes, which are plentiful and filling, wheat was also officially included in the production plan. Although potatoes remained the main crop, processed wheat had a higher value and could be sold to wealthy nobles in the city, earning them more money. However, Li Wei did not expand the production line for the time being. On the one hand, it was best to keep such a conceptual item as bone meal in the hands of a very small number of people. On the other hand, the quantity of bones was ultimately limited and could not be consumed indefinitely. It's a pity that mob farms can't be built in this world. Otherwise, you could just create a place that spawns skeletons like crazy and rely on the bones dropped by the skeletons to achieve truly unlimited food production. After the inspection, Li Wei converted the bones in the warehouse into bone meal to replenish the inventory. He also took 2 sets of bones and instructed Drizzt to have the kitchen send 5 pounds of raw meat to his office. Isabella, Nina, and Xiaoko had been waiting there for some time. Next, Levi would tame the 5 snow wolf cubs and use raw meat to accelerate their growth. Thinking of this, Li Wei narrowed his eyes slightly, barely able to contain his excitement. He knew very well how strong the snow wolf was. Even an ordinary second-tier professional could be defeated by its claws in a one-on-one fight. Now, he is about to possess 5 second-tier magical beasts. More importantly, they will become second-tier magical beasts absolutely loyal to him. Chapter 35. How many steps does it take for a wolf cub to grow into a mature adult wolf? When they returned to the office, Nina and Xiao had already changed their clothes. It was just an ordinary maid's uniform, but on Nina, it inexplicably exuded a bright and alluring charm. She hadn't done anything, yet Li Wei instantly understood why King Zhou had been so fond of Daji. Before Li Wei entered, the 3 girls were huddled together playing with 5 wolf cubs. It has to be said, these soft little creatures were almost irresistible to girls their age. Isabella, holding one of the cubs, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Your Highness, how do you intend to tame them?" Li Wei smiled mysteriously, only saying that she would know soon. As soon as she finished speaking, the kitchen staff pushed in pork bones and raw pork. Looking at the cart full of ingredients, the people in the room were somewhat puzzled. not understanding why His Highness had suddenly sent these things. Levi stood by the food cart and waved to Isabella. Isabella stepped forward carrying the wolf cub, and Nina and Xiaoku immediately joined her, all three with expectant eyes. They knew Levi would definitely have a way to tame the snow wolf, but they didn't know how he would do it. Nina looked at him questioningly. Levi calmly picked up a pork bone and said the method was simple: feed them bones and meat. When Xiaoku saw the bone, which was almost as thick as her forearm, her expression immediately turned strange. For a moment, she even had the urge to take a bite, which startled her so much that she quickly shook her head. She pointed to the bone, which was bigger than the wolf cubs' heads, and carefully reminded them, "Your Highness Levi, are you sure you want to put this thing in their mouths?" That thing looked like it could crush the wolf cubs, let alone let them gnaw on it. Levi glanced at the bone in his hand, then at the whimpering wolf cub in Isabella's arms, and hesitated briefly. Logically, this was indeed implausible. But the problem was, he had the Minecraft system. Blocks could float in the sky, and people wouldn't bleed when they were cut. What did reality matter with this? So Levi simply held the bone to the mouth of one of the wolf cubs. The cub stared at the bone, which was bigger than its own head, its little eyes full of confusion, as if trying to determine if it was something edible. It tentatively opened its mouth, and as soon as its teeth touched the bone, a strange wisp of gray smoke rose from its body. The next second, the bone in Li Wei's hand vanished. Xiaoka's eyes widened in disbelief as she rubbed them. Nina was equally shocked, as she hadn't sensed any magical fluctuations. Only Isabella remained relatively calm. After all, she had seen Li Wei conjure and take things out of thin air far too often. The notification of taming failure rang in his ears, but Li Wei wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, he couldn't help but smile. Failure wasn't important. What mattered was that the mechanics were still there. As long as the taming mechanics in Minecraft existed, these snow wolf cubs could definitely be tamed. He immediately took out another large bone and held it to the wolf cub's mouth. The cub blinked, still not quite understanding what was happening, but its instinct to eat made it open its mouth again. The bone disappeared again, and this time, several hearts appeared on its head, and a red collar suddenly appeared around its neck. The once fierce wolf cub's eyes instantly became clear and gentle. Hearing the notification of successful taming and seeing the familiar red collar, Li Wei couldn't hide his smile. The three people beside him, however, were completely dumbfounded, utterly unable to comprehend how a single bone could change a magical beast. Xiaoka found it especially absurd. She could sense that the wolf cub's aura had suddenly become much closer, as if it had transformed from a wolf into a dog. But how could that be? A wolf is a wolf, and a dog is a dog. She could only suspect that she was imagining things. Isabella asked softly about the collar, and Levi told her it was the sign of successful taming. Upon seeing Levi, the tamed wolf cub immediately let out a fawning whimper. Levi reached out his hand, and the cub nuzzled against his palm. The other four wolf cubs sensed the presence of a stranger and immediately bared their teeth in fear and wariness, attempting to threaten Levi. However, the cub that had just been tamed barked twice at its brothers, stunning them completely. The four cubs huddled together, their faces asking, "Big brother, why are you siding with outsiders?" Li Wei was amused by the scene and reached out to rub the wolf cub's head. The little guy immediately squinted his eyes and let out a soft whimper of comfort. The three women beside him were dumbfounded. It really had been successfully tamed, and in a way that made absolutely no sense. Nina glanced at the bone in the plate, then at Xiaoku, and suddenly a bold idea popped into her head. Xiaoku immediately shook her head warily, quickly emphasizing that she wasn't a magical beast. Li Wei ignored their interruption and continued feeding the remaining four wolf cubs bones one by one. System notifications kept ringing in his ears, some indicating failure, others success. Li Wei was quite lucky. He could usually take down one wolf cub within 4 or 5 bones. Before long, all 5 wolf cubs had red collars around their necks, and they were all successfully tamed. For a moment, the office was filled with the whimpering of wolf cubs. The few that had been baring their teeth at Li Wei just moments before were now completely different, fawning over him like domestic dogs. Nina frowned slightly. She had never heard of this method of taming before. Generally speaking, to tame a magical beast besides spending a long time with it, you also need to sign a magical pet contract. Only when the contract is established will the magical beast not harm its master. But Li Wei's approach is completely different from traditional beast taming, and the loyalty and fanaticism in the eyes of these wolf cubs are even more obvious than when they're contracted magical pets. Once tamed, the next step was to accelerate their growth with raw meat. Levi had Isabella put them on the ground. 5 wolf cubs, less than 10 days old and barely able to stand, trembled as they approached Levi, whimpering around him. Nina's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected the majestic snow wolves that would grow up to be so adorable as children. Levi collected all the pork chops from the food cart into his backpack. After the backpack transformed, the chops became raw pork in the Minecraft inventory. He then piled the raw pork back into the food cart, picked up a piece, and offered it to the mouth of the first tamed snow wolf cub. The other pups wanted to join in the food, but Levi commanded them to stop in their tracks. He told them to wait and save the first bite for their eldest brother. The snow wolf cubs, having recognized him as their master, seemed to understand his meaning. The four little ones immediately sat down obediently, remaining perfectly still like well-trained dogs. The first snow wolf cub's eyes lit up as it opened its mouth and bit into the piece of meat that was bigger than its own body. It ate bite after bite and soon finished the whole piece of meat. The three women then noticed that its size had visibly increased, and compared to the four cubs beside it, it was already like a small giant. Isabella immediately understood. This was another of His Highness's special magic. Levi nodded, but his hands didn't stop moving. Nina tried to detect the magical fluctuations, but still sensed nothing. She even began to suspect that Levi's power wasn't magic, but rather came from the gods. When the 10th piece of meat was fed to the wolf cub, its body suddenly swelled up. Previous growth spurts had already made it far larger than its brothers, but this change was even more dramatic. In a short instant, a snow wolf with a shoulder height of at least 1.5 meters and a body length approaching 2 meters appeared majestically in the office. The adult snow wolf exuded a rich aura of ice, causing the room temperature to drop several degrees. It was the aura of a second-tier magical beast. As if realizing it had completed its growth, it raised its head and let out a long howl, the sound instantly echoing throughout the entire Lord's mansion. The servants working in the back garden were so frightened they nearly dropped the potatoes they were holding. The more timid one's legs went weak and they collapsed to the ground. This wasn't because they were weak, but because the howl of a second-tier magical beast inherently carried a sense of oppression. How many steps does it take to grow a wolf cub into a mature wolf? The answer is simple. First, bring the cub back from the den. Second, feed it bones. Third, feed it meat. That's how absurdly efficient Minecraft players are at taming their prey. Isabella's eyes were filled with surprise. She remembered that Levi had said he would give her a fully grown snow wolf as a mount. She had originally thought it would take at least a year and a half, but she never expected that His Highness could not only make crops mature quickly, but also make animals grow instantly. Shauka looked up at the snow wolf, which was taller than her mouth agape, almost unable to believe her eyes. Nina, meanwhile, made a gesture symbolizing the beast god in front of her chest and murmured, "Beast god above, what is going on?" Chapter 36, Taming the Snow Wolf. Strange situation outside the city. Levi followed the same method, raising the remaining 4 snow wolf cubs to adulthood. Within minutes, 5 robust adult snow wolves appeared in the room. Although the stove was still burning, the people inside felt as if they were on an icy plain, enveloped by an invisible chill. The howling of wolves echoed throughout the Lord's mansion, turning all the servants pale with fright. Levi simply said, "All right, all of you be quiet." The snow wolves, who had been howling with their heads raised just a second ago, immediately shut their mouths and became as obedient as hunting dogs that had been trained for many years. He reached out and stroked the snow wolf he had recently acquired, smiling with satisfaction. Just like that, he had gained 5 more second-tier magical beasts under his command, and these were magical pets that would never betray him. Anyone would be overjoyed by such a gain. Princess Nina was deeply moved. The hunting teams of the northern demi-human tribes also brought magical pets, but most were only Tier 1. Only the most elite teams could be equipped with Tier 2 magical pets. Yet, Levi had tamed 5 Tier 2 snow wolves in less than half a day. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that the 6th prince of the Dawn Kingdom could do such a thing. Levi pointed to one of the female wolves and said to Isabella, "This snow wolf is yours to manage from now on." The snow wolf lowered its head as if it understood the command and affectionately nuzzled Isabella's hand. Isabella couldn't hide her joy and knelt down to express her gratitude. For a night, a mount could greatly compensate for a lack of mobility, and the snow wolf's speed in the snow was astonishing, and it could also make up for her lack of elemental attacks. Levi waved his hand, his tone calm. "You are my personal guard. The stronger you are, the safer I will be." He was not worried about the snow wolf betraying him. He was still the true master, and Isabella was just another master it recognized. Looking at the 5 majestic snow wolves before him, Levi grew increasingly satisfied. Taming and raising them was complete. Now it was time to consider the breeding plan. 5 snow wolves were far from enough. He wanted an army of snow wolves. He took out the bone, and the 5 snow wolves instantly turned around, their tongues lolling out as they stared at him, looking like a pack of giant Samiettes. According to the Minecraft mechanics, feeding bones to tamed adult wolves will induce them into courtship mode. Levi was just about to test how this mechanism would work in reality when there was a knock at the door. He had no choice but to put the bones away and look at the doorway. Come in. The door was pushed open, and Trist rushed in a panic. Your Highness. Your Highness. But as soon as he stepped into the room, he was stared at by 5 snow wolves at the same time. The scarlet eyes, sharp fangs, and imposing, massive body nearly made the middle-aged butler's legs go weak. If he hadn't grabbed the table in time, he probably would have collapsed to his knees on the spot. Levi suppressed a laugh and helped Tristana to sit down on the sofa. It seemed he couldn't create such a stimulating scene in a room anymore, or he might actually scare his loyal butler into fainting one day. Trist took a while to recover from his shock, and his eyes lit up with delight. Your Highness, how did you turn those 5 wolf cubs into such big wolves? Levi casually replied, a little magic was used. Trist immediately nodded, without any doubt. After all, His Highness had turned the impossible into the possible more than once. Being able to instantly ripen potatoes and grow pups didn't seem strange at all. Levi asked him, why did you rush in like that? What happened? Trist then slapped his forehead, almost forgetting his business because he was startled by the snow wolf. He quickly reported, Your Highness, 5 more snow wolves have appeared not far outside the city. Levi's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the wolf pack to arrive so quickly. He had thought the mother snow wolf would recover from her injuries first, but it turned out that as soon as she found her companions, she followed their scent. Now that he had confirmed he could tame snow wolves with bones, in Levi's eyes, those 5 adult snow wolves were practically offering themselves up as fighting force. Just as he was about to leave, Trist quickly grabbed his sleeve. Your Highness, please don't rush. I haven't finished speaking yet. Those 5 snow wolves are fighting a squad of knights a few kilometers away. The scouts have confirmed that the squad's insignia comes from the Royal Templar Knights. Levi frowned slightly. With the northern border fallen, why hadn't the Knights Templar gone to reinforce it? Why were they near Winterfell? Drizzt reminded him, Your Highness, it might be the disaster relief team that the capital previously said it would send. Levi then remembered that the refugee crisis in Wintertown had already been reported to the capital. However, after he transmigrated into the body of the 6th prince, he solved the food problem with the MC system, which also suppressed the winter crisis, and he almost forgot about the disaster relief food. He sighed inwardly. At the speed the capital was moving, by the time the food arrived, the refugees would probably have starved to death outside the city gates. But it was good that the relief food had arrived. Perhaps they could find crops that Wintertown didn't have. If they could obtain pumpkins or pumpkin seeds, the creation of the Iron Golem army could be officially put on the agenda. However, Levi did not think things would be so simple, as the royal capital's grain shipments to Winterfell would inevitably pass through Winterfell. Richard had just finished a few rounds of brotherly harmony with him. How could he not take the opportunity to do something underhanded? But he would deal with whatever came his way. Levi glanced at the 5 second-tier snow wolves beside him, his eyes growing cold. He wanted to see if this native of another world could stop him, who possessed the power of Steve. Levi turned to the red-haired female knight and said, Come, Isabella, follow me out of the city. Isabella bowed in agreement. As for Xiaoku and Nina, he told them to stay at the Lord's Manor to rest for the time being. Drizzt asked in confusion, Your Highness, are you leaving the city to help the Templars? Levi smiled and shook his head, looking out the window. Help them? I'm afraid they'll kill my snow wolf. Tristan looked bewildered. Weren't those wild wolves from outside the city? How did they become His Highness's snow wolves? Levi didn't explain further, only gesturing for Isabella and the 5 snow wolves to follow. After leaving the Lord's mansion, the 2 mounted their snow wolves and led the pack out of the city in a grand procession. Drizzt watched them leave, then looked at the 2 demi-humans remaining in the room and said with a smile, Distinguished guests, your rooms have been arranged. Please follow me. Nina and Xiaoku exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. After experiencing this series of shocks, they really needed to rest. Chapter 37 Dawn's Saintus, Gianadak. Is Levi a fallen, one who has a contract with a demon? Half a day ago, in the winter territory, a knight clad in gold and white armor, led by Lanlot, entered Richard's room. The armor was engraved with the inscriptions of the Church of Dawn, holy and dazzling. She was a young girl with golden braids hanging down her shoulders and clear yet sharp azure eyes. Although she was young, her demeanor was in no way inferior to that of seasoned knight, and every gesture she made exuded elegance and heroism, as if she were always bathed in holy light. She was Gianadak, a girl blessed by the god of dawn, and called a saint by the church. From a country girl to the most dazzling rising star of the Knights Templar, it took her less than a year. Legend has it that she can hear the guidance of the god of dawn in times of crisis, leading people out of darkness. Although no one can prove that she actually heard divine pronouncements, the fact that she advanced from an unprofessional to a third-tier professional in just 1 year is astonishing in itself. Becoming a professional is already 1 in a million, and each advancement to the next level is a double test of talent and willpower. Those who can reach the 3rd level are all the most outstanding talents, but Jean's growth rate is almost unmatched. She looked at the 7th prince, Richard, who was standing in front of the easel with his back to her, and said in a calm but not humble tone, "Your Highness, what are your orders for summoning me here? The war on the northern border is urgent, and I will soon be heading to the battlefield." The implication was clear. She wouldn't linger unless it was something truly important. Richard stopped painting, slowly turned around, and smiled gently. "Miss Saint, please don't be in a hurry. I invited you here because it's important. Please have a seat." Jean hesitated for a moment, but finally sat down. After all, he was a prince, and she wouldn't skip the proper etiquette. Richard sat down opposite her, his gaze lingering on her, a barely concealed greed flashing in his eyes. This woman, blessed by the god of dawn, is so beautiful. How delightful it would be to become his collection, his tableware. Since joining the Abyss Order, Richard's twisted desires have only grown stronger. Jean noticed the presumptuous gaze, narrowed her eyes slightly, and said in a colder tone, "Your Highness, what exactly do you want to tell me? The vice captain is already gathering the Templar Knights, and I don't have time to chat with you." She did not come to Tiandong territory for sightseeing. After the northern border fell, the king ordered troops to be sent to provide support, and the Church of Dawn also sent Templar Knights to assist the army, and she came with the team. Richard, however, showed no embarrassment. Instead, he smiled and said, "I apologize. Your sanctity momentarily distracted me. The reason I asked you to come in person is because the matter at hand is of great importance, even involving the selection of the crown prince." Jean's expression finally turned serious. The selection of the crown prince in the Kingdom of Dawn was crucial to the future succession to the throne, and if it truly concerned her, she couldn't ignore it. Seeing her reaction, Richard's lips curled up slightly. He knew she had taken the bait. He slowly began to speak. "6th Prince, Levi Charles, my beloved brother, has unfortunately been possessed by a demon." Upon hearing the word demon, Jean's eyes instantly darkened. Richard continued, "The fall of the northern border and the appearance of those black monsters are both related to him. My spies have already gathered enough evidence in Winterhold." He raised his hand, and a maidservant immediately and tremblingly handed him a stack of yellowed parchment. Richard took it with a smile and pushed it towards Jean. "Please take a look." Jean stared at the parchments, hesitated for a moment, and then took them. They listed accusations against Levi. He colluded with the northern demi-human tribes, secretly cooperating with a monster horde to conquer the border. Those black monsters were lesser demons he summoned after becoming a fallen one and making a pact with the demon. The paper also stated that he controlled the surrounding magical beasts through a demonic contract, used black magic alchemical products to accelerate the ripening of crops, and harbored the demi-human princess Nina Chin and her attendant Yarahako, both of whom were spies from the demi-human tribe and were specifically responsible for serving him. Finally, the parchment even points out that Isabella of the House of Windsor was also Levi's consort, and that Levi secretly cooperated with the House of Windsor, receiving their support in an attempt to ascend the throne. After reading this, Jean looked up sharply, her expression serious. "Your Highness Richard, do you know what these accusations mean?" Richard smiled and nodded. "Of course I know. If there were even the slightest falsehood, I would be courting death. A prince who frames others with lies, having lost his integrity, is utterly unqualified to be the crown prince of the Dawn Kingdom. Do you think I would risk my own future to frame him?" Jean fell silent. She put the parchment into her pocket and sighed heavily. "I understand. I will apply to the vice commander to leave the team and personally investigate whether everything you said is true." Richard's lips curled into a smile. "That's exactly why I specifically asked you to come." He knew perfectly well that the Templar Knights vice commander who had gone to the border to suppress the monster tide was none other than Draco Windsor, a knight from the Windsor family. Draco was related to Isabella, Levi's personal guard, and Levi also had Windsor blood flowing through his veins, making him a cousin as well. Richard was worried that the deputy commander would sabotage the operation, which is why he specifically entrusted the plan to Jean, who was known as the Saint. More importantly, he needed to get this woman, who was said to be blessed by the god of dawn, away from his winter territory, because he was about to use the Abyss magic array to refine the entire winter territory. If Jean could actually summon the oracle, even the slightest possibility would become a huge hidden danger. Therefore, he deliberately fabricated a story in the parchment about Levi's cooperation with the Windsor family, so that Jean would deliberately conceal this matter in order to avoid the vice captain. After Jean left the room with a solemn expression, Richard could no longer suppress his smile. His originally dark pupils subtly turned a deep purple. Haha, whether you can prove your innocence or not, my plan will be completed. He laughed maniacally, his voice filled with twisted excitement. The northern border has already fallen to the majority, and the northern general is on the verge of exhaustion, able to hold out for at most 3 more days. Once the demons devour his power, the dragon will descend, and the entire north will become Richard's source of power. At the same time, the Abyss Magic Circle in Tiandong territory is about to be activated. He intends to let the Dragon Breath syndrome rage throughout the entire territory, spreading fear in order to draw upon more abyssal power. At this moment, the veins on Richard's face had turned blackish purple, and terrifying power surged within him. His aura had clearly reached the level of a third-tier professional. A prince who was originally only at the 1st rank actually stepped into the 3rd rank in less than half a year. The power of the abyss made him feel extremely comfortable. He raised his right hand, his 5 fingers slowly closing like the claws of a greedy dragon, his eyes filled with ambition and madness. What crown prince of the Kingdom of Dawn? I want the entire continent. Chapter 38, The Hatred of Having One's Child Taken Away. An irreconcilable enemy. Back in the present, on a snowfield 2 kilometers outside Wintertown, 6 knights are being relentlessly pursued by 5 snow wolves. The snow, whipped up by claw winds and sword energy, turns into a white mist that tumbles endlessly in the frigid wind. These knights wore gold and white armor, the surface of which was engraved with the inscriptions of the Church of Dawn. Without a doubt, they were Templar knights under the Church of Dawn. The lead blonde female knight, however, held neither a sword nor a hammer, but instead waved a long banner. A divine radiance emanated from her, forming an invisible barrier that repeatedly repelled the attacking snow wolves. The snow wolves tried to bite through her defenses, but they could not get even half a step closer. The blonde girl, Jean, looked at the magical beasts with wariness in her eyes. 2nd-tier magical beasts, snow wolves, should be the elite of the beast tide on the northern border. Why were they appearing within the kingdom's territory, and so close to Wintertown? Could it be that everything 7th Prince Richard said was true? Before she could think further, the snow wolves realized she was difficult to deal with, and immediately turned to the other knights. Compared to Jean, the other Templar knights were significantly weaker. 5 snow wolves focused their attack on one person, and even though they were all 2nd tier, their speed and numbers forced the knight to retreat repeatedly. One of the knights couldn't help but cry out, "Holy Maiden, these snow wolves are too troublesome. Their speed is simply too much to handle." The snow wolves might not be able to kill them, but it's unrealistic for them to eliminate the snow wolves quickly. They can only drag it out into a war of attrition, waiting for an opening to strike and kill them. However, their departure from Winter Territory was not for hunting magical beasts, but rather a secret summons by Jean to Wintertown to uncover the truth. As Templar knights loyal to the God of Dawn, they did not hesitate for a moment upon learning of the mission, nor did they leak any information to the outside world. According to evidence provided by the 7th Prince Richard, the 6th Prince Levi of Winterhold likely made a deal with demons, gaining powers that were not human. The fall of the northern border is related to him. He even secretly colluded with the northern demi-human tribes, who sent their princess to his residence. Furthermore, the apparent support from the Windsor family makes everything seem highly unusual. The sudden appearance of the 2nd-tier snow wolf seems to confirm the contents of the parchment. Legend has it that those who make deals with demons can communicate with and even command magical beasts. Jean's expression grew increasingly grave. Had the 6th Prince, Levi, truly been seduced by the devil and become a contractor? Whatever the answer, the immediate priority was to kill these snow wolves to prevent them from harming the innocent townspeople. She ceased her defense and planted her banner heavily in the snow. The next moment, holy light erupted from her, and a 3rd-order prayer, Blessing of Holy Light, was activated. Golden radiance enveloped all the surrounding knights, increasing their attack, defense, and speed while dispelling any negative effects. After receiving the blessing, the 2nd-tier knights' morale surged instantly. After a dozen or so rounds, the snow wolves, who had initially held the initiative, began to retreat steadily. Fear finally appeared in their eyes. Their previous tactic of defeating them one by one had failed, and defeat was only a matter of time. A knight seized the opportunity, raising his long sword high to stab the weakened she-wolf beside him, who had just given birth. The she-wolf howled, her dying thoughts still lingering on her stolen cubs. The other snow wolves tried to rush to her aid, but the knight held them back, preventing them from arriving in time. Just as the sword was about to strike, 5 wolf howls suddenly rang out. The first-tier combat skill, Wolf Howl, was activated, affecting the speed of enemies within a 20-meter radius. The knight's sword-falling movement immediately slowed down by a third. The next second, a tremendous force slammed into him, sending the knight flying. He rolled several times on the snow before scrambling to his feet. He roared, demanding to know who dared to charge at a Templar knight. Jean looked up and saw 5 strong, adult snow wolves forcefully entering the battlefield. On the backs of the snow wolves sat 2 people. One was a boy with black hair and black eyes, with delicate and handsome features and a noble air that was unlike that of ordinary people. The other was a girl with red hair flowing down her shoulders, red eyes like rubies, and a heroic spirit between her brows, like a dazzling flame in the vast snowfield. The one that had just knocked the knight away was the giant wolf that the boy was riding. After confirming that the mother wolf on the ground was unharmed, the boy smiled, looked at the disheveled Templar knight, and said loudly, "Gentlemen, please have mercy and don't hurt my future pet." The Templar knights were all stunned. A pet? This suddenly appearing black-haired boy actually called such a dangerous snow wolf a pet? What shocked them even more was that the one he was riding also seemed to be a snow wolf, and its size was ridiculously huge. Soon, a knight recognized him. This man seemed to be the 6th prince, Levi. Another knight whispered confirmation, and it seemed to be him indeed. Levi's reputation in the capital was almost universal, even more so than that of the renowned princes and princesses. The reason is simple. No matter where they are, the common people's favorite topics of conversation are always the scandalous affairs of noblemen, especially since Levi was a prince. Such rumors naturally spread even further. Jean, being a saint, didn't usually participate in such gossip, but through constant exposure, she had become acquainted with the notorious good-for-nothing Prince Levi Charles from the capital. Now, she finally confirmed that the person riding on the giant wolf's back was indeed Levi. She asked, "Are you the 6th Prince Charles Levi?" Levi slightly raised his eyes, looking at the blonde, blue-eyed female knight holding a flag, and felt that her attire looked strangely familiar. However, since the other party recognized him, he didn't bother to think too much about it and simply ordered, "Since you recognize me, that makes things easier. You knights, stand aside for now and wait until I tame these wolves." His top priority right now is to tame these snow wolves, not to chat idly with the Templars. If anything else comes up, he'll have to wait until he's finished with his business. Then, Levi looked down at the mother wolf lying panting on the snow. It was the mother of the wolf cubs he had taken. The moment the mother wolf saw Levi, her expression turned incredibly ferocious, even more so than when she had faced the Templar Knights. This was the man who stole her cub. The hatred of having her child taken was irreconcilable. The mother wolf almost instinctively wanted to bite Levi, but when she saw the giant wolf beneath him, she suddenly froze. It sniffed the air, its eyes shifting from anger to bewilderment. The scent was clearly that of a child. But why in just half a day had its child grown larger than itself? Chapter 39. On another note, Master, you fed my son and daughter so well. The snow wolves that Levi has been feeding with raw pork have grown to a size larger than their wild counterparts. An ordinary snow wolf is only a little over a meter tall when it's on all fours, but the 5 he's raised are almost a meter and a half tall at the shoulder, truly deserving the title of giant snow wolves. The snow wolf beneath Levi let out a low whimper, clearly recognizing its mother. It stretched out its nose and gently rubbed against the mother wolf's face. The mother wolf, who had been wary and unable to discern the identity of the giant wolf before her, instantly lost her ferocity. Her eyes softened, and she affectionately nuzzled against her cub. The snow wolf continued to howl in a low voice, as if recounting everything that had just happened to its mother. After listening, the mother wolf's gaze towards Levi shifted from sharp to hesitant, and finally to complete calm. The so-called hatred for the abduction of her cub suddenly seemed somewhat awkward. After all, the other party not only didn't harm its cubs, but actually raised them to be plump and majestic. They were fed and cared for, a treatment even its own mother couldn't provide. The wolf mother even began to wonder if she had attacked the wrong person in the first place. Thinking that the children had already acknowledged Levi as their master, a sly glint appeared in its eyes, and its mouth stretched almost to its ears as it looked at Levi with a fawning expression. It looked nothing like the ferocious second-tier magical beast it once was. Instead, it resembled a large Samoyed that had made a mistake. Levi looked down at the wolf mother, who was covered in wounds but still trying to put on a fawning act, and shook his head helplessly. He had told her long ago to let her heal her wounds before coming to find him, but the wolf was still in a hurry to catch up with him. Hearing his words, the wolf mother, whether genuinely understanding or feigning it, rolled her eyes in a remarkably human-like manner. It was as if she were complaining, "You took my cubs away, and you blame me for being impatient?" However, when it saw how well the cubs were thriving under Li Wei's care, its anger completely dissipated. While snow wolves are apex predators in the wild, when heavy snow closes the mountains, their ability to catch prey ultimately depends on luck. If the smaller animals hide in their dens, and the snow is even thicker, the snow wolves may not be able to find them. For them, the reality is often uncertainty about where their next meal will come from. Yet, this human, after taking the wolf cubs away, has fed them to the state they are in now. Even if the wolf mother is unwilling to admit it, she knows that Li Wei could indeed provide her cubs with better living conditions. At this moment, the other wolves in the pack regrouped around their mother. They stared menacingly at Levi on the giant wolf's back, clearly remembering that this human had injured their companion and abducted their nephew and niece. But when they recognized the scent of the 5 giant wolves, the entire pack was stunned. These enormous creatures were actually the small, vulnerable cubs they had been just half a day ago. They couldn't believe that their nephew and niece had grown to such a size in such a short time. The wolves' hostility was once again focused on Li Wei, baring their teeth as if questioning what they had done to the cubs. But the 5 giant wolves loyal to Li Wei would not tolerate such provocation, immediately lowering their bodies and returning the same malice. Ultimately, although the wolves were the elders, the cubs were only recently born and were not familiar with each other at all. The atmosphere between the two sides instantly became tense, as if a fight was about to break out at any moment, and a bizarre internal struggle between uncle and nephew/niece was about to erupt. Li Wei didn't intervene, but calmly watched the scene unfold. He believed that this wolf mother, who was intelligent enough to understand human nature, would do something. Sure enough, the wolf mother soon raised her head and howled a few times, and the previously fierce wolf pack immediately quieted down. It relayed the information it had received from the wolf cubs to the entire pack. Soon, all the snow wolves looked at Li Wei with strange eyes. They couldn't understand why a human, who should have been their enemy, would raise their cubs to be so strong. Looking at their expressions, Li Wei almost burst out laughing. Without their fierce demeanor, the snow wolves looked like a pack of large, pure white Samoyeds, staring at each other with wide eyes, completely devoid of their previous intimidating presence. Besides the 2 giant wolves carrying Li Wei and Isabella, the remaining 3 had already joined the pack and begun communicating with their elders. Li Wei had instructed them beforehand to persuade their elders to serve him. From now on, as long as Li Wei had meat to eat, the snow wolves would certainly have bones to gnaw on. Hearing the low howls of their offspring, the wolves occasionally glanced at Li Wei, then lowered their heads in thought. A few minutes later, they followed their mother to Li Wei and all bowed their heads. This gesture needed no further explanation. Whether it was to have enough to eat or to reunite with their cubs, the wolf pack ultimately chose to submit. Isabella, riding on the back of another giant wolf, had a glint in her eyes. She had never imagined that one day she would be surrounded by wolves in this way. Of course, she knew very well that the snow wolf's true allegiance lay with Prince Li Wei beside her. But Li Wei was also her lord, and the lord's glory was the servant's honor. The sight of those ferocious magical beasts behaving like dogs before their lord stirred her heart. But in the next instant, a strange thought suddenly popped into her mind. Since they submitted to their master like dogs, wasn't she, as a servant, similar in some way? Looking at the wolf pack with their heads bowed, Li Wei knew his opportunity had arrived. Without hesitation, he opened his backpack, took out a large amount of bones and raw pork, and threw them in front of the snow wolves as if they were free. Soon, the bones and meat piled up into a small mountain. Since being driven to the White Wolf Forest by the Endermen, these snow wolves had never seen such a scene. They were starving every day, and if they weren't so desperate for food, they wouldn't have left the mother wolf, who had just given birth, alone in the den. The hungry snow wolves no longer cared about the reserve of second-tier magical beasts and rushed to the piles of meat and bones almost instantly, devouring them frantically. Moreover, the raw pork and bones transformed by Li Wei already held an exceptionally strong attraction for them. As the mountains of flesh and bones dwindled, red collars began to appear around the necks of the wild snow wolves. At the same time, their wounds began to heal. The injuries inflicted on the wolf mother by Li Wei, and later by the Templar Knights, were visibly recovering. Li Wei knew this was a Minecraft feature taking effect in reality. In Minecraft, feeding a tamed wolf raw meat restores its health. But in this world, it accelerates wound healing. At this moment, all 10 snow wolves present wore collars around their necks. This was a sign of successful taming. Li Wei smiled from the bottom of his heart, because it meant that he had gained 5 more powerful warriors under his command. A full 10 tier, 2 magical beasts. As long as they don't actively trespass into Tiandong territory or the northern border, Levi can practically roam freely on the northern border. After all, in an ordinary town, there are at most Tier 1 professionals. Anyone with a bit of talent has long since gone to the capital to seek a way out, or at the very least, they'll go to Tiandong territory, a major border trading hub. Who would willingly stay in this godforsaken, icy wasteland? Not far away, Jean watched all this with a frown, her left hand gripping the flagpole tightly. The scene before her was unbelievable. The other side was actually communicating with monsters, and had even made an entire wolf pack bow down in submission. Isabella observed her for a long time before finally asking, could this person be Gianadak, the saintess of the cult of Dawn? Jean nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, few were unaware of her name. Surprise flashed in Isabella's eyes. She hadn't expected to meet the legendary saintess here. To her, Jean was practically an idol. After all, she had become a third-tier knight in just 1 year, and it was almost a certainty that she would succeed as the Grand Master of the Holy Knights of the Cult of Dawn. But the next moment, to Isabella's utter surprise, the saintess suddenly looked at Prince Levi and angrily rebuked him. Levi, in order to win the Crown Prince selection, you did not hesitate to make a pact with the devil. What are your true intentions? Chapter 40, The Changes in Winterhold, Levi's respect among the refugees, and the saintess's hesitation. Jean looked at Levi with a hint of anger. She couldn't understand why a member of the royal family of the Kingdom of Dawn, and even a prince with a right to inherit the throne, would abandon the protection of the God of Dawn and instead pursue the power of the devil. The Kingdom of Dawn was able to establish itself thanks to the Dawn Tree, a gift from the God of Dawn. Without the protection of the tree, this kingdom could not have grown from a weak place to its current state, nor could it have stood firm against the threats of numerous kingdoms and empires. Levi was taken aback by her question. A contract with a demon? That sounded like a joke. Of course, he couldn't possibly make a contract with a demon. As for so-called demon contracts, he'd only ever seen similar things in games. He frowned, his tone clearly disdainful. Miss Saintess, do not slander me. Why would I need to make a pact with a demon? In Levi's view, Steve's power was something that the so-called demons of this world could not comprehend. However, the knight beside Jean immediately spoke up coldly, accusing him of associating with inherently evil magical beasts and being able to control these snow wolves. This in itself was the best evidence. Levi squinted at the male knight. What do you mean by cooperating with them? I have tamed them, and they will naturally obey my orders. The knight sneered, believing that taming a magical beast without any contract ritual was simply treating the Templar Knights like fools. After all, everyone on this continent knew that to control a magical beast, one had to sign a magical beast contract. Otherwise, a magical beast will always be a magical beast. The demonic energy emanating from them is said to come from the demon god Asa, and they are inherently ferocious, destined to turn against their masters sooner or later. In the past, many people have brought magical beast cubs home, thinking they could eliminate their demonic nature with affection, but in the end, they all died at the hands of the magical beasts they raised. At this moment, Levi silenced all the snow wolves that were attacking the Templar Knights with almost no effort. The Templar Knights naturally wouldn't believe he didn't possess some strange power. Levi glanced at the snow wolves around him and said indifferently, You mean them? I've never tamed them with any demonic power, just using methods that aren't so traditional. Having said that, he rode his giant wolf to Jean's side, looking down at the saintess. Was it because my foolish brother told you something inexplicable that your mind is filled with unfounded accusations against me? Jean's expression shifted slightly, but she didn't answer. For Levi, however, this reaction was enough. He didn't even need to guess. He knew where this hostility came from. Who else could it be but Richard from his Swinter territory? Levi scoffed. If you're willing to believe Richard's one-sided story and pin fabricated charges on me, I have nothing to say. But if you want to see the truth for yourself, to see what Winter's hire has become under my rule, then come along. As soon as the words were spoken, the giant wolf seemed to understand the command, immediately turning around and walking towards Winterhold. Isabella stared at Jean, her brows furrowed, her eyes filled with anger. She had initially held the saintess in awe, but now that awe had vanished. So what if she was the saintess? She dared to slander her lord, even accusing Levi of demonic power. If it weren't for the possibility that the saintess might be misled, Isabella probably would have already taken action. Seeing Levi leave, Isabella followed on her giant wolf. Jean's knight, watching their departing figures, hesitated and whispered a reminder, seemingly worried about whether they should really follow them into town. After all, if that really was a demon's lair, even with just a few second-tier knights and the third-tier Jean, they might not be able to escape unscathed. A thoughtful look crossed Jean's eyes. Levi was right. whether it was true or false. She would know for sure once she saw it with her own eyes. If he had truly been corrupted by demonic power, she would naturally pray to the god of dawn to bestow a blessing and purify his impurity. After a moment, Jean's expression darkened slightly, and she finally spoke, "Follow them." Upon entering Winterhold, the sights they encountered quickly surprised Jean and the knight beside her. Wasn't this supposed to be a remote border town? Why was the main road paved with neat stone? Even in Winterhold, most roads outside the main city were still muddy. All of this, naturally, was inseparable from Li Wei's arrangements. As someone familiar with simulation management gameplay, he knew very well that not using human resources was a waste. Only by getting people moving could the population become a truly valuable resource. The refugees weren't willing to be fed and housed for free indefinitely. Everyone knew that if Levi stopped providing food and shelter one day, would they simply have to wait to die? So when Levi assigned jobs, the refugees were more willing to accept the arrangements. He assigned these people to different positions. A nearly non-stop crop production line was alleviating the winter food crisis in Winterfell. The mines continued to extract cobblestone blocks, and the abundant materials allowed construction workers to quickly renovate roads, municipal facilities, and city walls. These changes all occurred simultaneously within a mere 2 weeks. Li Wei's innate farming instincts taught him that the most fundamental logic of managing a territory was to improve the lives of its inhabitants and stabilize their hearts. As long as the hearts of the people remained, the territory had a future. As Jean ventured deeper into the town, her doubts grew stronger. Why was the prince Richard spoke of, who had made a pact with the devil and fallen into corruption, ruling a land where the people did not suffer, but instead appeared prosperous and thriving? Soon, Li Wei led them to the refugee camp. Before they even entered, the refugees along the way had already spotted him. Those whose lives were gradually returning to normal immediately broke into genuine smiles upon seeing Li Wei, waving and cheering. "My lord! Our lord has come to see us again." Some people shouted that they were doing well now, with shelter, food, and jobs arranged for them, and that life was finally back on track. Some even excitedly praised Li Wei's arrival as being like the god of dawn walking among humans, bringing warmth to them. Such praise is extremely high. Most of the people of the Kingdom of Dawn are believers of the God of Dawn. To compare Levi to the God of Dawn walking in the world is almost equivalent to regarding him as the agent of the gods. Jean, as a saint, was constantly praised by nobles and worshipped by the people of the capital. But she knew very well that those people were not praising Jean herself, but the God of Dawn behind her. If the one who could hear the divine message were not her, but someone else, that person would receive the same reverence. But the situation was different now. Jean could clearly tell that the refugees' praise of Levi was entirely from the bottom of their hearts. They were not grateful for a divine name or some empty halo, but for Levi himself. This scene caused Jean's heart to waver for the first time. Could someone so beloved and supported by the people really be a fallen scum who had made a pact with the devil? After exchanging brief greetings with the refugees, Li Wei returned to Jean's side. He looked down at the saintly girl from the back of the giant wolf, his tone calm, yet carrying a hint of pressure. "How about it? Your Highness, my dearest saint." Chapter 41, Isabella rebukes the saintess to show loyalty. The knights glared angrily at Li Wei, clearly unable to accept that he dared to flirt with the saintess in public. Some had already gripped their sword hilts, almost ready to strike, but Jean raised her hand to stop them. Isabella's anger finally erupted. The Templars belonged to the Church of Dawn, and thus had no reason to fear the royal family. But this was Winterfell, and standing before them was the true king of this land, the lord she, Isabella, had personally recognized. No longer caring about overstepping her bounds, she walked straight up to Jean. This saintly woman, whom she had once idolized, might not be as insightful as rumored. How dare she doubt Levi based solely on baseless slander? Isabella spoke coldly, saying that Jean still harbored doubts about his highness. But if a fallen being who had made a pact with a demon would spare no expense to save thousands of refugees, then there are probably no truly good people left in this world. Jean paused, then immediately asked if the people in the camp were refugees who had fled from the northern border. Isabella nodded without hesitation, her voice ringing clearly in everyone's ears. She told Jean that Levi not only took in the refugees, but also provided them with free lodging and food, and even arranged jobs for them so that they would not have to mortgage themselves into serfdom in order to survive. If such people are considered bad, the devil's henchmen, and pathetic fallen ones, then the noble saintess is no different from those high-ranking, incompetent nobles. Isabella deliberately emphasized the words, "Your Eminence, Holy Maiden," and even revealed a mocking smile at the end. She said that it seemed the light of the dawn god had not allowed the holy maiden's eyes to see the suffering of the common people. Every word she uttered was like a sharp blade, piercing Jean's heart. Jean stood frozen, her breathing becoming heavy, her chest rising and falling slightly, unable to refute her for a moment. The Templar Knights were instantly enraged, fiercely rebuking Isabella for daring to insult the saint, their hands once more resting on their sword hilts as they approached her. But Jean sternly ordered them to stop. The knights still tried to argue, saying that a mere border knight dared to humiliate the saintess in such a way. Jean raised her hand again, her tone even colder, and simply repeated, "Stop." Only then did the Templar Knights suppress their anger, bow their heads, and return to their positions. As Jean looked into Isabella's bloodshot eyes, a wavering arose in her heart for the first time. Had she truly become so detached from humanity that she had forgotten the suffering of ordinary people? She wasn't an unreasonable person. Isabella's words, though harsh, might not have been entirely unhelpful. Isabella could tell from Jean's reaction that the other woman was not beyond redemption. She believed that once the saintess witnessed everything Levi had done for Winterfell, even Jean would develop respect for his highness. Isabella then turned back to Levi and knelt on one knee. Looking down at the tips of his shoes, she begged his highness to punish her for speaking out of turn in front of others without permission. As Liwei's personal guard, publicly rebuking a saint of high status was indeed a grave offense. However, she couldn't tolerate Jean and the knights' slander of Liwei. That was just the kind of person she was, neither servile nor arrogant, outspoken and decisive. Just as she initially didn't understand Levi's true intentions, she even considered taking the prince hostage for the sake of the refugees, even if it would lead to her execution. Isabella never regretted her choices. From the moment she acknowledged that Levi Charles was worthy to be her sovereign, she resolved to follow in his footsteps for the rest of her life. Even if it meant offering her own heart, she would not back down. Isabella's loyalty was evident to Levi. Despite being an unmarried young woman, she disregarded societal norms and lived and ate with him, sharing a room, all to protect him from assassins. Where else could he find such a bodyguard? Looking at the loyal, red-haired female knight before him, Liwei felt a surge of appreciation. With such a capable general, how could he possibly fail to achieve his great ambitions? So he said calmly, "Isabella is innocent. From now on, she could say whatever she wanted." He liked her outspoken nature. The boy's slightly amused words made Isabella freeze for a moment. He liked her outspokenness? She had gotten into countless troubles because of this personality since childhood. As a genius knight of the Windsor family, she was demoted to the northern border, and it was precisely because of this. But His Highness actually said that he liked her personality. Isabella suddenly felt her eyes sting, as if some tears were welling up in them. She hurriedly lowered her head to avoid losing her composure in front of others, and only whispered her thanks. She quickly stood up and returned to Liwei's side, her fingers casually brushing past her eyes to wipe away the tiny tear. On the surface, she had returned to normal. Only her slightly uneven breathing betrayed her emotions from just moments before. Liwei leaped onto the giant wolf's back and said calmly, "Let's go. I'll take her to see something else." Without waiting for Jean to follow, he headed straight for the Lord's manor. In the capital, Jean could be a high and mighty saint. But in Winterhold, Levi wouldn't accept that. It wasn't that he disrespected the God of Dawn. He naturally respected other people's beliefs, but he himself did not worship the Dawn. Since he had shown respect, but the other party didn't appreciate it, he couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention. To Liwei, the Dawn Saintess was even less useful than the Snow Wolf he rode. At least the Snow Wolf could be ridden, but the Saintess wouldn't obey his commands. His willingness to engage with Jean was solely for his own benefit. Faced with Richard's relentless targeting, Levi realized that the development of Winterhold no longer needed to be concealed. He now possesses 10 second-tier magical beasts, enough to establish a firm foothold in the Northern Territory. Furthermore, he can accelerate their reproduction using the characteristics of snow wolves and MCs. Given time, dominating the entire Northern Territory will be no problem. Since Richard wanted to use the Saintess to cause him trouble, he would turn the tables and use her instead. Jean and her Templar Knights were the perfect opportunity to make Winterhold famous. In a kingdom where most people worshipped the God of Dawn, who was more suitable to be a witness to Wintertown than the Dawn Saintess. He wanted to let her see for herself just how much he had developed this remote town with just a few tricks. If it weren't for the constant stream of troubles coming his way, given just 6 months, Liwei would have even dared to build an empire using the MC system. Jean was unaware of the many thoughts swirling in Levi's mind as he rode on the giant wolf's back. She simply pursed her lips, lost in thought, beginning to doubt the veracity of the so-called evidence Richard had provided. Chapter 42. Yes, I really did make a pact with the devil. With the intention of leveraging her influence, Levi led Jean into the Lord's Manor's back garden, intending to let the Saintess see firsthand the agricultural production line in Winterfell. It was still bustling with activity, especially after Levi switched the production line to 24/7 operation. There were people working almost at every hour. However, Levi had already laid down rules for the person in charge, Pete. Each worker could not work more than 6 hours a day, and day and night shifts had to be rotated, with extra pay for night shifts. The refugees heard that the night shift paid more and wanted to take the night shift every day, but Pete knew very well that Levi didn't like to mess things up, and anyone who dared to take consecutive night shifts would be disqualified. Peter was now almost completely loyal to Levi. On the one hand, this job was incredibly important to him. On the other hand, Levi's actions had completely won him over. In his 40 or 50 years of life, he had never heard of a lord requiring his steward to take care of the workers' physical and mental well-being. In Pete's past understanding, lords were supposed to oppress serfs, exploit commoners, and even take away serfs' right to marry. But with Levi, everything was reversed. It was an absurd thing that seemed like something out of a dream. As Levi entered the back garden, he saw the head of the project, a man of farming background, personally inspecting the quality of the grain and screening for any disease seeds. A smile appeared on his face, and he felt that he had indeed made the right choice in Peter. Peter was a person who truly loved agriculture and was willing to work diligently. Pete, Levi said. Pete immediately put down what he was doing, turned around and saw Levi, his face instantly breaking into a smile. Your Highness, you've arrived. But the next second, he noticed several Templar knights standing beside Levi, and his expression immediately became somewhat puzzled. Pete had previously visited the Agricultural Association in the capital, so he recognized the Templar Knight's insignia. Jean, who had maintained her composure until then, finally lost all composure upon seeing the wheat and potatoes ripened with bone meal. She strode forward and snatched the bag from a servant who was sprinkling bone meal. The attendant was startled and opened his mouth to curse. Damn it, how come there are still blind fools stealing my things? Before he could finish speaking, he saw several Templar knights glaring angrily behind Jean and instantly swallowed the rest of his words. I can't afford to offend him. Another one I can't afford to offend has arrived. The servant coughed twice, silently picked up another bag of bone powder from the side, and pretended that nothing had happened. Ahem, I guess I'm just unlucky. Jean completely ignored him. She rubbed the white powder in her palm repeatedly, trying to analyze its components. But this thing, which came from a special power, was beyond her comprehension. Pete, who was talking to Levi, was also drawn by the commotion, his gaze falling on Jean. His expression quickly changed, as if he recognized something, and he exclaimed in surprise, You are the Saintess? The shout made everyone around stop what they were doing, especially the servant who had almost cursed. He froze completely. He had almost cursed the holy maiden of the cult of Dawn, Jean Dak. Luckily, he was a beat too slow. Otherwise, insulting a holy maiden would have been a capital offense, and losing his head would have been the least of his worries. As a prince of the kingdom of Dawn, Levi naturally had no fear of Jean, but if an ordinary commoner dared to disrespect the holy maiden, the consequences would be dire. The workers quickly began to whisper among themselves. Some speculated that the holy maiden had come to Winterfell specifically to visit Levi, while others believed it proved that His Highness Levi must have been blessed by the God of Dawn. After all, the holy maiden was far away in the capital. Why would she travel such a long distance here if she weren't approved by the gods? Jean's expression froze slightly. As a third-tier professional, she could hear everything around her. She could tell that in these people's eyes, Levi's status was incredibly high. Jean, who also came from humble beginnings, knew very well how difficult it was for a lord to gain the genuine love and respect of his people. Yet Levi had achieved it. Would someone like him really make a pact with the devil? Or rather, did he make a pact with the devil simply to be a good lord? That logic was utterly absurd. Jean clenched her fists, her suspicions growing stronger. Richard had likely been lying from the very beginning. Seeing that the workers had stopped, and noticing that Jean's expression was not good, Peter assumed that he had displeased the Saintess and quickly urged everyone to continue working. All right, don't stop. Keep producing. The production line quickly resumed operation, though the workers still couldn't help stealing glances at Levi and Jean from time to time. They were all curious about what kind of divine revelation the Saintess would bring. But whatever it was, they all believed that Winterfell would become better under Levi's leadership. Jean turned around, her attitude noticeably gentler, and even her tone when asking Levi was no longer as sharp as when they first met. What exactly is this? She stared at the powder in her hand, her eyes filled with disbelief. More shocking than taming monsters, taking in refugees, or building camps was this scene before her, because it involved the most fundamental issue for everyone: food. Whether noble or commoner, everyone needs to eat. Although the Kingdom of Dawn is becoming increasingly prosperous, famines caused by natural disasters and man-made calamities still break out in various places. Jean once prayed to the God of Dawn, hoping that the god would grant her grace and save the starving people. But that time, the gods remained silent. That was the first time she hadn't received any guidance. Countless times in the past, the divine had bestowed blessings or guidance upon her in prayer, but in the face of famine, he had offered no response. Jean had thought that perhaps even the divine couldn't solve this problem. But now, Liwei's grain production line has given her a glimmer of hope she had long since given up. If this stuff called growth powder can be mass-produced, then ordinary people may never have to fear hunger again. Liwei smiled at Jean, not in a hurry to answer. This saintess hadn't given him a friendly look before, so he naturally wouldn't tolerate her. Isabella, sensing Liwei's thoughts, stood silently to the side, secretly amused. Who told her to accuse His Highness of being a fallen one who had made a pact with a demon without even knowing the facts? Jean, seeing Liwei smile, understood that he was ignoring her. But she didn't press the matter further, because she was the one who had first questioned him without discerning the truth. From any perspective, Liwei hadn't done anything wrong. Seeing Jean's remorseful and punished expression, Liwei finally smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He looked directly into Jean's blue eyes and said with a hint of amusement, "First, eliminate the correct answer, Your Majesty." Jean squinted, looking at him incredulously. "Is it really you?" Liwei nodded, his face turning serious, and then he deliberately lowered his voice, saying mysteriously, "That's right, I really did make a pact with the devil." Chapter 43. Even if I gave you a chance, it wouldn't have mattered. Liwei's words struck like a thunderbolt in the back garden. Jean instinctively took a half-step back, her hand already on the hilt of her sword. The Templar knights behind her stared wide-eyed, almost unable to believe what they had just heard. He actually admitted it? Does this mean he's not even going to pretend anymore? Liwei continued in a serious tone, as if he were telling a huge secret. "That's right. After I made a pact with the demon, I gained great power. Then I used this power to renovate Wintertown, build houses for refugees, and create growth powder that can accelerate the ripening of crops." As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly serious, yet the mockery in his eyes was almost impossible to conceal. "My ultimate goal is to ensure that all the people of Winterfell are well fed and clothed, and then die happily. So, Miss Saint, are you satisfied with this answer?" Isabella almost burst out laughing. Jean and the Templars finally understood that Levi wasn't acknowledging any demonic contract at all, but rather fabricating an absurd story in front of them, conveniently making them look like fools. True demons only bring calamity, feed on souls, and tempt people to fall. Those who make deals with demons are all driven by power, desire, and ambition. How could they possibly sell their souls to build houses and farm for ordinary people? Liwei simply stretched out his hands and presented them to Jean, as if he were truly waiting for her to put shackles on him. "Come on, arrest me, and take me back to the capital for trial." Jean's lips twitched slightly. This was the first time since she became a saint that she had been forced into such an awkward situation. She couldn't give an order, nor could she refute it, because the facts before her spoke for themselves. Liwei, however, did not let the knights behind her off the hook. He turned to the 5 Templar knights and deliberately asked, "Why are you just standing there? Didn't you say I was a fallen one? Now that I've admitted it, why aren't you making a move?" He walked up to one of the knights and offered his hand. "Here, handcuff me." The knight immediately lowered his head, stiffly took half a step back, and pretended not to have seen anything. Liwei then moved to face another person. "Then you come." The second knight simply turned his head away, his face ashen as if he'd been force-fed a bitter pill. Liwei walked over to each of them, tormenting the 5 Templar knights until they were all visibly distressed, yet none dared to meet his gaze. They were so aggressive just moments ago, calling everyone fallen and almost drawing their swords. But now that they're actually allowed to arrest people, they've all fallen silent. Levi snarati noirly. These people had just come up and labeled him, judging him as a sinner who had contracted with a demon. Now, it was his turn to teach them a lesson in the art of sarcastic and insinuating language. He withdrew his hand, stood before several knights who stood with their heads bowed in silence, and patted the helmet of the nearest man. A crisp metallic sound rang out, and the silence became unbearably quiet. "Giving you chances won't help," Liwei said slowly. "Didn't you all believe I made a pact with the demon? Why are you afraid to arrest me now that I've admitted it?" The Templar Knights lowered their heads, their lips twitching, unable to utter a single rebuttal. Even the holy maiden was silent. How could they not understand? They had indeed wronged the sixth prince. Slandering a member of the royal family, especially a prince with a right of succession, is a serious matter. No matter how high the Templar's status, it doesn't mean they can arbitrarily label a prince a fallen one. Moreover, Knights of the Dawn God are supposed to uphold honesty, discern right from wrong, expel evil, and protect the people. But just now, without distinguishing right from wrong, they almost treated an innocent person as a follower of the devil. This shame made the knights wish they could dig a hole and disappear on the spot. Just as the atmosphere reached its most tense point, Na-Chin's cool yet firm voice rang out. Your Highness Li Wei, please do not make things difficult for them. I gave the order. I ordered them to come with me to arrest you. If you must punish someone, punish me instead. I have no complaints. She looked at Li Wei calmly, adopting an attitude of letting him do as he pleased. She wasn't the type to shift responsibility to her subordinates. Since her judgment was wrong, she would take the blame herself. The Knights Templars panicked. Jean was a saint of the Church of Dawn, a woman of extremely special status. Although the royal family and the church were independent of each other, the church, due to its divine authority, was inherently superior to the royal power. If word got out that the prince had punished the saint, not only would the royal family look bad, but the church would also be dragged into a media storm. Not to mention, a true saint actually believed the accusations and slandered the prince as a fallen demon. If this matter were to escalate, it would be a complete scandal for both parties. Several Templar Knights knelt on one knee almost simultaneously and said in unison, Your Highness, please punish us. We are willing to be punished. Half an hour ago, they were looking down on Li Wei with arrogance, constantly referring to him as a degenerate. Now, they were all kneeling before him, begging him to punish them. The scene of their sudden change from haughty to obsequious made Li Wei want to laugh. However, he didn't intend to make these people atone with their deaths. The other party came with malice, ultimately because his clever younger brother was pulling the strings behind the scenes. He would naturally hold the real culprit accountable. Speaking of which, that younger brother is really thoughtful. He sends whatever Wintertown needs. Looking at the Templar Knights before him, Li Wei's mood suddenly improved considerably. These weren't enemies coming to cause trouble. They were clearly a mobile skill pool sent from the capital. So he said, Since you have wronged me, then I will punish you by making you train the Knights of Wintertown. I want you to pass on the skills you learned in the capital to them, including practical swordsmanship, combat tactics, battlefield first aid, horsemanship, and other basic training. Li Wei quickly listed over a dozen general skills, all of which he had noted down while researching earlier. Now that he had transmigrated to this Western fantasy world, he certainly couldn't just act blindly. After saying that, he added, I checked, and these are not course secrets of the church. It's not against the rules for you to teach them. The Templar Knights exchanged glances, feeling that Levi seemed to have been waiting for this moment. But they were in the wrong first and couldn't refuse. Besides, Levi's request didn't actually involve church secrets. It was just that the training system in the capital was far more advanced than that of a remote town like Winterfell. After a brief silence, the knights lowered their heads and replied in unison, Yes, Your Highness. Seeing their agreement, Li Wei finally couldn't suppress a smile. He knew very well that for Winterfell to truly become powerful, he alone was far from enough. The MC system could provide him with resources, but it couldn't directly provide knowledge and experience. He could plan the development direction of the territory from a macro perspective, but when it came to the details, he still had to rely on professionals from all walks of life. There was Peter, who was good at farming, and there were craftsmen from the Architectural Guild for building roads and walls. The smooth operation of the Lord's Manor was also inseparable from the Steward Drist. What he had to do was put these people in the right positions and make the whole town of Winterfell run like a machine. Li Wei turned to Isabella and instructed, Spread the word that the knights who performed best in this training will be rewarded with a second-tier snow wolf pet. Isabella nodded in agreement, but couldn't help but admire him. After being offended, His Highness didn't become angry and ashamed like ordinary nobles, only thinking about how to make Wintertown stronger. This level of vision far surpasses that of many nobles she has ever met. At this moment, Jean spoke again. Your Highness, what about me? She didn't believe that the Templars taking the punishment for her would absolve her of her mistakes. Her errors in judgment shouldn't be borne by others. Li Wei glanced at her, his opinion of this saintess rising somewhat. She was courageous and responsible, far superior to those who only knew how to shift blame. However, despite his high regard, he had no intention of letting her off so easily. Unjustly slandering the prince deserved a price. Right now, he really hasn't figured out how to use the favor he owes to the holy maiden of the Dawn cult. Li Wei then said calmly, "You? I'll decide how to punish you later. Just remember this for now." Jean was silent for a moment, then finally nodded, indicating that she had no objection. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, she suddenly said, "I have something very important to give you." Li Wei raised an eyebrow. "No rush. Let's go upstairs and talk. We can't just stand in the back garden forever." Jean didn't wait. She took a roll of parchment from her bosom and handed it to Levi. The parchment still retained the warmth of the girl's body. Li Wei looked down and asked in confusion, "What is this?" Jean looked him in the eye and said, word by word, "This is the letter of accusation against you by the 7th Prince, Richard Charles. I think it will be key evidence for your report of his malicious slander." Chapter 44, Richard's Accusations. Asparagus Territory Missing. Upon hearing Jean's words, Levi immediately unfolded the parchment and began to examine it. If the contents were truly as she described, this would indeed be excellent evidence to refute Richard. After all, this material was brought by Jean d'Ac, the saintess of the cult of Dawn. Questioning its authenticity was practically tantamount to questioning the entire cult of Dawn. The first line on the parchment boldly proclaimed his so-called heinous crime. Levi Charles secretly collaborated with the northern demi-human tribes, working from within and without to cause the monster tide to breach the northern border. Levi almost laughed in anger upon reading this. Winterhold was so far from the northern border. How could he possibly cooperate? And with whom? The subsequent accusations were even more outrageous. Richard claimed that the black monsters that had invaded the border were imps summoned by Levi after he made a pact with the devil. He also said that he used the power of the devil to control the surrounding monsters and make them work for him. Even the alchemical products that accelerated the ripening of crops were said to be black magic bestowed by the devil. Li Wei couldn't help but laugh more as he read on. If it were truly possible to summon that kind of monster, Richard's head would have been the first thing to be chopped off. As for the so-called demonic contract, he couldn't help but think to himself, if there really was a contractual partner, their name would probably be Steve. Even more absurd things followed. The parchment stated that he harbored the demi-human princess Nina Ching and her attendant Yarahako, both spies sent by the northern demi-human tribes to serve him in bed. Even Isabella of the Windsor family was falsely accused of being his concubine, claiming that she secretly accepted the Windsor family's support in an attempt to seize the throne. Upon reaching this point, Li Wei completely lost his composure. The Li Wei of the past was indeed absurd and pleasure-seeking, but since the Li Wei from Blue Star came to this world, he hadn't had the time or inclination for such things. It wasn't that he was particularly noble, but rather that the crises in Winterfell were coming one after another, and he was racing against time even to breathe. He had no time to indulge in pleasure. These charges were increasingly outrageous, as if they were trying to smear him with all sorts of dirty laundry. Li Wei even wondered if Richard had lost his mind to write something so full of holes. Seeing his strange expression, Isabella couldn't help but whisper, "Your Highness?" It was the first time she had ever seen Li Wei with such an expression, as if he were reading a joke. Li Wei casually handed her the parchment. Isabella accepted it respectfully and read it word by word. But unlike Li Wei, her face grew redder and redder as she read, not from shyness, but from anger. Having been by Li Wei's side for so long, she knew better than anyone what he had done. He resolved the refugee crisis, alleviated food shortages, built houses, arranged jobs, and was even the first to rush to the front lines during the Dragon's Breath outbreak. Winterfell's current state was inseparable from Li Wei's contributions. Richard, however, rewrote all of this in a darker version, using the most vicious language to slander him. Isabella was already clenching her teeth, especially when she saw Nina and Xiao Ke being described as Levi's bed partners. By the time she read the last line, she could no longer contain her anger. What truly enraged her was not being called Levi's concubine, but Richard's audacity to slander the Windsor family. The Windsor family never pledged allegiance to any particular prince or princess. Their loyalty belonged solely to the Kingdom of Dawn. For a Windsor knight, this belief was inviolable. Seeing the anger on her face, Li Wei immediately told her to calm down. He didn't think these rumors could hurt him. The people of Winterhold had witnessed everything he had done and wouldn't change their minds because of a few baseless accusations. Saying the food came from dark magic would only make people think the rumor monger had been brainwashed by dark magic. These things seemed malicious, but all they could really do was lure Jean to Winterhold to question him. But the thought had barely formed when the smile on Levi's face vanished. He realized something was wrong. The Richard he remembered was meticulous and never acted simply. In fact, he could be said to have used any means necessary. If he hadn't transmigrated from Earth to the continent of Arisia, replaced the original Levi Charles, and possessed the MC system as a trump card, he probably would have died in Richard's schemes several times over. Such a person couldn't possibly suddenly write a whistleblower letter that would be easily exposed simply by a visit to Winterhold. The more loopholes there are, the more it resembles bait. Richard's true purpose might not be to convict him at all, but rather to deliberately lure St. Jean away from Winterhold. Li Wei's pupils contracted sharply, and his voice turned cold. Jean, do you have any way to contact the people in Tiandong territory? Jean paused for a moment, then quickly nodded. The Knights Templar could communicate in emergencies using their emblems. Although they couldn't speak directly, they could transmit secret messages by observing the frequency and duration of the emblem's flashes. Levi immediately understood. This was similar to Morse code. Jean removed the necklace from her neck. It was a round iron emblem, entirely golden, with a sun in the center composed of simple lines, symbolizing the god of dawn. Without hesitation, Li Wei instructed her to immediately attempt to contact the Templar Knights of Winterhold. Jean didn't press for an explanation, as she too had sensed something amiss. Richard's riddled with holes accusation letter seemed far too much like a carefully laid out conspiracy. As energy was injected, the emblem emitted a golden light, which began to flash in a fixed rhythm. Once, twice, 3 times. Jean's expression grew more solemn with each flash. However, there has been no response. After confirming several times, Jean looked up and said seriously that she had tried to contact the vice captain, Draquinda, but there was no response. Upon hearing this name, Levi narrowed his eyes slightly. Isabella immediately explained that Drac Windsor was one of the most outstanding knights of the Windsor family. He joined the Knights Templar at the age of 20, was promoted to Knight Commander at 23, and became a Lieutenant Commander at 35. He was loyal, powerful, and passionate, and was the goal of many young Windsor Knights. Libe Nudda. In other words, Draco wasn't an unreliable person, and it was impossible for him to ignore the Sanus's urgent message without a reason. Therefore, there was only one answer left. He looked at Jean and said in a heavy tone, if it's not that Draco is deliberately not responding, then there's only one possibility. Something has happened in Tiandong territory. Chapter 45: The Fall of Swinter Territory, the abyssal magic circle that summons the Ender Dragon. Asparagus Collar. This once bustling and prosperous trading capital of the north is now completely shrouded in an eerie, dark purple mist. The streets are deathly silent, and the purple mist, as if alive, clings to the buildings and silently seeps in through the cracks in doors and windows. The city's central square has long lost its former order. The spot where the statue of the god of dawn once stood has been replaced by a massive, complex, and sinister magic circle. Blackish purple liquid flows across the ground, and the core runes, like a pulsating black heart, continuously pump out abyssal energy, supporting a purple light curtain that envelopes the entire city. At this moment, no one can leave Tiandong territory. Beneath the light curtain lay a nightmarish scene. Many citizens stood frozen in the streets, their bodies convulsing violently, as if purple creatures were writhing and swelling beneath their skin, their throats emitting only painful, inhuman gasps. In their wide-open eyes, the whites of their eyes were gradually swallowed by a deep purple. If Li Wei were here, he would recognize it at a glance as Dragon's Breath Syndrome, which can transform people into Endermen. However, the onset speed in Swinter territory is far more terrifying than that of ordinary Dragon's Breath Syndrome. From the appearance of symptoms to complete transformation, it takes less than half a day. As the purple light completely engulfed the pupils, the convulsions abruptly ceased, replaced by a deathly stillness. The figures were elongated and twisted, becoming eerily tall and thin, their skin as cold and smooth as obsidian. New Endermen were thus born, standing silently in place, their empty purple eyes gazing at the core of the magic circle. Even more terrifying, the transformed Endermen began their slaughter. They teleported constantly through the streets, instantly killing anyone who dared to look them in the eye, even decapitating them. Ordinary citizens were utterly incapable of fighting these monsters, and even skilled professionals of the same rank dared not claim they could easily defeat them given their bizarre teleportation abilities. A one-sided massacre is unfolding in Tiandong territory. Such transformations were constantly occurring throughout the city. With each additional Enderman, the purple light at the core of the magic circle grew stronger, echoing the abyssal aura emanating from the northern border. On the highest terrace of the castle, Richard Charles stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking the city that was undergoing a transformation. There was no pity on his face, only a manic laugh and a sense of bountiful harvest. Perfect, what a perfect sight. He chuckled softly. I'm only one step away from summoning the Ender Dragon from the abyss. But soon, he frowned again, his gaze sweeping over the newly added Enderman in the square, as if he were taking inventory of supplies. Not fast enough. Richard looked at the monsters on the street with regret. You didn't have to die. Originally, just one northern border fortress would have been enough to complete the sacrifice. However, the general of the northern border was, after all, a fourth-tier transcendent, and the conversion progress of the Abyss magic array was forcibly slowed down, only infecting half of the border. If the kingdom's army and the Knights Templar actually arrived and joined forces with that northern general, things would become troublesome. But the situation is different in Tiandong territory. The strongest here is only Drac, the vice commander of the Templar Knights, a peak third-tier knight. Such power is utterly incapable of withstanding the dragon's breath unleashed by the abyssal magic array. 3 days. Richard's voice grew increasingly fervent. In just 3 days, I can fill the entire winter territory with purple mist and gather enough soul power. Then, the dragon altar on the northern border will be able to awaken the Ender Dragon, and I will become the dragon contractor. At this moment, the bulging veins on his body had turned a strange blackish purple, and the power of the abyss surged wildly within him. A peak third-tier abyss mage was already terrifying enough. My people, do not blame me for being ruthless. Richard raised his hand and poured even stronger abyssal magic into the magic circle. Consider it a sacrifice for the greater good. When I become the master of the continent, I will carve your souls on my tombstone. The dark purple liquid instantly boiled, releasing an even denser mist that rapidly spread throughout the city. Originally, only the central area was affected, but now the purple mist began to expand wildly outwards. More short, piercing screams of agony rang out, quickly subsiding into silence. The number of Endermen on the streets continued to increase. Richard looked up at the sky where the purple light was most intense and murmured, "Soon, after the Ender Dragon descends, Levi, you and your winter hold will be the first sacrifice." Meanwhile, at the Cathedral of Astonishing, this magnificent stone building, once a symbol of holy light, has become the last bastion against the purple mist. Upon discovering that the mist could turn people into monsters, the city's defense forces and the Knights Templar immediately organized the evacuation of the populace to the outer city. Winterlands originally had a population of over 50,000, and the Templars managed to save over 40,000. The monsters that could have been transformed likely numbered in the thousands, while the remaining thousands of inhabitants were mostly killed by Endermen who snapped their necks, leaving them as cold corpses. Thousands of Endermen. That number is enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. Even if Li Wei were present, hearing about such a scale would not be easy for him. The church's heavy oak doors were blocked by debris, and the gaps were stuffed with strips of cloth soaked in holy water, barely delaying the purple mist from seeping in. The stained glass windows were long broken, and through the gaps, one could still see the silent Endermen wandering outside. The candlelight flickered in the hall, illuminating weary yet determined faces. The Templar's armor was tattered, stained with dried blood and a strange purple slime. The air was thick with the stench of blood, sweat, the scent of evaporating holy water, and an overwhelming sense of despair. Vice Commander Draquinda sat down against the cold altar, his expression extremely solemn. He was a peak third-tier knight, with 1 foot already in the transcendent realm. A single Enderman posed no fatal threat to him. However, these monsters could teleport once attacked, making it difficult for him to quickly eliminate them. Drac excelled at high-speed combos, overwhelming his enemies with impenetrable swordplay. But the Endermen were able to react, even teleporting to dodge his attacks, making him question for the first time whether his sword had slowed down. If there were a way to restrict their movement, he could kill them like slicing vegetables. The problem is, the number of Endermen is still increasing. Unless the owner of the magic circle is found and killed, cutting off the mana supply, more Endermen will continue to be converted. No matter how fast Drac kills them, he can't keep up with the speed at which the Abyss magic circle creates monsters. He knew very well that apart from the Saintess Jean, who could summon divine blessings, probably no one on the entire northern border could resolve the current situation. Drac clutched his holy emblem tightly. The emblem, once adorned with a holy son of dawn, was no longer a warm gold. Instead, it was covered in stubborn purple grime, writhing slightly like a living thing. The light at the center of the emblem was extremely faint, intermittent, like the pulse of a dying man. A young knight knelt before him, his voice hoarse. "Vice Commander, is the holy emblem still unreachable?" Drac slowly shook his head, opened his palm, and showed everyone the holy emblem that had been corrupted by the Abyss. "I've been trying to contact the Saintess, but this purple mist seems to be blocking the transmission of messages." The knight's hopes dimmed instantly, and someone whispered, Is there really no other way? But some people gritted their teeth and shook their heads, firmly saying that the god of dawn would not abandon them, and that the Holy Maiden would surely receive divine revelation and come to save Winterland. Soon, prayers rose and fell throughout the church, and everyone placed their last hope on Jean and the god of dawn. Draco, however, only sighed in silence. Oracles don't descend so easily. He only hoped that the Holy Maiden would quickly notice the anomaly in Tiandong territory, report it to the capital, and dispatch true superhumans. Because he understood better than anyone that the current disaster was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary army. Even one superhuman might not be enough. He didn't know what that abyssal magic circle would summon, but the tremor and fear surging from the depths of his soul told him that the being about to descend was a monster that no mortal could contend with. Chapter 46, The Oracle of the God of Dawn. In Winterhold, in front of the Lord's mansion, Jean Dak was discussing countermeasures with Levi, trying to determine Richard's true intentions. But just then, her body suddenly trembled, as if struck by an invisible hammer. A vast and warm power instantly swept through her entire body. Even her soul trembled. This feeling was all too familiar to her. It was the oracle of the God of Dawn. Whenever she faced a major crisis, the God of Dawn would send down revelations, guiding her out of her predicament. Without the slightest hesitation, Jean knelt down on the cold snow with a thud, bowed her head, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and devoutly awaited the voice of the god. The sudden turn of events stunned Levi, Isabella, and the surrounding knights. The Templar knights instinctively reached out to help her up, but Jean seemed to have entered another world. She knelt in the snow, her breathing becoming extremely light, a soft, pure golden light emanating from her, her expression solemn and selfless. In Jean's vision, the world before her was entirely different. A majestic figure, beyond description, floated silently in the void. Formed from the purest light, its face blurred, yet radiating a compassionate love that soothed the soul and an inviolable majesty. The phantom of the god of dawn descended. Only Jean, the saintess, could perceive it. To onlookers, all they saw was Jean suddenly kneeling, enveloped in a faint golden light, as if listening to some unspeakable command. The illusory figure's gaze pierced through time and space, landing on Levi beside Jean. It stared at Levi for several breaths, its gaze deep and probing, carrying an unfathomable meaning. At the same time, Levi suddenly narrowed his eyes, a sense of unease rising within him. He sensed that something was watching him. Levi slowly raised his head, looking at the azure sky, a hint of wariness in his eyes. The god of dawn gazed at him for a long time before shifting his gaze back to his representative, Jean Dac. He didn't speak, but simply raised a finger made of light and pointed it towards Jean's forehead. The next instant, Jean's pupils dilated sharply. Countless images, sounds, and information flooded her mind like a burst dam. She saw the winter territory shrouded in a purplish-black light curtain, the entire city oppressively suffocating. In the center of the square, an eerie magic circle pulsed like a living thing, emanating a strong, abyssal aura. She also saw terrifying humanoid monsters roaming the streets. Their skin was as cold and smooth as obsidian, and their eyes were empty, yet glowed with a purple light. These monsters were Endermen teleporting through the mist, mercilessly reaping the lives of their people who couldn't escape in time. The scene continues. Inside the cathedral, the exhausted Lieutenant Commander Drax still resolutely holds up the remaining defensive line. The Templars grip their weapons tightly, praying in despair. Yet their will to resist remains unbroken. Finally, the scene freezes on the highest terrace of the castle. There stands a figure that is both familiar and strange to Jean, the seventh prince, Charles. He stands with his hands behind his back, looking down at the city that is turning into hell, his face not showing guilt, but rather a frenzied and bountiful joy. Richard was enveloped in a dense, dark purple energy, and the veins beneath his skin bore an ominous hue, proof of being corrupted by the power of the abyss. Without a doubt, Richard, the seventh prince of the Dawn Kingdom, was the mastermind behind this catastrophe. The flood of information gradually subsided, but the shock and urgency had been deeply etched into Jean's soul. Then, a gentle yet absolutely powerful voice resounded in the deepest recesses of her heart. The Winterlands are in imminent danger. The dragon of the abyss is about to awaken. What you see is the truth. You should heed the guidance of Levi Charles. The moment the oracle ended, the golden light enveloping Jean receded like a tide. The phantom of the god of dawn vanished into the frigid air of Winterhold as if it had never existed. Jean swayed, her face ashen, her forehead covered in cold sweat, utterly exhausted. She swayed and fell towards Levi. Li Wei reacted quickly, immediately crouching down to catch her, preventing her from falling into the snow. Jean weakly raised her head, her deep blue eyes filled with unprecedented urgency, anger, and the resolute determination of having found her pillar of support. She looked at Li Wei, her voice hoarse but firm. "Your Highness Li Wei, Winterlands is falling. Richard has activated the Abyss magic array, turning a large number of the people into the Endermen you mentioned. Vice Commander Drac and the remnants of the Knights are trapped in the cathedral." Jean took a deep breath and continued. "Richard wants to gather enough soul power through the Abyss magic circle to summon an Abyss monster called the Ender Dragon." She finished by adding the crucial divine decree, word by word. "The God of Dawn commands us to obey your arrangements." These words struck the ears of all the knights like a thunderclap. They looked at Jean in shock, then at Levi. The oracle of the God of Dawn had commanded them to obey the sixth prince. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the knights knelt without hesitation and swore an oath to Levi. They cried out, "We obey the divine decree and swear to follow His Highness Levi's command to the death. May the God of Dawn protect him." Listening to Jean's words in his arms and the oaths of the knights around him, Levi showed no smile. Instead, his expression grew increasingly somber. He had a premonition that something bad was going on at Tiandong Academy. But when the information about a large number of Endermen and summoning the Ender Dragon was actually presented to him, his heart sank. He never expected that the Endermen and the Ender Dragon were really Richard's doing. What on earth did this native of another world obtain that allowed him to summon creatures from the end? But the God of Dawn didn't explain everything clearly. The Abyss Order, the Abyss Magic Circle. To Li Wei, these names sounded more like some kind of disguise. Because he knew very well that the place where the Endermen and Ender Dragons originally lived wasn't called the Abyss, but the End. But now is not the time to dwell on the truth. Winterfell is being refined. They must act immediately to stop Richard from continuing to collect soul power. Large numbers of Endermen must be dealt with, and the Abyssal Magic Circle must be destroyed. As for the Ender Dragon, Levi wasn't so worried. As someone with a Minecraft system, he wasn't afraid of it at all. If Richard had summoned the Wither, he might have been even more troubled. Now that he knew the situation in Winterhold, things were simple. Levi's eyes flickered, and he had an idea. Chapter 47. Operation Plan Against Enderman. Wooden boat? Enderman decoy. Endermen weren't actually that difficult for Li Wei. The real problem was that this time, he wasn't facing one or two, but a whole 1,000. The sheer number of enemies was overwhelming, and the time was too tight. Given enough preparation, he could have easily cleared it all by himself. But now he had to consider a coordinated team effort. So, Li Wei immediately went through all the characteristics of the Enderman in his mind. An Enderman will be immediately enraged if attacked or stared at, and will hunt down the last attacker or starer. However, if the target is standing in water, it will be injured and teleport away upon contact with the water, and its aggro will be reset. More importantly, Endermen do not exhibit collective aggression. Attacking one will not attract a swarm of others of their kind. They also tend to teleport behind their attackers, and boats and minecarts with Minecraft properties can forcibly trap them, rendering them immobile. Besides, attacking only the Enderman's legs, or having a wolf attack it, will not trigger teleportation. Combining these rules, Li Wei quickly came up with two solutions. The first method involves infantry coordinated operations. The wooden boat is placed behind the observer beforehand. Once everything is ready, the observer looks directly into the Enderman's eyes, attracting it to teleport behind them, where it lands in the boat and gets trapped. To prevent accidents, someone can be stationed nearby to pour water from a bucket and reset the Enderman's aggro as needed. This way, ordinary soldiers can capture and deal with Endermen with low risk. The second strategy involves a pack of snow wolves working in conjunction with combat professionals. The professionals themselves aren't afraid of facing Endermen head-on. The real problem is their teleportation ability. As long as everyone remembers to attack only the legs, and the snow wolves constantly shift aggro, a team of one person and one wolf can easily take down a single Enderman quickly. Jean watched in shock as Levi quickly scribbled down 2 battle plans on the paper. If these plans were true, then perhaps those 1,000 Endermen were not insurmountable. Isabella, on the other hand, was much calmer. Back when they were dealing with the Dragon Breath patients in the refugee camp, Levi had already instilled in her a lot of knowledge about Endermen, such as not looking directly into their eyes, attacking their legs, not teleporting them, and that Endermen are extremely afraid of water. Jean grew increasingly alarmed as she read on. The steps in the battle plan were frighteningly clear, even specifying the method of advancing the group. This was definitely not something a prince who had never been on a battlefield could have written so casually. What intrigued her even more was where Li Wei had obtained this information about the Endermen. So she couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness Li Wei, how do you know so much about the Enderman's weaknesses?" Li Wei casually made up a story. "I saw it in an ancient book before, and I never thought it would come in handy." Of course, the real name of that book was Minecraft Wiki. Jean blinked, sensing his reluctance to elaborate, and didn't press further. Since the God of Dawn had instructed her to obey Li Wei's arrangements, it meant this person had already gained divine approval. Therefore, there was no point in digging deeper. After reading the entire battle plan, Jean quickly pointed out the biggest problem. "I agree with most of the content, but the idea of fighting with wooden boats is difficult to implement. Building a small wooden boat would take at least 5 days. She continued, "There are fewer than 100 carpenters in the entire town of Winterfell. It's simply not enough time to build 1,000 ships. From what I've seen, the entire Winterfell territory will fall completely in 3 days." This was indeed the key issue. Boats could trap Endermen, but Winterhold didn't have enough boats, nor sufficient production capacity. The plan was there, but supplies weren't keeping up, and Jean's brow furrowed noticeably. For the first time, she showed the anxiety that was typical of her age in front of Li Wei, instead of her usual aloof and distant facade. It was clear that she was genuinely worried about the predicament she was facing. Li Wei simply waved his hand with amusement. For others, shipbuilding might be a big problem, but for the Fankwa people, it was no big deal at all. He said, "Building ships is easy. We can go to the logging camp now and start building them right away." "Start building it now?" Jean looked at him strangely. How could it possibly be too late to start building it now? Isabella, standing nearby, immediately understood Levi's meaning, her eyes lighting up. She had long witnessed Levi's ability to craft exquisite armor and swords from iron ingots with his bare hands. Shipbuilding was perfectly normal for His Highness. Levi turned to Isabella and instructed, "You know how to deal with Endermen. Gather all the combat professionals together, and you will be in charge of teaching them. By noon tomorrow, everyone must understand how to fight Endermen." Isabella nodded without hesitation. "Understood." Then Li Wei looked at Jean and said, Let's go. Let's go solve the boat problem." After saying that, he got up and walked towards the door. Jean watched his retreating figure, her mind filled with doubt. She couldn't understand how he planned to solve the boat problem. Could he possibly conjure a boat out of thin air? Soon after, thousands of brand new small wooden boats were neatly arranged on the open ground of the logging camp. Each one was equipped with 2 wooden oars, and they were almost identical in size, shape, and details, as if they had been copied from the same mold. Li Wei turned around from his workbench, looked at the stunned Jean, and asked with a smile, "How is it?" Jean's deep blue pupils widened slightly, and her mouth almost gaped open. She even rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was seeing things. She couldn't understand why Li Wei could turn a piece of wood into a complete boat, complete with 2 oars, simply by placing it around on that strange square workbench. Is this a miracle? A blessing from the God of Dawn? But if it truly is a divine gift, she, as a saint, couldn't possibly be completely oblivious. If it's not a divine favor, then how can all this be explained? Compared to Jean, who was still trying to maintain her composure, the lumberyard manager had completely collapsed. He knelt down, prostrating himself at Li Wei's feet, repeatedly muttering, "A god is here. Your Highness is a god incarnate." The person in charge wasn't unfamiliar with magic or alchemy. Precisely because he had seen them, he understood all too well just how terrifying it was to create thousands of identical wooden boats in a matter of minutes. Li Wei looked at the densely packed array of small wooden boats in front of him and smiled with satisfaction. These weren't wooden boats at all. They were clearly black swarm traps. The combat resources required for the infantry plan have been resolved. The next issue to address is the resources for the cavalry plan, namely the insufficient number of snow wolves. The thought of reproduction filled Li Wei with excitement. Of course, what excited him was not the process of reproduction itself, but the prospect of having an army of second-tier magical beasts. The group left the logging camp and continued towards the pasture. Jean's shock hadn't faded, and she seemed somewhat dazed the whole way. Before becoming a saint, she had worked as a carpenter's apprentice in her village. Although she had never built a wooden boat, she was no stranger to woodworking such as tables and chairs. Even for small furniture projects, the work was calculated in days. But everything Li Wei had just shown completely defied her common sense. She thought she had seen enough outrageous scenes, but she never expected that the asexual reproduction from Minecraft that she was about to witness would truly and thoroughly shatter her worldview. Chapter 48. The Snow Wolf Breeding Project officially launched. On the northern outskirts of Wintertown, a cold wind swept across the withered meadows, carrying fine snowflakes. A thin layer of frost covered the ground, like a cold white veil draped over the entire wilderness. In the open pasture, A pack of snow wolves ran freely, their silver gray fur gleaming metallically in the thin sunlight. Their strong limbs crushed the snow, raising clouds of snow dust. Princess Nina, a demi-human, was already waiting at the edge of the ranch. She wore a thick wool cloak, the hood of which had slipped down, revealing cascading silver-white hair. Her pair of snow-white fox ears twitched gently in the wind, catching every wolf howl and the sound of footsteps in the snow. Several snow wolves would occasionally approach her, nuzzling her affectionately, asking to be petted. Nina stroked the snow wolf's back, a genuine smile on her face. Demi-humans are naturally drawn to magical creatures, and coupled with her ability to understand animal language, she had become the closest person to the wolf pack besides Levi. Levi witnessed this fairy tale-like scene even before he entered the ranch. The silver-haired fox girl stood between the snow and the wolf pack, like the most dazzling pearl in winter. Levi couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking she truly resembled the snow princess. Approaching her, he softly called out, "Nina." Nina's fox ears twitched immediately, catching his voice. She turned around in surprise, her smile bright. "Your Highness, you've arrived." Levi nodded and led Jean and the servants through the ranch gate. Nina nimbly ran towards him, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow. Her maid, Xiaoku, worriedly reminded her to slow down, but to no avail. Approaching Li Wei, Nina tilted her head slightly, her crimson gold pupils reflecting his image. Li Wei couldn't help but find her continued respectfulness somewhat amusing. After all, she was a princess of a northern demi-human tribe, her status not low. There was no need for her to remain so reserved. He said, "There's no need for such formality between us. Since I call you Nina, you can just call me Levi." Nina obediently shook her head. "How can that be? You're my savior. Besides, you'll definitely become the crown prince of the kingdom in the future, so of course I want to leave a good impression on you." At the end, she even gave a sly wink. Li Wei could only smile and shake his head. It has to be said, flattery from cultured people is always pleasing to the ear, especially since Nina is beautiful and eloquent. He nodded and said, "All right, then I'll take your kind words." After the joke, Nina quickly reported seriously, "Your Highness, as you instructed, all 10 snow wolves in the pack are here. The raw meat and bones delivered from the slaughterhouse have also been piled up in the ranch warehouse." Li Wei nodded in satisfaction. She had completed the task assigned to her quite efficiently. At this moment, Jean stepped forward and greeted Nina. "Hello, I am Jean Daisy." A hint of guilt lingered in her eyes. Because of Richard's fabricated evidence, she had once mistakenly believed that this unseen demi-human princess was Livy's bed partner, part of a secret conspiracy between the northern demi-human tribes and Livy. But as it turned out, Richard's accusations were completely unfounded. That's why Jean was somewhat hesitant to look Nina in the eye. Nina already knew about the misunderstanding from Levi and understood that the real source was Richard. She gently took Jean's hand and looked at her tenderly. "Your Excellency, there is no need to feel guilty. Richard's harsh words have not affected me, nor will they create a rift between us. The most important thing right now is to work together to overcome this difficulty, and I do not want past misunderstandings to affect our cooperation." Jean paused, then took a deep breath. Nina's sincere words seemed to melt away the ice that shouldn't have existed between them. She regained her usual clear and firm voice. "You're right, Princess Nina. The shadows of the past shouldn't prevent us from illuminating the way forward, but I still want to apologize to you for the misunderstandings we had." Nina smiled and replied, "I accept your apology." Jean thanked her sincerely. Li Wei watched the two resolve their misunderstanding and breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that their meeting would cause friction, since being falsely accused of having that kind of relationship with him was practically tantamount to a disgrace for a noblewoman of this era. Kanina didn't get angry. Instead, she was understanding, which made Levi think even more highly of her. Trist, standing nearby, silently observed everything, already calculating in his mind. Princess Nina was virtuous and gentle. She seemed like a good choice to be His Highness's queen. However, Isabella had the support of the Windsor family, making the choice indeed more difficult. In the end, Driz suddenly felt there was nothing to hesitate about. His Highness was so outstanding. Marrying him both didn't seem like a bad idea. He nodded to himself, just as he was applauding his own thought, when Levi's voice came through, "Old Drizzt." Drizzt was startled and quickly regained his senses. "Your Highness, I'm here." Li Wei gave him a strange look, feeling that the guy was a little guilty, but he didn't ask any further questions. He simply ordered, "Have someone move the raw meat and bones out of the warehouse. I'm going to start breeding the wolves." Trist immediately obeyed, running with his attendants towards the warehouse, as if afraid Levi would discover what he had been thinking. Nina, however, asked curiously, Your Highness, are you planning to use your magic to breed the snow wolves? Li Wei nodded. That's right. Just like the magic that makes these snow wolves grow quickly, I also have a way to make them reproduce rapidly. Nina's cheeks flushed slightly upon hearing this, and she hesitated. Shouldn't we leave for a bit? In her understanding, wasn't the reproduction of snow wolves a primitive and wild process? Who would bring a group of people to watch snow wolves reproduce? Although she was a princess of a northern subhuman tribe, she hadn't been an adult for long, and this scene was far too exciting for her. Seeing her reaction, Li Wei knew she had misunderstood and immediately smiled to reassure her. Don't worry, my magic doesn't have that process. Nina was skeptical. Really? As a demi-human, she certainly knew how animal reproduction worked. Even with magic, how could the reproductive process be completely skipped? Li Wei nodded firmly. Of course. After all, his power came from an all-ages educational game. How could it possibly contain anything inappropriate? Just then, Drizzt and his servants brought out raw meat and bones. Your Highness, everything has arrived. Li Wei raised his hand and put all the raw meat and bones into his backpack, imbuing them with the Minecraft properties. Then, he took out a piece of raw meat from his backpack. The snow wolves, who had been rolling and frolicking in the snow, were instantly drawn to him by some force and rushed towards him in unison. They stuck out their tongues, their eyes fixed on the meat in Li Wei's hand, as if it were the most irresistible thing in the world. Li Wei smiled with satisfaction. The lure of raw meat had worked on the wolves. Next, all he had to do was feed the meat to the snow wolves, and they would enter a special reproductive state. Li Wei first fed one of the snow wolves the meat in his hand, then took out another piece and fed it to the one next to it. After the two snow wolves ate the meat, pink hearts immediately appeared above their heads. They looked at each other, then walked over to each other, pressed their faces together, and rubbed against each other a few times. A few seconds later, with a soft plop, a newborn wolf cub appeared out of nowhere between the two snow wolves. The cub stood in the snow, letting out an excited, innocent howl. Once the hearts above the two snow wolves disappeared, they looked at each other in fear, then at the cub sandwiched between them. No, brother, aren't we both male wolves? Chapter 49, 200 Snow Wolves. Levi Charles, the Wolf Lord of the North. Watching the two male wolves retreat in terror, Li Wei couldn't help but laugh out loud. The asexual reproduction from Minecraft was clearly too much of a shock for these otherworldly snow wolves. You see, in Minecraft, wolves reproduce as if nothing happened, but these two were so terrified they questioned their very existence. Nina stood there, completely frozen. She recognized the two male wolves and knew every single one of them in the pack. That's why she was even more shocked than Jean. Two male wolves simply huddled together, and out of nowhere a wolf cub appeared. What was this? Beast God above, this was completely illogical. Nina felt her mind was in complete chaos. Ever since arriving in Winterhold, her worldview had been repeatedly shattered by Levi's magic. Every time she encountered a new and strange ability, it felt like someone was stirring something in her head with a stick, making her dizzy and unable to distinguish between reality and dreams. Li Wei remained calm, as if demonstrating something utterly ordinary. He looked at Jean and Nina and said casually, "This is the magic that allows wolves to reproduce rapidly." Jean bit her lower lip, her throat feeling constricted. Her first reaction was that this power resembled demonic magic. After all, the succubus lineage among demons excels at using magic to incite the reproductive desires of animals. But that's ultimately just inciting desire. The subsequent process still cannot be omitted. Livy's magic, however, is different. It skips reproduction and pregnancy, creating offspring out of thin air. This result is unlike the power of a succubus, because succubi value the process, not this swift and decisive birth. Li Wei didn't give everyone time to stand there in a daze, and immediately told everyone to help feed the wolves. These snow wolves could be assigned to others to fight alongside them, but their true and absolute loyalty had to belong to him. As long as they were tamed with bones that had MC characteristics, or were offspring of two snow wolves that had recognized each other as master, they would have collars around their necks, representing their lifelong loyalty to Li Wei. Nina took the raw meat from Levi, looking so aggrieved she was about to cry. She felt she was betraying the beast god. This method of reproduction, which went against the laws of nature, was practically challenging nature itself. But Levi only gave her an approving look, and she ultimately lowered her head and fed the meat to the wolves. Xiao Ke glared at Li Wei, feeling he was bullying the princess again. But before she could even express her displeasure, Li Wei dismissed her with a single sentence, sending her off to help Nina carry meat. Xiao Ke could only grit her teeth and agree. Meanwhile, Jean's heart was equally heavy. She silently recited the name of the god of dawn, begging for divine forgiveness. Then, Jean handed the meat to the two snow wolves staring eagerly at her. A familiar scene unfolded. Hearts appeared above the wolves' heads, and they pressed their faces together. Then, with a soft plop, a brand new wolf cub was born. The whole process took only 10 seconds. Witnessing the birth of a life firsthand is far more impactful than simply observing. The wolf cub tilted its head, its wet eyes fixed on Jean, seemingly mistaking the blonde girl it first saw for its mother. But according to the rules of MC, its true master was still Levi, the owner of its two parent snow wolves. In other words, no matter how the wolf pack reproduces afterward, all the snow wolves on the ranch will automatically belong to Levi. Levi noticed Jean's fondness for the wolf cub and casually pointed, saying that if she liked it, she could take care of it. Jean was startled and immediately refused. Second-tier magical pets are extremely valuable, fetching astronomical prices even in the capital. Ordinary nobles simply cannot afford to keep them. Levi simply shook his head. He told Jean that the snow wolf wasn't expensive to him. She needed to be at the forefront of the battlefield to increase her strength so she could better liberate Tiandong territory. Since he had already decided, she could take care of the little wolf. She only needed to continue feeding it meat to accelerate its growth. Having said that, Levi didn't give Jean a chance to refuse further, turning to tame the other newborn wolf cubs. Jean watched his departing figure, understanding that Levi was using this method to help her integrate into Winterfell as quickly as possible. Compared to Richard, a monster who wore human skin but didn't hesitate to turn his people into a source of power, Levi's image in her mind instantly became incredibly noble. 1,000 words welled up in her mouth, but Jean only whispered a thank you. Then, following Levi's instructions, she fed the wolf cub piece by piece of raw meat. The first piece, the second, the third, and finally the 10th piece. Before her eyes, the once weak and pitiful cub had rapidly grown into a majestic giant wolf. Jean watched all this in shock. Could such magic truly be mastered by humans? At this moment, she finally understood why the God of Dawn had sent down a divine decree, demanding her complete obedience to Li Wei's arrangements. Because perhaps only Li Wei could resolve the current predicament in the Winter Territory. Even if the capital sends a superhuman, they might not do a better job than Li Wei. Moreover, the shortest route from Winterfell to the capital passes through Winterlands. If they take a detour, there simply isn't enough time. Winterlands only has 3 days left. By the time reinforcements arrive, it will likely already be a wasteland. The wolf pack's reproduction rate is accelerating. Although each snow wolf has a short cooldown period after reproduction, the overall efficiency continues to rise as the number increases. However, Li Wei is well aware that this is not Minecraft, and the snow wolves cannot survive without food. They are carnivorous magical beasts, and if they rely on wheat and potatoes for sustenance for a long time, not only will their combat power decrease significantly, but even their vital signs will be difficult to maintain. Therefore, when the number of snow wolves reached 200, Li Wei decisively called a halt to everyone's actions. He ordered that all the remaining meat be fed to the wolf cubs, and that once all the cubs reached adulthood, training and cooperation between combat professionals and snow wolves would begin immediately. All items on the operational plan must be completed by noon tomorrow. Li Wei waved his hand, his voice firm and domineering. After the training, we will immediately send troops to liberate Tiandong territory. Upon hearing the order, everyone stopped what they were doing, their eyes fixed on him with awe, before responding in unison. Not only the humans, but also all 200 snow wolves simultaneously turned their gazes towards Li Wei. The next moment, a resounding wolf howl echoed across the skies above Winterfell town. Those were 200 second-tier magical beasts, and at that moment, Li Wei Charles truly became the Wolf Lord of the North, the leader of the pack. Chapter 50. Recruitment Plan Hindered. Li Wei targets the nobles. 3,000 words. After the wolf pack finished breeding, Li Wei immediately turned his attention back to producing the remaining war supplies. Before starting, he had to calculate the quantities carefully because Wintertown did not produce iron ore and the reserves of iron ingots were limited. Every single one had to be used in the most critical places, and there could be no waste. He originally planned to equip every soldier with iron armor, but he quickly realized that it was something ordinary people couldn't handle. The equipment, which was weightless to him, would still feel like a mountain to an ordinary person, even if its mass was reduced 100-fold. Only combat professionals could adapt to it. This meant that the iron buckets used for infantry coordination and the iron sheaths and swords used by professionals all had to be redistributed. Just as Levi was pondering this, a knock sounded at the door, followed by Isabella's voice. After receiving permission, the red-haired female knight entered, her expression clearly troubled. Li Wei looked at her, slightly surprised. Logically, She should be training the militia right now. Isabella was silent for a moment, then reported in a low voice that there was a problem with the militia recruitment. According to Li Wei's previous plan, Wintertown needed to recruit at least 3,000 militiamen, but currently only a little over 1,500 had signed up. Among them were over 900 free people, over 600 refugees, but only about 100 true serfs. Li Wei frowned slightly. There were clearly over 1,000 serfs in Wintertown. He had already promised that as long as the serfs participated in the war, the Lord's Mansion would redeem their entire family's indenture. If one person joined the army, the whole family would be freed from slavery. This should have been an opportunity for the serfs to escape their fate. Moreover, Li Wei was not short of money at the moment. His grain business was thriving. After upgrading the potato and wheat production lines, most of the produce was supplied to the common people at low prices, and the surplus wheat was processed into delicious bread at the workbench. These mass-produced breads were even more popular than those made by the top pastry chefs in the capital, becoming a coveted luxury item among the nobles of Winterfell. In addition, Li Wei opened a dye shop, extracting dyes from flowers ripened with bone meal and selling them to the city's nobles. Those rare dyes, even the capital of the Kingdom of Dawn might not be able to find them easily. Yet Li Wei could produce them almost infinitely thanks to the MC properties. A fortune for a small investment doesn't even begin to describe the profits. His personal treasury had already accumulated to an astonishing level, making it easy for him to buy the indentures of 1,000 serfs. Isabella sighed and explained that the problem lay partly with the serfs' masters and partly with the serfs themselves. She hesitated for a moment, then apologized to Levi, saying that what she was about to say might be offensive. Levi waved his hand, indicating that she should speak frankly. He needed to know the true situation as perceived by others. Isabella then revealed the reason. The nobles and landowners were unwilling to let the serfs escape their status quo. They had always profited from exploiting the serfs, and if the serfs were to join the army and regain their freedom, they would have to spend more money to hire free men, which would be a considerable loss for them. The serfs, having long been at the bottom of society, didn't believe their lord would show such kindness. They were more inclined to think that Levi was just putting on a show for outsiders. Isabella quickly added that she knew Levi wasn't that kind of person, but previous lords had never treated the serfs as human beings, which was why the serfs subconsciously thought this way. At this point, she couldn't help but feel sorry for Levi. Even though he wasn't the one who caused the oppression, people still stigmatized him with the infamy of the old aristocracy. Isabella understood clearly that everything Levi had done had already convinced her that he was a lord she would follow for life. Even if Levi ultimately fails to win the crown prince selection, she is willing to entrust the rest of her life to him. Of course, in Isabella's heart, Levi is incapable of losing. The power and vision this man possesses far surpass those of ordinary nobles. Li Wei rested his elbow on the table, chin in hand, deep in thought. The combined effect of the threatened aristocratic interests and the serfs' long-standing oppression, fostering a servile mentality, had hindered the conscription plan. Looking at Isabella's face, his mind raced, and he quickly made a decision. He wanted to teach those nobles a lesson. War was already looming, yet these vampires were still only thinking of their own interests and comfortable lives. Li Wei knew, of course, that completely overthrowing serfdom wouldn't happen overnight, but at least within his own territory, he would never allow serfs to continue existing. This was not only because he deeply abhorred the system that treated people like less than human beings, but also because these serfs were living, breathing laborers, and to be exploited and oppressed by the nobles was a pure waste of productive capacity. With this in mind, Li Wei rose and walked towards the door, deciding to personally go to the conscription office to resolve the issue. Isabella quickly followed, asking him what he planned to do. Levi snorted coldly, his eyes as cold as knives. He directly set the rules. Now is wartime. Anyone who obstructs serfs from enlisting, regardless of their status, will be stripped of their property and demoted to poor peasant. If they repeatedly fail to correct their ways, they will be considered to have disobeyed their lord and will be killed. Under normal circumstances, Li Wei might not have been so inclined to target the border nobles. But things were different now. The shadow of war loomed over the north, and he had the support of the Cult of Dawn. Anyone who dared to step forward at this time would be charged with treason and apostasy, and would be burned at the stake without a second thought. Isabella's pupils contracted upon hearing this. Doing so was tantamount to declaring war on the entire noble class of Winterfell. But her worry for Levi quickly subsided as she suddenly remembered that the abilities Levi possessed were far beyond the capabilities of these border nobles. He can mass-produce food regardless of the season. He can craft weapons and armor that rival the work of dwarven blacksmiths. And as for money, if he so chooses, Many industries in Winterfell could be completely overthrown by the resources at his disposal. What can those nobles use to restrain him? The nobles were still completely unaware of the extent of Li Wei's secret expansion. Isabella watched his retreating figure, her eyes gleaming with fervent desire. Li Wei was now only one step away from becoming a regional hegemon, expanding his territory and gaining control of more cities. The current battle in Tiandong territory is the key. Meanwhile, the conscription order was the talk of the town of Winterfell. Some were surprised to hear that Li Wei was going to send troops to liberate Skywinter territory, assuming that Winterfell was about to go to war with Skywinter territory. Others explained that this was no ordinary war. The Holy Maiden of the Cult of Dawn had confirmed that Skywinter territory had been possessed by evil spirits, and Li Wei was sending troops to rescue people. Soon, the notice board in the square was crowded with people. The literate people stood at the front and loudly read out the contents of the conscription order. The people of Winter territory are suffering in purgatory. The seventh prince, Richard Charles, has betrayed humanity, colluded with the abyss, and laid an evil magic array in Winter territory. Countless people are being transformed into terrifying Enderman monsters. The remnants of the Knights Templar are trapped in a lonely city, and the Abyss Dragon is about to descend. The North is in imminent danger. Lord Levi Charles is determined to personally lead a large army to aid Swinter, cut off the clutches of the monsters, and reclaim his homeland. Therefore, he is calling upon fearless warriors to join this battle. Below the conscription order were detailed the benefits for enlisted militia. Free citizens who enlisted would have their families' existing land and property in Winterhold reduced by half during wartime and for 1 year afterward. Serfs who wished to enlist could not be prevented by their masters, and the Lord's manor would pay their ransom. All serfs who participated in the war, if even one member enlisted, would have their entire family freed from serfdom. After the war, they would receive a pardon and officially become free citizens of Winterhold. Once Winterhold was liberated, the soldiers who participated in the war could also claim unclaimed land in the surrounding area based on their merits, or land confiscated from the traitor Richard and his cronies. The news caused an uproar throughout Winterfell. Everyone was stunned by Li Wei's generosity, especially the refugees who had fled there and the serfs who had been trampled underfoot for years. Although the refugees were still free citizens, they had no property or savings, and their greatest desire was to own their own land. Serfs, on the other hand, were at the bottom of the food chain, with virtually no rights. They never imagined that people like themselves would even be noticed by their lord. The prospect of becoming free citizens after the war, simply by participating, was enough to drive any serf to madness with envy. Because the serf owners, in order to maintain their control forever, would use various means to exploit them continuously, making them and their children slaves for generations. Once reduced to serfdom, not only was one's own life hopeless, but one's descendants would also be locked into the same fate. The conditions Li Wei offered were tantamount to opening a path to a new life for them. If they took up arms and fought, they might be able to escape slavery and start anew. Yet, the serfs remained skeptical upon hearing this news. In their past understanding, no noble lord was a good person, and the lord, being the noble superior, was even less likely to be a good person. Ultimately, a large portion of the taxes they paid ended up in the lord's mansion. In their eyes, the lord and those noble lords were all birds of a feather. As for this conscription order, it was most likely just another performance. Chapter 51. Please, I beg you, I'll even do some capitalism. But some serfs were unwilling to give up this glimmer of hope. Registrar, I want to join the war. Among the crowd, a middle-aged serf dressed in tattered clothes hunched over and shakily raised his hand to register. The registrar looked up, just about to register the other party. Name. Then I heard a string of curses and punches and kicks. You damned thing. Trying to run away. Trying to turn the world upside down and disown its master. A middle-aged nobleman dressed in rather extravagant clothes kicked a serf to the ground. He then stepped on the serfs, speaking in a vicious tone. I feed you and clothe you, and you actually want to betray me. Gods above, I'll make sure you know what you've done wrong. The middle-aged nobleman then punched one of the serfs. No one around stepped forward to stop them, because in this world, all serfs suffer the same fate. All their rights belong to their master. If the master wants the serf to die, the serf has no choice but to die. Marriage requires taxes. Having children requires taxes. Food requires taxes. Housing requires taxes. The entire life of serf is trapped by the word tax. Although they have the right to buy their freedom, they can never accumulate enough money to do so. After all, the serf's masters wouldn't be so kind as to let them go. The upper class exploited the middle class, and the middle class exploited the lower class. The serfs could only struggle to survive in this world. The middle-aged serf was beaten by the nobleman punch after punch, but he dared not resist at all and could only curl up and accept the beating. Because if he resists, he will face even more terrible punishment. It was even sentenced to be burned at the stake for attacking its owner. Just as the nobleman was about to deliver another punch to the serf, the nobleman suddenly felt a tremendous force coming from his back. The next second, his body flew forward, his round body turning into a ball, rolling forward for more than 10 meters before stopping. Damn it! Who was the blind fool who attacked me? The middle-aged nobleman cursed, clutching the large and small bumps on his head, and looked back at the spot where he had been standing. But then a dashing, handsome young man with black hair stood there, his eyes filled with a hint of anger. The arrogant nobleman from one second was so frightened that he covered his dog mouth the next, not daring to do anything rash. The person before me is none other than the Lord of Winterfell, the sixth prince of the Kingdom of Dawn, Levi Charles. Liwei's voice was icy cold, colder than a winter wind. Didn't you see what my summons said? Yes, I see it, the nobleman replied timidly. Liwei's tone grew even colder. Then what are you doing? Disobeying my orders. The nobleman quickly waved his hand, indicating that this was not the case. Lord Liwei, I did not disobey your orders. I was just disciplining my serfs. Then he pointed to the serfs in front of him. Look at him. He's so thin. How can he go to the battlefield? The serfs were hunched over, their clothes tattered. It was hard to imagine that such clothing would be worn by a person in the dead of winter. Blood was dripping from his face onto the ground. Seeing the serfs feigning pitifulness, the nobleman stood up angrily, pointing at the serf and shouting, "You useless piece of trash, you've offended His Highness's eyes. Why don't you apologize to His Highness?" Yes, cough, cough. I'm sorry. The serf humbly struggled to his feet and apologized to Livy, even if none of this was his fault. But if the master says it's his fault, then it's his fault. The reason he was willing to risk being beaten to death just to come and take a look at the recruitment office it's because he hasn't yet raised enough money for his daughter's dowry. If he hasn't raised enough money for the dowry, then the daughter's virginity might even belong to her master. Yes, that's how pathetic serfs were. As a man, as a father, he couldn't even protect his daughter's most basic rights. Feeling the disdainful looks from the noblemen around him, the hope in the middle-aged serf's eyes gradually crumbled. Perhaps he shouldn't have had any hope at all. A serf will always be a serf. The Lord's conscription order is just for show. It's all just to have a good reputation for themselves. Yes, just think about it. How could they possibly give up exploiting us serfs? His already hunchback seemed to have become even more bent at some point. I'm sorry, Your Highness. It was my fault. I lost my mind for a moment and upset my master. It was not my master's fault. Please forgive me. As the serf spoke, he was about to kowtow and kneel before Liwei. But as soon as he bowed down, he felt his body being supported by a powerful force. The serf raised his head in a daze, only to see Liwei's deep black eyes. Do you want to change your life? Do you want to become a free citizen? The young lord's words were like a demonic whisper, swirling in his ears. The tragic life of the serfs over the past 40 years flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Think, how could I not want to? I want to escape the status of serfs, and I want my wife and daughter to no longer be serfs. I dream about it. The serf's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but something had choked him. But I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it. He could have saved his life by not telling anyone. But if he actually says it, the iron fist of the nobles will surely fall upon him. This world is just so unfair. Tell me, and I guarantee he won't do anything to you. Of course, if you don't want to talk about it, then I'll pretend that nothing just happened. Liwei simply watched the serfs quietly. He did not force the serfs, but waited quietly for them to make a decision. Even if Livy wanted to use this incident to begin gradually liberating the serfs from the hands of the nobles. But if the serfs themselves don't want to live and give up this lifeline, what can Liwei do? Liwei is currently only the sixth prince, and it is impossible for him to fundamentally abolish serfdom. This is because it is not only the law of the entire Kingdom of Dawn, but also the consensus of the entire continent, and the fundamental interest of all nobles. At present, Livy can only free serfs from their serf status. He will surely be able to completely abolish serfdom someday in the future. The serf's pupils trembled, and his heart wavered. Sweat began to bead on the nobleman's forehead. Damn it, you bastard. If you dare say it out loud, I'll make sure your whole family pays the price. I originally only intended to have a taste of your daughter, but now it seems I won't let her off so easily. Dad, are you all right? A girl, dressed in extremely simple and even somewhat shabby clothes, and no more than 16 or 17 years old, emerged from the crowd. Looking at the middle-aged serf's face covered in blood, her voice trembled, filled with sobs. It was this middle-aged man's daughter. It was this one word, father, that finally made the serf make up his mind. Your Highness, I want it. I dream about it. For my wife, for my children, I'm willing to die on the battlefield after joining the war. The serf slammed his knees to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Register. Levi turned his head and looked at the registration officer, who was already dumbfounded. The registrar immediately snapped out of his daze and quickly grabbed a pen to take notes. Yes. Then, Levi coldly glanced at the nobleman in front of him, who was sweating profusely. The nobleman's legs were now trembling. If the serf claims he genuinely wanted to join the army, then everything he just said must have been a lie. I have repeatedly ordered that no serf be prevented from enlisting in the army. Yet you have repeatedly beaten and cursed me, showing no respect for me. The king? The middle-aged nobleman suddenly knelt on the ground. No, your Highness, please have mercy. We are at war now, short of manpower and money. Your disturbances on my territory are an attempt to undermine morale and a plot to rebel. Guards, drag him away and kill him. Confiscate all his property. Levi gave the order. Yes. The guards behind Levi immediately took action and dragged the nobleman out of the crowd. No, my lord, spare my life. All the onlookers, free citizens, refugees, and serfs, fell silent. They never expected that Levi would deprive an arrogant nobleman of his property and rights for the sake of serf. Even beheading. So the Lord's promises were true after all. Levi knew this move would certainly provoke discontent among the nobles within his territory, but that didn't matter. He didn't care at all. The important thing now is to ensure the unimpeded implementation of the conscription order. Once Tiandong territory is recovered and the monster tide on the northern border is resolved, he will eventually get rid of these noble vampires in his territory one by one. Back when he was on Earth, Levi once saw a quote online that perfectly describes the current situation. Please, I'm begging you, I'll even do a little bit of capitalism. Levi was not afraid of being resisted by the nobles, or even having his story reported to the capital. As the saying goes, with food, weapons, and soldiers in hand. If you're willing to acknowledge me as the sixth prince, then I'll continue to be the sixth prince. To rightfully participate in the crown prince selection and become king. If you are unwilling to admit it, well, I'm sorry, but I don't necessarily have to be the sixth prince of the Dawn Kingdom. Seeing that Levi actually solved a nobleman's problem for the sake of serfs. All the serfs watching were in an uproar. What are you waiting for? Joining the battle offers a chance to turn your life around. Even if you die in battle, your wife and children can escape their status as serfs. If you're still hesitating, then you don't deserve to be a man. Long live your Highness. Long live the Lord. Aside from the cheers praising Levi, there were even more roars from the depths of the serf souls. I want to sign up. I want one too. Honey, our baby can be saved. Our whole family is fighting. For a moment, the square was filled with a noisy commotion. Levi had already left the scene at some point. He has achieved his goal of making an example of someone to warn others, and he believes that no nobleman will be so stubborn as to seek death. Isabella, once the conscription information is compiled, send it to the mineral warehouse. Your Highness, are you planning to create magical armor? A glint of surprise flashed in Isabella's eyes. She realized she was starting to follow Levi's train of thought. Levi, Nudda. That's right, I'm going to equip all the professionals with the armor and weapons I create with magic. Of course, I've already prepared yours in advance. This is for you. Levi dragged a complete set of iron armor, an iron sword, and a shield from his inventory. He had already prepared it, but he just hadn't had the chance to give it to Isabella. Now is the perfect time to hand it over to the other party in person. Isabella accepted it respectfully. His eyes were full of joy. As a knight, it would be a lie to say I wasn't happy to receive such excellent armor and weapons. Isabella knew very well the performance of the iron armor. It was comparable to armor made by dwarven blacksmiths. Truly rare and valuable items that are hard to find elsewhere. She suppressed her urge to put it on immediately and knelt down on one knee. Thank you, Your Highness. I'm glad you like it. Levi waved his hand, signaling the other person to stand up, and then gave the following instructions. Go. I await your report on recruiting soldiers. Yes. As he gazed at Isabella's graceful figure in the distance, Levi's heart drifted further away. Everything is about to be ready, but it remains to be seen whether the war to liberate Tiandong territory will go smoothly. I updated 6,000 words today, which is equivalent to an extra chapter. Such a great author. Please give me a little free gift. Chuckles. Chapter 52, Synthesizing Diamond Equipment. The final military upgrade before the great battle. Wintertown. Levi's office. Levi sat somewhat lazily in the chair, watching the beautiful red-haired female knight, Isabella, read the completed recruitment plan to him. Your Highness, the statistics on the number of enlisted soldiers have been completed. All the serfs in Winterhold, except for the old, weak, sick, disabled, and underage children, have joined the war, totaling 1,200 people. Among the more than 1,000 refugees, about 430 young men were willing to fight. More than 1,800 people from the free people were also willing to fight. The total number of militia members is approximately 3,500. Including the Knights of the Knights Order, there are a total of 120 Tier 1 combat professionals. Upon hearing Isabella's report, Levi nodded. The number of militiamen was sufficient. According to Li Wei's plan, infantry coordination required a squad of 3 men. Of the 3,500 people, 500 were assigned to logistics, and the remaining 3,500 were organized into 1,000 small teams. They steadily advanced within the main city of Aswinter, gradually eliminating the black minions that had been transformed. The remaining first-tier professionals formed a cavalry phalanx with 200 snow wolves to deal with the little black wolf in the nooks and crannies. After seeing Isabella off, Levi began the final step. Synthetic props. Li Wei practically had his butler, Drizzt, buy up all the iron, ore, and ready-made iron ingots in the entire Winterhold before he could barely gather the materials needed to craft the item. Li Wei buried himself in the warehouse and began rapidly synthesizing items. As a Minecraft player, you can't be slow at crafting items. Not to mention that it can also stack iron ingots to quickly mass-produce items. If you stack enough, you can produce up to 64 items at once. Iron helmets, iron breastplates, iron underwear, iron swords, shields, iron buckets. All of these were thrown to the ground by Li Wei from his inventory. Li Wei created a mere 2,000 or 3,000 items in less than 10 minutes. The butler, Drizzt, stood to the side, sweating profusely as he watched the miraculous scene unfold before him. He saw His Highness holding the iron ingot and placing it on the workbench. Then it started frantically spitting out equipment. Yes, it really was vomiting. It's just that it suddenly spits out in a very magical way. It's hard to imagine that His Highness would spit out so much stuff out of thin air. Your Highness, please stop your supernatural powers. If you keep building, the warehouses will be overflowing. It wasn't Twisted Fate's urging that had an effect, but rather that Livy had already finished building everything. Have the servants store everything in the wooden crates, and then you can arrange for someone to come and retrieve your equipment. Remember, each militia squad of 3 will be given a total of 1 iron sword, 1 iron bucket, and 1 wooden boat. First-tier professionals receive a set of iron armor and an iron sword and shield. Trist nodded quickly. Yes, Your Highness. I feel quite at ease leaving things to Tristana Levy. The other party is a very professional butler. There shouldn't be any problems. Li Wei seemed to remember something else and looked at Tristana. By the way, did you send the apples and gold to my room? Drizzt immediately bowed his head and replied, Yes, Your Highness. As you instructed, I have sent over the required amount of gold ingots and 64 apples. And as for the diamonds Your Highness requested, I searched the entire town of Winterfell and barely managed to gather 29. Drizzt personally visited the noble ladies of town and, after much persuasion, managed to pry the diamonds off their jewelry. However, the diamonds are all pitifully small. I don't know if you'll need them. Hearing Twisted Fate's reply, Levi nodded in satisfaction. It's all right, I'll know once I try it. Li Wei then left the warehouse and went straight back to his room. The room was already piled high with all sorts of materials that Li Wei needed. Li Wei's next goal became clear. That is to prepare various powerful items to enhance one's strength. He had to create everything that could contribute to the battle. Diamond armor, golden apples, fishing rods, bows, and arrows. The fierce battle that followed involved more than just these soldiers. More importantly, Levi needs to work with his elite forces to take down the real mastermind, the 7th Prince, Richard Charles. You might even face the Ender Dragon summoned by the opponent. Levi remembered the Ender Dragon's characteristics very clearly. No creature other than the player can harm it. This means that the Ender Dragon essentially means he has to defeat it alone. Therefore, Li Wei must do everything in his power to improve his strength. Diamond equipment is naturally the top priority. Although Levi didn't mind any diamonds, as long as he collected all the diamonds in this world into his backpack. Theoretically, by imbuing them with MC characteristics, they can still be used to craft diamond equipment. Li Wei picked up the diamond from the pile of materials and placed it in his palm. This is way too small. Li Wei looked at the tiny diamond, no bigger than a grain of rice, lying in his palm, and couldn't help but sigh. Can this really be used for synthesis? He first put all the materials in the room into his backpack, which then became part of the Minecraft universe. Achievement, Diamond. Although he didn't mind the diamond himself, Li Wei did manage to transform this otherworldly diamond into one imbued with Minecraft characteristics, thus successfully triggering the achievement. Li Wei first used gold ingots and apples to synthesize 64 golden apples. The golden apple provides a powerful buff, granting damage absorption from 2 golden hearts for 2 minutes. And 5-second health regeneration too, which restores 2 hearts within 5 seconds, quickly raising your health bar. Next came the fishing rod and bow and arrow. Although he might not necessarily use the fishing rod, Li Wei made it first. As for the bow and arrow, it goes without saying that as Li Wei's only ranged weapon, it is naturally essential to max out its stats. They loaded several sets of arrows. Then comes the final, most important part, diamond set. Li Wei took a deep breath and tried to place the diamond on the workbench. Hopefully it will work. Otherwise, even without the diamond armor set, fighting the Ender Dragon while wearing the iron armor set isn't impossible. However, Li Wei prefers the thrill of numerical superiority. After all, you only have one life. Why fight to the death if you can outnumber the opponent? First, get a diamond breastplate. Li Wei placed 8 rice grain-sized diamonds on the sample according to the synthesis chart. With a loud bang, a diamond breastplate appeared on the workbench. It actually works. Li Wei was shocked by his own power. Who knows about 8 diamonds the size of grains of rice? On the workbench, with a clang, it transformed into a breastplate that was enough to protect the upper body. A sense of redemption? It's just that there was no one standing next to Li Wei. Otherwise, he might have been so frightened that his jaw dislocated. Li Wei put on the diamond armor and felt a sense of security arise spontaneously. Is this the giant hand of diamonds? So warm. Soon, Li Wei sighed again, somewhat disappointed. Unfortunately, the crafted equipment will no longer be destroyed after acquiring Minecraft properties. Once the durability is used up, it will simply disappear into thin air. Otherwise, Li Wei could actually reverse the electricity meter, using fragments of the diamond armor as diamonds to produce diamond products indefinitely. Then came the diamond helmet, diamond leg guards, and diamond boots. Li Wei wore them all. Compared to the iron set's 15 points of defense, the diamond set has 20 points. Don't be fooled by the mere 5-point increase in defense. However, under the MC armor formula, the damage reduction effect of the diamond set is much higher than that of the iron set. The damage reduction effect is more significant, especially when the damage is higher. In extreme cases, its damage reduction performance can even reach twice that of iron armor. Unfortunately, as far as Li Wei knew, obsidian and magma could only be obtained from the Dwarf Kingdom. Otherwise, enchanting the diamond armor would have greatly enhanced his strength. But it doesn't matter. Even without enchantments, the defensive capabilities of the diamond set are enough to completely overwhelm your opponent. Finally, the most important weapon to be made is the diamond axe. That's right, it's not a diamond sword, but a diamond axe. In Minecraft, the base damage of a diamond axe is 9, while that of a diamond sword is 7. It's a full 2 points higher than the latter. Furthermore, because it takes place in another world, the diamond axe isn't limited to vertical slashes. It can also deal area of effect damage horizontally. This is a huge upgrade. Therefore, Li Wei chose to prioritize making the diamond axe rather than the diamond sword. Finally, Li Wei reviewed the use of the fishing rod, bow and arrow, and diamond axe once again. Even if Li Wei had never used these things at all. But the gameplay he used in Minecraft seems to be etched into his very being. Is this the power of Steve's physique? Li Wei put everything into his backpack. He allowed a heavy sigh. Everything is finally ready. We await the arrival of our army tomorrow to liberate Tiandong territory. Or rather, take office, Tiandong. Chapter 53 Pre-Battle Speech. Humanoid self-propelled beacon, marching to Tiandong territory. The next day, Li Wei stood on the city wall, looking at the army of more than 3,000 men who were ready to go, and gave a pre-battle speech. Drizzt, Isabella, Jean, Nina, and Kelvin, along with 12 of his personal knights, stood behind him. Looking at the sea of heads below the stage, Li Wei was reminded of the scene when he gave a speech under the national flag in middle school. The scale of things back then was similar to what is now. Li Wei picked up the magic megaphone, which had been imbued with magical power, and shouted, "Soldiers, I know you are here for various reasons to participate in this glorious battle. But what I want to tell you is this. Liberating Tiandong territory is not just about gaining honor and money. More importantly, once it falls, our Winterhold will not be spared either. The last city destroyed by monsters was Winter Territory, and the next city will be our Wintertown. Please remember, you are not only fighting for yourself, but also for everything behind you. We will win this battle, and we must win." As Li Wei finished speaking, a thunderous roar erupted from the army. "Victory! Victory! Victory! Jean, the Dawn Saintess, walked up to Li Wei at just the right moment. Her deep blue eyes were filled with devout faith. All the soldiers shouting slogans below fell silent, because they all already knew that Saint Jean had come with a divine message from the God of Dawn. It can be said that with Jean's endorsement, Li Wei's recruitment plan was able to succeed so quickly and successfully. Jean, the blonde, blue-eyed Saintess of Dawn, gently accepted the magic trumpet handed to her by Levi. The voice was very ethereal. God said, "Asparagus is in imminent danger. The dragon of the abyss is about to awaken. Our only option is to follow Prince Li Wei's leadership. He will become the savior of the northern border. Soldiers, regardless of any past grievances among you, this is a matter of life and death." God said, "Let us put aside our hatred and fight together against the enemy." As soon as she finished speaking, Jean drew the emblem of the Church of Dawn in front of her. Then, clasp your hands together in front of your chest, close your eyes, and bow your head in prayer. May the gods guide us to let the light of dawn shine once more upon Winterland. As she finished her prayer, Levi saw that Jean began to glow. It was a gentle and warm light, as if it could soothe everyone's wounds. Pray for the light of dawn, a prayer that can only be released by those blessed by the God of Dawn, granting a slight boost to all attributes to all friendly units around the caster. Warm light radiated from her. Everyone who was bathed in the light felt their bodies become a little lighter. Oh, Li Wei opened his inventory with some surprise and looked at the effects on the buff bar on the left. Dawn's light duration, 23:59. Your overall attributes have increased by 1/20th. Li Wei never expected that Jean could release such a wide range of blessings. And it lasted for a whole day. I just don't know how long the cooldown for this prayer is. If she does this once a day, wouldn't she be like a mobile beacon? Although this buff is only a minor improvement for ordinary people. But for Li Wei, it was a big chicken leg. After all, Li Wei's Steve physique alone is enough to reduce him to a second-tier combat professional. Not to mention that Li Wei has now become a first-tier swordsman, further enhancing his strength. Wearing the diamond armor set, Li Wei dared to say that he wouldn't be at a disadvantage against a third-tier professional. The faces of those illuminated by the morning light were filled with piety. This is the blessing of the God of Dawn. Their cause is legitimate. They're a sacred army recognized and protected by the gods. By the God of Dawn, we will not fail in our mission. We will surely cleanse evil. Seeing the high morale of the Wintertown Legion, Li Wei smiled with satisfaction. He drew the ceremonial sword from his waist and pointed it diagonally to the sky. All soldiers, listen to my command. Let's go now. Target, Asparagus territory. Yes, your highness. Tap, tap, tap. An army of about 3,500 men marched in a grand procession from the city gate toward Tiandong territory. A vast expanse of dark, swarming land, especially noticeable against the snow. Li Wei mounted the back of a snow wolf, while the four beauties beside him also mounted four other snow wolves. Li Wei lowered his head, looked at Drizzt, and said with a smile, "Old Shui, Wintertown is now entirely in your hands. When I return in triumph, I must not let those nobles cause any trouble." Drizzt placed his right hand on his chest and looked up at Levi. "Your Highness, please rest assured. I, Trist, have been able to navigate the capital with ease for so many years. These border nobles are not someone I can handle. Moreover, with your magical artifacts, the financial power of the entire Wintertown is no longer something they can touch." Tristana's face showed a hint of disdain, as if he was bored with the opponent he was about to face. "That's good." Li Wei nodded in satisfaction. He turned to look at the people beside him. Isabella, the red-haired knight of Windsor. Jean, the blonde, blue-eyed saintess of dawn. And Nina, the white-haired fox princess, and her attendant, the dog-like Caro. In addition, there were 12 first-tier knights who swore allegiance to Livy during the Dragon's Breath incident. "Gentlemen, let's go." "Yes." The group then rode their snow wolves and leaped down from the city wall. The snow wolf was so fast that it caught up with the front of the Legion in no time. Asparagus collar. The main urban area has been completely captured. Most of the population has been evacuated to the lower city to avoid being infected by the purple dragon breath generated by the magic circle and turning into Endermen. The only ones still putting up a fight were the Templars who remained inside the church, and a last group of ordinary people who hadn't had time to evacuate. With the protection of the Dawn God statue, no purple dragon breath spread within the church. But the protective light of the idol is growing weaker and weaker. It's only a matter of time before it's completely extinguished. Vice Commander Drac, the situation is not good. The wounded brothers seem to have significantly weakened resistance to dragon breath. Some of our brothers have already developed symptoms of dragon's breath in their eyes. Their eyes and blood vessels have started to turn purple. Hearing his subordinates report, Draco, who was already looking somewhat haggard, looked even more haggard after hearing the news. He punched the ground hard, furious at his own incompetence and negligence. Damn it, I never expected that the seventh prince, Richard Charles, would actually join the Abyss Order. This cult, which appeared out of nowhere, has taken root and spread across the entire continent at some unknown time. Previously, it was just that some villages were bewitched by cults and carried out rituals to worship evil gods. Therefore, the church leaders of the Dawn cult didn't take it too seriously. Cults use various generous material incentives or promises of life-changing opportunities to lure these people from the lower classes into becoming cult followers. In this way, they can extract more money from these people. So the decision made by the higher-ups was simple: to send the Templars to wipe out the heretics. Draco had done similar tasks before, and most of those heretics were from the lower classes. Therefore, almost everyone believes that the Abyss cult is nothing more than a money-making cult. But unexpectedly, now even the prince has been bewitched by them. This Abyss cult is actually capable of creating magic arrays that can transform people into monsters. Who exactly are they? Chapter 54 Renforcement arrive. A protective shield? Can it withstand one hit from my pickaxe? Delacroix held his head in his hands, somewhat agitated. The current situation has left even a third-tier professional like him helpless. Damn it, if we don't destroy the magic circle in the central square, this constant dragon breath will keep weakening our power. It can also cause injured professionals to contract dragon's breath syndrome. Several second-tier Templar Knights beside him spoke up. Vice Commander, let's launch another attack. Yes, Deputy Commander, give the order. We can't just watch our brothers turn into monsters. Draco took a deep breath, hesitating to make a decision. It's not that he's afraid, but that he's tried too many times already. These brothers were injured while carrying out a raid. Throughout the day, Draco organized at least 5 raids, all targeting the magic circle near the central square to destroy it. However, several consecutive attacks yielded no results. Even the longest charge failed to reach the central square. The reasons for the failure: it's not just because of these troublesome Endermen. It was also because of Richard's man, second-tier professional squad, Frost, and Richard's third-tier night bodyguard, Lonlot. I wonder what kind of terrible magic Richard used. These high-level professionals were not transformed into Endermen after being infected with dragon breath. Instead, they gained even greater power. They even possessed the ability to teleport briefly, even if Draco possesses the strength of a peak third-tier opponent. However, he was always held back by Lonlot during each raid mission. This led to the collapse of the front lines and the failure of the mission. Okay, let's try one last time. Draco let out a heavy sigh. He was prepared to sacrifice himself, even at the cost of his own life, to destroy this terrifying magic circle. He believed that the Saintess would live up to her mission and restore the light of the Dawn God to the entire Winter Territory. Before dawn arrives, let him transform into a candle flame, briefly illuminating this darkness. Draco shook his head, suppressing the weariness on his face. Drac looked at the 20-odd Templar brothers beside him. Then let's set off. The Templar Knights nodded. They too knew that this journey was likely a one-way trip. But not a single person showed any fear in their eyes. As Templar Knights, they swore an oath upon joining the order to dedicate everything to the God of Dawn. Saving the people of the Dawn God is the responsibility of these Templar Knights. Drac looked at the remaining Templar Knights and the rescued civilians and shouted, "The rest of you listen up. Once we successfully destroy the magic array, immediately lead the people to retreat. Under no circumstances should we engage them in battle." That's an order. Yes. Just as the Suicide Squad was about to push open the church doors and set off, suddenly, a series of crackling sounds of surging energy came from outside the church. The astute Drac stopped in his tracks instantly. I went to the window and looked out. The purple energy shield that had enveloped the Winter Territory and isolated it from the outside world was gradually dissipating. It's as if someone is constantly attacking it, gradually wearing it down. As a result, the concentration of dragon breath released by the Abyss magic circle began to decrease. What's going on? Draco frowned, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Good news also came from the medics. Vice Commander, the concentration of dragon breath has clearly decreased. The infection rate among the brothers has been slowed down. Even the dragon's breath mist that was about to spread beyond the main city area has retreated. The Templar Knight's mage adjusted his glasses and analyzed. It must be because the energy shield is being attacked from the outside, causing the magic circle to lose power. Theoretically speaking, as long as the magic power of the magic circle is continuously consumed, the effect of the magic circle could be continuously reduced. A slight smile finally appeared on Draco's gloomy face. Reinforcements have arrived? A surge of joy welled up inside Delacroix. Did the Holy Maiden bring the extraordinary beings to rescue Tiandongling? While escorting the civilians to the lower city, Drac also attempted to attack the energy shield that isolated a Swinter territory. However, even with his peak third-tier strength, he couldn't budge the protective shield in the slightest. Even a full-force attack only caused a tiny ripple on the protective shield, which was practically useless. Clearly, anyone capable of dealing with this protective shield must be at least a fourth-tier superhuman. The protective shield is currently being attacked from the outside. Doesn't that mean reinforcements have arrived? But he soon fell into doubt again. As far as he knew, the only superhuman in the entire northern border region was the Northern General. But the Northern General is now in dire straits, even in his own safety. The entire northern border region was largely destroyed. The situation inside was similar to that in the Winter Territory. The abyssal magic circle caused monsters to swarm. It was simply impossible for them to leave the northern border. Where did the Holy Maiden find these extraordinary individuals? Draco fell in a deep thought. Tiandongling outside the city. A massive purple energy shield protected Asparagus territory. No living being can enter or leave. At this moment, the army of more than 3,000 people was blocked by the purple energy shield. They couldn't get in. Jean, Isabella, Nina, and the remaining hundreds of knights and snow wolves were evenly distributed around the protective shield. At the same time, they unleashed their full power to attack the energy shield. Third tier prayer, Holy Light blessing. Third tier sword skill, Holy Light slash. Second tier breeding technique, Ridicine battle aura. Second tier sword technique, triple slash. First tier magic, explosive fireball. First tier magic, ice spikes. Second tier combat skill, giant wolf bite. Countless attacks rained down on the protective shield. But these attacks were like raindrops falling into the ocean, only causing a few ripples before returning to calm. How is that possible? Damn it, we don't have any mages who are proficient in the principles of magic arrays. It seems that it's impossible for us to forcibly destroy this energy shield with our strength. A hint of disappointment appeared in Nina's eyes. As one of the few mages among the professionals, she was unable to offer any help. This is an energy shield specially set up by Richard Charles using an abyss magic circle. It was all for the purpose of completely refining the entire city. Even for superhumans, it would take a considerable amount of time to deal with this energy shield. By then, Richard would have already melted down the entire city. However, Richard never expected this. His plan went wrong. Because a person who was not an extraordinary being, but was even more terrifying than an extraordinary being, came to Tiandong territory. It has both mechanisms and numerical values. At this moment, Levi looked at the ripples emanating from the energy shield and inexplicably thought of something in Minecraft. Yes, they look so alike. The energy fluctuations are almost identical to those of a nether portal. Of course, Levi knew that the energy shield in front of him was not a portal to the lower realm. It's impossible to teleport him to the lower realm. But can this explain? Is the energy logic of the energy shield in front of us the same as that of the nether portal? That means I, with Steve's power, can destroy it. You all step aside and let me try. Levi had somehow managed to pull a pickaxe out of his backpack and was walking towards the protective shield with eager anticipation. Chapter 55, Reinforcements. We're saved. What are those wooden boats and buckets they're carrying? Upon hearing Liwei's order, the crowd dispersed. They watched as he approached the edge of the protective shield. Liwei first gently stroked the purple energy shield. A strange energy fluctuation then flowed into his body. The status bar then displays the corresponding status. Dragon's Breath 1 second. Dragon's Breath midnight. Dragon's Breath 1 second. Because of contact with this energy shield, the results are constantly being updated. Sure enough, the energy emanating from that so-called abyssal magic circle was essentially the Ender Dragon's breath. Thinking of this, Liwei took out a glass bottle with his left hand. He wanted to try to absorb some dragon's breath, but it failed. It seems that although this energy shield uses dragon's breath as fuel, it has essentially transformed the dragon's breath into another type of energy. Therefore, the collection failed. However, Liwei was not very disappointed. Even if we collected them, we wouldn't have a brewing table to make potions in Minecraft. So it's not very important. Moreover, there will be plenty of opportunities to collect dragon breath later. Liwei was already prepared to completely drain the Ender Dragon. Yes, drain her of her dragon breath. Take the glass bottle back from your left hand. Liwei continued to strike the purple energy shield with his pickaxe. With each strike, the purple energy shield would ripple outwards, and the color of the energy would gradually dim. Pop! The energy shield shattered, but the shield refreshed again the next second. It seems that a magic circle is providing the power, constantly generating new protective shields. Therefore, Levi did not succeed in destroying it in one go. However, judging from the fact that the color of the energy shield is constantly weakening and its range is receded by about 1 meter, it was only a matter of time before it was completely destroyed by Levi. After all, no matter how much power your magic circle provides, there is ultimately a limit. However, Levi, who possesses Steve's power, has unlimited energy. All you have to do is keep hitting with the pickaxe. It's too easy. Everyone was both shocked and speechless at what they were seeing. They tried many methods to break through the purple energy shield, but they all failed in the end. Even the attacks of the third-tier Templar Knight, Jean, could not break the energy shield that isolated Tiandong territory from the outside world, until Levi pulled out a pickaxe. He just tapped on it casually. The resulting energy surge was stronger than all the combined efforts of everyone involved. After reaching his conclusion, Levi smiled and looked at the stunned people around him. It's alright, this thing can be generated repeatedly. It should break after being hit 30 or 40 more times. Cough, cough, cough. Levi's words left the already shocked natives of the other world completely bewildered. No, that's not right. Even with hundreds of us attacking this energy shield together, we couldn't break it even once. So you're saying that if we break it another 30 or 40 times, it'll be okay? He's just a first-tier swordsman, yet he possesses such terrifying power. Is this what the god of dawn acknowledges? Looking at Levi's retreating figure, Jean's eyes flashed with longing. Only the one before us can resolve the calamity in the north. Thinking of this, Jean felt even more ashamed of her previous misunderstanding of Levi. She felt that she really should experience more of the hardships of life. Instead of sitting high in the temple, listening to the insincere praise of the nobles, Jean felt an impulse to stay in the north, to stay by Livy's side. Perhaps we will see a different kind of Dawn Kingdom in the future. But that's a story for later. Right now, we must do everything we can to help Levi resolve the crisis in Tiandong territory. A resolute glint flashed in Jean's eyes. At this moment, Levi continued to swing the iron pickaxe in his hand, causing the energy shield to shatter continuously. The energy shield shattered, and they retreated 1 meter. The energy shield shattered, and they retreated another meter. How could Steve's power be resisted by the protective shield of this magic circle? Even if something cannot be destroyed by hand, it can be forcibly destroyed using other mechanisms. When it comes to mechanics, the blocky characters are never afraid of anyone else. There's nothing else to it, just a lot of mechanisms and features. At the same time, Tiandong territory, Lord's residence. Richard, whose veins had been completely turned purple by the dragon's breath, stared at the sky in disbelief. The purple energy shield was constantly shattering and reforming. How is this possible? Who on earth is this person? And how could they destroy the protective shield of the Abyss magic array in an instant? Richard's eyes were filled with disbelief. According to the Bishop of the Abyss Order, the protective shield created by the Abyss magic array requires at least 2 extraordinary individuals to exert their power simultaneously in order to possibly break it. Moreover, even if it is shaken, the magic circle will regenerate a protective shield within 1 second. To truly destroy the protective mechanism of the magic circle, one must drain the power of the superhuman. After all, the magic circle's source of power is the Ender Dragon, a deep-sea dragon. But what exactly is the reason for the current situation? Could he be a legendary 5th-tier professional? Richard narrowed his eyes sharply, suddenly remembering the intelligence that his spies had sent back not long ago. Rumor has it that Levi has a 5th-tier professional backer. This 5th-tier professional created a great many powerful magical alchemical items. This is what allowed Levi, this good-for-nothing, to defuse crises time and time again. Richard initially thought it was just false information. After all, how could a legendary professional possibly take orders from a prince with a bad reputation? It's important to know that legendary-level professionals are rare even to the king of the Dawn Kingdom. For every duchy or kingdom, legendary professionals are one of the foundations of its existence. But now it seems that there really is a legendary alchemist behind Levi. So what? I'm no longer the weak and helpless person I used to be. Richard's black eyes, a symbol of pure-blooded royalty, had now turned deep purple. Even on the forehead, there were faint bumps. The power from the Abyss has completely changed everything about him. A peak 3rd-tier Dragon Vein Mage. It can unleash the Ender Dragon's breath. That's enough. Once the protective shield is damaged, it's damaged. If only the Abyss magic circle could run for another half a day, he will be able to accumulate enough power. Once he breaks through to the 4th level of transcendence, he will be able to become a dragon descendant and a being capable of taming abyssal dragons. Lanlot, take the Frost Squad and stop them from getting close to the Abyss Magic Circle. I need a little more time. Inside the room, the third-tier knight Lanlot, affected by the dragon's breath, and the Frost Squad members, whose faces were also covered with purple veins, knelt on the ground to receive their orders. Yes, having been tainted by the dragon's breath from the Abyss Magic Circle, they had no other choice. If Richard's plan fails, they will inevitably be branded as heretics by the Dawn Cult and roasted alive over a fire. Richard promised that when the Abyss Dragon descended, he would use the power of the Abyss to revive Lamlet's wife and daughter, who had become a vegetable. So whether for his wife and daughters, or for himself, Lanlot has no way back. The members of the Frost Squad were on the verge of tears. Damn it. We never said we were going to be your dogs. We're just people getting paid. Why are you turning us into monsters too? But they had no choice. To survive, they had to work for Richard. Bang! As the energy shield was destroyed for the last time, the sky over the entire Aswan territory has returned to its wintry azure blue. Levi stopped hammering and smiled. 43 times. This energy shield is actually quite durable. He beckoned, and his snow wolf came to his side and lowered itself. Levi easily mounted the wolf's back. The diamond armor was already on her body. However, for the sake of disguise, he wore a layer of ordinary knight's armor over his diamond armor. The original appearance of the diamond armor was concealed, creating an information gap. Moreover, due to Steve's physical condition, wearing an extra layer of knight armor did not affect Levi's movements. Levi raised the ceremonial sword at his waist and pointed it to the sky. All troops, listen to my command. Enter the main urban area. Don't let any Enderman escape. 3,500 soldiers, shouting, surged into Tiandong territory. Kill! The deafening slogans echoed throughout the entire Tiandong territory. In the lower city, the civilians of Winterhold, who were huddled in their houses and dared not move, looked out of their windows with delight at the reinforcements coming from Winterhold. Oh my god, we're saved. They're reinforcements. Good heavens. It's knights riding giant white wolves. They moved through the streets, coordinating with the giant wolves to quickly kill the Endermen. There were also infantry formations. They held their iron swords and shields high. Oh, and there's a wooden boat and buckets of water. The people in the lower city rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Were those two things in the back? The newly ignited flame of hope was suddenly extinguished by a bucket of water. We're doomed. Are we beyond saving? Chapter 56, A Crushing Defeat, a one-sided situation. The Snow Wolves, carrying the first-tier professionals, were the first to rush into the main city. According to Li Wei's tactical plan, the professionals did not attack the Endermen immediately. Instead, they began to quickly gather intelligence on the battlefield and the approximate distribution range of the Endermen, because they had already been told to avoid staring into the Endermen's eyes. They wouldn't be attacked by Endermen, so the professionals' reconnaissance operations went very smoothly. Your Highness, the situation in the main urban area has been ascertained. The number of Endermen is around 3,000, while the concentration of dragon breath released by the Abyss Magic Circle has decreased significantly. Hearing the intelligence report from the investigators, Levi Nudda. Fortunately, the increase in the number of Endermen was not as dramatic as Li Wei had imagined. Moreover, it is estimated that the Magic Circle's power supply was insufficient due to the constant damage to the protective shield, which caused the concentration of dragon breath to decrease. This way, there's no need to worry about the non-professional militia members being quickly corrupted by dragon breath and turned into Endermen. Very good. Pass on my orders. Cavalry phalanx to clear the way, with each cavalryman responsible for 10 infantry squads within their respective area. If anything goes wrong with the infantry squad, the cavalry will be responsible for dealing with a rampaging Enderman. Nina's eyes gleamed with admiration, and her fox ears twitched. Although the two were of similar age, the other seemed to know everything. Now even the military is like this. Yes, Your Highness. As Li Wei's tactical orders were issued, the cavalry phalanx, composed of professionals, and the infantry phalanx, composed of serfs, free men, and refugees, began to advance steadily forward. The professionals were somewhat intimidated by the sheer number of Endermen, not to mention ordinary people who have never been on the battlefield. The black monster was over 2 or 3 meters tall, with a slender body and purple eyes. It doesn't seem like something humans could handle. Some of the more timid people even started to back out. They discovered that training on the training ground was ultimately just training. When they actually went to the battlefield, they were still afraid. The first infantry group to come into contact with the Endermen were 3 serfs from Winterhold. The middle-aged serf in charge of launching the boats lowered the wooden boat he was carrying on his back. It was placed precisely behind the young serf, holding a sword and shield. The serf, standing to the side, took a deep breath. He was ready. If the Enderman loses aggro, or if it teleports to the wrong location and isn't controlled by the boat, immediately pour the water out of the bucket. This allows the Enderman to come into contact with water, thereby resetting its aggro value and resolving the crisis. The three exchanged glances and nodded to each other. Lord Levi has given them an opportunity, and all they have to do is seize it. This may be the only chance in your life to turn your life around, and it's right in front of you. For freedom, for family. Let's do it. The serf responsible for drawing the Enderman's hatred gripped his sword and shield tightly. Then, resolutely, he looked into the Enderman's eyes. The Enderman opened its terrifying mouth the instant it was being stared at. The piercing, sharp scream assaulted the eardrums of everyone around. The teleportation sound rang out. The next second, the Enderman appeared behind the sword and shield serf. The serf turned quickly and raised a shield. The serf with the bucket had already raised it high, ready to fall at any moment. Fortunately, everything went as planned without any mistakes. After the Enderman teleported, it precisely touched the wooden boat. This triggered the MC property of the wooden boat. The Enderman was immediately sucked in, firmly held in place, and placed on the wooden boat. The Enderman sat on the wooden boat and let out a huge roar, tried to attack the serf soldiers in front of him. However, it was magically bound by the wooden boat and could not move at all. It actually works, just as it was written in the battle manual issued by Lord Levi. The terrifying Endermen, upon coming into contact with the enchanted wooden ship, were like prey caught in a hunter's trap. There was absolutely no way to resist. The serf soldiers, who had initially shown some fear, were now filled with ecstasy. So you're called Enderman, right? The soldier responsible for drawing aggro lowered his shield and gripped his iron sword tightly. Following the moves practiced in the training field, he suddenly jumped up in place. Then the iron sword fell heavily on the Enderman. Jumping slash. Critical hit. HP -9. The Enderman's health dropped from 40 drops to 31 drops. After a jump slash, follow up with another jump slash. HP -9-4. After repeating the jump attack 4 times in a row, the Enderman's health bar is completely empty. The Enderman let out a miserable ack, and its body slumped to the side, dying on the ground. Then, an ender pearl exploded inside the ship, along with a cluster of experience orbs that were invisible to ordinary people. It's an ender pearl. Quick, pick it up. His Highness said that an ender pearl can be exchanged for military merits, and the whole squad will receive an extra reward. The serf soldier slapped the ender pearls off the ship and stuffed them into a cloth bag he had prepared beforehand at his waist. After seeing the 1st Infantry squad easily wipe out the Endermen and even obtain ender pearls from their corpses, the civilian soldiers, who were initially somewhat timid, became bolder. Someone killed an Enderman so easily and even received extra military merit. Damn, it's so simple. It looks easier than slaughtering a pig. What's there to be afraid of? Just do it. 3, 2, 1. Move. The scene of killing the Enderman was being repeated repeatedly throughout the main city of Winterhold. The Enderman was repeatedly controlled by the wooden boat and then killed without taking any damage. In the first few attempts, some people may have been inexperienced, leading to accidents where the Enderman was not successfully controlled on the wooden boat. However, there are methods such as pouring water from buckets to reset aggro levels and wolf riders drawing aggro away from enemies. At most, some people were injured, but no one died. Everything was progressing smoothly and in an orderly manner, just as Levi had envisioned. Especially when Levi saw the ground covered with green experience orbs and the soldiers constantly picking up ender pearls from the corpses of Endermen. A happy smile appeared on his face. It was the joy of a bountiful harvest. The people of Tiandong, who were hiding inside the house, were stunned by what they saw. A completely one-sided situation. Faced with this army of gods descending from the sky, the Endermen were like wheat being harvested in a rice field, being frantically reaped one crop after another. They didn't even have a chance to resist. Is this the same terrifying black monster they've seen before? Doesn't it teleport behind your neck and snap your neck off your head? Why? Why did these people, carrying wooden boats and swords, kill the Enderman without getting hurt? This is absolutely incredible. It's simply a miracle. Is he the savior sent by the gods? The common people watched the black-haired boy being surrounded by several beautiful girls. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Anyone with eyes could see at a glance who brought these reinforcements who had seemingly fallen from the sky. It's this black-haired young man. Levi watched as the battle lines steadily advanced, but he did not let his guard down. Richard hadn't made a move yet, which meant that the other side didn't care at all about him clearing out these Endermen. He was definitely waiting for some opportunity. Levi glanced at the golden apple and diamond axe in his status bar. He is ready to fight at any time. He will show this alien native who doesn't value ordinary people's lives what it means to mess with someone you shouldn't mess with. At this time, the Wolf Rider scouts sent back intelligence from the front lines. He reported with a serious expression, "Your Highness, we have discovered that the Church of Dawn is being attacked by a group of Endermen. It seems there are Templar Knights inside requesting help." Jean immediately turned to Levi and explained, "Your Highness Levi, it must be Vice Commander Delacroix and his men. They must have retreated into the church to resist the dragon's breath. The church contains a statue of the God of Dawn, which can ward off the corruption of evil forces." Oh, Levi narrowed his eyes, having already made a decision in his heart. Drac is a peak Tier 3 professional, while there are even Tier 2 elites among those Templar Knights. This force is not to be underestimated. If I can save them and tell them how to fight Xiao He, I can immediately gain a powerful group of allies. His mind went blank for a moment, and Li Wei drew the ceremonial sword from his waist, holding it horizontally forward. "All first-tier professionals, heed my command and proceed immediately to the church to rescue the Templar Knights." Chapter 57, Rescuing the Templars, Levi and Richard's Eye Contact. Asparagus Ridge, Dawn Church. The church, which was originally dedicated to the gods and revered by everyone, was now surrounded by layers upon layers of Endermen. The sight of Endermen crowding together was like a painting of hell. Outside the church, hundreds of Templar Knights, fully armed and wielding weapons, fought against Endermen who were teleporting everywhere. The Templars had no idea that they shouldn't look Endermen in the eye. This led to an increasing number of Endermen besieging the church. The Endermen's extremely bizarre teleportation ability was a devastating blow to these slow-moving knights. The priests' ranged spells and prayers couldn't even hit the Endermen. The battlefield was in a state of chaos. "Vice Commander, the Endermen's attack has suddenly become extremely fierce. Damn it, the brothers guarding the perimeter of the church can't stop so many Endermen at all." Draco swung his sword and struck the Enderman, killing it. He shouted, "Reinforcements will be here soon. Hold on." Draco was certain that the Holy Maiden had found a powerful 4th-tier transcendent being, or even a 5th-tier being, from somewhere. Otherwise, it would have been absolutely impossible to break through the protective shield of the Abyss magic circle so quickly. Right now, their mission as Templars is to hold their ground, defend the church, and wait for reinforcements. Yes, the Templars continued their arduous struggle. The number of wounded is inevitably increasing, until the howls of wolves began to echo around the church. Everyone looked into the distance with surprise. In the distance, hundreds of wolf riders galloped towards them, actively drawing the attention of the Endermen. It's reinforcements. They're riding 2nd-tier magical beasts, snow wolves. What? All the Templar Knights were stunned by what they saw. A whole legion of over 100 2nd-tier magical beasts. The Snow Wolf Legion? Are you kidding me? Apart from the royal guards of the capital, only true Grand Dukes could afford to maintain such a luxurious legion. Who was behind this? Drac frowned, unable to believe the Snow Wolf cavalry regiment that had appeared before him. In his memory, even in the heavily guarded northern border, there were no more than 100 2nd-tier magical beasts. Where did the Holy Maiden find her reinforcements from? It has such a high-quality configuration. Of course, these snow wolves are not only of high quality, but also exceptionally strong. The Endermen, who were attacking the Templars, paid no attention to the group of newcomers to the battlefield. The result is that the enormous snow wolf opened its blood-red maw and bit down on the Enderman's leg. The Enderman instantly let out a terrifying scream. But instead of teleporting, it walked straight toward the snow wolf, intending to attack it. This is one of the characteristics of Endermen. When attacked by other animals, the Enderman's teleportation mechanism will not be triggered. They will only walk over and attack them. The Templar Knights were stunned when they saw this. Why? Why don't Endermen teleport after being attacked? The Templars were not given any time to figure out the mechanism. The knight riding on the wolf's back suddenly slashed the Enderman's leg with his sword. The Enderman's hatred shifted, and its eyes were fixed on the knight. As a result, the snow wolf under his crotch opened its mouth again and bit the Enderman, drawing the aggro back to him. Then, the man and the wolf repeated this process. The wolves and knights coordinated with incredible speed, and in less than 3 cycles, they slew the Enderman. This is the result of Levi having Isabella give these professionals special training. The formulaic killing method ensures that the Enderman has no chance to trigger the teleportation mechanism, thus minimizing the chance of any unexpected events. Levi fully exploited the monster's mechanics. This meant that the Wolf Riders were essentially carrying out a one-sided massacre of the Endermen. Endermen simply cannot counter the coordinated attacks of werewolves. They all fell to the ground, filled with resentment, letting out piercing screams. Saint Jean charged alongside the Wolf Riders. After Jean, riding on the wolf's back, killed the Enderman she was responsible for while waving the military flag. Turning around, her golden hair swayed, making her look like a Valkyrie on the battlefield. Her eyes were full of worry. Vice Commander Draco, everyone, are you all right? The moment Jean turned around, the Templar Knights immediately recognized the blonde, blue-eyed girl on the wolf's back. Your Holiness, the leader of the Wolf Riders, is actually the Holy Maiden. Praise be to the God of Dawn. Upon seeing Jean, the Dawn Saintess, many Templar Knights unleashed their emotions. They even thought they were going to be surrounded by Endermen and die there. But the God of Dawn did not abandon them, and sent the Holy Maiden to rescue them from the abyss. Upon hearing Jean's question, Delacroix immediately replied, Your Holiness, rest assured, the brothers are all right. There haven't been many casualties. Jean smiled with relief after learning that there had been no major casualties. At the same time, my gratitude towards Li Wei has grown even stronger. It was His Highness who led us to rescue you. Your Highness. Draco was somewhat puzzled, as the only person in the Winter Territory who could be addressed as Your Highness was Richard Charles. Just as Draco was about to ask a question, Jean, however, looked behind him, a genuine smile spreading across her face. Your Highness, you've arrived. The sound of Snow Wolf's footsteps rang out. Drac then turned around and saw a Snow Wolf squad of more than 10 people. This group of Snow Wolves did not participate in the battle with the Endermen. Clearly, they are the command center responsible for tactical deployment and arrangements, and are the most important link in this battle. However, to Delacroix's surprise, the most conspicuous members of the Snow Wolf squad were not the fully armed knights. Instead, at the very front stood a black-haired boy and 3 beautiful girls, each with their own unique characteristics, including a demi-human girl. Draco looked curiously at the black-haired, black-eyed boy on the wolf's back, who exuded an aura of superiority. He squinted and examined it carefully for a while. Then, from a corner of his mind, he found the other party's identity information. Charles Levi, the 6th Prince of the Kingdom of Dawn. In other words, this terrifyingly large Snow Wolf cavalry regiment is actually under the enemy's command. How could that be? Draco knew that Winterhold, where Livy was assigned during the Crown Prince election, was an ordinary town in the north. Not only does it lack mineral resources, but also frequently suffers from food shortages due to its barren land, relying on disaster relief supplies from the capital to get through the harsh winters of the north. And now you're telling me that the other side has hundreds of second-tier magical beasts, snow wolves, under their command? This is simply a fantasy. That's absolutely impossible. Jean began to introduce. Vice Commander, I have received a divine decree. By the God of Dawn, it has been decreed that we should do our utmost to assist Prince Li Wei in this incident. Only he can save the North from its current state. Draco, who had been contemplating life, immediately knelt on one knee and touched his chest with his right hand to pay homage to Levi upon hearing Jean's words. Sixth Prince, on behalf of the Knights Templar, I thank you for your rescue. It is our honor to have you here. What's there to doubt? The Dawn Saintess herself said that even the Dawn God acknowledges the 6th Prince before them. Is there anything that's impossible? Let alone 100 or 2 snow wolves. Even if Li Wei were holding an angel in his arms, he wouldn't be surprised. After all, this is an existence recognized by the gods. Li Wei looked at the deputy commander kneeling in front of him, waved his hand, and gestured for the other to get up. Vice Commander Drac, there's no need for such formalities. Summon all the Templar Knights who are still able to move. I will gather all forces and launch an attack on the location of the Abyss Magic Circle. Li Wei looked at the huge purple magic circle in the sky several kilometers away. It is constantly emitting purple dragon breath mist. The closer you get to it, the higher the concentration of dragon's breath. That place is no longer a place that ordinary people can go to. If an ordinary person were to come into contact with this concentration of dragon breath, they would likely be completely transformed into an Enderman within just a dozen minutes. Therefore, Li Wei did not intend to send the militia of Winterfell to the city center. Next, it's the professionals' turn to shine. If we don't destroy the magic circle quickly, Richard will only be able to recover. We must set off immediately. Draco was slightly taken aback, not quite able to react to the other party's rapid command. But he quickly gave a knightly salute. Yes, Your Highness. I will immediately notify all Templar Knights who are capable of action to assemble. After saying that, Delacroix strode into the church. Jean, go help him. And while you're at it, distribute the prepared combat manual to them so they can read it. The combat manual details how to deal with Endermen. These Templar Knights were the elite of the elite. A quick glance at the manual will tell you what to do in battle. Jean nodded. Yes. At that moment, Levi suddenly felt a gaze upon him. He squinted and looked toward the source of his gaze. That's the direction of the Lord's Manor. A pair of incredibly cruel purple eyes were staring at him. Richard's dragon horns were becoming increasingly prominent. He is gradually transforming into a dragon descendant. He stood on the balcony, his eyes filled with cruel excitement. The combined soul power of tens of thousands of people, channeled through the Abyss magic array, has brought his strength to near fourth-tier transcendent. All that's needed is a little more time for the energy cycle of the Abyss magic circle to be fully completed. Richard is about to break through to the 4th level and become a superhuman. Richard must not make any moves beforehand to avoid disrupting the energy conversion of the Abyss magic circle. At that time, everyone present will die. Levi, my foolish brother. Let me see what method you can come up with to stop my plan. Do you think you could destroy my magic circle? It's located a full 500 meters underground in the square. Even if you turned into a gopher and burrowed down, you wouldn't find a place. As if imagining the despair on Levi's face after learning the truth, Richard revealed a maniacal smile. Ha ha! Chapter 58, The Terrifying Enderman, turned into a warm experience and precious ender pearls. After a period of preparation, Draco led the Templar Knights to form a neat formation in front of Levi. Awaiting Levi's inspection. Your Highness, all Templar Knights who are still mobile have assembled. A total of 367 people. Please give me your instructions. Dalak stood in front of Levi, his right fist clenched and pounded against his left chest, his gaze solemn, waiting for Levi to speak. Behind Draco were the 367 Templar Knights he had mentioned. They all bowed in unison, their armor making a crisp, clanging sound as it rubbed against each other. Please give me your instructions. The gloom that had been on the faces of the Templars had largely dissipated. Their eyes were filled with fervor as they looked at Levi. It wasn't just because Levi led the Wolf Riders to rescue them from the Enderman siege. Furthermore, it was because she learned a piece of news from Saint Jean. The God of Dawn issued a divine decree, instructing the Holy Maiden to assist the 6th Prince, Charles Levi, in this event. Levi is the only one who can stop this calamity in the north. Therefore, the Templars immediately pledged their loyalty to Levi in their hearts. Looking at the Templar Knights whose eyes burned with fervor, as if they regarded him as the God of Dawn incarnate, Levi felt a surge of emotion. Is this the power of religion? Excellent. A full 367 professionals, which means that Levi's professional legion has grown to more than 500 people. This was enough for Levi to quickly eliminate all the little black creatures on the path to the Abyss magic circle. Of course, this is on the premise that these Templar Knights have memorized the Enderman's mechanics and know how to deal with them. Levi turned his head to look at Drac, the vice commander of the Templar Knights, and asked, "Have you memorized all the methods for dealing with Endermen recorded in the combat manual?" Draco lowered his head slightly, his voice low. "Your Highness, please rest assured. I have made sure all the knights memorize the contents of the battle manual, and there will be absolutely no mistakes. The Templar Knights are the elite among professionals. They are all quite intelligent. Therefore, even without systematic training, one can know how to utilize these mechanisms." Upon hearing Delacroix's report, Levi nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Let's head off now and launch an attack on the Abyss magic circle." "Yes." Drac turned his head and gave the order to all the Templar Knights. "All troops listen up. Move out. Destination, Central Park." On their way to the magic circle, the Templar Knights avenged their previous defeat. The Templar Knights, who had been brutally beaten in the church, seemed to be venting their anger as they chased after the Endermen to kill them. With the methods described in the combat manual provided by Levi, after fully understanding the mechanics of Endermen, the Templar Knights, their blades blazing with fire, reaped the lives of the Endermen. "So you're called Endermen. They were beating us so fiercely just now. Why aren't they beating us anymore?" The wails of Endermen echoed continuously throughout the main city. They then turned into warm experience points and precious ender pearls. As Levi listened to the ringing sound of experience absorption in his ears, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Experience +5. Experience +5. Experience +5. In addition, there were the 800 or 900 Endermen that the infantry regiment had killed in the outer area. With the current number, there are nearly 1,200 Endermen. This caused Levi's level to skyrocket, jumping from level 35 to level 58. I have to say, in my world, the crisp sound when gaining experience points is really satisfying. I just need to figure out how to get some lava or obsidian from the Dwarven Kingdom to craft an enchanting table. Then I'll enchant a whole set of diamond armor and weapons, and boost my strength even further. Li Wei's inventory of ender pearls was completely overflowing. He couldn't carry any more. The knights can only keep them safe, and they can be collected in a unified manner later. However, Li Wei did not become complacent because of this. The inexplicable sense of crisis that just came from the Lord's manor could only be the work of Richard. Since Li Wei embarked on the path of a professional in this other world, it's as if he's been equipped with an otherworldly module. Li Wei had only ever felt this same oppressive aura from Saintess Jean and Vice Commander Draco. What they have in common is that they are both third-tier professionals. This conveyed a message to Li Wei. Richard had likely become a third-tier professional through the Abyss Magic Circle. A third-tier professional is already an extremely powerful existence among professionals. The next step forward leads to a fourth-tier professional known as a superhuman. It can be said that all third-tier professionals are capable of becoming heroes in their own right. But Richard has remained silent until now, which is definitely not his style. Li Wei knew very well that the other party was a pure evil seed who would stop at nothing to torture people. It's impossible for him to just watch himself ruin his plan to summon the Ender Dragon through the Abyss Magic Circle. Therefore, there is likely only one possibility. Richard himself is currently unable to take action due to unknown reasons. Li Wei guessed that it was most likely caused by the Abyss Magic Circle. The combined legion of the Knights Templar and the Wolf Riders swept through the enemy lines and quickly arrived at the Central Park in the main city. This is the core area, the location of the Abyss Magic Circle. Draco couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Before Li Wei arrived, he and the Knights Templar had charged 5 times, losing nearly 100 brothers, but they had never reached this position. As it turned out, Li Wei's arrival not only saved them from their predicament, but also taught them how to deal with the Enderman. Delac had heard of Levi Charles's nickname, the Useless Prince, when he was in the capital. Now all he wants to do is curse at people who believe these rumors. If this can be called useless, then all the nobles of the Dawn Kingdom are useless. Just ask me, which prince or nobleman could do what Li Wei did? After clearing out all the Endermen outside the park, the Legion stood ready and awaited Li Wei's next orders. Sitting on the back of the giant wolf, Li Wei looked at the huge purple magic circle projected in the sky, but felt that something was wrong. The magic circle in the sky always felt very unreal, like it was just a projection. However, Li Wei did not study magic, nor did he know anything about magic circles. Therefore, it is impossible to be certain of one's own inner speculation. Fortunately, Li Wei had a young magical genius by his side. He turned his head to look at the demi-human princess, the white-haired fox girl Nina, beside him. The other party was as pure as a snow elf, especially when riding the white snow wolf beneath her. Her temperament was even more otherworldly. While inwardly admiring the sights, Li Wei didn't forget the important matter at hand, pointing to the magic circle in the sky and saying, "Nina, take a look. Is there something wrong with this magic circle?" I always felt that what was in the sky was not the main body of the magic circle, but more like a projection. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, Nina gracefully furrowed her snow-white eyebrows, tilted her head slightly, and began to carefully examine the magic circle in the sky. Previously, I was too far away from the magic circle to observe the magic runes on it. The distance is sufficient now. The principles governing the magic circle quickly flooded Nina's mind. In less than half a minute, Nina showed a nervous expression. She looked at Li Wei with a flustered expression. "Your Highness, this is terrible. The magic circle is far from simple. We may not be able to destroy it at all." Chapter 59, you said the magic circle is hundreds of meters underground? No, I can't laugh. Nina's words caused those around Levi to show wary expressions. Isabella, Jean, and Draco all looked at Nina with some seriousness. Li Wei pressed on, asking, "Why do you say that?" Nina frowned and explained. The principle behind this magic circle is that of the most complex and ancient perpetual magic circle. Because the perpetual magic circle needs to operate for a long time, it has very high requirements for the safety of the environment. So magicians would place it underground, very far away from the surface. When they need to modify the magic circle, they can use a preset portal to reach the location of the magic circle, which is hundreds of meters underground. The location of the portal is usually known only to the mage himself. And this means that we simply cannot destroy this abyssal magic circle in a short period of time. Nina bit her lower lip tightly, her face filled with despair. She never expected that the final result would be like this. It was clear that Prince Li Wei was about to completely reverse the situation. But unexpectedly, The final step was that as long as the Abyss magic circle was successfully destroyed, victory would be achieved. But such a big mistake happened. Damn it. Richard must have been planning this all along. Deputy Commander Delac cursed angrily. His eyes were filled with anger. It would be impossible to build an underground space large enough to accommodate such a large magic circle in less than a year or two. From the moment he took office as the leader of Tiandong, he had already been planning to turn the entire city, and even the entire Northern Territory, into a living hell. Everyone's eyes were filled with anger towards Richard, and the helplessness in the face of the current situation. It's simply impossible for them to destroy the magic array itself, which is hundreds of meters underground. Only third-tier mages can cast portals, and they must know the precise teleportation coordinates. Otherwise, there's nothing we can do. Everyone looked worried and distressed, except for Li Wei. After hearing Nina say that the real magic circle was hundreds of meters underground, Li Wei, his face showed a somewhat strained expression. That's it. He had initially worried that the magic circle in the sky was real, because if Levi builds blocks to dismantle it, he's afraid he'll be used as target practice by Richard's magicians and archers. And now you're telling me the magic circle itself is underground? Li Wei thought that he could dig hundreds of meters underground in just a few minutes. That would ruin Richard's plan, which he had painstakingly devised for a year and a half. I almost burst out laughing. No, you can't laugh either. Levi wouldn't laugh out loud until he had dug the Abyss magic circle apart with his pickaxe. Li Wei already had a plan. Destroying the underground magic circle was something he would have to do personally. Although Li Wei doesn't think he'll lose to a third-tier professional, he's not one to walk a tightrope. To ensure his safety, he had to go with a third-tier professional to avoid any accidents. And the best candidate for this position is naturally Jean, the Dawn Saintess. She is not only a powerful Tier 3 professional. Furthermore, it can release various prayers to provide Livy with numerical bonuses. These minor enhancements for ordinary people are a huge boost for Li Wei, who possesses the power of Steve. Do you know what it means to have a punch that equals the weight of a 10,000-ton king? Jean, come here. Jean, who was still worrying about how to destroy the underground magic circle, heard Li Wei's instructions. He immediately rode the Snow Wolf to Li Wei's side. Riding on the Snow Wolf, Li Wei leaned down slightly and whispered in Jean's ear. We do it this way. Jean's expression changed from initially looking worried, then to being puzzled, and finally to being enlightened. Her eyes were wide with disbelief as she looked at Li Wei. So this is another way to solve it? Seeing the two acting so mysteriously, Isabella didn't even notice when her brows furrowed. Your Highness, I'm clearly your personal guard. Isabella, come here. It's your Highness. Isabella's face instantly lit up with a smile. She patted the Snow Wolf's back and let it lean against Levi's side. Li Wei had not yet bent down to give her any instructions. Isabella then leaned to one side of herself, almost pressing herself against Levi. Li Wei could even smell a faint rose scent on the other person. Levi instructa. Remember this. I will be disappearing with Jean for a while to go underground and destroy the Abyss magic circle. The enemy will definitely be unable to hold back and will launch an attack. I'm not asking you to annihilate all these enemies, but you must hold them back and prevent them from supporting Richard. Your mission is to create as much chaos as possible. Li Wei understood perfectly well that a confrontation with Richard was unavoidable. The best strategy is to limit Richard's helpers. Isabella nodded vigorously and placed her hand on her right breast. Your Highness, rest assured, we will certainly live up to your mission. After giving his instructions, Li Wei looked at Jean and whispered, Walk. Yes. Jean nodded. Like Li Wei, he jumped off the Snow Wolf's back. When passing through Isabella, for some reason, Jean felt that Isabella's gaze was somewhat provocative. She gave Isabella a friendly smile and nodded. Then, he followed Li Wei and disappeared around a corner. Watching the two figures walk away, Isabella let out a heavy sigh. She felt a pang of self-reproach for her lack of ambition. Hateful. If I were also a third-tier professional, I could serve your Highness even better. Isabella didn't forget Levi's instructions and rode her Snow Wolf to the front of the group. Wait for the right moment, then prepare to attack the park. Yes. Li Wei and Jean stealthily made their way to the grove in Central Park. Li Wei looked up at the magic circle projection above his head. He then pulled out a pickaxe and began digging on the spot. Jean rubbed her eyes in disbelief as she watched the soil on the ground magically transform into a tiny cube. What kind of operation is this? Get down, or you'll fall to your death when you jump down. After digging about 3 squares, Li Wei called for Rana to jump into the pit. Good. Without any hesitation, Jean immediately jumped into the pit, which was only 1 block wide. It's a bit crowded. The two were practically face to face, squeezed together. You can even feel the other person's hot breath. Li Wei is going to dig hundreds of meters down, and Jean isn't a blocky person, so she can't reset the fall damage by landing on water. Digging 2 downward tunnels at the same time would be too time-consuming, so the two of them had to squeeze together. With his mind solely focused on the plan, Li Wei paid no attention to anything else and immediately began swinging his pickaxe to continue digging downwards. With nothing to do, Jean began to let her imagination run wild. This is the first time I've been so close to a man my own age. Upon closer inspection, Prince Li Wei really is very handsome. Jean felt her feet suddenly give way, and she fell a meter down with a thud. Ugh! Before she could even utter a sound, she felt her mouth being covered. Shoo! Don't shout so loudly. Almost the instant Jean shouted, Levi immediately looked up and stopped digging the blocks. He very quickly covered Jean's mouth with his hand. The two looked at each other, and Li Wei explained, We are now digging vertically downwards for hundreds of meters. Every time I dig away the rocks under our feet, we fall down a meter. Do you understand? Jean nodded like a chick pecking at rice, indicating that she would not do it again. Li Wei then released his hand from the other person's mouth. They then began digging downwards with all their might. Chapter 60 Water Droplets, Ender Pearls, and Golden Apples. For Li Wei, who was digging quickly with a pickaxe, a distance of several hundred meters was nothing at all. However, when Li Wei approached the location of the magic circle, he began to carefully dig into the 2 blocks while moving downwards. First, remove the stone in front of you to make sure you won't fall. Then remove the stone under your feet. Li Wei wasn't afraid of falling from the sky. He always keeps a bucket of water in his inventory, so he can draw water from the ground at any time. Landing on water is a technique in Minecraft where Steve can cushion the impact of falling by placing water blocks under his feet. The principle is a characteristic of MC. When a player falls into still water, their vertical descent speed is immediately reset to 0, triggering a floating state that eliminates accumulated falling momentum. Simply put, as long as you place a bucket of water under your feet before landing, you won't die from the fall, no matter how high it is. Just because Levi survived the fall doesn't mean Jean next to him won't. Even if the other party is a saintess who has received the blessing of the God of Dawn, she is still ultimately immortal. The fact that the other party is the Holy Maiden of Dawn could be one of the best ways for Li Wei to quickly win over the hearts of the people. So Li Wei certainly didn't want her to free fall and turn into a pile of Jean Shan. Oh, we've finally broken through. After Li Wei removed a stone in front of him, he looked down through the square hole. Preliminary assessment suggests that the space below is a massive area, at least 100 meters high and several hundred meters wide. It seems to have been specially prepared to accommodate some kind of enormous creature that could be summoned. And in the center of this enormous space, it was an enormous purple magic circle with incredibly complex patterns that were almost dazzling. Every magical rune on it was flashing, radiating a dangerous aura. Jean looked at the high ground and couldn't help but feel anxious. What should we do? She could easily get down if there was anything she could use for support. But if it lands vertically, the thought of her own disorganized appearance gave Jean goosebumps. Sigh, if only Nina had come along. One of the spells that a first-tier mage can learn is Featherfall, which can greatly slow down the speed of falling from the sky. Li Wei didn't notice Jean's change in expression. He was completely focused on analyzing whether there was any danger in the space below. After a while, there was still no movement, so it seems that no defensive measures were really set up. But that makes sense, considering they placed a magic circle 500 meters underground. It's impossible for someone to dig down underground and destroy the magic circle, right? After ensuring there would be no unexpected incidents after landing, Li Wei turned to look at Jean, who looked conflicted. Jean, let's go down and destroy the magic circle. Go down. Jean looked at Li Wei with some surprise. Then her eyes lit up. Oh yeah, Levi knows a lot of magic too. He must have learned the Featherfall spell, which is a first-tier mage's technique. Jean had no idea that Levi's so-called magic was actually all an ability brought by the MC system. She patted her chest and said, Your Highness, please release me first. I will go down and ensure your safety before you come down. Release. Li Wei looked at Jean with a strange expression, somewhat puzzled. Release what? Featherfall technique? Jean looked at Li Wei with the same strange expression. Otherwise, how are we supposed to get down? I don't know the Featherfall technique. Huh? Jean blinked, unable to believe her ears. You don't know the Featherfall technique? How are we supposed to get down? I have my own way of handling this. As for you, you'll have to use this. As Li Wei spoke, he took out a few ender pearls and a golden apple from his backpack and stuffed them into the other person's hand. Is this an ender pearl dropped by an enderman? Jean immediately recognized what the dark green transparent sphere was. The other one was a completely golden apple, such a strange thing. Take a bite of the golden apple first. Now, right now. Jean was puzzled by Levi's sudden suggestion that she start eating apples. Okay, you eat first, then I'll teach you how to get down. Good. Upon hearing this, Jean stopped asking questions, opened her rosy lips, and took a bite of the golden apple. The golden apple was quickly devoured in small bites. After taking the last bite of the fruit, the pit simply vanished into thin air. At the same time, Jean suddenly felt her body begin to heat up. A warm power spread from her lower abdomen to her limbs and bones. She felt her vitality had increased significantly, and her healing abilities had improved by several levels. Levi understood that the golden apple's effects had taken hold. This will give the opponent a 2-minute damage absorption I for HP and a 5-second health regeneration 2 effect, restoring 4 HP over 5 seconds. Because using an Ender Pearl causes the user to lose 5 health points, a golden apple is just enough to heal Jean's injury. Levi pointed to the Ender Pearl, then to the ground. The method is very simple. Just throw the Ender Pearl on the ground. The moment the Ender Pearl shatters, you will trigger a teleportation effect, teleporting you to the ground. Well, you can think of an Ender Pearl as a one-time teleportation scroll. So amazing? Jean looked at the 7 Ender Pearls in her hand in disbelief. It's important to know that teleportation is a high-level spell that only 3rd-tier mages can master. And you're telling me that the Ender Pearl contains a one-time teleportation spell? Such a magic scroll is so precious that it costs at least tens of thousands of gold coins, more than an average family could earn in their entire life. Just thinking about how many Endermen the Legion killed in Winterfell, and how many Ender Pearls dropped, Jean felt like she was suffocating. How many gold coins would that be? My God of Dawn, so many teleportation scrolls are going to drive all the nobles in the capital crazy. Alright, hurry up and use it. What are you spacing out for? Levi patted the other person on the shoulder, signaling Rangna not to stand there in a daze. If you keep spacing out, the golden apple buff will wear off. Yes. Jean quickly followed Livy's instructions and threw the Ender Pearl in her hand downwards. The Ender Pearl gets smaller and smaller in the field of vision, until it hit the ground. Call out. The familiar Enderman teleportation sound rang out. A ring of purple special effects particles remained where Jean had originally stood, but she had already descended from the 100-meter ceiling to the ground. It was accompanied by a slight pain. The 2 golden hearts that the golden apple had provided to Jean then disappeared. It also caused some additional damage. However, with the healing buff from the golden apple, Jean returned to normal in just one breath. This is why Levi gave her a golden apple beforehand. It actually works. Jean was amazed by the effects of the Ender Pearl and the golden apple. She looked around in disbelief for a few seconds, and then suddenly she was on the ground, having gone from a height of 100 meters. This sense of unreality made her feel somewhat adrift. Then Jean looked up and waved to Levi, who was still on the ceiling, indicating that he could move now. Just when Jean thought that Levi would also be using the Ender Pearl to reach the ground. But she saw Levi suddenly leap out of the cave and fall straight to the ground. Did you slip? Your Highness! Jean immediately sprang into action, reaching out to catch Levi. But time was running out. Levi fell so fast that she was startled by his jump, causing her reaction to be a beat slow. Levi plummeted to the ground and was about to turn into Li Wei-chan. No! Jean couldn't believe that the story's ending would be so absurd. The savior of the North, the only hope, died from a fall from a great height? Thump! The sound of a heavy object falling into the water could be heard. The splashing water hit Jean's face directly. The clear water flowed from who knows where and quickly spread outwards, square by square. Huh! Jean wiped the water off her face with her hands. He stared in disbelief at Li Wei, who was bobbing up and down in the water. Why is your Highness in the water? Where does this water come from? No, the most crucial thing is His Highness didn't die from a fall. Jean's eyes widened like saucers. The scene before her completely shattered her worldview. At this moment, Li Wei calmly used a bucket to pick up the water source block under his feet. For Steve, landing in water is an action ingrained in his very being. It's simply impossible to fail. Are you alright? Are you alright? Jean, caught up in her concern, nearly threw herself at Levi. He placed his hands on Li Wei's shoulders and scanned him frantically. She was nervously checking Li Wei's body to make sure nothing was missing. Falling from such a height, even with water cushioning the fall, would certainly cause considerable injury. Li Wei, somewhat speechless, gently pushed away the other person's wet little hand that was resting on his shoulder. Your hands are all wet. Why are you touching me all over like this, using me as a rag? I am fine. Jean breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that she hadn't found any injuries. Very good. Although she didn't know the underlying principle, Jean was certain that this was another of Li Wei's mysterious abilities. After letting out a sigh of relief, her expression immediately turned serious. Your Highness, please don't do such dangerous things in the future, okay? She is the Dawn Saintess, and Levi is the northern savior appointed by the Dawn God. Of course, he must be responsible for her life and safety. Levi waved his hand. It's not as dangerous as you think. He can release water even with his eyes closed. But Jean wanted to say more. As a result, Levi pulled a pickaxe out of his backpack and shoved it into Jean's arms, interrupting her caring lecture. Stop talking. Here's a pickaxe. Let's dig up this big magic circle together. With so many blocks, it will take at least a few minutes to dig them out. Okay. Jean had no choice but to nod obediently. Levi looked at the magic circle at his feet, which was several hundred squares in size, and sighed. I just dug up almost 500 blocks, and now I have to dig up just as many. Does this mean that even if Minecraft players travel to another world, they can't escape the fate of mining? There's no time to complain about these things. Levi raised his pickaxe and slammed it heavily onto the stone engraved with a magic circle. Subsequently, the energy fluctuations of the magic circle became extremely unstable. Chapter 61 Revenge is a dish best served cold. The demi-human made Caro's counterattack. At the same time, inside Central Park, having already received Richard's orders, the Frost Squad and their bodyguard Lanlot were waiting inside the park, standing among a group of black people. Having absorbed the power of the abyss, they were now all transformed by the Ender Dragon's breath. Their skin was covered with terrifying purple veins, and their pupils had turned purple. Richard used the Abyss Order's special magic to freeze them in place. This makes them special. They became monsters with Enderman abilities, yet still retained human consciousness. Lanlot was covered in armor, completely concealing his expression. The members of the Frost Squad all wore strange expressions. Archer Ivern stood on a high point, half crouching, observing the situation outside the park. They haven't made a move yet, and we don't know what they're planning to do. Upon hearing the archer's report, second-tier warrior Bulk, dressed in barbarian-like attire, scratched the back of his head. What's going on? They're stopped at the entrance of Central Park and aren't moving. The mage Silas shook his head indifferently. It's all right. Our mission is to stop them from destroying the magic circle. Since they don't want to come in, we can save ourselves a fight. Furthermore, the main body of this magic circle is located 500 meters underground. They didn't know the exact coordinates of the teleportation. Even a third-tier mage capable of casting teleportation spells couldn't possibly teleport there precisely. As a second-tier mage, Silas was well aware of how safe this perpetual magic circle was. The wisdom of ancient magicians. Even knowing that the perpetual magic circle was 500 meters underground, he simply couldn't bring himself to destroy it. That's true. Warrior Bulk nodded in agreement. Just as the group was chatting leisurely, everyone in the park stared at the sky in horror. The purple abyss magic circle began to shake violently. What happened? Extremely unstable. Silas squinted, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. No, this is a sign that the magic circle is about to collapse. What's going on? Bulk turned his head and questioned Silas. Didn't you say that the magic circle couldn't be destroyed? Even the usually polite monk couldn't help but utter a curse. How the hell am I supposed to know what's going on? At the same time, Richard's angry voice echoed directly in everyone's ears. You bunch of idiots. They're out there probably trying to sabotage the magic circle using some unknown method. I need a little more time to break through to the 4th rank. Before that, there must be no movement. You bunch of idiots, go and stop them. Richard did not believe that anyone had gone to the location of the magic circle, which was 500 meters underground. Instead, they believed that the other party had interfered with the operation of the magic circle through some means. After all, how could anyone possibly reach the location of a magic circle without knowing its coordinates? This is absolutely a fantasy. Upon hearing Richard's outburst of anger, the members of the Frost Squad frowned. Once the Abyss magic circle is destroyed, all of them will die. What's the point of keeping subordinates who can't perform their duties? We can't just sit here and wait to die. We must take the initiative. Lanlot, who had been silent all along, had already drawn his sword and was walking out of the park. But before they had taken more than a few steps, the people outside had already started to make a commotion. Lanlot suddenly vanished from the spot, leaving behind a purple teleportation particle effect, easily dodging dozens of ice spikes shot by the snow wolves. Led by Isabella, more than a dozen elite professionals, along with hundreds of wolf riders and paladins, have now entered Central Park. Richard's lackeys, today is the anniversary of her death. Isabella, clad in iron armor, wielding an iron sword and shield, rode on a snow wolf, glaring angrily at the enemy before her. The knights behind them were equally furious. How many civilians and fellow Templars in Winterhold were killed by Richard? They can't possibly forget this debt. Kill. The knights prioritized clearing out the Endermen in the park. The battles between high-level professionals then commenced. Third-tier knight Drac faced off against fellow third-tier knight Lomlot. Meanwhile, Isabella, Nina, Xiaoku, and several second-tier Templar knights faced off against the Frost Squad, whose members were all second-tier. It's you. Xiaoku glared fiercely at the Frost Squad, especially at Bulk. She still remembers it vividly. It was this disgusting guy in front of her who wanted to drag her back. Oh, little girl. I didn't expect you to remember me. Do you still want to spar with me? Bulk revealed a disdainful smile. He knew very well that Xiaoku's strength was only that of an ordinary first-tier warrior. Of course, I will kill you. To avenge my brother. Wearing an iron suit, Xiaoku leaped off the snow wolf's back. She took the wooden shield off her back and picked up the iron sword with her right hand. His eyes were filled with rage, his fangs slightly showing, as if he wanted to tear the guy in front of him apart alive. She still remembers the way this guy stood before her, stomping on the heads of her two older brothers and laughing as he did so. The snow wolf beside Xiaoku had the same expression as Xiaoku, baring its teeth and staring intently at Bulk. Do you think a mere second-tier magical beast can do anything to me right now? Bulk chuckled, and the next second, he vanished from the spot, leaving purple particles scattered in his wake. He suddenly appeared behind Xiaoku. He raised his sword, ready to cut off her hands and feet. Since you were unwilling to come with me before, I'll cut off your arms and legs before taking you back. Xiaoku seemed to have anticipated his actions, and hadn't even fully turned around yet. He used his wooden shield to block Bulk's attack path. Bulk scoffed. A mere wooden shield. Yet I possess strength comparable to a third-tier professional. It's just a matter of cutting them all off at once. Thump. A crisp sound of a shield blocking rang out. What? Bulk stared in disbelief at the scene before him. His unexpected, all-out attack was easily blocked by Xiaoku's shield. Xiaoku's iron sword then pierced towards Bulk. Teleportation. Burke instinctively tried to use his Enderman abilities to teleport away from Ku's attack. But to his surprise, the snow wolf that had been lying in ambush nearby had already bitten his shoulder. What surprised him even more was that the Enderman's teleportation ability, which was already halfway activated, became unusable after being bitten by the wolf. What's going on? Bulk was unaware that Endermen do not actively teleport when attacked by wolves. This is a feature in Minecraft. As someone who is already half an Enderman, Bulk naturally has to abide by the rules. Bulk couldn't believe that his own power had suddenly betrayed him. Prick! Xiaoku's iron sword pierced Bulk's chest without mercy. The incredibly sharp MC iron sword pierced right through Bulk's armor. Bulk let out a terrible scream. His pupils dilated as he stared at Xiaoku in disbelief. He actually got stabbed through the chest by a tier 1 warrior. Xiaoku suddenly drew his sword, his eyes filled with vengeful fury. Gulp! A mouthful of blood gushed up from Bulk's throat. He kept repeating teleport in his mind. But the snow wolf that was biting his shoulder tightly had somehow sealed his abilities. That sword. It was my elder brother's. Then, without hesitation, he plunged the sword into Bulk's stomach. That sword. It was my second brother's. And this last sword strike, it's for the demi-human brethren who died by your hand. Xiaoku went almost insane, frantically stabbing the sword into Bulk's body. How could she possibly forget this damn guy in front of her? Her two brothers, along with 32 demi-human warriors, were brutally murdered by Bulk while covering Princess Nina's escape to Wintertown. Yes, it was torture and murder. Xiaoku still remembers the other party cutting off the heads of his compatriots and his brother. They touted it as a trophy of war, and even piled it up like a mound of corpses. A person like that deserves to be stabbed 1,000 times, 10,000 times. After countless attempts, Bulk had long since died from one of the sword stabs. Watching his enemy die before his eyes, having avenged his great grudge, Xiaoku suddenly felt all the power drained from his body. Fall backward. Now was caught in a warm embrace. Pure, flawless white hair fell onto Xiaoku's face. A warm hand gently patted Xiaoku's back. Princess Xiaoku stared into Nina's eyes, tears welling up in her own. Am I a qualified soldier? Nina smiled gently and nodded vigorously. You did very well, Xiaoku. Your brothers will be very proud of you. Woo! Tears streamed down the cheeks of the demi-human girl. She was deeply moved. The great revenge has been achieved. She looked at the sword and shield in her hands, and her snow wolf companion beside her. She understood that this was the power Li Wei had given her. If it weren't for his highness, how could a first-tier warrior possibly avenge a battle-hardened second-tier warrior? At this moment, Xiaoko had already placed Li Wei on the same level as Princess Nina in her heart. Princess Nina was the person she swore to serve to the death, while Prince Li Wei was the benefactor who saved her life and gave her salvation. Even if Li Wei wanted her life, Xiaoko would be willing to give it to him at any time. Chapter 62. What is this? A portal? Knock on it. After the Frost Squad warrior bulk was declared dead, the battle among the other members was equally one-sided. The Frost Squad's mage, Silas, and archer Ivern found that their ranged attacks posed no threat to these people at all, because the strange shields they carried could easily block all their ranged attacks. Logically speaking, a second-tier fire spear should be able to burn these wooden shields to ashes. However, Silas's fire spear miraculously disappeared after hitting the shield. It was as if it had been neutralized by some magical barrier. There wasn't even a trace of fire on the wooden shield. The assassins fared even worse. Although their speed allowed them to attack these Tempo Knights, the assassin never expected that these first-tier knights were actually equipped with super high-level armor. Is it the adamantite armor of a dwarven craftsman? My enchanted dagger can't even pierce it. The assassin didn't even have time to be shocked. Then Isabella got involved with him. Isabella now donned the iron armor and iron sword given to her by Levi, resembling a war goddess. The fighting spirit was released outwards, and the tangible fighting spirit directly entangled the assassin. The assassin used teleportation to try and ambush Isabella from behind. Unexpectedly, Isabella had already mastered the methods for dealing with Endermen. She was Li Wei's top disciple, personally instructed in how to deal with Endermen. Release your fighting spirit. Second tier, sword skill, triple slash. As if she had anticipated everything, Isabella launched her triple slash at 0 frames, slashing directly behind her. Crimson battle aura enveloped the incredibly sharp iron sword, and with this double buff, the assassin was instantly cleaved into 4 pieces. Before the assassin could even react to being torn into pieces, his head fell to the ground with a thud. Damn it! The mage Silas and the archer Ivern stood back to back, watching in despair as the Snow Wolf cavalry gradually approached them. It's clear that apart from their mounts being second-tier Snow Wolves, the knights of this group of Snow Wolf cavalry are all only first-tier in strength. Logically speaking, second-tier mages and archers would be able to easily defeat them. Whether it's fire magic or armor-piercing arrows, they can pose a great threat to the knights, even capable of taking them down in one hit. However, their ranged attacks had no effect on these Snow Wolf cavalrymen, and were all blocked by the strange wooden shields. With their magic almost completely depleted, they were unable to use the Enderman's teleportation ability. The knights and Snow Wolves closed in step by step until the iron swords were raised and placed against their necks, marking the end of the farce. The 2 ranged corps were so frustrated that they were completely countered by the shield mechanism from MC and died with their eyes wide open in disbelief. The only remaining third-tier knight, Lon Lot, could only fight and retreat against the vice-captain, Drac, by constantly using his teleportation ability. Defeat is only a matter of time. Richard watched angrily as everything unfolded in Central Park, and in a fit of rage, punched the wall. The wall was instantly blasted open by the immense force, leaving a huge hole, and the plaster was scattered all over the ground. These useless bastards. I even gave them the power of Enderman. Why can't they even deal with this trash? That's precious power from the Ender Dragon. How could they waste it like that? Richard's veins were bulging. No, now they were purple. Richard now looks like a humanoid monster. His skin has turned into the same blackish-purple color as an Enderman. With the 2 small dragon horns protruding from its head, it's practically a miniature humanoid Ender Dragon. His purple pupils were filled with rage, and his right hand was clenched into a claw shape. Damn it, I shouldn't have used magic at this time, but I have no choice. Richard understood that he had to figure out what was wrong with the magic circle. The advancement to the 4th tier is just a little bit away, and the magic circle must remain stable. Tier 3 magic directional teleportation portal. Create a portal to the specified coordinates. The maximum teleportation distance will not exceed 10,000 meters. Then, a blue-purple portal slowly formed in front of him. Huh, what's this? Li Wei looked at the strange spatial rift that had suddenly appeared. The design looks like a portal. Li Wei glanced at the pickaxe in his hand, then at the portal that was expanding rapidly and seemed about to form. He gently raised his hand and brought the pickaxe down. Ping! A crisp sound rang out. The portal, which was not yet fully formed, shattered instantly. So weak. Li Wei looked at the spot where the teleportation portal had disappeared with some surprise. He had initially thought that a single swing of the pickaxe wouldn't be enough to destroy the portal. After all, in my world, destroying a portal requires other methods. Unexpectedly, the local portal to this other world was so fragile. Without dwelling on the matter any longer, Li Wei continued to focus on destroying the magic circle. Jean, standing to the side, was completely stunned. No, it's not. What did she just see? Li Wei used his pickaxe to directly destroy the third-order spatial magic portal that involved spatial laws. How is that possible? Even extraordinary beings wouldn't dare say they could destroy the portal so easily. As a result, Li Wei's seemingly casual strike destroyed the portal. Jean felt her head getting dizzier and dizzier. What exactly did she see? What happened? Why did the portal's spell fail? Richard stared in disbelief at the disappearing portal before him. He was quite certain that there had been no problems with his spellcasting. But why did the portal collapse so strangely just as it was about to form? Could it be that the magic circle malfunctioned, causing spatial instability, and thus the portal magic failed? Richard, refusing to believe it, cast the portal spell again. Then the same scene just happened again. The portal collapsed again, just as it was about to be created. It seems that's true. Li Wei somehow interfered with the operation of the Abyss magic circle, causing spatial fluctuations and making it impossible to generate a stable teleportation portal. Richard's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He thought he already knew the truth. Fine. Do you think those guys I sent to Central Park were elite troops? They're just my suicide squad. The Abyss magic circle will refine them sooner or later, so I'm grateful that you killed them in advance. It saves me the trouble of doing all that. As Richard spoke, he walked to the large bookshelf in the room. He gently took a book from the bookshelf. Then, miraculously, the bookshelves moved to the sides. A stone platform engraved with a magic circle was revealed. Once Richard stepped onto the stone platform, it began to fall gently downwards. Clearly, its final destination is the underground space where the Abyss magic circle is located. Li Wei, once I resolve the anomaly in the Abyss magic circle, I'll personally crush you to death. Richard, a wicked grin on his face, descended the magical platform. 3 minutes later, they successfully arrived at the location of the Abyss magic circle. Richard strode forward. He looked at the Abyss magic circle with excitement. As a result, he witnessed a scene that horrified him. The Abyss magic circle, which originally covered an area of several hundred square meters, has now been almost completely destroyed. Only a quarter of the magic runes remained active. The people who caused all this were clearly a man and a woman who appeared here at some unknown time, carrying pickaxes. Even after Richard arrived, they were still sweating profusely, digging for magic circle blocks as if oblivious to the world around them. Richard glared angrily at their retreating figures and shouted, "You two damn bastards! Who are you?" Li Wei knocked off another fragment of the magic circle, then straightened up and looked behind him with a smile. When he saw Richard, who was as black as charcoal and looked exactly like an Enderman, he was momentarily stunned. He couldn't help but blurt out, "How come there are niggers in another world?" "Nig? What is that?" Richard didn't know what Levi was talking about, but he could tell from Levi's expression that it was definitely not a good word. When he saw Richard's furious expression, Levi's smile became even more provocative. "Little brother, you've kept your older brother waiting for so long. If you had come any later, your precious magic circle would have been completely destroyed. Oh, speaking of which, it seems you placed that portal just now. TSK. Little brother, your skills are lacking. You can't even cast a proper teleportation spell. Listen to your brother. Kid, come home. Okay? Stop embarrassing yourself." The sarcastic tone caused Richard, who was already furious, to completely lose his temper. It turns out the portal magic failed, not because of energy fluctuations in the magic circle. Instead, Li Wei destroyed it using some unknown method. Speaking of which, how did this guy even get here? Is there a mole among them? But all the workers who built this underground space were killed by themselves, and they didn't even spare their families. Who else could possibly know the location information here? Even after racking my brains, I still can't figure out how the other person got to this spot, 500 meters below. But Richard knew that what he needed to do now was to kill the other man. Richard looked at Levi and Jean, mere first-tier swordsmen and third-tier knights. How can you possibly deal with a dragon descendant like me, who has 1 foot in the 4th-tier transcendent realm? Prepare to die. Richard angrily opened his mouth and unleashed an enormous, deep purple dragon breath bullet toward Li Wei. He wanted Li Wei to pay with his life. Chapter 63. 1 axe blow awakens the young man from his dream. 2 axe blows shatter his soul. The dragon breath bullet, as fast as lightning, struck Li Wei in the blink of an eye. The explosion of the dragon's breath bullet kicked up a cloud of dust. "Your Highness!" Jean ran towards Levi with worry. But the sandstorm obscured Li Wei's figure, so it was unknown how badly he was injured. "Don't worry about him. Worry about yourself instead. Richard grinned menacingly and fired another dragon breath bullet at Jean. Jean grasped the battle flag in her hand, and golden light gathered above it. Second order prayer for divine protection. Divine blessing, inviolable, moderately increases elemental resistance, and grants a special attack buff against undead creatures. Then Jean used her battle flag to block the incoming dragon breath bullets. The dragon's breath bullet exploded instantly. The immense impact propelled her backward several steps. Fortunately, thanks to the divine blessing effect, most of the damage from the dragon breath bullet was negated. Such terrifying elemental energy. Jean stared in disbelief at the injury on her arm. As a third-tier paladin, her defensive capabilities are arguably among the best of her class. Even with the divine protection she received, she was still injured by this dragon breath bullet. My worry for Levi intensified. Seeing Jean's troubled expression, Richard's ego swelled even further. What immense power the Dragonborn possesses. This is the power of the Ender Dragon. Haha, what kind of bullshit saintess is this? I think you shouldn't even bother being the saintess of the God of Dawn. Join my ranks, and I'll make you a maidservant to the future ruler of the continent. When Jean heard Richard's words, her face was filled with anger. How dare he be so frivolous? Richard had barely finished speaking when a sneer rang out. You, the ruler of the continent. Brother, don't even mention this life. You won't have a chance in the next life either. Richard looked incredulously at the spot where Levi had been standing. The smoke dissipated. Levi's tall and straight figure slowly came into view. Not to mention being injured, there was only a slight dirt on the hem of his clothes. He gently retracted the shield that had blocked the dragon's breath, a disdainful smile on his face. Levi even managed to steal a moment from his busy schedule to collect 16 bottles of dragon's breath in a glass bottle and put them in his backpack. The system's long-awaited achievement notification rang in my ears. Achievement. You need some mints. You're not dead. Richard squinted, unable to believe what he was seeing. Dragon's breath bullet is capable of injuring even a third-tier paladin. How could a first-tier swordsman possibly withstand that? Did I miss? Wrong. Richard immediately dismissed his doubts. That dragon breath shot just now definitely hit Levi squarely, but I don't know how he managed to defend against it. Richard subconsciously ignored the shield in Levi's hand. He didn't think the wooden shield would be of any use. Then, while Richard was lost in thought, Levi took a few golden apples from his backpack and tossed them to the slightly injured Jean. Having grasped the magic of the golden apple, Jean immediately devoured it, stuffing it into her mouth the moment she received it. Levi, on the other hand, picked up a golden apple and started showing it off. Richard was furious when he saw their actions. We're fighting, and you guys are eating golden apples right in front of me. You too. Are you treating me like I don't exist? Richard roared and charged straight at Levi. While charging, he also fired dragon breath missiles at Levi. His plan was simple, regardless of how Levi had blocked the dragon's breath attack. Kill Levi first, then slowly torture Jean. Richard wanted to control Jean so that he could better control the entire Kingdom of Dawn. With his brutal rule and the constraints of faith, Richard was very confident that he could quickly subdue the Kingdom of Dawn. This will be his first step in unifying the continent. After Levi ate the golden apple and gained the buff, he immediately raised the shield without hesitation when he saw the dragon breath attack flying towards him again. When a dull thud sounded as the massive dragon breath attack was perfectly blocked by the shield, causing no damage whatsoever. Richard's claw strike followed. The Dragonborn's physical body was greatly enhanced, even if Richard is essentially a mage. But now, with his peak third-tier physical strength, even Jean is no match for him. Prepare to die. Tier 1 combat skill, Dragon Claw Strike. A powerful and heavy blow came crashing down on Levi. Levi remained calm and raised his shield again. Thump! The shield blocked the impact perfectly, and not a single ounce of it reached Levi. What? Richard's pupils dilated suddenly. The feeling of his full-force attack being completely neutralized caused him to stagger. In the instant he stumbled, Richard was drawn to the blue-green axe that Levi was holding in his right hand, its surface reflecting light. What kind of strange weapon is this? A logging axe? It's my turn. Levi raised the diamond axe in his right hand high. He leaped up and then brought his axe down hard on Richard's forehead. Critical hit. Minus 13.5. A single strike, devoid of any skill, inflicted damage far more devastating than even advanced martial arts techniques. Richard's head was instantly bleeding profusely. The defensive power of a peak tier 3 Dragonborn is comparable to that of a paladin. The Dragonborn's innate trait, hardened skin, is the greatest nemesis of physical weapons. but he was actually hacked to pieces, bleeding profusely from the head, by an incredibly strange logging axe. Levi looked at Richard's astonished expression and gave a cold smile. With its pure high attack and powerful shield-breaking mechanism, do you really think you can withstand it? Impossible. You piece of trash, you must have stumbled upon this by accident. Richard refused to believe it. How could he, who had almost completely transformed into a Dragonborn, be injured by a first-tier swordsman? Tier 1 combat skill, Dragon Claw Strike. Double strike. Since your shield can only block one attack, what about my continuous attacks? Can you withstand them? Thump. A dull thud of a shield blocking the blow rang out. Then came the sharp scraping sound of second claw strike hitting Liwei's armor. Sizzle. Richard's claws tore through the disguise of the diamond armor. Originally, Liwei had worn a simple iron armor over his diamond armor. Of course, it wasn't armor he made, but rather a native iron armor from another world. Faced with Richard's claw strikes, the native armor was torn to shreds as if it were made of paper. But when the dazzling diamond armor was revealed, those claws that seemed capable of tearing everything apart met their true adversary. The claws sliced through, leaving not even a scratch on the diamond armor. -1. A massive amount of damage appeared above Liwei's head. Current health, 23/20. On the status bar, 10 red hearts and 1.5 gold hearts are beating energetically. That's right. In addition to the 2 minutes of life absorption that Liwei just gained from eating the golden apple, he gained an extra 4 health points. Richard's furious blow cost Levi only half a heart. Richard was met with yet another merciless leaping strike from Levi. Critical hit, -13.5. It was another simple and unadorned jumping strike. Although Richard's exact health was unknown due to the lack of a health bar display, Liwei was certain that Richard wouldn't last many hits. This second blow jolted Richard awake from his rage. Richard frantically covered the blood on his forehead with his left hand and took a few steps back in disbelief. The dark purple blood dripping onto the ground only accentuated Richard's disheveled appearance. His dark purple pupils stared in disbelief at the diamond axe in Liwei's hand and the diamond armor on his body as he gasped for breath. How is that possible? What kind of weapon is this? And what are you wearing? His mind raced with all sorts of information, trying to decipher the materials of the diamond axe and the diamond breastplate. Northern cold iron? No, they're not iron products at all. These dazzling axe and armor do not look like iron products at all. An underground magic crystal, but it doesn't exhibit any elemental fluctuations at all. No magical ripples could be detected on them at all. This thing is as ordinary as a regular axe. The armor itself has no blessings or protection whatsoever. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If it's just an ordinary axe, why could it cause me harm? If it's just ordinary armor, why is it that my strike, which easily pierced through the rock, didn't even make the opponent flinch? Chapter 60, For You Think You're Qualified to Command the Ender Dragon? Jean was equally astonished by the power of the divine weapon in Livy's hands. But she didn't forget to take action. The battle flag waved, its sharp tip aimed directly at Richard. Second-tier combat skill, Lance Charge. Startled, Richard had no time to dodge and took a solid hit from Jean's attack. The battle flag in Jean's hand merely pierced Richard's skin, without even drawing blood. The stark contrast between before and after made Jean's expression somewhat stiff. Am I really a Tier 3 professional? Why was your highness, a first-tier professional, able to severely injure Richard, while I struggled to even break through his armor? Stop him. Seeing that Jean had stabbed Richard, Levi roared and took 3 steps in 2, leaping and slashing at Richard again. Jean quickly cooperated, using all her strength to hold Richard back with the battle flag. Seeing Levi attack again, Richard suddenly exerted his strength and pulled the battle flag out with a snap. How could a Dragonborn with immense strength be subdued by a third-tier paladin? But Richard, in order to evade Levi's attack, completely disregarded any so-called aristocratic manners. He immediately fell to the ground and rolled several times. Looking up, covered in dust and dirt, he saw Levi, who had missed his attack, straighten up and approach step by step. It was as if death itself had descended upon the world, causing Richard to look horrified and crawl backward. He was certain that if he were to take another 4 or 5 more of Liwei's jumping blows, he would die on the spot. Damn it! Damn it! You forced me to do this. We were supposed to wait until the magic circle had converted enough energy before summoning the fully fledged Ender Dragon. But we can't worry about that now. Richard plunged his now dragon-transformed right hand into his own heart. His action surprised Liwei and Jean. However, the ensuing violent magical fluctuations made the two realize that something was wrong. As dark purple blood dripped onto the ground, Richard's power gradually faded. The characteristics of the dragon lineage are gradually fading. The purplish-black blood was actually filling the gaps in the original magic circle, following its original patterns. The damaged magic circle suddenly burst forth with dazzling light again. In order to deal with you, I'm actually willing to give back the power I gained. Richard, who had transformed back into a normal human after being a dragonborn, looked visibly weak. But the ferocity on his face only intensified. I really underestimated you guys. Levi also understood what was happening. I was wondering why the magic circle hadn't stopped working even after 3/4 of it was dug out. It turns out the core of the most crucial magic circle was you. Richard grinned triumphantly. Haha, that's right. The very core of this Abyss magic array built by the Abyss Order is actually me. Come fort, Ender Dragon from the Abyss. I summon you as your master. It was accompanied by a high-pitched dragon roar. The Abyss magic circle instantly erupted with an incredibly dazzling purple light. An enormous black figure slowly emerged from the massive magic circle. Roar! The dragon's roar exerted immense pressure, forcing Jean to struggle against her body's instinct to kneel. A flicker of horror crossed her eyes. She wasn't unfamiliar with dragons, but the power of this dragon before her far surpassed that of the 4th-tier extraordinary fire dragon she had ever seen. In other words, the terrifying black dragon in front of us is very likely a 5th-tier legendary dragon. Compared to Jean, who was still able to stand, Richard was in a much worse state. After returning the power, his strength returned to the 1st tier. How could a physically weak mage possibly withstand the pressure of a dragon? He immediately knelt down on the ground with a thud, burying his face in the earth. The prince, who usually speaks of elegance and aesthetics, is now shamefully sprawled on the ground. Of all those present, only Levi remained calm and composed, standing there unaffected. The dragon's roar had no effect on Levi, who possessed Steve's physique. He instinctively gripped the shield and diamond axe in his hands. He squinted, staring intently at the enormous creature summoned by the magic circle. A black dragon with wings on its back, sharp spikes covering its spine, and purple pupils. It's the Ender Dragon, a powerful creature from the End that every Minecraft player is very familiar with. Ender Dragon, kill this guy in front of you. Even though he was lying on the ground eating dirt, Richard didn't forget to direct the Ender Dragon to do things. Roar! Whether it was in response to Richard's command or not, the Ender Dragon let out another huge roar. Then, with a flap of its enormous wings, it slowly took flight. Every stone touched by the Ender Dragon's body was shattered into fragments by its incredibly powerful flesh. What incredible power this is! Richard looked at the Ender Dragon's terrifying physical strength, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Ha ha! It's so noisy. Ignoring the flying Ender Dragon, Levi grabbed his axe and headed towards Richard, who was pinned to the ground by the dragon's might and unable to move, intending to finish him off first. Stop him! Ender Dragon! Save your master! With Levi closing in, Richard, in fear, immediately ordered the Ender Dragon to attack Levi. The Ender Dragon opened its mouth, and an enormous dragon breath blast condensed within it. It was 4 or 5 times larger than Richard's dragon's breath bullet. The explosive force of this attack was unimaginable. But Levi sensed something was wrong. The Ender Dragon's gaze didn't seem to be on him. Instead, it locked Richard up tightly. The next second, a huge dragon breath bullet was unleashed, flying straight towards Richard. Upon seeing this, Levi immediately realized that the Ender Dragon was not attacking him at all. He quickly ran towards Jean. Jean, come quick. My shield can withstand the dragon's breath attack. Upon hearing Levi's words, Jean, who had recovered from the oppressive power of the dragon's roar, ran towards Levi without hesitation. The two ran toward each other. Then Jean suddenly threw herself into Levi's open arms. Levi had no time to savor the softness of the girl in his arms. Instead, he immediately raised the shield in his left hand. His right hand pressed firmly against Jean's head in his arms to ensure the shield's protection was effective. Both eyes were fixed on the approaching dragon breath bullet with tension. Such a large dragon's breath bomb would cause an explosion that is absolutely beyond imagination. Wouldn't it blow up the entire underground area? Levi immediately turned his head and saw the location of the magic elevator in the distance, and he already had a plan. As the dragon's breath bullet grew larger and larger in his view, Richard's eyes were filled with despair. Why? Why did you attack me? It was I who summoned you. I am your master. I am your master. I am destined to become the ruler of the continent. You should submit to me. Richard, lost in his own fantasy, met the Ender Dragon's cold, emotionless gaze. He understood. The Abyss cult was simply deceiving him. The summoned Ender Dragon will never recognize him as its master. How could such a powerful creature be bound by a ridiculous magic circle? Unfortunately, he realized it too late. Richard's pupils dilated to their limit due to extreme fear. There was no trace of madness or scheming left inside. All that remained was the most primal and despicable will to survive, like a filthy rat cornered. No, I don't want to die sob. The seventh prince, who once regarded human life as worthless and took pleasure in the suffering of others, was now trembling violently. Even worse, a thick, warm liquid with a foul odor instantly soaked through the hem of his luxurious robe and the legs of his trousers, quickly evaporating in a foul-smelling white vapor in the cold air. He completely lost control of his bladder. His bodily instincts betrayed the last shred of dignity he had been trying so hard to maintain, exposing his most vulnerable and weakest side. Ultimately, Richard was just a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Save me, sixth brother, save me. In his despicable state, he even pinned his hopes for survival on Levi, who was standing nearby. You must have a way, right? At this moment, Levi held Jean in his arms, raised his shield, and looked at Richard with only cold, killing intent in his eyes. He didn't say anything, but Richard seemed to hear Levi whispering in his ear. You should have died long ago. No. Boom! The massive explosion occurred 500 meters underground. The entire Tiandong territory was shaken by the earthquake. Chapter 65, fellow villagers meet. 2 shots pierced the back. Asparagus collar. The enormous explosion and the earth-shaking tremors filled everyone's faces with terror. What's going on? It looks like a huge explosion happened underground. How could there be an explosion underground? That's so strange. People around were talking amongst themselves, puzzled by everything that was happening. Your Highness. Isabella, who knew about Levi's plan, had a look of worry on her face. My heart raced, and my hands even trembled involuntarily due to nervousness. She was certain that the underground explosion was definitely related to Li Wei. Isabella took a deep breath and murmured to herself, Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. His Highness is very lucky and has so much powerful magic. He will definitely be all right. She kept repeating these words, trying to convince herself. He even drew the holy emblem of the Dawn cult on his chest. May the God of Dawn protect your Highness. May the God of Dawn protect your Highness. This was the first time in all these years that Isabella had prayed to the gods for someone else. Girl praying. A dragon. It's a dragon. Amidst gasps of surprise, a gigantic black dragon emerged from the ground. The Ender Dragon smashed through everything in its path, creating a huge crater in Winterlands. Purple dragon eyes, black dragon body, and enormous wings that could blot out the sky. This terrifying dragon that emerged from the ground made everyone who saw it feel insignificant. How could this be? Why is there a giant dragon underground in Tiandong territory? It's an evil chromatic dragon. Their response was the Ender Dragon's merciless breath. Purple dragon breath spewed from its mouth, heading straight for the people on the ground. The terrifying dragon's breath swept across the land, turning all the affected buildings to ashes in an instant. Any creature that comes into contact with the dragon's breath, whether militia, professional, or snow wolf, is instantly annihilated. Even the Templar Knights only managed to withstand the dragon's breath for a few more seconds. Many of the timid militiamen who witnessed this scene were so frightened that they lay on the ground, too afraid to move. Some were so frightened that they fainted on the spot. Just a day ago, they were ordinary people working in the fields. They had never seen anything like this before. Now, we're actually going to war with a legendary dragon. What are you all standing there for? Run. Isabella and Draco immediately realized that this dragon was no benevolent being. He quickly told everyone to run away. Some soldiers attempted to retaliate, drawing their bows and arrows, unleashing magic to shoot at the Ender Dragon in the air. But neither arrows nor magic could cause any damage when they hit the Ender Dragon. It was as if they were completely unable to harm the Ender Dragon. Damn it, this dragon is probably even more powerful than that fire dragon in the southern region. Drac lifted his face from the ruins, his face covered in dust and dirt, looking nothing like a distinguished third-tier professional. Hearing Drac's words, Isabella, riding on the snow wolf's back, became even more serious. She knew what the rat halos that Draco was talking about was. There is a dragon's nest in the southern border of the Kingdom of Dawn. A powerful fourth-tier, transcendent red dragon named Red Calamity lives in the dragon's nest. It caused the deaths of tens of thousands of people in the southern territory and was eventually sealed in the dragon's nest by Captain Elwyn, who wielded an artifact bestowed by the God of Dawn. If even a fourth-tier transcendent dragon is this terrifying, then this creature soaring through the sky, whose strength is likely at the 5th-tier legendary level. It could probably turn the entire northern region into scorched earth. The Ender Dragon coiled high in the sky, continuously spewing deadly dragon breath downwards. Despair permeated everyone's hearts. None of the professionals present were able to contend with this giant dragon. His Highness has also disappeared without a trace. Is this really a dead end? Just then, a remarkably clear and loud female voice rang out from the direction of the Lord's Manor. Everyone, don't give up. His Highness Levi has killed Richard Charles, the culprit behind this disaster. Everyone looked in surprise toward the Lord's Manor. Two figures suddenly appeared on the balcony of the Lord's Mansion. A boy with black hair and black eyes, and a girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. They stood side by side. A few minutes earlier, Levi had successfully protected Jean from the Ender Dragon's massive dragon breath attack using his shield. He immediately put his arm around Jean's waist, easily lifted her up, and tucked her into his belt. They ran towards the magic elevator that Richard had used before. Finally, they escaped unharmed from the gradually collapsing magic circle basement. At this moment, Jean used the knight's breathing technique to amplify her voice, which then traveled to various parts of the battlefield. This evil dragon is our last hurdle to saving Tiandong territory. May the God of Dawn protect us. Under His Highness Liwei's leadership, we will surely defeat the evil dragon before us. Finally, this is Prince Liwei's order. The Legion's high command is to command the soldiers to evacuate the main city. I repeat, the Legion's high command, please order the soldiers to evacuate the main city. The presence and comfort of the Saintess pulled the people, who had fallen into chaos, back from the brink of despair. It wasn't that they had much faith in the Saintess's power. Rather, they believed in God. The God of Dawn will surely see the suffering of mankind and bestow blessings upon them. The chosen savior of the North, Levi Charles, will surely be able to defeat the Black Dragon before us. Relieved when she saw the familiar figure on the balcony. Very good. His Highness is all right. I told you His Highness would be all right. Isabella took a deep breath and immediately began organizing the soldiers' evacuation. Evacuate the wounded in an orderly manner. Don't panic. Jean turned her face away, her expression full of anxiety. She had already seen the soldiers killed by the dragon's breath bullets. So many lives vanished in an instant, and she simply couldn't stand by and do nothing. Your Highness, I have done as you instructed, calmed the people down, and have begun to get them leaving the main city. What should we do next? What to do? Liwei didn't look at her. Instead, he was completely focused on tracking the Ender Dragon soaring through the sky. Of course, kill this dragon. Liwei made a clenching motion in the air with his right hand, and a dazzling diamond axe appeared in his hand. It was such a terrifying dragon. Jean, however, noticed a smile playing on Liwei's lips. She even sensed a feeling of nostalgia in Liwei's eyes. Looking at the Ender Dragon soaring in the sky, Liwei couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. In this unfamiliar Western fantasy world, I encountered a familiar being. I was inexplicably moved. Of course I was moved. Liwei had no intention of letting the Ender Dragon continue to wreak havoc on his territory. This winter collar belongs to me. As the saying goes, when fellow villagers meet, they'll stab each other in the back. Clearly, the Ender Dragon understands this principle as well. The Ender Dragon, which was hovering high in the sky and spewing its dragon breath, launched a charge after seeing Liwei's figure. The dragon opened its mouth and charged straight at Liwei. Chapter 66. Though I am young, my arrows are sharp. Good timing. Liwei stepped directly onto the balcony and then threw the Ender Pearl in his hand into the distance. He had no intention of engaging the Ender Dragon in the Lord's Manor. After all, Jean is just a mortal being. If she were hit by the Ender Dragon, she would probably be heading straight to meet the God of Dawn. When Jean saw Levi's actions, she understood that he intended to fight the dragon alone. But how could His Highness possibly deal with a dragon whose strength is comparable to a 5th-tier legendary dragon? Even if Jean knew that Levi possessed all sorts of strange and powerful magic and alchemical tools. But no matter what, you can't possibly fight the dragon in front of you all by yourself. It should be noted that just sealing the 4th-tier fire dragon Red Calamity in the Southern Territory resulted in the sacrifice of 2 peak 3rd-tier paladins. If it weren't for the divine artifact bestowed by the God of Dawn, even if Captain Elwyn risked his life, he might not have been able to perish together with the fire dragon. Your Highness! No, it's too dangerous. Jean tries to grab Levi's hand. The response that came to Jean was the teleportation sound after the Ender Pearl took effect. Call out. In the blink of an eye, Liwei had arrived on the rooftop 100 meters away. The Ender Dragon instantly stopped its charge, turned around, locked onto Liwei again, and charged once more. Everyone was somewhat surprised by what they saw. Why did the Ender Dragon suddenly turn? Was it because the god of dawn protected the Sanctus? That must be it. However, only Levi knew that this was a characteristic of Minecraft. The Ender Dragon's dive attack will prioritize targeting players when they are present. In other words, as long as Levi controls the aggro, he can prevent others from being attacked by the Ender Dragon. Look, isn't that His Highness on the rooftop? Isabella and Nina, who had already evacuated to a safe area, saw Levi on the roof. And the Ender Dragon, which is swooping down to attack Levi. Your Highness, run. Seeing this, Isabella did not hesitate to spur her snow wolf and run towards Levi's direction. How could she possibly stand by and watch Levi be killed by the Ender Dragon? No matter how eager one is to protect their master. The physical distance between them, however, is beyond her ability to shorten. From everyone's perspective, the Ender Dragon charged fiercely into Levi. Parry. Thump. The shield easily blocked the Ender Dragon's charge attack. I didn't even feel the slightest impact. My goodness, Lord Shield. It can even directly block the attack of a dragon that is dozens of times larger than itself. One exaggerated concept-level item this is. Levi didn't dwell on the Forbidden Realm. After blocking the attack, he unleashed his most damaging move without hesitation. Jumping slash. Critical hit. Minus 13.5. The Ender Dragon then let out a painful scream. It then turned around and flew back to high altitudes to circle. When the Ender Dragon flew back into the sky, Levi's unharmed figure reappeared. Everyone who was watching this was stunned. Isabella stopped the snow wolf beneath her and stared in disbelief at Levi on the distant rooftop. As the sunlight shone down, the already dazzling diamond armor and the diamond axe in his hand reflected a dazzling array of colors. At this moment, Levi was like an angel descending to earth, so much so that ordinary people could not even look at him. Everyone thought that Levi would be crushed into a meat patty by this impact. Unexpectedly, it was the Ender Dragon that let out a mournful cry. This. Deputy Commander Delax's lips twitched. He didn't even know how to describe his feelings. Nina licked her lips, feeling her throat was incredibly dry. The dragon race's suppression of demi-human bloodlines is even stronger than that of humans. Therefore, Nina was even more puzzled by what she was seeing. Why is your highness able to face the dragon without the slightest fear? Xiaoka looked at Li Wei with eyes full of admiration. If it were her, even if Xiaoka knew that the shield in her hand could block the dragon's charge, she probably wouldn't be able to hold on to it. The sheer pressure from the dragons was enough to render her immobile. As expected of his highness. Roar! After being hit by an axe, the Ender Dragon did not choose to charge again, but instead hovered high in the sky to prepare for its next attack. Seeing this, Li Wei immediately took out his bow. Without ender crystals to heal the Ender Dragon, Livy can simply focus on brute force damage against it. What is this if not the simple mode? Draw the bow. Charge. Aim. Put. The bow was like an extension of Livy's body. It could hit exactly where he pointed. This is a combat skill ingrained in every Steve's bones. Is it really possible to hit the target from such a distance? Draco observed that there was a distance of 200 or 300 meters between Levi and the Ender Dragon. Even if a second-tier archer came, he wouldn't dare say he could hit the target 100% of the time. To Dirac's surprise, Livy's arrows not only hit the target, but he even fired 3 consecutive shots, all of which hit the Ender Dragon's head. Though I am young, my arrows are sharp. Middle. Critical hit. -10. -10. -10. 3 consecutive charge headshots pierced the Ender Dragon, causing it to tremble several times. The archers and mages who witnessed this were all puzzled. That's not right. How come when we launched a ranged attack while the dragon was circling low in the sky, it didn't do any damage at all? Prince Li Wei held a bow that looked very simple, even crude. They beat this dragon so badly, it couldn't even tell which way was which. Faced with Li Wei's repeated provocations, the Ender Dragon opened its mouth, charged up, and unleashed a dragon breath attack. Li Wei quickly dodged to the side. With a loud bang, a huge crater was instantly blasted out of the spot where Li Wei had been standing. The ground was filled with dangerous purple dragon breath. Li Wei pulled a bottle directly from his backpack and began filling it with dragon breath. Gained 32 dragon breath. Before the dragon's breath on the ground disappeared, Li Wei suddenly unleashed another half set of dragon's breath. Li Wei's actions left the spectators dumbfounded. Why is your highness collecting dragon breath with a glass bottle while fighting the evil dragon? Isn't this too much of a stretch? And was it possible to collect dragon's breath from glass bottles? The Ender Dragon charged again. Li Wei followed up with another shield block and a diamond axe jump slash. The Ender Dragon's health dropped by another 13.5. Ender Dragon's current HP, 143/200. To Li Wei's surprise, the Ender Dragon did not choose to hover in the sky after this charge. They immediately began attacking Levi with their claws and bites. This surprised Li Wei greatly. After all, in my world, the Ender Dragon doesn't come down to the ground to attack people. In my world, it's something that will never land. It seems that in this other world, some of the monster's behavior logic is more realistic. Li Wei quickly used his military shield to block the dragon's claw attack. The dragon's claws blocked the attack, but the moment the shield went on cooldown, the Ender Dragon picked him up in its mouth. Oh no, His Highness has been bitten by a dragon. Quickly, save His Highness. Li Wei's men were terrified and wanted to rush to rescue him from the dragon's mouth. But only Li Wei himself knew that his situation was not dangerous. -3. A huge figure popped into Li Wei's head. Wearing a full set of diamond armor, Li Wei's damage reduction was terrifyingly high at this moment. Current health, 17/20. An attack that should have dealt 15 damage to an unarmored unit felt like a tickle to Li Wei. Li Wei calmly took out a golden apple and crunched it into his stomach. With the golden apple buff, Li Wei's health was instantly restored to full. There are also 2 extra gold hearts. Current health, 24/20. After confirming that the dragon bite did not cause continuous damage because it did not shatter the diamond armor, Li Wei didn't rush to use the ender pearl to escape. Instead, he simply raised the diamond axe in his hand. You like to jerk me, don't you? If you're so capable, then don't let go. Let's see if you're tougher on the outside than my diamond armor. After saying that, Li Wei slashed hard at the ender dragon's mouth. Headshot. HP 9. What do we see? Li Wei's berserker-like maneuvers left the group of rescuers, who were riding snow wolves to come to his rescue, completely dumbfounded. After being picked up by the dragon, a person did not struggle or panic. He took a bite of a golden apple and then started frantically chopping at a dragon's head with an axe. Your Highness, you're too fierce. Whose archer can wield a berserker's axe and slash 18 times in a second? This is practically Beowulf, the dragon-slaying hero, reincarnated. Chapter 67. Defeat the Ender Dragon. Loading the mod Legend of Ice and Fire. The Ender Dragon bit Li Wei, thinking it could tear him in 2 alive. Unexpectedly, this bite not only failed to break Li Wei in 2, but also hurt his own teeth. It doesn't understand. Why is the prey in my mouth so hard? I don't understand it at all. Why would the prey launch such a fierce counterattack under these circumstances? It was living a perfectly good life in the end, but for some reason, its power was secretly stolen by a strange magic circle. Therefore, upon being summoned, it immediately killed the thief who had stolen its power. Then, seemingly drawn by some unseen force, it launched an attack on a human it was holding in its mouth. Although the Ender Dragon didn't know where this impulse came from, but it's as if this is its inherent mission. It got a good beating. Li Wei, transformed into a berserker, unleashed a frenzied barrage of slashes. At this moment, Li Wei was secretly delighted. I was originally worried that my arms weren't long enough, so I could only wait for you to charge down, block your attacks, and then steal a few more hits. And you, of all people, delivered yourself right to my doorstep to be chopped down. Roar! The Ender Dragon, in pain, decided to let go and spit out Li Wei. Little did anyone expect that Li Wei had gone completely mad with hacking. They have no intention of giving up the opportunity to score. Cut out the Ender Pearl and throw it onto the Ender Dragon's back. Call out. The teleportation sound rang out. Only a purple particle effect remained in the air. The next second, Li Wei was already standing on the Ender Dragon's back. Using an Ender Pearl to teleport will result in taking 2.5 damage. The 2 golden hearts provided by the golden apple were instantly reduced to half. Li Wei leisurely ate another bite of the golden apple, resetting the buff duration of life absorption eye. Health points were restored to 24/20. The Ender Dragon charged toward the sky in a panic, trying to shake off Levi on its back. How can anyone get on its back? This has never happened before. Li Wei grabbed the Ender Dragon's scales with one hand while continuing to swing his diamond axe with the other. I don't know if the Ender Dragon completely ignited my fighting spirit. Li Wei felt his blood surging and he entered a state of flow. He had a premonition that after this battle, he would likely reach the level of a second-tier professional. According to the power system of this world, each level advancement requires a large amount of combat experience. But what Li Wei has in abundance right now is experience, because the legion he led almost wiped out all the Endermen in Winterhold. This provided Li Wei with a large amount of experience points. Who says player experience points don't count as combat experience? Let me loosen your tendons. Li Wei swung his axe down, and the Ender Dragon let out another pitiful howl. All the viewers watching this dragon-slaying spectacle were stunned by Li Wei's series of actions. What went wrong? Are we dreaming? Why does this dragon seem so weak? But their reason told them that the Ender Dragon had just taken the lives of dozens of their brothers with a single breath. It's not that this dragon is weak, but rather that His Highness Li Wei is too strong. Are these the chosen ones favored by the God of Dawn? Is the Holy Maiden that strong too? At that moment, Jean, standing on the balcony of the Lord's manor, rubbed her eyes. She wondered if there was something wrong with her eyes. A dragon with the strength of a fifth-tier legendary being was actually chased and beaten by His Highness? You must know, His Highness only has the strength of a first-tier professional. Whose first-tier professional can be this powerful? Jean was certain that if the dragon in front of her was coming for her, just one charge would be enough to kill it. She'll turn into a puddle of sauce. As Li Wei's final axe fell, the Ender Dragon's health has been reduced to 0. The system's achievement notification sounded in my ears. Achievement acquired. Liberate the end. The end of liberation? Is this the end of the world? Then you can liberate it. Li Wei was still internally wondering if there was something wrong with the system. Normally, I just jump around and try to achieve some achievements. The system then began to prove itself the very next second. The original survival final boss has been defeated, and the first stage of growth is complete. Players enter the second phase. Please tap the relevant materials to obtain modules and plugins. Currently, the number of modules that can be accommodated is 0 firsts. Currently available plugin count, 0 halves. Defeating module bosses and completing plugin achievements can increase the maximum capacity for modules and plugins. The sheer volume of information stunned Li Wei, who was on the dragon's back. So, system, you're not just good for making achievements. You're actually useful. So you only leave the starting area after defeating the Ender Dragon, the final boss of vanilla survival. But what does it mean to acquire modules and plugins related to touch? There was no time for Li Wei to think. A blinding purple light burst forth from the Ender Dragon's body. It was like a disco laser pointer, enveloping the entire Winter City. Its body then began to slowly disintegrate. This is how the Ender Dragon dies in the game. It will not leave behind a corpse, but will disappear completely, leaving only a dragon egg and a portal to the main world. Li Wei suddenly felt his feet sink into the ground. Then it fell vertically downwards from an altitude of 10,000 meters. The whistling wind rushed past his ears, and Li Wei looked up to see a purplish-black dragon egg hatching from the gradually dissipating corpse of the Ender Dragon. Then it began to fall rapidly. It's an Ender Dragon egg. It's a bit far. How can I get it? Even if the dragon egg falls to the ground, it probably won't break. But Li Wei felt it was better to play it safe. With that in mind, Li Wei took out a fishing rod directly from his backpack. Then he swung his right hand forcefully. The fishing hook hit the Ender Dragon egg precisely. The fishing rod quickly pulled the Ender Dragon egg to Li Wei's side. I was just trying out at first. Li Wei never expected that the fishing rod could actually hook back the Ender Dragon egg. In the game, although the fishing rod is considered a powerful tool, it cannot hook dropped items. Goodness. In the real world, fishing rods are a huge upgrade. Like an axe, it can be difficult to deal with groups of monsters in the game because it can't trigger a sweeping blade attack like a sword. In reality, the axe can directly pay homage to Darius from League of Legends, allowing for a devastating rampage. Li Wei reached out and hugged the dragon egg, putting it into his backpack. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Related materials have been accessed. Material name, Ender Dragon Egg, retrieving modules. Mod acquired successfully. Best match mod is Ice and Fire Legend. Mod overview, a medieval fantasy mod that allows you to hunt various monsters, craft monster equipment, hunt dragons, hatch dragon eggs, and become a powerful dragon knight. Some aspects of the mod have been optimized. Ender Dragon eggs can now be hatched directly from dragon breath. In the future, materials obtained by defeating the ancient Ender Dragon will be used to directly evolve the Ender Dragon. Upon seeing the module information, Li Wei was overjoyed. It's a song of ice and fire. That's a great mod. Those monsters and such don't matter. The most important thing is that it can tame dragons. The system also thoughtfully optimized the module content for him. In the original A Song of Ice and Fire, the Ender Dragon could not be hatched into a mount. Only the final boss, the ancient Ender Dragon, could be. But now, Li Wei can hatch baby dragons simply by using dragon breath. The Ender Dragon's power is beyond doubt. Looking at the Ender Dragon egg in his inventory, Li Wei was already looking forward to the Ender Dragon hatching. Li Wei was still overjoyed high in the sky. The underground area was already in complete chaos. Everyone was in a panic. Quickly, release the magic to protect His Highness. No, His Highness is falling too fast. My feather fall technique can't lock onto him at all. The magicians were in despair. Who could cast a spell that could aim at a target that fast? Don't tell me we haven't practiced this in magic academies. In actual combat, when we encounter units with such fast movement speed, we mages usually just close our eyes and wait to die. Chapter 68 grants you the plugins. JEI, Item Manager, and the Strongest Lord. Isabella clenched her fists in desperation, but there was nothing she could do. She could only watch Nina stand to the side and pray that her Featherfall spell would hit Levi. Nina was on the verge of tears. I'm under immense pressure. The main problem is that she really knows the Featherfall technique, but she can't lock on a Levi who is falling at high speed. She didn't play much of a role in the battle just now, staying at the rear of the battlefield the entire time. Now, it's finally her turn to make a difference. This is the result. Don't worry, His Highness will be all right. Suddenly, Jean's voice rang out behind Nina. Isabella, Nina, and Xiaoko all turned around and looked at Jean in surprise. While Li Wei was locked in combat with the Ender Dragon, Jean hurried back to the main force's location from the Lord's Manor. Are you sure His Highness will be all right? Isabella pressed on, her words quick to reveal her thoughts. Jean nodded. Of course, I'm very sure. Your Highness has at least 2 ways to save yourself. Jean's mind flashed with the wonderful uses of Ender Pearls and Livy's miraculous water landing. After receiving confirmation from Jean, the women finally breathed a sigh of relief. Isabella inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. How could this be? As His Highness's personal guard, I know less about His Highness than this guy, who hasn't even been by His Highness's side for a few days. Hateful. Jean looked at Isabella with some confusion. Why do I always feel that the other person's eyes are very aggressive? Is there something wrong with my face? No. Looking at the other person's innocent expression, Isabella almost gritted her teeth as she squeezed out those 2 words. Isabella felt her anger burning in her chest. It wasn't that I disliked Jean, but rather that I was angry at my own incompetence. What an incompetent fool. Your Highness went to carry out a secret mission underground and chose her over you. Have you been neglecting your training? For Isabella, a genius knight of the Windsor family, this was the first time she had ever felt frustrated. Xiaoko tugged at Nina's sleeve with some concern. She muttered to herself, is it really all right for Princess Isabella's face to be so red? Nina looked at Isabella's flushed face and began to wonder if she should cast an ice spell to physically cool her down. Your Highness has landed. Amidst the gasps of surprise from those around them. Thump! A loud splash of water rang out. A huge splash of water erupted. A small-scale artificial rainstorm occurred. Jean, who was prepared, took a few steps back and shielded everyone in front of her. Those who had no idea what was going to happen next were all soaked to the bone. My clothes. Nina looked at her soaked clothes and sighed. The redness on Isabella's face was largely wiped away by the cold, artificial rain. The snow wolf beside them showed a helpless expression, much like a human. Their fur was also wet from the artificial rain. Everyone looked toward where the water was splashing, and there stood a person. It was Levi Charles, who was free-falling from the sky just seconds before. Unaware of the danger, Li Wei put the water back into the bucket. The experience points gained from defeating the Ender Dragon also fell to the ground. A ringing sound came from beside my ears, signaling the absorption of experience. Li Wei's rank subsequently skyrocketed. 52, 53, 54, 79, 12,000 experience points gained from killing the Ender Dragon. This caused Li Wei's level to rise to an astonishing 79. It seems the plan to find obsidian to craft an enchanting table must be put on the agenda. Furthermore, as his level increased, Li Wei felt that he had easily broken through the shackles of a second-tier professional. He became a second-tier swordsman. Li Wei's advancement speed was so fast that even in this other world, he could be considered a monster among monsters. Li Wei snapped out of his daze and looked up. He then discovered that he was already surrounded by people. Templar Knights, Winterfell militia, and professionals surrounded him completely. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism. They began to approach Li Wei step by step. Li Wei sensed something was wrong. He was then lifted up by the crowd. It was tossed high into the air. People chanted Livy's name to express their deep respect. Levi Charles, Levi Charles, Levi Charles. Long live Lord Li Wei, Dragon Slayer hero, Savior of the North, the Wolf Lord of the North. Long live Lord Li Wei. We've won. Li Wei originally intended to throw out the Ender Pearl to escape the current situation. Sensing the emotions of the crowd, he silently withdrew the Ender Pearl. We've won, so we should enjoy the joy of victory, right? Otherwise, all the hardships, struggles, and perseverance along the way would have been worth it. Why does it seem so easy? Li Wei looked at the azure sky with a somewhat strange expression. As expected, Steve Power was just too ruthless. The cheers of the crowd echoed through the skies above Tiandong territory. The indigenous people of Tiandong territory emerged from their homes, still shaken. They who were hiding in the house saw everything that just happened. To be honest, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that there was such a person who could defeat such a terrifying black dragon. They went out of their houses and onto the streets. They all shouted his name. Charles Levi, the sixth prince of the Kingdom of Dawn. This will be a name etched in the hearts of all the people of Tiandong. Tiandong territory, Lord's residence. Everyone in the Winter Lord city has already been transformed into Endermen. After Levi's men dealt with Richard's last remaining men, the building became an empty shell. Surrounded by the women, Levi entered the Lord's Manor's reception room. Your Highness, please be careful. Isabella helped Levi to sit on the sofa. I feel so dizzy. I watched the dizziness effect in the status bar last for a full half hour. Levi felt dizzy and disoriented. He pulled out a bucket of milk and started chugging it down. As the milk took effect, the negative abnormalities on the body also dissipated. Your Highness, please drink slowly. Isabella picked up a silk handkerchief and wiped the milk from the corner of Levi's mouth. Xiao Ku, standing to the side, blinked, looking somewhat bewildered. There are currently no maids in the entire Lord's Manor, so it wouldn't hurt for her to take on the role of Princess Nina's maid for a while. But why is Miss Isabella still insisting on doing the work? Just as Isabella was wiping Levi's mouth, the system notification sounded in Levi's ear again. Relevant materials have been accessed. Material names: Iron Breastplate, Human Female Knight. Unlocked add-ons. GEI Item Manager, Strongest Lord. Liwei's eyes lit up slightly. He was still thinking about how to trigger the plugin, but unexpectedly Isabella became the trigger material. He pretended to be feeling unwell and asked the people in the room to leave. The four women exchanged glances, then accepted their orders and left the room. But they all stayed outside the door to avoid any issues with Li Wei. But to my surprise, Li Wei was actually fine. He just had to make sure his secret was not known to others. Only after confirming that the four people had left the room did he begin to figure out how to use the plugin. The JEI Item Manager mentioned earlier is something that most Minecraft players are familiar with. It can not only view all the crafting recipes in the original game, but also the crafting recipes and mods. Li Wei silently recited the JEI Item Manager in his mind. A huge item page appeared in front of him. A dazzling array of blocks, weapons, and food. All items that Li Wei can or cannot create are displayed in the Item Manager. Just like the mod Legend of Ice and Fire that Li Wei obtained. Although Li Wei had played it before, he had forgotten most of the crafting methods for various items. But now with JEI Item Manager, Li Wei is no longer blind. For Li Wei, this was a higher priority than the powerful modules themselves. After all, how can you craft powerful weapons and equipment if you don't know the crafting recipes? In the Strongest Lord plugin later, Li Wei had never heard of him before. Silently recite the command, then open the Strongest Lord plugin. A light blue system panel then unfolded in front of him. A dazzling array of projects unfolded before him. Lord's name, Levi Charles. Rank, Tier 1 Lord. Currently held territory, Winterhold. Territory satisfaction, 70%. Public sense of belonging, 90%. Current hidden dangers, lack of mineral resources, limited crop variety, low level of industrialization, and sparse population. Recommended territory for recapture, asparagus territory, 99% success rate, can resolve most issues. Chapter 69, Conditions for Advancing to Second Tier Lord, Preparations for Hatching the Dragon Egg. Li Wei looked at the data report for Wintertown and nodded thoughtfully. The people of Winterhold have a very high level of approval for him. After all, Li Wei truly did things for the people in a genuine and practical way. In previous years, 400 or 500 people would starve or freeze to death in Wintertown during the winter. As a result, no one has died from either of these two situations so far this year. Because the housing provided by Levi for refugees was not only for refugees, but also for some bankrupt or impoverished free people. They can even receive the same relief food as refugees. Of course, Li Wei wasn't so kind as to offer them free food, drink, and lodging. Instead, they were given corresponding tasks. Work relief is the best approach. For example, the renovation of the entire territory of Winterfell, the repair of the city walls, the 24-hour operation of the grain production line, and the excavation of raw stone blocks in the quarry were all entrusted to these people. Li Wei guessed that the only remaining problem in Wintertown was the old nobles. Let these old nobles cause trouble for a while longer. After all, in 10 days or half a month, they won't be able to cause trouble anymore. Li Wei was already prepared for the final prompt on the panel to subdue the Swinter territory. Right now, No one in the entire Northern Territory can take over Skywinter Territory except him. It wasn't just because of his noble status, but also because his prestige among all the people of Tiandong Territory had reached an absurdly high level. After all, he was a hero who saved the entire Tiandong Territory. His heroic figure in slaying the dragon was deeply imprinted in the hearts of every citizen. However, it will take a little while before the official takeover of Tiandong Territory is completed, and a messenger is already on his way to deliver the letter to the capital. I believe that a coronation will take place in the capital within 3 days. Of course, if the coronation in the capital does not take place as scheduled, Levi had also made plans. If he won't give it to me, then I'll take it myself. In addition to the territory data panel, Levi also discovered some additional functions of this plugin. Feature 1. Data visualization for leaders. You can check the basic information of the people who belong to your territory. Age, occupation, and loyalty. Loyalty levels range from high to low, represented by the colors gold, purple, blue, green, and white. As the Lord's level increases, the data visualization content will be enhanced. Note, in certain special cases, loyalty will turn red, representing unwavering loyalty. Levi clapped and cheered when he saw this feature. For a lord, being able to see the loyalty of his subordinates is practically like having a cheat code. After all, everyone is afraid of being betrayed. Even though Levi now wields the power of the Cube Man, he doesn't think anyone can betray him. But he has always valued stability. He couldn't allow himself to have explosive charges buried around him that could explode at any moment. Unless these explosive charges not only have no effect on him, but can also be used against him. Function 2. Resource navigation. Depending on the Lord's level, at the end of each cycle, the Lord will be able to obtain the location of a resource point within a radius of 100 miles of their territory. The cycle calculation formula is 30 divided by the Lord's level. The current Lord level is 1, so this function can be used once every 30 days to obtain a resource navigation opportunity. Currently available and usable. Levi's eyes lit up when he saw this feature. It even had a resource navigation function, and most importantly, this feature didn't consume anything. It can be used as long as the cooldown is over, making it an amazing free skill. However, Levi did not use it immediately, but planned to save it for after recapturing Tiandong Territory. Because Levi knew that there were really no resources near Wintertown, he could use this function to search again in Winter Territory. Function 3. Agricultural improvement. Depending on the Lord's level, it will be possible to improve crops, including improvements in yield, lodging resistance, cold resistance, and other aspects. The current Lord level is 1. The formula for the number of crops that can be improved is the Lord's level multiplied by 3. The number of crops that can be improved is 3. It is recommended to improve the crops you already own, potatoes and wheat. Yes, that's a good feature. Increased production can save a lot on bone meal costs. Levi nodded, thinking to himself. Function 4. Granting item permissions. The Lord can decide the residents' usage rights to various Minecraft items within their territory. The access levels from highest to lowest are gold, purple, blue, green, and white. Gold level privileges represent the highest level of privileges below the Lord, allowing the user to use most items like a player. As the access level decreases, the range of items that can be used gradually diminishes. Up to white privileges, the lowest level of privileges, you cannot use any Minecraft items. Having white level access means he can't even use a wooden stick. The default permission level is green, which allows the use of some Minecraft items, but is subject to restrictions on item weight, quantity, and other aspects. No one can use MC items to harm the Lord. Lords can restrict whether Minecraft items can be taken out of their territory and whether they can be used. Levi nodded in satisfaction at the information regarding permissions. This way, he can easily control others without worrying about being harmed by Minecraft items. Levi's gaze shifted to the final prompt, which outlined the conditions for a Lord's advancement. Once the sense of belonging and satisfaction in the second territory reaches 60%, you can advance to the next rank and become a Tier 2 Lord. Second-tier Lords can unlock the job granting function, which allows them to grant basic jobs to eligible villagers in Minecraft. After obtaining a basic profession, they will use emeralds to craft items corresponding to their profession. Once the profession is assigned, the loyalty of the subjects will remain at gold, ensuring they will never betray you. After seeing the advancement requirements and unlocked functions of a second-tier Lord, Levi was completely convinced. Not only can it assign the profession of a villager to its own people, but it can also directly turn the loyalty of its people into gold. So, I'm Yuri from Red Alert, right? This plugin truly deserves the title of Strongest Lord. Each of these features is like a bug for a Lord. Although it cannot improve the Lord's own strength, it can rapidly expand one's power. Levi was initially overjoyed after obtaining the Ice and Fire Legends module. But after he had thoroughly read through all the functions of the Strongest Lord plugin, he felt as if he had ascended to heaven. The cheats are getting more and more outrageous. Levi decided to try out the features of this Strongest Lord plugin. He called the 4 women who were standing outside the door in. Komein. Upon hearing Levi's words, the 4 women entered the room one after another. Your Highness, is there anything I can help you with? As Livy's personal guard, Isabella automatically took on the role of housekeeper when Trist was not by Livy's side. Or maybe we could call her a female secretary. Levi first looked at Nina, Xiaoku, and Jean. But Levi failed. He couldn't access their information. However, Levi was not surprised, since they were not his subjects. He just wanted to give it a try. Levi glanced at Isabella one last time, a thought flickering in his mind. Search for information. Isabella's control panel popped up. Isabella Windsor. Class, 2nd tier knight. Loyalty, red. Access level, green. You can use some Minecraft items, but there will be restrictions. When Levi saw the loyalty color, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. It's important to know that red represents a special level of loyalty. According to the Strongest Lord system, red signifies unwavering loyalty until death. In other words, this female knight would obey Levi's orders to her death without hesitation. Is it because he adheres too strictly to chivalrous virtues that the other party will give up their life after acknowledging his actions? However, Levi was in no hurry to grant her the permissions. He figured there would be plenty of time to adjust Isabella's permission level after the asparagus territory was conquered. Levi's gaze lingered on Isabella's face for a long time. Your Highness. Isabella sensed a rather intense look in Levi's eyes. If it were any other man, Isabella would have already flew into a rage and pierced the frivolous man's head with a single sword strike. Can be replaced by Levi. Isabella, however, felt an overwhelming joy within her. Your Highness, that's how it is. Please look at me a little longer. Although I know I've been staring at the other person's face for a little too long. But Levi still managed to speak calmly. Go and prepare a place big enough for me. I needed to hatch the dragon eggs. Hatching a dragon egg? Not only Isabella exclaimed in surprise, but the other 3 women were also shocked by Levi's words. What incredible thing did they hear? Your Highness actually wants to hatch an evil, chromatic dragon. Levi nodded calmly, a flame of ambition burning in his eyes. That's right, hatching dragon eggs. Chapter 70. Ender Dragon Egg Hatches. The Ender Dragon Hatchless. After learning that Levi actually wanted to hatch the dragon egg, St. Jean's expression was somewhat serious as she spoke. Your Highness, that evil dragon is clearly a chromatic dragon. Chromatic dragons are inherently evil, and even if they hatch, they cannot be tamed. If you really hatch it, Levi understood Jean's concerns. As she said, in this world, dragons are roughly divided into 3 categories: chromatic dragons, metallic dragons, and gem dragons. In addition, there are some special types of dragons. The color dragons include black dragons, blue dragons, green dragons, red dragons, and white dragons. They are all extremely evil and feared by most races. Metal dragons include brass dragons, bronze dragons, copper dragons, gold dragons, and silver dragons. They are noble and kind, and are highly revered by intelligent races. Gem dragons include amethyst dragons, crystal dragons, emerald dragons, sapphire dragons, and topaz dragons. They remain absolutely neutral between good and evil. In the eyes of these otherworldly beings, the Ender Dragon should undoubtedly be classified as the black dragon among the chromatic dragons. Levi raised his hand, palm facing Jean, indicating that she didn't need to explain the relevant knowledge to him anymore. He naturally couldn't explain to the other party that this was the module's setting, and that once hatched, the Ender Dragon would submit to him until its death. Don't worry, I have my own way of taming her. Levi calmly uttered words that shocked the 4 women. If she truly cannot be tamed, I will kill her once more. What domineering words! Isabella's eyes turned into stars. He truly lives up to his reputation as her lord. Nina and Xiaoku exchanged a glance, marveling that the Dawn Kingdom was destined to become even more powerful in the future. Nina made up her mind that when she returned to the demi-human tribe, she must tell her father that they must strengthen cooperation with the Kingdom of Dawn in the future. Upon hearing Levi's words, Jean closed her slightly open mouth. What else could she say? Even that giant dragon was killed by His Highness Levi's own hands. So what is a newly born dragon? Tiandong Territory, Lord's Residence. Led by Isabella, Levi arrived at the back garden. Indeed, when it comes to a sufficiently open space, the back garden, a standard feature of every Lord's manor, is the place to be. The back garden of the Lord's mansion in Winterhold was significantly larger than that of the back garden in Winterhold. Furthermore, a variety of rare and precious plants have emerged one after another. Levi found a relatively open spot in the garden. Then he dug a hole in the ground. The dragon egg was placed in the cave. The four women beside him couldn't help but feel a little uneasy when they saw this scene. Do you put the dragon eggs in a pit to incubate them? Levi opened the item manager and carefully checked the description of the dragon egg hatching steps. Ender dragon eggs need to be placed in dragon breath to hatch. The incubation process will continuously consume dragon breath. A constant supply of dragon breath is necessary for the dragon eggs to hatch successfully. Fortunately, I didn't forget to collect some dragon breath when I was fighting the Ender dragon. Otherwise, I would have had to go find another dragon to borrow its breath. With that thought in mind, Levi took out the dragon breath from his backpack. A glass bottle containing purple dragon's breath appeared in his hand. Your Highness, could this be the breath of that evil dragon? Saintess Jean was very familiar with the aura of dragon breath. After all, she had almost died from the Ender dragon's breath attack. If Levi hadn't held her and used a shield to block the explosion of the dragon's breath bullet, she's probably already dead underground. Right. Levi nodded, then uncorked the bottle. A dangerous aura instantly filled the entire area. Isabella frowned and warily placed her hand on the scabbard at her waist. Nina and Xiaoku felt a chill run down their spines instantly. Dragon items possess a terrifying bloodline suppression effect on these demi-humans. Seeing the adorable, frightened expressions on the faces of the girls beside him, Levi waved his hand. Take it easy. These are the things needed to hatch this dragon egg. As Levi spoke, he poured the dragon's breath from the bottle onto the dragon egg. The pit quickly filled with dragon breath, and purple particle effects appeared on the dragon egg. Clearly, the dragon's breath took effect, and the hatching of the dragon egg began. Is this how dragon eggs hatch? The four girls present were all very surprised, as it was the first time they had ever seen a dragon hatch. Everyone waited quietly for the dragon egg to hatch. Every 5 minutes, the dragon's breath in the pit is completely absorbed by the dragon egg. Levi would then pour in a new bottle of dragon's breath. An hour later, the Ender dragon egg absorbed the last bit of dragon breath and began to sway from side to side. Oh, you're here. Levi's eyes lit up, and he stared intently at the swaying Ender dragon egg. The other girls also watched the dragon egg shake with anticipation. That's a dragon. It should be noted that even in the capital of the Dawn Kingdom, there are no true dragon knights. Those so-called dragon knights in the royal capital ride nothing more than wyverns or even just reptiles with dragon blood. Earth dragons, steel dragons, wyverns, and dragon beasts are not pure-blooded dragons, but rather dragon blood subspecies. As for fire lizards, dragon lions, pseudo-dragons, and serpent dragons, they are even more utterly worthless. These species will have an even greater bloodline suppression effect when facing dragons. After all, their power comes from the thin layer of true dragon blood in their own veins. But now, they are actually able to witness the birth of a dragon. Click, click, the eggshell began to crack. The sound of the eggshell cracking grew more and more frequent, and purple light mist surged out from the cracks. Snap! The top burst open completely, and a wet little head suddenly popped out. Its entire body was jet black, covered in slime, like a freshly dug hole. Its fist-sized head was topped with two undeveloped white dragon horns, like broken tree branches. Purple eyes, taking up 1/3 of his face, were blinking blankly. It seems the brain hasn't fully started up yet. What adorable creatures. Needless to say, these girls found it cute. Even Li Wei found the creature in front of him inexplicably cute. Just like Toothless from the movie How to Train Your Dragon that I watched in my past life. Wah! The Ender dragon let out a whimper like a cat, clumsily pried at the eggshell fragments, and swallowed them whole. After eating all the eggshells, suddenly it twitched its nose and locked onto Levi's direction. Don't be fooled by the fact that this Ender dragon is only half a meter long, but its speed is astonishing. With a flap of its small wings, it instantly charged towards Li Wei. Your Highness, be careful. Jean narrowed her eyes. Just as the book said, the evil of the chromatic dragon was innate. Even newly hatched dragons are inherently evil. Fortunately, she was prepared and immediately grabbed her shield to block Li Wei's path. Isabella, to Li Wei's left, also reacted and drew her shield as well. She and Jean stood shoulder to shoulder, forming an impenetrable wall in front of Livy. The Ender dragon slammed into the shield with a thud, and the whole dragon swayed in the air. She pitifully covered her head, her big purple eyes filled with grievance. The two women drew their iron swords and prepared to eliminate the evil dragon before them. Jean began to have even more doubts in her heart. If I can't beat an adult, beating a newly born dragon like you is a piece of cake. The two women's loyalty in protecting their master brought Li Wei some comfort. But, can you please get a clear picture of the situation? With a gentle effort, he easily pried the two women apart. The Ender Dragon then rushed into Li Wei's arms and hugged him tightly. Its tail wrapped directly around Li Wei's waist. He rubbed his head against Li Wei's cheek vigorously. Li Wei smiled and poked the young dragon's forehead with his finger. The couple's intimate interaction shocked the others around them. Snap! The shields in Isabella and Jean's hands fell to the ground simultaneously, looking at the Ender Dragon cub so affectionately nestled in Li Wei's arms. The two women exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with surprise. This isn't right. What was the reason for their tension just now? Chapter 71, The Power of the Ender Dragon Hatchling. Begin making dragon food. When Li Wei looked at the Ender Dragon, its data panel popped up. Ender Dragon, large form, Tier 1. Name Jane. Gender, female. Intimacy level, red, unwavering until death. Li Wei wasn't surprised by this information. In the game's lore, the Ender Dragon is a female dragon named Jean. That's why a dragon egg appeared after she died. Property. Health points 112/112. Armor value, 5 points. The stats are good, and this is just a newly hatched dragon. When it grows up, it will be a numerical monster again. Skills possessed. Dragon heritage. The dragon heritage flowing in one's bloodline, acquiring knowledge as one grows. Furthermore, power can be gained by consuming the flesh and blood of other dragons. Ender Dragon Breath. Breathes Ender Dragon Breath, dealing damage equal to 2 times its growth phase and spreading the breath in an area. Entering the breath will cause damage. Dragon's Roar. Inflicts weakness I, reduces melee attack power by 4 points on enemies within a 500-meter radius for 1 minute. It also grants friendly units the Strength I buff, increases melee attack damage by 3 points for 1 minute. This skill is enhanced as the dragon's rank increases. Li Wei's eyes lit up several degrees after seeing the Ender Dragon's abilities. He had experienced Dragon Breath. Its wide area AoE and high damage made it a powerful skill. However, it wasn't enough to make Li Wei so pleasantly surprised. He was pleasantly surprised by the second skill. The effect of this dragon's roar is just too powerful. It reduces the enemy's attack power with almost no cost and increases the user's own attack power. Adding to the diamond armor Li Wei himself was wearing, Li Wei now doubted whether a 4th-tier superhuman could even break through his defenses. What's even more impressive is that this skill can be enhanced as the dragon's rank increases. In my world, Strength 1 provides 3 points of attack power, while Strength 2 provides a full 6 points. Although there's only 1 level difference between Strength 1 and Strength 2, the effect is twice as strong. If we raise this Ender Dragon well, dominating the entire continent in the future will be a piece of cake. Upon seeing this, Li Wei couldn't help but feel a sense of Gon 3 Kai 3, deep emotion/reflection. As expected of the dragon race. No wonder they can run rampant on this continent. At this moment, Li Wei was surrounded by 4 girls. They all looked at the adorable creature in Li Wei's arms with curiosity. Isabella stood to the side, her neck slightly forward, as if she also wanted to snuggle into Levi's arms. She was scrutinizing the appearance of the Ender Dragon. Jean rubbed her eyes in disbelief. It seems that your highness has truly acknowledged you as her master. Of course, as I've said, I naturally have a way to subdue her. Nina and Xiao Ku, the 2 demi-human girls, huddled together, their eyes clearly filled with fear. Even a young dragon's bloodline suppression effect is still too strong for a demi-human. Even when facing a Tier 3 subdragon, Nina felt no pressure as great as this Tier 1 young dragon in front of her. Li Wei found it somewhat amusing to see the women's expressions of wanting to touch, but not daring to speak up. After all, this is the cub of a giant dragon. Even the most distinguished princes and nobles may not have seen it. Want to touch it? Is it okay? Xiaoku's puppy ears stood up, and her expression was clearly excited. Nina gave her maid a reproachful look. Xiaoku, such disrespectful behavior in front of his highness is not good. Xiaoku immediately shrank her neck. Sorry, princess. She said somewhat reluctantly. Your highness, actually I didn't really want to touch you that much. Li Wei looked at the Enderman baby dragon in his arms, who was also somewhat shy around strangers, and thought this wouldn't do. Just like raising a cat, this is also a way to desensitize the Ender Dragon. Otherwise, if you get stressed when you meet a stranger and breathe fire and turn them to ashes, that would be terrible. All right, I grant you permission to touch her. As he spoke, Li Wei gently placed the baby dragon in his arms into Xiaoku's arms. Princess. Xiaoku, holding the baby dragon, grinned from ear to ear, and immediately handed the baby dragon to Nina, as if to ask for credit. Nina bowed slightly to Levi, a little embarrassed, and then began to pet the baby dragon. Jean, standing nearby, didn't hesitate and immediately went over to pat the baby dragon's head. She'd been wanting to try it for a long time. The Ender Dragon was initially a little scared, but when she realized that the people surrounding her meant her no harm. Moreover, their owners are very friendly towards them. He gradually became bolder and began to rub and stick his nose against the faces of these girls to get familiar with their scent. Isabella pretended not to care, but her eyes kept glancing at the little dragon in Xiaoke's arms. Stare. Levi, noticing that something was wrong with Isabella, looked at her with amusement. Your Highness, I didn't actually want to touch your dragon, Isabella said, her eyes darting away, trying to pretend she didn't care. As His Highness's personal guard, how can I be so disrespectful in front of others? We must always be serious. Leeway looked at Isabella with feigned curiosity. Oh, you don't want to touch my dragon? Then why have you been peeking at it? I'm afraid they have ill intentions towards His Highness's dragon. Isabella retorted somewhat timidly. All right, go ahead. Leeway gently patted her back and pushed her towards Xiaoko. Isabella wanted to say something more. Leeway's expression changed instantly, and he looked at her with a serious face. This is my order. Upon hearing that it was an order, Isabella immediately stood at attention and accepted the command. Yes, Your Highness. Then he scurried over to Xiaoko's side and joined them. Isabella had just said she refused, but when she touched the adorable creature with big eyes, the smile on her lips betrayed her happiness. Sure enough, whether on Earth or in this other world, teenage and 20-year-old girls can't resist something so cute. Xiaoko seemed to remember something and turned her head to ask. Your Highness, what is her name? Levi. Simple. Hi Jian, I'm Xiaoko. The Ender Dragon seemed to accept the nickname Little Jane immediately, snuggling closer to Kiki. Surprisingly, among these girls, Xiaoko, who is the shortest, is the one who is best at taking care of children. That makes sense. After all, she is a professional maid. The heartwarming scene greatly relieved Li Wei's recent depressed mood from working nonstop. Being a lord is really a troublesome thing. It's all Richard's fault for not giving himself time to develop. Once I become the lord of Tiandong territory, I'll definitely have to enjoy myself to the fullest. Taking advantage of a spare moment in his busy schedule, Li Wei began to examine the methods for raising young dragons. He found in the adventure notes of the Ice and Fire mod that dragon food can accelerate the growth of young dragons and help them reach adulthood quickly. I also obtained the recipe for dragon food from the item manager. All you need are 4 pieces of raw meat and 5 bones to make a dragon meal. 1 dragon meal can accelerate growth by 1 unit, and to become the largest tier 5 dragon, 125 units are needed. That means 125 dragon foods need to be made. That's way too easy. Bones and raw meat aren't scarce resources, so surely a swan collar can produce them. Li Wei beckoned to his servants and ordered them to bring the necessary raw meat and bones. Chapter 72, the 5th Order Ender Dragon that matures instantly. Your Highness, the raw meat and bones you requested have been delivered. The servant's voice interrupted Levi and Isabella's playful antics. Li Wei withdrew his hand from the Enderman dragon in Xiaoke's arms and turned to look at the servant. Then the servant brought over a dozen carts, piled high with the raw meat and bones he needed. All right, you may leave. Yes. After the servants left, Li Wei took out a workbench block, which was always kept at home, from his backpack and placed it on the spot. Isabella immediately realized that Levi was about to use his magical alchemy again. I just don't know what His Highness is planning to do this time. Li Wei's hands moved like phantoms across the workbench, grabbing 4 pieces of meat and 5 bones and slapping them into the synthesis grid. Buzz! A faint light flashed, and a piece of yellowish-brown dragon food, radiating strange energy fluctuations, appeared in his hand. Simple, brutal, and completely contrary to the common sense of alchemy. This is... The women all looked puzzled. Xiaoke sniffed and smelled a wonderful aroma of meat. She had a sudden urge to rush up and devour the mixture of flesh and bone in Li Wei's hand. It's food for Xiao Jian, which is dragon food. Li Wei weighed the large piece of dragon food in his hand, then called out, Xiao Jian, come here. The Ender Dragon Jenny, who was just snuggling in Xiaoke's arms, suddenly lit up with its big purple eyes when it smelled the tempting aroma of dragon food. With a whoosh, it flew into Li Wei's arms and eagerly licked the dragon food in Li Wei's hand. Chew, chew, chew. Chew, chew, chew. Little Jian's ravenous eating was incredibly cute. She finished off the dragon food, which was even bigger than her, in no time. Growth progress, 1/24. Is it just my imagination? Jean sensed something was amiss. Your Highness, I feel like Xiao Jian has grown a lot bigger after eating the dragon food. Isabella also noticed the change in the smaller body size. That's right, this dragon food can accelerate Xiao Jian's growth. As Li Wei spoke, he began operating on the workbench with one hand, creating another piece of dragon food and handing it to Xiao Jian's mouth. Oh, little Jane has grown a whole size. Its mouth also grew larger, and it took a big bite and swallowed half of the dragon food. They finished the dragon food, which had taken them more than a minute to eat, in just 2 bites. Its size has increased again. Growth progress, 2/24. Another piece went down. Li Wei's speed in preparing dragon food was gradually falling behind Xiao Jian's speed in eating it. As her body grew larger, her mouth also grew larger. Growth progress, 24/24. Should I advance? Li Wei did not choose to advance directly, but continued to feed the dragon. Growth progress 125/125. Current growth progress allows for direct advancement to a Tier 5 dragon. Advance now? Upon hearing the suggestion, Li Wei stopped what he was doing and smiled. Finally, I've fed them enough. Agreed to advance. Li Wei then agreed. Boom! Jian Xiaoxiao's body suddenly burst forth with a dazzling purple light. A powerful shockwave exploded outwards from her, sending the 4 women watching staggering backwards. Oh my god! Xiao Ku exclaimed, almost falling over. Nina's fox ears instantly bristled. Jean instinctively gripped the holy emblem, preparing to release her blessing. Isabella drew half of her long sword and stared warily at the rapidly expanding purple light. In the light, Jane's body swelled up wildly, as if inflated. The tender scales turned black and hard as black iron. The tiny dragon horns became sharp and rugged, and the babyish whimpers were replaced by deep and majestic dragon roars. First order, second order, third order, fourth order, fifth order. Just a few breaths. The purple light suddenly contracted, and the adorable baby dragon was nowhere to be seen. One of them is over 20 meters long, with a wingspan that blots out the sky. Its entire body was covered in black scales as deep as the night sky. Its purple vertical pupils resembled those of a terrifying dragon burning with stars, standing proudly. The immense dragons might crush down as if it were a tangible force, pressing all the flowers and plants in the back garden to the ground. Tier 5. Ender Dragon Jane. Complete form. Property. Health points 500 to 500. Armor value 21 points. Looking at these terrifying attributes, Li Wei couldn't help but gasp. Even with a full set of diamond armor, Li Wei's defense was only 20. Its health points are also only 20. As a result, this 5th-tier dragon had 500 HP and 21 defense. Fortunately, this dragon was subservient to Li Wei. Otherwise, if a real fight broke out, Li Wei's current equipment might not have been able to handle her. Even more surprisingly, her Dragon Roar skill was enhanced. Dragon's Roar inflicts weakness 2, reduces melee attack power by 8 points, on enemies within a 50-meter radius for 1 minute. It also grants friendly units the Strength 2 buff for 1 minute, increasing melee attack damage by 6. This skill is enhanced as the dragon's rank increases. The original Weakness I and Strength I have both become level 2 effects, directly doubling the value of the buff. Originally, Levi's Diamond Axe Jump Attack on the Ender Dragon's head would deal 13.5 damage. After obtaining the Strength 2 buff, the damage will directly soar to 22.5. The extent of the improvement is simply outrageous. Li Wei even doubted whether a 4th-tier superhuman could withstand a single blow from his axe. Well, if it can withstand the first few blows, then it won't be able to withstand them anymore. The 4 women were all dumbfounded, their minds blank. So that's how you grow up? You just grow bigger while eating? The Ender Dragon that was just like a kitten in Xiao Ku's arms has now turned into a giant dragon bigger than a small mountain. Roar! Jian Yang let out a deafening roar, full of newborn power and joy. The enormous dragon roar startled everyone in Tiandong territory. The Ender Dragon's death was less than half a day ago to them, and now they suddenly heard another dragon roar. Some stress is inevitable. Many people looked up at the sky. After confirming that there was no dragon in sight, he lowered his head and continued clearing away the building debris caused by the battle in Tiandong territory. You're scaring yourself. What dragon came from? Lord Li Wei killed the dragon. Even if another dragon came, Lord Li Wei would still scatter it, and its ashes would be put into the moat of Tiandong territory. Jane lowered her huge head and nuzzled affectionately against Li Wei, as docile as a big cat. This stark contrast left the 4 women, who were being suppressed by the dragon's might and kneeling on the ground, unable to move, with somewhat stiff expressions. This terrifying-looking dragon is actually as friendly as a big cat? All right, put away the dragon's might. The sisters who were taking care of you just now are almost lying on the ground. Upon hearing Li Wei's command, Jane let out a pitiful snort. It's not that she wanted to do bad things, it's just that she suddenly grew up, causing her power to go a bit crazy. Jane obediently pulled the dragon back in her body. The suffocating feeling that Isabella and the others had been experiencing, as if they were being strangled, finally disappeared completely. Xiao could gasp for breath, even shivering. Nina's chest heaved dramatically, quite eye-catching, but she tried her best to maintain the demeanor of a princess. As demi-humans, they could hardly bear this kind of bloodline oppression. Suddenly, Li Wei felt Jane pushing him towards her head. Although he didn't know why, Li Wei felt that he and the other person were of one mind and immediately understood what the other person meant. You want me to sit on it? It pointed at the huge dragon head, then obediently lowered its body, pressing its head to the ground in submission. It's hard to imagine that a proud and arrogant dragon would actually offer loyalty to humans. Isabella and the others all felt dizzy. Li Wei squinted and touched his chin. He felt it necessary to ride an ender dragon around a winter territory. On the one hand, I really wanted to ride a dragon. Who could refuse that feeling? On the other hand, it allows one to quickly establish an image in the hearts of the people of Winterhold. The more powerful a lord is, the more recognition he will gain from his subjects. Moreover, letting the people know that there is a powerful fifth-tier dragon guarding the northern border will increase their sense of belonging and loyalty. Although I haven't officially become the Lord of Winterhold yet, I can't view the specific data of Winterhold through the plugin. The most crucial point is that Li Wei wants to try whether he can become the Lord of Winterhold ahead of time through a strong claim. Just as Li Wei had initially thought, if the King of Dawn Kingdom didn't intend to give him Winterhold, then he would have no choice but to meet at Xuanwu Gate. Moreover, even if the strong claim method doesn't work, it's still a way to boost one's population data in advance, so why not do it? Without hesitation, Li Wei leaped onto the dragon's back. He didn't forget the other four. He also needs several human megaphones to help him promote himself. Nina's amplification magic, as well as the two knights' ability to amplify their voices further and louder through the enhancement of their battle aura, all contribute to making their voices travel farther and louder. Li Wei beckoned to them. Come up, everyone. Chapter 73, The Ender Dragon Soars Over Winterfell. A strong claim of success. Can we too? The women looked at each other. The four women's eyes were clearly filled with desire, yet some dared not go up to them. On the one hand, I'm a little scared of Xiao Jian, who has suddenly grown so big. On the one hand, riding with Li Wei was somewhat impolite. The Ender Dragon blinked its dragon eyes, seemingly understanding what everyone was saying, and nodded its large head up and down. Li Wei shook his head, somewhat amused. All right, stop being so reserved. If I tell you to come up, then come up. I still need your help. Help! I need you to tell everyone in the entire Ulwen region. From now on, Xiao Jian will be the guardian dragon of our northern territory, and her master is me. Isabella immediately understood after hearing Levi's words. Your Highness is acting in an effort to win the hearts and minds of the people. Once the women understood, they stopped refusing and all climbed onto the dragon's back. When they saw Li Wei standing on the dragon's back, as if walking on flat ground, they thought that the dragon's back was actually a good place for people to stand. But once they got up there, they discovered a problem. That's on the dragon's back, where it's extremely difficult to maintain balance. The extremely smooth scales appear to provide excellent protection against physical attacks. This also caused the women to be unable to stand steadily and were almost lying on the dragon's back. Even though Jean is a third-tier paladin, she can only barely stand on her own 2 feet. I'm afraid if Xiao Jian moves even slightly, they'll all fall down. Li Wei stood on the dragon's back as if he were standing on the ground, watching the four women's comical appearance. Li Wei couldn't help but marvel at the power of Steve. As long as it's a flat surface, it can stand firmly. Slipping is simply impossible. Are you sure you can do it? Li Wei asked, arms crossed. Your Highness, I have a solution, but it may be somewhat offensive. Offend me? Li Wei gave her a strange look and continued. Tell me about it. Let Xiaoke hug me, and then I'll hug her back. Isabella almost started a conversation, but quickly coughed and corrected herself. Ahem, I've got you. Should we use ourselves as anchors? Li Wei raised an eyebrow, thinking Isabella's suggestion was good. Nina's expression was somewhat subtle. She squinted slightly, her fluffy foxtail swaying back and forth behind her. Sister Isabella, you're abusing your position for personal gain. Jean, completely unaware of anything amiss, calmly took Isabella's arm. As a saint, she spent all her time burying herself in religious texts, so naturally she didn't understand anything about love and romance. She still doesn't realize that she subconsciously trusts Li Wei. Just like when the Ender Dragon spewed its dragon breath underground, and Levi told her to hold him, Jean obeyed his command almost without hesitation. Your Highness, my apologies. Isabella placed her hand on Levi's waist. She said she was grabbing him, but in reality, she was still hugging Li Wei's waist with both hands. Steve's physique gave Levi a very strong shaping effect, with muscle lines that could be described as perfect. This was the first time Isabella had ever felt it so closely. She felt her face inexplicably burning. The other three women grabbed Isabella's shoulders and arms, while Xiao Ku, who was afraid of heights, clung tightly to Isabella's arm. Her puppy's ears were standing straight up in fear, but its tail was wagging excitedly from side to side. Just kidding, you're riding a giant dragon and soaring through the sky. Even things that the clan leader has never done, she, Xiao Ku, will soon be able to experience. Are you all seated? After making sure all the passengers were seated, Li Wei gently patted the giant dragon beneath him. Xiao Jian, takeoff is permitted. Jane's wings suddenly flapped. Boom! A violent gust of air whipped up dust and grass clippings, and the enormous dragon's body rose from the ground, instantly soaring into the sky. Asparagus over the skies. A massive shadow suddenly swept across, and the familiar, terrifying dragon's might once again enveloped the entire city. Dragon. The Ender Dragon has come back to life. Help! It's back. Run. Hide. The residents, who had just experienced the catastrophe, were instantly plunged into great panic. The streets were in chaos, and cries and screams filled the air. It's your turn to perform. Li Wei turned his head and looked at the four women behind him. Isabella, Jean, and Nina exchanged a glance and nodded. Nina then took out a small wand and began to cast a spell. Tier 1 Magic Amplification Magic. It can amplify the volume and range of sound. A pale blue magical glow entered between Isabella and Jean's eyebrows. Both of their voices were imbued with magic. Isabella took a deep breath and channeled her powerful battle aura into her voice, which boomed like thunder, instantly drowning out the clamor of the entire city. People of the Winter Territory, listen up. There is no need to panic. This dragon has been tamed by His Highness Levi Charles. It is the guardian dragon of our northern territory. It is not an enemy. Jean followed closely behind, her gentle yet sacred voice carrying the power of holy light to every corner. The God of Dawn bears witness. This dragon, named Jian, has already recognized His Highness Li Wei as its master. He is the guardian of the new life of Asparagus. You should treat him with reverence, not fear. Their voices were like anchors in the sea. The chaotic street fell silent instantly. Everyone froze, looking up in disbelief at the elegant black dragon circling in the sky, and at the several figures clearly visible on its back, especially the tall figure at the very front. The dragon has been tamed? Has she been tamed by the sixth prince, Prince Li Wei? Have they become guardians? Are you kidding me? How can a dragon be tamed? But isn't the one speaking at the back Saintess Jean? That's right. It's Saintess Jean. She's a chosen one of the God of Dawn. How could she lie about something like this? After confirming Jean's identity, smiles appeared on the faces of the people of Tiandong. With the endorsement of the God of Dawn behind Jean, how could they not believe that the evil dragon had truly been tamed? After a brief silence, boom! The deafening cheers and incredulous exclamations erupted like a tsunami. A miracle! This is a miracle! Long live Prince Li Wei! Long live the Dragon Knight! Our guardian dragon, Winterhold, is saved. Panic instantly turned into ecstasy and awe. Countless residents poured into the streets, excitedly waving, cheering, and even kneeling in worship towards the giant dragon in the sky and the figure on its back. The people raised their arms and shouted to the sky, "Do you see that? This is our Lord, the Dragon Lord who can even subdue evil dragons, His Highness Prince Levi Charles." Although the kingdom's decree has not yet reached the Winter Territory, the hearts of its people have already turned to Livy. After all, with a powerful dragon as its guardian, why would it fear repeating the tragedies of the past? The wind howled fiercely in the air. As Li Wei felt the surging power of the giant dragon beneath him and the overwhelming cheers of the entire city, a smile curved his lips. It was a success. Strong claims are effective. You have become the Lord of Aswinter. Currently held territories, Winterhold, raise the residents' happiness and sense of belonging in Tiandong territory to 60 to advance to the second-tier lord. Current resident happiness level in Tiandongling, 20, sense of belonging, 50. Advancing to Tier 2, Lord unlocks the class assignment function. Beneath their feet, the fifth-tier giant dragon Jian seemed to sense its master's emotions, letting out a joyful and long dragon roar, carrying them freely soaring in the sky of their new territory. Chapter 74. Obtain pumpkin seeds. Commission the merchant guild to find ore. On the dragon's back, the howling wind swept across everyone's faces. Levi surveyed his new territory like an eagle. The people's reaction further convinced Levi that he had to bring Jean under his wing. The state religion of the Kingdom of Dawn is the Church of Dawn, and Jean, as the Holy Maiden of Dawn, wields even greater influence within the kingdom, especially in the border regions, than King Charles. After all, the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. Compared to the so-called deterrent power of the king, the power of faith is more likely to make them submit. Moreover, it must be Na herself who chooses to submit to him. The Knights Templar's mission is to come to the north to support the northern border. At present, the Knights Templar are still reorganizing, and it will be a little while before they set off to provide support. Jean will also remain in the winter territory on standby. There is still time. Levi was determined to get this person, because all he needed to do was build up the winter territory normally, and he could make this saint submit. Thanks to the block people's rapid infrastructure development, winter territory will be able to regain its former glory in just a few days. When she sees all this, she will naturally know who the monarch she should serve is. Jane the Ender Dragon landed back in the Lord's mansion. The group returned to the ground from the dragon's back. This trip through the sky filled the girls' faces with irrepressible smiles. They've never experienced anything like this before. Levi patted Jian's lowered head, looked around to the messy back garden, and sighed. We'll have to build a dragon's nest for this enormous Ender Dragon. Otherwise, her house will be torn down sooner or later. Even if it wasn't intentional, a casual flick of the dragon's tail could knock down a house. However, this world should have spells that can shrink dragons or transform them into humans. You'll have to find other dragons to obtain it. The only dragon Levi knew of within the Kingdom of Dawn was the fourth-tier red dragon, Red Calamity, in the southern region. Once things are settled in the north, whether it's to let Jane learn dragon magic or to equip him with the Dragon Fire Steel armor set, dragon blood, dragon bones, and dragon skulls. These treasures from the dragon race are all essential items in the Ice and Fire Legends module. So no matter what, I'll have to go to the Southern Territory eventually. Levi's core strategy going forward remains territorial development. First, restore the infrastructure of Winterhold, and then build a fast passage connecting Winterhold and Winterhold. This would speed up the exchange of goods between the two territories, and Levi planned to develop Wintertown into a town that combines agriculture and light industry. The area around Tiandong territory is rich in various mineral resources and has convenient transportation, so it continues to operate as a hub for commerce and heavy industry. When it comes to restoring infrastructure, it's natural to bring the team that's already been set up in Winterhold. Levi didn't have the time to teach those people how to use bone meal to build agricultural production lines, or how to use various blocks to repair and renovate buildings. Isabella, exist. You take Jane to Winterhold and inform Drizzt that Peter, the head of the agricultural production line, and Carrie from the Construction Society should bring their people to Winterhold to carry out reconstruction work. Remember, the production lines in Wintertown can't stop either. Every minute and every second is money, so Levi naturally wouldn't forget his roots while focusing on building up Tyndongling. Yes, Your Highness. Just as Isabella was about to mount the dragon, Levi called her back. Let Drizzt come with him as well. We'll need his help with the preparations for the Lord's inauguration ceremony in 3 days. As Levi's butler, Drizzt should be in charge of household affairs. There's not a single person in the Lord's manor. How can this be acceptable? Levi couldn't possibly handle all these odds and ends himself, so he naturally thought of old Shui. Clear. Isabella nodded, indicating that she understood. With a flick of its arm, the Ender Dragon Jane took to the air. The dragon's massive body, obscuring the sky, cast its shadow over the entire back garden. Guided by Isabella, they flew towards Wintertown. Just then, a servant came to deliver a message. He knelt on one knee and reported, Your Highness, the pumpkin seeds you asked us to find have been found in a caravan's warehouse. Oh, Liwei's eyes lit up as he looked at the attendant. The attendant stepped slightly to the side and said, I have brought you the head of the caravan. As soon as the servant finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard dressed as a merchant trotted into the back garden and knelt down on one knee with a thud. He respectfully presented the pumpkin seeds, which were placed in a small burlap sack. Your Highness, I am Ludic, the head of the Amethyst Caravan. These are the pumpkin seeds you're looking for. Ludic, your name is quite unique. However, when Levi saw the pumpkin seeds in Ludic's hand, his eyes lit up. He had finally found something. He had said before that the pumpkin seeds could definitely be found in asparagus territory. In this medieval fantasy world, pumpkins were not cultivated on a large scale, just like the situation in medieval Western Europe on Earth. The wealthy and powerful preferred to eat meat and fruit, while the common people ate various wheat crops and high-yield potatoes. Very few people grew pumpkins. Not to mention that the climate in the north is simply not suitable for growing pumpkins. Finding pumpkin seeds in the caravan's warehouse is undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. This way, Levi no longer needs to spend time sending people to other regions to trade for pumpkin seeds. Levi took the small burlap sack handed to him by the merchant and stirred the pumpkin seeds with his hand. Actually, they put a few pumpkin seeds into their backpack to verify their authenticity. Obtained 3 pumpkin seeds. Upon hearing the system notification, Levi's lips curled into a slight smile. It's done. He looked down at the merchant and said calmly, "Put the amount on the tab. When my butler arrives, I'll have him settle the bill for you." Ludic quickly waved his hand and said, "Your Highness, you saved Tiandong territory and saved so many lives. Why would you need money for these pumpkin seeds? Without you, our entire caravan would perish. What future will we have then?" For Ludic, the fact that this small bag of seeds allowed him to meet Levi was already more than worthwhile. Seeing that the other party was so cooperative, Levi didn't say anything more and accepted the pumpkin seeds. Just as Ludic had thought, he did indeed make Levi remember him. Levi did indeed have something he wanted to find using the caravan. Levi casually inquired, "Is your caravan large?" Ludic hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, our amethyst caravan dares not claim to be number 1 in the Dawn Kingdom, but we are definitely in the top 3. Well then, I have some things I'd like you to help me find." When Ludic heard that Levi had something to ask of him, his eyes practically lit up. Their caravan has encountered a tremendous opportunity. The image of Li Wei riding the giant dragon, soaring through the winter territory, was deeply etched in his mind. Now that they've managed to connect with Li Wei, isn't the Zijing caravan aiming for the top spot in the future? Ludic lowered his head even further. "Your Highness, please speak." Li Wei slowly began to speak. "I need you to go and find some ore. Lapis lazuli, obsidian, diamond, emerald. Chapter 75 Iron Guardian, Villager's Guardian, Monster Crusher, come out, Iron Golem." Upon hearing Levi's request, Ludic's eyes darted around, revealing his shrewd business acumen. He began, "Your Highness, we have lapis lazuli in our caravan's warehouse right now. Noble ladies love this indigo dye, so it's selling very well. It's just the price." Levi waved his hand. "Money is not a problem." Upon hearing Levi's words, Ludic was immediately overjoyed. "Don't worry, our caravan will definitely give you the best price." He then continued his introduction. "We have some emeralds and diamonds in the Aswinter Territory's warehouse, but the rest will need to be transferred from the capital's warehouse. But this last piece of obsidian is indeed a bit difficult to handle. The closest volcano to the Kingdom of Dawn, Coal, is occupied by monsters, and no expedition team dares to go there. Obsidian can now only be purchased from the Dwarf Kingdom. But the Dwarf Kingdom and our Dawn Kingdom have severed diplomatic relations for more than 10 years. Moreover, besides being used by dwarven craftsmen to create obsidian weapons, this obsidian, a regular blacksmith, would be of no use to you. So even if you search the entire kingdom, you probably won't be able to find the obsidian you need." Upon hearing Ludic's words, Levi couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. Obsidian is the most needed material for crafting this enchanting table, but it's surprisingly hard to find right now. It seems the only option is to go to the Dwarf Kingdom myself, get some lava from the volcano, and manually pour water onto the lava to make obsidian. It's alright. If obsidian is hard to find, then there's no need to look for it. As for the rest, please collect as much as you can for me. Remember, I don't care about the size of the diamonds and these jewels. I only care about the quantity. After all, when Levi crafts diamond equipment at his workbench, he doesn't need to consider the size of the diamonds. Even a diamond the size of a grain of rice can be used as a diamond. Therefore, theoretically speaking, these other jewels can also disregard individual differences. Ludic smiled and accepted the order. "Yes, Your Highness, please wait for my good news." The attendants then led Ludic of the Amethyst caravan out of the back garden. The reason Li Wei didn't seek out Ludic to find the redstone was, in reality, there is no mineral with properties like redstone, whose or can be used as a circuit. But that doesn't mean Li Wei can't obtain redstone. Do you remember how a Tier 2 Lord could grant the people in their territory the ability to perform certain professions? As long as Livy assigns the priest profession to a resident, Livy can spend emeralds to exchange for redstone from the priest. In other words, as long as you have enough emeralds, you can exchange them for a sufficient amount of ruby. Although this kind of operation is wasteful in the game, in reality, is the most stable way to obtain redstone. For Li Wei, with the MC system providing unlimited production capacity, money is simply not a thing. This is why Levi wanted Ludwig to acquire the emerald. Right now, Li Wei's most important task is to quickly upgrade his lord level. Just as he was deep in thought, Nina's soft voice sounded behind Li Wei. "Your Highness, do you need obsidian?" She slowly walked out of the back garden. This white-haired, red-eyed foxwoman evokes a sense of pity in one glance. Not only can it easily arouse a person's protective instincts, but it can also give rise to a sinful thought of wanting to bully her. Li Wei began to gradually understand King Zhou. "What? You have a clue about obsidian?" Li Wei stared intently at the other person. Nina overheard the entire conversation with her towering fox ears. She wasn't eavesdropping on purpose. Her hearing was just too acute. Our demi-human tribe should still have some remaining." "Oh." Li Wei looked at Nina with some surprise. "I never imagined that what I wanted was right beside me." Nina slowly began to explain. "My father had some trade with the dwarf kingdom before, and obsidian was one of the trade items. However, our tribe does not have any craftsmen who can use obsidian, so we have put on hold for the time being. I was thinking it might come in handy later. I didn't expect your highness to need it." At this point, Nina's eyes darted away, and after a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. "Your highness, I can provide it to you for free, just what? I hope you can send troops to support the northern fortress as soon as possible, as it is still under attack from Endermen and monster hordes. The demi-human tribes are also being attacked by the monster tide." Nina's eyes were filled with worry. Her uncle was still at the northern fortress, and she didn't know how he was doing. The northern fortress and the northern demi-human tribes were closely allies, fighting together against the monster tide for the sake of stability in the rear. After hearing Nina's words, Jean, who was standing nearby, spoke up. "Nina, don't worry. Our Knights Templar will be ready soon. We will set off for the northern border as soon as His Highness's inauguration ceremony is completed in 3 days at the latest." But she understood that the soldiers needed rest, and that providing support required having the resources to do so. Currently, many members of the Knights Templar are injured and must rest on the spot. The continuous, uninterrupted fighting not only causes physical harm, but also mental anguish. Li Wei's Winter's Higher Legion also suffered some casualties, but they fared well against the Endermen, with no major incidents. However, the Ender Dragon then took to the air and unleashed a burst of dragon breath at the ground, causing considerable damage. The terrifying dragon breath instantly obliterates everything. How could a mortal body withstand it? Most importantly, the soldiers were severely depleted of physical strength, energy, and morale after the battle. Immediately send soldiers on a long march to support the northern border. That will be tantamount to suicide. Levi must be responsible for the lives of his people. They will be the main force in building up the north in the future. Li Wei would feel heartbroken if even one of them died. However, the situation on the northern border is certainly not optimistic, even though he had dealt with Richard and the Ender Dragon he summoned. However, the summoned Enderman and monster horde will inevitably deal a very heavy blow to the northern border. Every day that drags on, someone will likely die. It's all right. I already have a solution. Li Wei tossed the pumpkin seeds in his hand and revealed a meaningful smile. We will set off tomorrow and immediately recapture the northern border. Before taking office as the Lord of Tiandong territory, he conveniently quelled the monster tide in the northern border. Wouldn't that make his people's sense of belonging soar? Jean thought Levi was planning to break camp and attack immediately, and quickly tried to dissuade him. Your Highness, the soldiers haven't had enough rest yet. Li Wei waved his hand, signaling her not to rush. I don't need them. I have my own way of saving the northern border. Jean became even more nervous upon hearing Li Wei's words, and her brows furrowed. You can't risk your life. She thought Li Wei was planning to venture deep into enemy territory alone, leading a group of elite troops to parachute directly to the northern border via the Ender Dragon. But the reason why the monster tide is so terrifying is that those monsters contain the power of the demon god Asa. This evil god possesses immense power, and it is precisely because of his blessing that the monster tides on the northern border are so perilous. No one knows what lies at the end of the monster tide, or what terrifying monster is leading it. She couldn't accept the possibility of something happening to Li Wei. After spending these few days together, Jean had subconsciously placed Li Wei in the position of crown prince. After all, she had never seen any nobles, princes, or princesses as noble as Li Wei. Even those royal family members who claim to be approachable and friendly still harbor a disdain for the common people deep down. But Li Wei never cared about other people's social status. All he cared about was their abilities. Jean could tell that Li Wei's behavior was not an act, but rather something ingrained in his very being. If Li Wei knew what Jean was thinking, he would probably burst out laughing. You should learn from the comprehensive qualities of 21st century Earthlings. Given the moral standards of this medieval fantasy world, anyone who returned here could become a saint. Don't overthink it. Would I joke about my own life? Levi looked at Jean speechlessly, wondering if saving her from the Ender Dragon's breath attack had made her think he was more adventurous. He's clearly a steady player, focusing on maximizing both the mechanics and stats, okay? Now that he's being questioned, he naturally can't remain inactive. He walked a few steps to the workbench and started fiddling with it. With a snap, they combined to form a stone hoe. With a snap, 4 more iron blocks were formed. With a snap, add some more bone meal. Then came the smooth combos. Hoe the ground, sow pumpkin seeds, use bone meal to ripen the pumpkins, and ripen the pumpkin seeds to the highest stage of pumpkin stem development. Pumpkins cannot be ripened directly from pumpkin seeds. Ripening can only bring them to the final stage of maturity where they can produce pumpkins. We must wait a while longer before the pumpkins grow. So Li Wei didn't just wait around. He placed 4 iron blocks on the spot, forming a cross shape, except that the top square was left empty for the pumpkin later. After waiting for a while, a pumpkin suddenly appeared on the pumpkin stem. Finally, Li Wei picked it and cut it into pumpkin heads with scissors. The 3 women beside him all showed curious expressions. What exactly is your highness doing? They were completely baffled. One moment they were plowing the land. The next they were planting pumpkins, and then they placed a huge piece of iron on the ground in a very mysterious way. If Jean hadn't been certain that Levi was all right, she would have suspected that he was possessed by some kind of demon. Clever Minecraft players already know what Levi is trying to do. That's right, it's the Iron Golem, the guardian spirit of the villagers. Li Wei placed the pumpkin steadily on top of the cross-shaped structure formed by 4 iron blocks. Buzz! An invisible energy fluctuation instantly spread out. The iron block on the ground seemed to come alive, suddenly twisting, deforming, and reforming. Amidst the ear-piercing sound of metal scraping, a colossal object rose from the ground. Steel Guardian, Villager's Guardian, Monster Crusher. The Iron Golem is born at this moment. Chapter 76.